Lin Baiyao sat beneath the grape arbor in his own courtyard, gazing up at the clusters of plump, jade-like purple grapes. Look at these grapes, so big and rounded they seem like something only dreamed of. On this summer afternoon, the cicadas in the trees screamed as if possessed by rock musicians, emitting ear-splitting roars. How could such audacious cicada cries exist in a 21st century metropolis? I'm no longer the boy who thought catching one cicada meant capturing the entire summer, am I? The air rolled with wave after wave of scorching heat, as if hundreds of Andrasharos from a certain game were going berserk, blasting the earth with their silly fireball spells. Mystery yields to a higher mystery. Like this classic Anjira quote, "My appearance he ram, I under the influence of mere mystery, or guided by a higher one." He drifted into a tangled mess of thoughts, memories of past and present lives peeling open like layers of an onion, stinging with pungent sharpness and indescribable sorrow, gradually surfacing in his mind. After sitting motionless for the entire morning, Lin Baiyao finally confirmed it. This wasn't a dream. The grapes were real. The cicadas were real. The summer wind and heat waves were real. And his rebirth was real. He had been reborn at the age of 18. July 11th, 1998. The day after the college entrance exams ended. But why? Is heaven playing a cruel joke on me? After graduating from Su Huai Finance and Economics University, burdened by overwhelming family financial pressure, he had finally mustered the courage to leave his corporate slave job and venture into entrepreneurship, something even harder than being a corporate slave. After 6 or 7 grueling years of struggle, he'd luckily caught a wave and achieved basic financial freedom. But just as he'd paid off his debts and hadn't even begun to truly enjoy life, he passed out drunk at a party. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inexplicably back in 1998. July 11th. Lin Baiyao narrowed his eyes. The events of this day were deeply etched in his memory, so vivid that, even across 2 lifetimes and through shifts in time and space, they played out in his mind like a 4K movie, frame by frame, crystal clear. His father, Lin Jingdao, had a friend named Chen Hongbao. This man loved gambling on soccer, appearing wealthy and flashy on the surface, but actually drowning in debt. He colluded with Hu Gu, a local gangster, to set up a honey trap scheme, tricking Lin Jingdao into becoming a guarantor with a shady contract. They claimed it was a 3,000 yuan loan, but in reality, it was a 30,000 yuan high-interest loan from Hu Gu. Today was the day Hu Gu, using Chen Hongbao's default as an excuse, would come to demand money from Lin Jingdao. In his previous life, Lin Baiyao had been home alone. Outnumbered and overpowered, he was beaten by Hu Ji's gang. He could only watch helplessly as they smashed the doors and windows of his home and splashed red paint across the courtyard. Later, only by hiring a mediator and agreeing to repay a portion of the debt each year by year-end, had they managed to avoid daily harassment from these thugs. Life would have been unbearable otherwise. This time, Lin Baiyao was still alone. Hiding beforehand wouldn't help. Hu Gu would break in anyway and reenact the window-smashing, paint-splashing scene. Asking neighbors for help would drag them into trouble. Once entangled with these thugs, they'd stick like stubborn adhesive bandages, impossible to shake off. As for calling the police, this was an economic dispute with a contract. The police wouldn't get involved. Besides, gangsters usually had some connections. Not only would it not solve the problem, it would make things more complicated. Life is like rape. If you don't want to enjoy it, then fight back with all your strength. Lin Baiyao jumped off the bench, went to his bedroom, and retrieved over 100 yuan he'd saved over half a year. He went out and bought 10 bottles of Coca-Cola from a nearby ice cream shop. 5 yuan per bottle, that was the price in 98. Take it or leave it. Then he went to Konglu Alley nearby and found an unlicensed, obscure old traditional Chinese doctor, buying a large half bag of potent laxatives. It was likely a folk remedy made from a tiny amount of croton cream mixed with senna leaves, said to make even oxen and horses shit uncontrollably. Back home, he dissolved the powder in water, used an old syringe from the house to poke an invisible hole in each bottle cap, injected the solution into the Coke bottles in batches, shook them thoroughly, and placed them on the stone table under the grape arbor. Then he went to the bathroom, applied thick hair gel in the mirror, styled his hair into a disheveled, streetwise look, and retrieved a large cleaver used for chopping meat bones during the Lunar New Year from the storage room. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he heard a loud bang at the front gate. Lin Baiyao instantly slipped into character, waving the cleaver and shouting, "Where's Lin Jingdao? Don't play dead. Come out and pay your debts." The slightly ajar gate was violently kicked open, and 6 men swaggered in. Hearing the noise, Lin Baiyao turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. The man in front was bald, bare-chested, with a face full of coarse features. A blue dragon was tattooed on his left arm, and a long scar ran near his right ear. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, probably the kind that would float if it touched water. Hugo. Lin Baiyao remembered this face. The 5 men behind were Hu Ge's underlings, each carrying a specially made hollow short steel pipe, 2.5 centimeters in diameter, 55 centimeters long, perfect for fighting. The right length, weight, and thickness, guaranteed to hurt but not kill. This was the standard gear for street thugs in the 1990s. Who the hell are you? A thug wearing a striped short-sleeve shirt next to Hugo shouted at Lin Baiyao. Lin Baiyao shot back, cursing, "Who the hell are you?" "Ah, Hugo." The striped shirt thug, enraged, pointed his steel pipe at Lin Baiyao. "Who the hell do you think you are, calling him go? Does he even deserve to call him that?" Lin Baiyao, standing 1.87 meters tall, had a well-proportioned, powerful build from years of playing basketball and running, completely ignoring the skinny, monkey-like striped shirt thug. Instead, he bowed slightly toward the bald man, his face full of fake smiles. Hugo sized up Lin Baiyao. "You know me? Who do you run with? Who in Dongjiang City doesn't know Hugo of East City? I'm with La Tu Gu from North Suburb." "La Tu? Never heard of him." Hugo thought for a moment, his face showing disdain as he looked down at Lin Baiyao. "How many points does this family owe you?" "1. It's due now." "Damn it, can't find the guy." Lin Baiyao deliberately spoke vulgarly. He needed Hugo to let his guard down. Hugo was still a man of principle. He pulled a neatly folded handkerchief from his pants pocket and wiped the sweat from his head. The afternoon heat was getting worse, no small test for a fat man. "Everything follows the rules. This family owes me 3 points with compound interest, now it's 8. If they have money, they pay my debt first. If not, this house, everything valuable inside, and that small restaurant in the development zone all belong to me. After the debt is cleared, you could take the rest." Lin Baiyao wore a look of obvious resentment, yet also showed the fear of challenging Hugo. He turned and saw the Coke bottles on the stone table, walked over, opened one, and deliberately cursed, "Have money to buy Coke, no money to pay debts? Damn it, and it's even chilled." He downed it in one gulp. His acting was absolutely top-notch. The striped shirt thug swallowed hard. The weather was so hot, even dogs couldn't stand it. Unable to resist, he rushed over, glared at Lin Baiyao, grabbed the remaining Cokes with both arms, handed one to Hugo with great eagerness, and the other underlings gathered around to divide the rest, tilting their heads back and gulping it down. In this damn weather, no job is easy. After finishing the Coke, Hugo waved his hand. Several underlings split up to check the place, every door and window locked. No one inside. Lin Baiyao calculated the time it would take for the laxative to kick in and continued chatting with Hugo. "Hugo, could you spare some for us? The house is yours. The restaurant is ours. La Tu Gu has a reputation in Dongjiang." Hu Ji's face instantly turned cold. "Don't push your luck. What do I care about your debt? Get lost. Hugo, please show some leniency." "Leniency for who? Does he deserve it?" Without a word, the striped shirt thug swung his steel pipe at Lin Baiyao's shoulder. Lin Baiyao had been watching his move and didn't let his guard down. He dodged, then used the back of the cleaver to slam into the thug's ribs. "Ah!" The striped shirt thug clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground, curling up like a shrimp. Dare to fight back? Hugo was furious, but looking at the steel pipe in his own hand and then at Lin Baiyao's cleaver, he immediately called his men to gang up on him. Lin Baiyao turned and ran, relying on his youth and speed to dodge around the courtyard. Shouting as he fled, La Tu Gu said, "If a tiger dares to come down the mountain, one day it'll eat tiger penis." La Tu Gu also said, "The East City tiger gay's ass is free to touch." Hugo was furious. Catch him. Beat him so badly his mother won't recognize him. Suddenly, his stomach started rumbling, followed by a pft. He froze, instinctively twisting his head to look back. Puffed, puffed. It was like a chain of firecrackers exploding. Yellow stains visibly seeped through the back of his beach shorts, and hot streams snaked down his legs, winding through the thick sweat-drenched hair. Hugo was a man who valued cleanliness and hygiene. This sudden disaster left him utterly stunned, standing frozen in place, unable to move. "Boss, I can't hold it." The striped shirt thug, still kneeling on the ground with his but high in the air, immediately shot a stream into his pants. Clutching his head with both hands, the shame he had long abandoned after joining the gang and becoming a thug flooded back into him without warning. The other underlings chasing Lin Baiyao were also hit one by one. Seizing the chance, Lin Baiyao escaped through the front gate, clutching his stomach and yelling, "Oh no, I can't hold it." He used his mouth to dub the sounds, incredibly lifelike. The already somewhat paralyzed Hugo and his men once again experienced what it meant to have a 1,000-foot waterfall cascading down, their wails rising and falling in chorus. "Boss, we need to go to the hospital. I dated a nursing school girl once. If we keep shitting like this, we'll get dehydrated. Quick, quick, to the hospital. Hidden in a corner outside, Lin Baiyao watched Hugo and his men help each other stagger away. He knew he had at least bought himself 3 days. Within these 3 days, Hugo wouldn't have time to bother Lin Jingdao again. Even if they recovered slightly, they'd be off seeking revenge on the non-existent La Tu from the north suburb. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to think this trick could permanently get rid of these loan sharks. He just needed 3 days of buffer time to figure out a way to resolve all the troubles. Yes, Lin Jingdao's troubles weren't just about falling into a scam and owing a high-interest loan. 1998, the World Cup year. July, a month of the World Cup final. A much bigger trouble was about to arrive. Chapter 2. What malicious thoughts could a son possibly have? The Lin family are natives of Dongjiang City, having resided there for generations. Lin Jingdao established a restaurant in the newly developed area, renowned for its excellent cuisine, reasonable prices, and generous portions. Loyal patrons frequently supported him, allowing the family to lead a relatively comfortable life over the years. However, during the World Cup, Lin Jingdao, who typically enjoyed watching football, was led astray by the unscrupulous Chun Hongbao and became infatuated with underground gambling. Initially, fortune favored him, and he profited a few thousand yuan. Throughout the tournament, his luck fluctuated, but as the finals approached, he experienced minor losses. Yet, the allure of gambling is one of humanity's most perilous vices. The consensus was that Brazil would triumph in the final match. Although the odds were not exceptionally high, it seemed like a foolproof wager. Who could resist such temptation? Lin Jingdao resolved to place one last bet. He mortgaged the family's restaurant for 20,000 yuan, withdrew all his savings of 15,000, and borrowed an additional 5,000 from relatives, totaling 40,000 yuan, all on Brazil's victory. The outcome was predictable. He lost everything. Had it not been for the assistance of his grandparents, Lin Baiyao would have struggled to afford his university tuition. Thus, it is said that gambling is a scourge. Respectable individuals should steer clear of it. Now, it is July 11th, 1998, just 2 days before the World Cup final on July 13th, at 3 in the morning. The sun blazes down. Lin Baiyao finished cleaning the yard, straightened up, and squinted slightly at the brightness. He never engaged in gambling. But if one could predict the outcome of the dice, it would not be gambling. It would be a path to wealth. Creek. The ground of Dongjiang is uncanny. As if summoned, Lin Jingdao entered through the gate, carrying a black leather bag. Upon seeing Lin Baiyao with the hose, he asked, "Not out having fun? It's hot. Dad, why are you back? Isn't the restaurant busy? Children should not meddle in the affairs of adults. Go out and play." Lin Jingdao hurried to the bedroom and locked the door behind him. Lin Baiyao harbored complex feelings towards his father. Before the gambling debacle, Lin Jingdao, though domineering and severe in his parenting, was indeed a responsible father who bore the weight of family obligations. However, after his downfall, he became a shadow of his former self, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, shunning the outside world out of fear of ridicule and disdain, lashing out when inebriated, even resorting to violence against his wife, Shiryu, creating a toxic atmosphere at home. Shiryu worked multiple jobs to support the family and repay debts, her youth marred by premature gray hair and exhaustion. During his university years, Lin Baiyao focused solely on his studies, utilizing every spare moment and holiday to work part-time. He had no weekends, no summer or winter breaks, and no time for socializing or romance. Yet the money he earned was still insufficient. Only upon graduation did he fortuitously secure a decent job, gradually improving their circumstances. By then, however, Lin Jingdao had been ravaged by alcohol, and the bond between father and son had eroded to its nadir. In this new life, Lin Baiyao vowed to find a way to prevent Lin Jingdao from further dismantling their family. The bedroom door swung open, startling Lin Jingdao, who was taken aback by the unexpected presence of Lin Baiyao in the doorway. Furrowing his brow, Lin Jingdao retorted, "If you need money, go ask your mother. I've been busy these past few days and have no time for you." Lin Baiyao replied with a smile, "Dad, I don't want money. My teacher said I need to consult my parents about which schools and majors to apply for. Could you please help me with that?" Lin Jingdao, growing impatient, snapped, "I never attended university myself. Discuss it with your classmates. Whatever schools they apply to, you should follow suit." With that, he turned to leave. But Lin Baiyao seized his arm, saying, "Dad, I heard someone in the neighboring Linhai city recently lost everything in gambling and nearly jumped off a building in despair. Thankfully, firefighters saved him. You've been watching the World Cup lately, with so many friends who might be gambling too. You really should advise them against it. Just enjoy the game without betting. Lin Baiyao, stubborn and obstinate, was impervious to pleas or advice. Once he set his mind on something, he pursued it relentlessly. Yet, Lin Baiyao felt compelled to at least attempt to reason with him. You know nothing. Lin Baiyao shook off Lin Baiyao's grasp, fuming. Let me tell you, making money relies on vision and boldness. When I opened the restaurant in the development zone, all my relatives and friends opposed me. If I had listened to them, you wouldn't have had the funds for your high school tuition. Mind your own business. This is an adult matter. With a loud bang, he slammed the door behind him. Preoccupied with calculating how many more sources he could borrow money from, completely disregarding Lin Baiyao's concerns. What do children understand? They only see losses, not the fortunes others make. Lin Baiyao sighed helplessly in the room. In front of his father, he felt his words held little weight, especially during this period when Lin Baio's gambling tendencies were at their peak, rendering any advice futile. However, it was worth a try. How could he let go without making an effort? If gentle persuasion failed, he would have to resort to more forceful measures. There were 3 potential strategies. First, to get him drunk so he wouldn't attend the final match on the 13th, but Lin Baiyao rarely drank, making that difficult. Second, to procure sleeping pills from a less than reputable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Though the dosage was tricky, too little would be ineffective, too much could be fatal. Third, to steal money, ensuring he couldn't access funds, which would leave him with no option but to abandon his plans, even if it meant enduring a beating afterwards. Yet, there was a risk Lin Baiyao might use their house as collateral and, under Chun Hongbao's influence, borrow more high-interest loans from Hugo. In that case, Lin Baiyao could only lament that the true fool was himself. Nonetheless, Lin Baiyao's primary intention was to seize the opportunity presented by the Century Cup to earn his first pot of gold, thereby resolving the high-interest loan crisis with Hugo. Merely stealing money from home wouldn't suffice. He needed to act in Lin Baio's name to penetrate the underground gambling market, which had its own barriers to entry. Without a familiar recommendation, one couldn't gain access. After contemplating his options, Lin Baiyao gritted his teeth and resolved to show filial piety towards his father. After all, as a son, what ill intentions could he harbor? The tradition of filial piety has been ingrained in our culture since the time of Li Shimin, and having one more instance of it wouldn't make a difference. Glancing at the clock, which read 2 in the afternoon, Lin Baiyao set out for Guangxing Street. Guangxing Street is renowned in Dongjiang City, particularly for the abundance of charming young women who emerge to work at night. Lin Baiyao, brimming with youthful exuberance, donned a pair of sunglasses to conceal his identity as he approached the 7th door from the left, a number he considered auspicious. To his delight, a stunning young lady appeared, her hair tousled, gazing at him with sleepy eyes. "Come back when it's dark. We don't work during the day," she remarked, somewhat irked. Quickly, Lin Baiyao produced a pack of cigarettes and offered them to her. "Is there anyone a bit older?" he inquired. The young lady laughed softly. "You don't seem to be that old yourself, but if you prefer, you can find Aunt Hong at number 19 Courtyard. She's in her 30s, I assure you. You won't be disappointed." Suppressing the alluring scent wafting towards him, Lin Baiyao thanked her and proceeded to number 19. Though Aunt Hong's looks may not be as captivating as those of the younger women, her straightforwardness and reasonable pricing made her an appealing choice. Noticing Lin Baiyao's youthful handsomeness, she charged him merely 30. He generously offered 50 instead, smiling as he said, "I'm quite tired today, and I don't wish to engage in any activities. I was hoping Aunt Hong could assist me with a small favor, if you dare." The endearment of Aunt Hong brightened her mood, and she patted her chest, exclaiming, "Speak up. There's nothing in Dongjiang that Aunt Hong wouldn't dare to do." With clear enthusiasm, Lin Baiyao explained his request, adding, "Once the task is accomplished, I will give you an additional 50. Aunt Hong eagerly confirmed, "Just a fight. No accusations of misconduct?" "No worries, dear. I won't charge extra. I'll ensure that old man gets a good scare." Lin Baiyao chuckled, "Thank you, Aunt Hong. The repercussions of misconduct are too severe. There's no need for that." "All right then, this task is quite simple. Leave it to Aunt Hong." As night fell, Lin Baiyao approached from a distance. Concealed at the alley's entrance, Lin Baiyao signaled to Aunt Hong, who instantly assumed her role. As she walked forward with unwavering focus, she deliberately stumbled, colliding with Lin Baiyao. "Oh dear, how careless you are. Can't you watch where you're going?" she exclaimed. "This young lady, one must speak reasonably. You bumped into me first, did you not?" he retorted. "Who bumped into you?" Are your eyes so poor that you need to rely on your nose to navigate? Hey, how dare you insult me? She shot back. Insult you? I could do much worse. She continued, drawing attention from passers-by, who were eager to intervene and soon entered a nearby police station to report the incident. Within moments, 2 officers arrived and escorted Lin Jingdao and Aunt Hong away. Father, I'm sorry, Lin Baiyao thought, realizing there was no alternative but to resort to such measures. According to current public safety regulations, a minor scuffle would only result in a detention of 5 days or less, along with a fine of 200. Lin Baiyao had made it clear that Aunt Hong would not overstep, and administrative detention would not leave a permanent mark on her record, merely a brief respite. This is the advantage of enlisting an older woman as an actress. With her age and less than stellar looks, the worst she could face would be a simple brawl, sparing Lin Jingdao from any scandal involving misconduct. One could only imagine the mockery he would face upon his release, a sharp contrast to the paternal sword that would inevitably fall upon him. The following morning, individuals from the bureau arrived to notify the family and issued a detention notice. Lin Baiyao received the document, which indeed stated a 3-day detention and a fine of 200. However, Lin Jingdao had sufficient funds on him to cover both the fine and living expenses, sparing the family from any financial burden. The visitors also informed Lin Baiyao to visit the detention center at 3 o'clock that afternoon. He arrived punctually, but Lin Jingdao refrained from explaining the reason for his detention, instead imploring Lin Baiyao to keep this matter from their mother. He mentioned that the key to the cabinet was beneath the mattress and instructed him to retrieve a black leather bag from it, delivering it to Chen Jiao's tobacco shop at number 233 Jingyuan Road. Additionally, he was to inform the proprietor, Chen Hongbao, that he could not come due to unforeseen circumstances and that the arrangements for the evening should proceed as previously discussed. Lin Baiyao, displaying acute intelligence, refrained from inquiring about the specifics of the task and merely nodded in agreement. This prompted Lin Jingdao to exhale in relief, urging him to promptly deliver the bag while assuring him that matters on this end were of no concern. Upon leaving the detention center, Lin Baiyao returned home, retrieved the key from beneath the mattress, opened the cabinet, and extracted the bulging black leather bag. He rubbed his hands together and counted. Within lay a neat sum of 40,000 yuan. In 1998, this amount was equivalent to several years' earnings for an average family. He stuffed the black bag into his backpack and set out. Naturally, he had no intention of finding Chen Hongbao. Instead, he took a bus to the bustling heart of Xiqing, arriving at the renowned No. 1 entertainment hall. The manager, Chu Gang, was a neighbor who had watched him grow up, and their families enjoyed a close relationship. To be precise, Chu Gang was also involved in the underworld, akin to the troublemaker from the previous day, brotherhood. The major owner of the entertainment hall had fortuitously met him on one occasion and invited him to oversee operations, offering a guaranteed monthly income along with commissions from business revenue. His responsibilities included, but were not limited to, handling disturbances caused by rival competitors and collecting protection fees from local troublemakers. In the West City area, Chu Gang was known for his fighting prowess, loyalty, and generous demeanor. Although he had yet to achieve significant notoriety, he had already garnered a modest reputation. In a previous life, the Lin family had ultimately relied on Chu Gang's connections, persuading the owner of the No. 1 entertainment hall to intervene, thus preventing Lin Jingdao from succumbing to brotherhood's predatory loans, which would have completely devastated their already precarious household. Inside the entertainment hall, patrons mingled in throngs, and the atmosphere was vibrant and boisterous. As a bustling enterprise that thrived prior to the rise of internet cafes, the establishment was remarkably profitable, akin to a gold mine. Yet, Chu Gang appeared somewhat out of place amidst this lively environment. He sat behind the bar, clad in a black shirt, white trousers, and sneakers, quietly engrossed in a book. Lin Baiyao lingered at the entrance for a moment before approaching and calling out, "Brother Gang." Chu Gang looked up, closed the book, and a warm smile softened his stern features as he replied, "Ah, Baiyao, what brings you here? Are you here to play games?" Lin Baiyao noticed the book was a well-worn edition of Jin Yong's The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. He diverted his gaze and replied, "Brother Gang, I come seeking your assistance." Chu Gang rose and stepped out from behind the bar. He and Lin Baiyao were of similar height and build, yet one could sense the taut muscles beneath his clothing, exuding an overwhelming sense of latent power. "What's wrong? Have you been bullied?" Chu Gang asked familiarly, patting Lin Baiyao on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it for you." "No, it's about my father." Chu Gang paused, glanced at the bustling crowd in the arcade, and said, "Come with me to the office." Chapter 3. Transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. The underground market has never been eradicated. In 1998, transactions were predominantly in cash, representing the initial stage of market cultivation. After 2002, phone betting emerged, allowing investors to place wagers over the phone, with profits transferred through banks. This increased both the obscurity and convenience of the market, leading to exponential growth. With the advent of the internet, the variety of betting options expanded, creating a mature industrial chain. In Dongjiang City, this market had been operating for only 2 or 3 years, with betting available on popular leagues such as the Premier League, La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, and the Champions League. While the identities of the bookmakers remained unclear, their reputations were impeccable, ensuring safety and reliability, which endeared them to football enthusiasts. During major tournaments, crowds would gather in one or more concealed locations, with a television displaying the matches. Prior to the games, they would inject funds into the pool, distributing winnings based on the odds of victory or defeat. However, this was the first time a betting pool had been established for the World Cup in Dongjiang. Lin Baiyao did not intend to go alone. He was unaware of the intricacies involved and thus entrusted Chu Gang to take the lead, minimizing hassle and offsetting potential risks. "My father needs to rest for 2 days, but it coincides with the World Cup final. He asked me to find you and place all the money on Brazil winning 0-3 against France." Chu Gang furrowed his brow. "Shouldn't this be something Aunt Sure discussed with me? Why did it come to you?" "My mother is taking care of my grandfather and is not home at the moment, Gang Go. You understand, my father's detention is not a matter of pride, and he doesn't want my mother or relatives on that side to know." 40,000 yuan is not an insignificant amount for someone like Chu Gang. After all, working in the arcade, he was accustomed to handling substantial sums. Yet, for an ordinary citizen, it was still a considerable risk. What if it all goes down the drain? Chu Gang hesitated. "I should consult a friend from the office about this." "Come on, Gang Gu, don't you trust me? Besides, my father will be out in 2 days. Would I dare to hand over such a sum without his consent?" Lin Baiyao chuckled. "Gang Gu, let me boast a little, don't laugh at me. My father has made quite a bit from his restaurant in the new development area. 40,000 yuan is manageable for him." "That is true." With that, Chu Gang found it difficult to refuse. Has Lin Shu really made up his mind to bet on France? "I hear everyone is favoring Brazil. My father said he knows little about football, but when everyone is backing Brazil, it must mean betting on France's victory. Otherwise, how would those foreign bookmakers profit? They can't rely solely on commission. That would be insupportable." "That's a valid point. In reality, major bookmakers can achieve perfect profitability by adjusting odds. Even if they aim to manipulate the game, the key lies in bribing the referees, as demonstrated by South Korea in 2002, rather than bribing the opposing players. Thus, the conspiracy theories surrounding the 1998 World Cup finals are merely baseless gossip. Play a game while I gather some information, and we can head over later. Alright. The arcade hall is divided into 2 levels, housing hundreds of arcade machines featuring the most popular games from across the nation, including titles such as Famous Generals, Dinosaur Island, Metal Slug, Swallowing the World, King of Fighters, and Street Fighter. As for a certain machine known for devouring tigers, Lin Baiyao did not spot it, but one could surmise it was hidden away in a more obscure corner. In this day and age, an arcade without such machines would be akin to a bustling street devoid of lively young women, inevitably leading to a lack of patrons. Perhaps due to the summer holidays, nearly all the machines were occupied, with throngs of spectators crowding behind the players, significantly outnumbering them. This scene felt reminiscent of later times, when streamers would play games at home, while audiences watched with exuberance on live streaming platforms. Now, groups of spectators were gathered in the arcade, equally spirited, watching familiar and unfamiliar faces engage in gameplay. Though times have changed and the modes of gaming have evolved, the essence and spirit of gaming remain unchanged. It is simply for enjoyment. Lin Baiyao finally found a machine tucked away in a corner and tested the joystick. A product from the renowned Sanwa in Japan, the quality is commendable. This is not flattery, but an acknowledgement of reality. In the 1990s, Japan's so-called craftsmanship had not yet devolved into the shamelessness of later eras. The products were durable and markedly distinct from counterfeit ones. As a seasoned arcade enthusiast, having dominated all surrounding schools during high school, Lin Baiyao was well-versed in this 1998 released 3-player combat game. He quickly found his rhythm, thoroughly enjoying the game, when suddenly, a tall, hefty individual beside him turned his head and said, "Brother, shall we have a match?" Most larger individuals tend to be vocal, and this one was no exception. His appearance unremarkable, but his voice resonated with a deep, captivating timbre. Or perhaps, without the raspy voice of someone born in '82, one could not produce such endearing tones that would make a girl's heart flutter. Faced with a challenge from a peer, Lin Baiyao had no reason to decline and chuckled. "All right, 20 seconds. Total domination." The hefty individual, undeterred, retorted, "Hey, brother, you're good. Let us have another round. Come on." 15 seconds. Total domination again. However, the hefty individual, unwavering, inserted 50 coins into the machine, clearly intent on a rematch with Lin Baiyao. Lin Baiyao did not hold back, switching characters with each round and executing various impressive maneuvers that left the hefty fellow in tears. He conceded, "Master, I wish to learn from you. Friendly sparring is fine, but no need for master-disciple relationships. Then, can we be friends? Sure, let us get acquainted. I'm Lin Baiyao. I'm Chaomingda. Are you certain you genuinely wish to be friends?" The hefty fellow appeared to have encountered this skepticism before, calmly producing his second-generation plastic ID, pointing to his name and the official seal. "Look, Chaomingda, certified by the state, authenticity guaranteed." Lin Baiyao gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "That name is impressive. My name isn't impressive. My brother's name is the real deal." Chaomingda beamed with pride, declaring, "My brother is named Chao Zhomo." As Cao Cao said, "One should have sons like Sun Zhomo." "Goodness, your father seems to have captured both Cao Cao and Sun Quan in one fell swoop." Lin Baiyao respectfully inquired, "What is your esteemed name, uncle?" "Chao Bei," came the reply. "Understood. If the three kingdoms had a fan club, your entire family would be fervent admirers." Engaging in both sparring and casual banter with Chaomingda, as night fell, he had to leave for some urgent matter, agreeing to rendezvous another day for further merriment. Chu Gang returned from outside, instructing his younger brother to keep an eye on the venue. He mounted the large Yong 100 bending beam motorcycle parked at the entrance and declared, "Let us go. I've found the place to open the market. And I'll take you to broaden your horizons." The large Yong motorcycle was all the rage in the 90s. Yet this Model S imported engine cost around 13,000 yuan, a sum unattainable for the average worker. Only someone like Chu Gang, who was rather unconventional, young, and quick to earn money, could afford such a lavish spectacle. Chu Gang asked, "Brother, do you have a helmet?" It was the instinct of a reborn individual, cherishing life. Did Andy Lau wear a helmet in the movie If Heaven Has Feelings when he rode the motorcycle and had a nosebleed? No. Do you understand? Real men do not wear helmets. Lin Baiyao, seated behind him, couldn't he help but roll his eyes. "Brother, given your profession, shouldn't you prefer watching gangster films? Why are you so intrigued by romantic dramas?" Furthermore, the climax of Andy Lau's scene focused on the nosebleed. Wearing a helmet would only be seen by ghosts. The motorcycle sped westward, the wind slicing across their faces. The youthful boy's luscious hair resembled cascading silk floating through the galaxy. The city lacked the towering skyscrapers and dazzling light pollution of the future. The dim yellow streetlights sufficed to illuminate the path beneath them, while in the distance, the interplay of light and shadow revealed both prosperity and decay. Passers-by, upon hearing the roar of the motorcycle, cast envious glances before swiftly vanishing into the darkness behind. Lin Baiyao squinted against the wind. The past and present, once and future, intertwined in a marvelous and fortunate tapestry. The marvel lay in the fact that he was not himself, yet the fortune resided in the truth that he still was. Arriving at the entrance of a narrow alley deep within the western city, Chu Gang halted the large Yang motorcycle and announced, "We've arrived." This was a common alley in the urban-rural fringe, lined with a few small establishments offering services like haircuts, pedicures, and shoe repairs, all run by familiar faces. At the far end sat a billiard hall, with 20 to 30 tables. The decor was too shabby to mention, merely providing more shelter than the outdoors. However, since the World Cup began, this humble locale had inexplicably come alive with activity. "Brother, are you running low on funds lately?" Lin Baiyao casually asked as he dismounted. Chu Gang turned, his eyes filled with curiosity. "How did you know?" Standing beside the motorcycle, Lin Baiyao replied, "I heard from others that your closest friend was injured while saving you and is still in a coma. The medical expenses are likely around 200,000. Additionally, your mother is battling cancer, and the costs of her chemotherapy and medications are no small matter." Your sister just took her college entrance examination. If she performs well, her tuition and living expenses will be another burden, all of this resting on your shoulders. You've poured all your money into these matters, even considering selling your beloved motorcycle. Chu Gang refrained from probing further, as these concerns were hardly secrets. Far too many people around him were already aware. He did not meet Lin Baiyao's gaze, turning his head away with a low voice, stating, "Money is not an issue. There will always be a way to resolve it." "And how do you intend to resolve it? Borrow from Boss Lee at the arcade? We're talking about hundreds of thousands, a considerable sum. Have you ever pondered the immense cost required to persuade someone to lend you money?" A flicker of struggle crossed Chu Gang's eyes, and for the first time, his usually resolute and spirited visage revealed a hint of despondency as he replied, "You are still young. You don't understand." "I understand. Life is full of hardships, and money is hard to earn. A few tens of thousands can lead to grievous consequences, while hundreds of thousands can compel many to risk everything." Lin Baiyao's tone had never been this sincere as he asserted, "Brother Gang, it is not worth it for the sake of money. Trust me, listen to me tonight. In just one night, I will secure 300,000 for you." Chu Gang felt a moment of disorientation, suddenly sensing that Lin Baiyao seemed different from before. His manner of speaking and acting exhibited an unusual maturity for his age and an enigmatic depth. This was not something that could be feigned. Without sufficient experience and unwavering confidence, he could not deceive the discerning eye honed by years in society. "You have watched me grow since childhood. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are like brothers. I will not hide it from you. My father was deceived and owes Boss who of East City 30,000 in high-interest loans, and with the accumulating interest, it has likely surpassed 100,000 by now." "Who?" At the mention of this name, Chu Gang's expression turned grave. "That man is as relentless as a stubborn adhesive. How did Lin Uncle get entangled with him? You know whose character, failing to repay him, could lead to utter ruin. Tonight is my sole opportunity. If I win, it will resolve both my troubles and yours. If I lose, I will simply return to the status quo. Brother Gang, are you willing to take the risk?" Silence ensued. A profound stillness. Then, unexpectedly, Chu Gang agreed more readily than anticipated. Yet, this was within Lin Baiyao's expectations. A person with no alternatives, unless they consent to undertake that fateful endeavor proposed by Boss Lee, would have no choice but to gamble on a desperate hope. In moments of despair, the adrenaline rush can cloud reason and judgment, leading one to succumb to persuasive and enticing rhetoric, ultimately deceiving oneself into a final gamble. "What do you plan to do?" "From this moment on, I shall be known as Jia Yuxuan, originally from Dongjiang, a Macanese. My family operates a small establishment, and I have returned to Dongjiang to pay respects to my ancestors. I have heard that I am acquainted with your family's Boss Lee and wish to witness the underground market of Dongjiang." Chapter 4. Mr. Jia's personal performance. With Chu Gang leading the way, they encountered little trouble upon entering. Inside, more than 50 men and women were engaged in billiards. Upon seeing Lin Baiyao and his companion, strikingly handsome and impeccably dressed, several flirtatious women whistled in their direction. Chu Gang maintained a stern expression, while Lin Baiyao graciously smiled back at the women, inciting an even more fervent chorus of whistles. The duo traversed the billiard hall and exited through the back door into a small courtyard. To the right of the courtyard was a restroom, while the left housed a kitchen that provided boxed meals for customers. Within the kitchen storage room was an iron door with a small window. Chu Gang knocked in a specific rhythm. The small window of the iron door slid open, revealing an elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and his gaze cautious, inquiring, "What do you want?" "It's too hot outside. I heard it's cool inside." "Who told you that?" Chu Gang provided a name. The old man lowered his guard and inquired, "How long do you plan to stay cool?" "About 4 hours," came the reply. With a clang, the iron door swung open. The old man, revealing his yellowed teeth, chuckled. "According to the rules, we must first verify the points." Chu Gang unzipped Lin Baiyao's backpack filled with money, and the old man glanced inside before sealing the door once more, stating, "You may proceed. There are many people tonight. Wishing you prosperity." As they descended the spiraling concrete staircase, approximately 3 flights down, Lin Baiyao found himself in an opulently decorated expansive space. About 30 to 40 sofas, partitioned for privacy, were arranged in rows, and 2 large-screen televisions broadcasted simultaneously, ensuring that everyone could see the visuals clearly from every angle. The basement was dimly lit. obscuring faces unless one dared to approach the sofas closely, risking a confrontation. A stunning waitress clad in a qipao guided Chu Gang and Lin Baiyao to a sofa in the southwest corner. Chu Gang gestured for Lin Baiyao to sit first while he took the money to exchange for chips. These chips were not the usual circular or square tokens. They were redwood plaques inscribed with numerical designations, correlating to their wagers for the night. After the competition, funds could be redeemed based on these plaques and a secret incision, meaning that loss was inconsequential. Without knowledge of the incision, no one could withdraw money from the dealer. Safety was paramount. 2 hours before the start, the dealer successfully closed the betting. Lin Baiyao whispered, "There is a proposal in my bag. Please hand it to the person in charge here." Chu Gang opened the backpack, revealing several pre-prepared documents, casting a questioning glance at Lin Baiyao. "Go on, I'll explain outside. For now, just deliver the items to the person in charge." Chu Gang recalled Lin Baiyao's earlier instruction to ask fewer questions and act more, nodding silently in agreement. Waiting is the ultimate test of one's character. Lin Baiyao sat on the sofa, resembling an isolated Buddha, neither arrogant nor impatient, neither sorrowful nor jubilant. The basement buzzed with over 100 people, their whispers rising and falling like waves. Occasionally, snippets of conversation from nearby sofas drifted over, but every word revolved around betting odds and outcomes. When a passion transforms into a life-and-death financial game, the exhilaration and emotion brought by the world's premier sport dissipate, leaving only the greed and confusion of desire and pursuit. This is human nature, an eternal cycle that cannot be eradicated or avoided. After an indeterminate period, the qipao-clad waitress approached silently, leaning close, her voice soft and melodic. "Sir, please follow me." Lin Baiyao rose, inhaling deeply. The woman's alluring fragrance stimulated the release of dopamine in his brain, igniting both excitement and determination. Whether he could amass sufficient capital tonight depended on the persuasive skills he had honed over time. The complexity of this endeavor was due to the high odds on the Asian handicap. Even a victory would yield only six-fold returns. Transforming 40,000 into 240,000 would not resolve the challenges faced by him and Chu Gang. Furthermore, the East River market currently lacked Asian handicap betting options. If one path is blocked, another must be sought. When one is impoverished, transformation is essential. Through change, one finds a way forward. Otherwise, why are there so many street performers on Guangxing Street? Because on days when ice cannot be consumed, these performers can still ply their trade. Through a labyrinth of concealed doors and narrow corridors that barely accommodate a single person, one arrives at a modest room of approximately 20 square meters, occupied solely by Chu Gang and a disheveled middle-aged man seated behind a redwood desk. He gazes at Lin Baiyao with excitement, eagerly approaching and extending his hands, exclaiming with warmth, "Brother Chu, why not introduce this esteemed guest?" Chu Gang quickly interjects, "This is Mr. Jia, just returned from Macau." "Mr. Jia, this is Mr. Lu Yiqing, who is in charge of tonight's arrangements." Lu Yiqing modestly responds, "Oh, Brother Chu, you flatter me. I too merely follow orders, playing my part at most." He shakes Lin Baiyao's hand vigorously, stating, "Mr. Jia is from Macau? No wonder. His understanding of this profession far surpasses us provincial folk who have yet to see the world. I hope you will offer your guidance in the future." "Please, Mr. Lu." "No need for such formality," Lin Baiyao replies with a self-deprecating smile. "I apologize, Mr. Lu. I have spent so long in Macau that I am not yet accustomed to the mainland's ways. My speech tends to carry an accent." Lu Yiqing, being in this line of work, possesses at least a basic understanding of Macau, where 3 languages, Cantonese, Portuguese, and English, are commonly spoken. Lin Baiyao's Cantonese is remarkably authentic, his pronunciation akin to that of a native, thereby solidifying his identity. This is attributed to his exceptional linguistic talent, as well as his former university roommate and the places he worked and lived post-graduation, which in some sense also qualify as street performers. Lu Yiqing harbors no suspicions. The esteemed Li Da, the owner of the #1 entertainment hall, possesses a fortune exceeding 10 million and is a prominent figure in Dongjiang. The subtle implications from Chu Gang suggest a connection between Mr. Jia and Li Da, assuring that his background is undoubtedly credible. Moreover, the plan for the betting market operations could only stem from someone deeply acquainted with this industry. Such talent is rare outside of Macau. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yiqing cannot resist inquiring about the plan. Lin Baiyao inwardly smiles, sensing the bait has been taken, while maintaining an outward calmness. Mr. Liu, the current betting options you provide, win, lose, or draw, are rather monotonous and lack excitement. Most crucially, the betting is closed 2 hours before the match, with no rolling odds in between, making it impossible to adjust promptly. If, for instance, an excessive number of bets are placed on Brazil to win, the bookmaker's position could become overly burdensome, leading to potential losses. Liu Yiqing listens intently, recognizing this as a perplexing issue he has been grappling with. The World Cup finals ought to be a lucrative endeavor, yet the current betting conditions are far from favorable for the bookmakers. Thus, upon seeing the plan, he was eager to consult Lin Baiyao, hoping to glean some profound insights. Please, Mr. Jia, enlighten us. To mitigate risk, it is imperative to diversify the betting options. Diversification? It involves spreading the risk. For instance, in addition to betting on win, lose, or draw, one could wager on which team scores first, which team kicks off first, and extend betting to the full 90 minutes, extra time, or even whether a certain star player will appear on camera. Betting on players' hairstyles is also an option. Liu Yiqing's eyes sparkled with illumination as he struggled to swallow, his brain seemingly deprived of oxygen. It felt as if a single step forward could unveil the gateway to a new world. There were discussions of the betting board, the sizes of the balls, corner kicks, yellow cards, the number of goals scored by a single team, and so forth. Mr. Liu, the times are advancing. The methods of betting must also evolve, particularly your practice of closing bets before the matches begins, which is rather foolish. Over in Macau, live betting has gained immense popularity during this World Cup. This was not merely Liu Yiqing's folly. Rather, it was a reflection of the fact that it was not until May 1998, merely 2 months prior, that the now-renowned Asian betting market was established, inventively creating the Asian handicap betting system. Subsequently, as the World Cup rapidly gained traction across nations, it gradually became the benchmark for Asian betting, with terminologies such as betting lines, water levels, and other specialized jargon only being adopted in the secondary markets a year or two later, slowly familiarizing the betting enthusiasts. In July, in Dongjiang, there was still no qualification or channel to adopt the Asian betting system. Thus, whenever Lin Baiyao introduced a new term, Liu Yiqing's mind would momentarily suffocate. This was not only a stroke of genius, but also a gateway to substantial wealth. Mr. Jia, what is live betting? Lin Baiyao smiled silently. Chapter 5. The God of Wealth always stands by my side. Liu Yiqing understood that this was a proprietary strategy. Acquiring it without some form of sacrifice would be rather challenging. Mr. Jia, whatever requests you may have, do not hesitate to express them. What I cannot accomplish, my superiors certainly can. Well, my family intends for me to take over the business. However, I have only recently graduated from university, lacking experience and the authority to command respect. During this visit to Dongjiang, I heard from Mr. Chu that the World Cup celebrations here are quite lively, which sparked a somewhat immature idea in me. I plan to use your esteemed location as a pilot project. Lin Baiyao spoke nonchalantly. If successful, I will promote it similarly upon my return to Macau, his tone imbued with newfound confidence. Of course, if it proves burdensome for Mr. Liu, I do not wish to impose. I will wager according to the rules, and the outcome is inconsequential. Liu Yiqing hesitated. Mr. Jia had only vaguely introduced some concepts. Although he was not entirely comprehending, these notions appeared like an endless expanse of golden money trees in a dark wilderness, shining brilliantly, revealing boundless opportunities. If he could further cultivate a friendship with Mr. Jia and receive detailed guidance, the revenue in his jurisdiction would multiply exponentially, thereby enhancing his standing before his superiors. Mr. Liu, do you not wish to know whether the methods I mentioned are practical? Are there any operational loopholes? And, ultimately, can they be profitable? This question was akin to a devil's temptation, coupled with the inherent risk-taking spirit of those in this trade. Liu Yiqing gritted his teeth and replied, how does Mr. Jia propose we pilot this? If it lies within my authority, I am willing to provide comprehensive assistance. Mr. Liu need not be anxious. The process is quite simple. According to my plan, I will gamble with those external parties. If I win, your share will not be less than the current figure. If I lose, I will be losing my own money, and your party will incur no losses, while still being able to profit. Liu Yiqing was taken aback and exclaimed, Mr. Jia, there are at least 5 million in funds outside. Of course, I cannot accept 5 million. Lin Baiyao smiled shyly and replied, I will only take on a volume of 800,000. I have calculated the odds derivative. Even if misfortune strikes, leading to more losses than wins, I would only be liable for a maximum of 3 million. This amount is a mere trifle that I can afford to lose. He was cautious and not at all greedy. Given that the liability cap was set at 3 million, with Chu Gang and the unsuspecting tool, Boss Li, still within Lu Yiqing and the puppet master's acceptable range, any further demands would likely require him to provide proof of funds and sufficient guarantees. Apart from the 40,000 he intercepted from Lin Baiyao couldn't even spare 300. Thus, the first principle of deception is, one must not be overly greedy. The greedy are always left destitute. Lu Yiqing, being a man of the scene, knew that in Dongjiang, few had the audacity to speak of 3 million as pocket money. Moreover, that talk of odds derivatives sounded impressively sophisticated. It was no surprise that the wealthy scion from Macau possessed both courage and eloquence, along with ideas and knowledge, yet most importantly, he acted prudently and understood the necessity of piloting projects externally before implementing them at home. Aside from having heard of the nation's special zones and pilot projects, who had ever encountered such initiatives in other industries? Truly remarkable. No wonder individuals from the 1990s are endearingly naive. They have not been stained by the overwhelming waves of fraud nor bombarded by the astronomical information of the internet, and thus, they were easily duped by Lin Baiyao. Lu Yiqing regarded him with a hint of respect and, with genuine admiration, said, "Mr. Jia, please have a seat. I must make a phone call." After a brief 5-minute consultation, Lu Yiqing returned with a broad smile, declaring, "I have agreed to Mr. Jia's terms." He indeed did not mention proof of funds, as the person was present and could not escape. The most vital factor was that he genuinely believed Lin Baiyao's words. The young heir was not concerned about this 3 million in pocket change. With Lu Yiqing's endorsement, persuading those friends outside would be exceedingly simple. This is Mr. Jia from Macau, representing his family, here to assess our Dongjiang market. He has also brought with him a new gameplay from Macau's freshly launched lottery, and tonight, he wishes to enlighten everyone. Someone shouted, "President Lu, what is this new gameplay? Is it thrilling?" Lu Yiqing chuckled, "If it's not thrilling, why play at all? Everyone, please quiet down and listen as Mr. Jia shares with you." Lu Yiqing stepped back, allowing Lin Baiyao to take center stage. The light from the ceiling illuminated him partially, casting shadows. Wearing a fisherman's hat with a lowered brim and sunglasses, his face was obscured, yet he exuded an aura of mystery that piqued everyone's curiosity. Gentlemen, the gambling industry is developing rapidly worldwide, and we in Asia have fallen somewhat behind, particularly in Dongjiang, where we lag significantly. For instance, in tonight's finals, the betting options are merely win, lose, or draw. It's akin to a beautiful woman who can only strike 3 poses. I dare say you would grow weary of such monotony. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Thus, for the sake of excitement, we must learn to develop new strategies. To earn money, we must also adapt to the times. This time, I bring to you from Macau the most fashionable, exhilarating, thrilling, and rational gameplay that promises the highest profitability. The pool is modest, merely 800,000, and it operates on a first-come, first-served basis. I will facilitate the connection, with Mr. Lu providing guarantees. Over the past 2 years, as everyone has gambled, the focus has solely been on win, lose, or draw, which has become exceedingly tiresome. As Lin Baiyao aptly stated, when they subsequently hear Lin Baiyao unveil those unheard-of new variations, they are all exuberantly excited, especially upon realizing the pool's limited amount of 800,000, causing a frenzied rush that nearly overwhelms the beautiful attendant responsible for registration. According to the odds meticulously designed by Lin Baiyao, various insinuations subtly entice participants to wager on Brazil. Lu Yiqing has tailored the betting lines specifically for this pool, allowing bets on the teams scoring in each half, the total number of goals, the count of red and yellow cards, as well as the correct score, among other options. Lin Baiyao does not serve as the house, but rather as the intermediary. Lu Yiqing provides a platform akin to the later Taobao, facilitating secure transactions between buyers and sellers while merely extracting a commission, thus incurring zero risk. These odds, are they not a gift of fortune to us? Indeed, Mr. Jia, being youthful, fails to grasp the essence of the match. What is the essence? The essence is Brazil's inevitable victory. Listening to the discussions and observing the incredulous gazes directed towards Lin Baiyao, Lu Yiqing discreetly wipes the sweat from his brow. However, there is a Mr. Wang, who is characteristically unconventional, deciding to stake 100,000 on the correct score, audaciously betting against Brazil with a prediction of 0-2 in favor of France. Should he lose, it would be painful for him, but bearable. Yet, if he wins, it would yield 6 times the odds, resulting in a substantial profit of 600,000. As for why he did not bet on 0-3, it is because Lin Baiyao possesses absolute insider knowledge and cunningly set the correct score only at Brazil versus France 0-2, claiming that this scoreline is already quite absurd. Everyone concurs. As the clock strikes 3, the match commences, and the resonant anthem of the Cup of Life echoes, with the world's fans placing their hopes on Ronaldo, who appears to be in a daze as Brazil struggles to even find the ball, being thoroughly dominated and toyed with by France. The atmosphere in the basement remains tolerable, as it is merely the beginning. At the 26th minute, Zidane capitalizes on a corner kick opportunity, heading the ball into the net, igniting the fervor of the French fans in the stands, who clutch their roosters in jubilation. Brazil, France 0-1. The mood in the basement begins to shift towards despair, as those who bet on the correct score of France scoring none are now out of the game. However, due to the new gameplay introduced by Lin Baiyao, even if the correct score is lost, other betting options, such as the tally of red and yellow cards, remain available, sustaining their enthusiasm and anticipation. This sensation indeed proves to be more exhilarating than merely betting on win, lose, or draw. When the 46th minute arrives during stoppage time, Zidane scores again with a header. 0-2. The French fans in front of the television erupt with a thunderous roar. The basement gradually succumbs to an eerie silence. Only Mr. Wang's eyes widen, emitting a frantic crowing akin to a rooster. Lin Baiyao and Liu Yiqing return to the office, maintaining an air of nonchalance, wholly unfazed by the unfolding drama on the field. In Liu Yiqing's eyes, there was a certain air of opulence that rendered such trifling sums insignificant, evoking both envy and admiration within him. Chu Gang's heart raced, his gaze fixated on the live broadcast, yearning for just one more goal in the second half to eliminate the high-stakes bettor, Mr. Wang, which would yield immense profits. Was there a more lucrative avenue to wealth than this? Lin and Liu, engrossed in their private conversation on the adjacent sofa, paid little heed to the match. They discussed rolling odds, which fluctuated with the game's progression, betting on halftime, full-time, or even the outcome of penalty shootouts should the game end in a draw. Betting was permissible from before the match commenced until 5 minutes before its conclusion. However, this required substantial data support, necessitating the expertise of proficient actuaries. From time to time, Lin Baiyao's voice, laced with a mix of Cantonese and English, could be heard alongside Liu Yiqing's expressions of astonishment and praise, indicating their lively discourse. During the halftime break, waitresses in the basement served tea and pastries. Disappointment permeated the air, with someone exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, isn't Ronaldo the world footballer? His performance pales in comparison to Fan Z. This is all bought by capital, match fixing, devoid of integrity. Oh no, it's all gone. I refuse to believe it. There's still the second half. God bless, Brazil will surely prevail. Yes, Brazil must win. What use is divine intervention? We ought to seek blessings from Guanyin Bodhisattva and Taishang Laojun." Chu Gang fervently clenched his fist, beseeching, "May the master of the Zhengyi Xiantan bless us. France must win. France must win." Are we invoking divine intervention? Lin Baiyao stifled a laugh. Although he and Chu Gang had previously enjoyed a good relationship, they had never collaborated. Only witnessing his serious demeanor as an elder brother, he was surprised to discover such a humorous side. Nonetheless, seeking the wealth god was indeed prudent. For Guanyin salvages in times of peril, while Laojun forges iron, wealth was beyond their concern. As the second half commenced, Brazil's substitutions failed to break the deadlock. Just when hope began to dwindle, in the 67th minute, Francis de Sailly, during a counterattack from a corner kick, surged into Brazil's half and, unnecessarily, received a second yellow card, leading to his expulsion. Brazil's opportunity had arrived. Cheers erupted in the basement, reflective of the bettor's decorum and self-restraint. Yet at this moment, loud shouts served as the best outlet for their tension and anxiety. An opportunity signified a glimmer of hope to transform colossal losses into substantial wealth. The allure of gambling lay in the uncertainty. Until the very end, one could not ascertain victory or defeat. Regrettably, disappointment loomed as, even in the fierce battle until the 90th minute, Brazil, facing a France team reduced to 10 men, found no opportunities, with their most threatening shot merely striking the crossbar. Perhaps, in that instant, Brazil and the national team shared a profound understanding. Alas, Chu Gang lamented, striking the sofa with frustration. 0-2. A loss of 600,000. And with other bets, it's not just a matter of profit. Even the original capital of 40,000 is insufficient. Tonight may very well be our last. He suddenly broke into a sweat, as though awakening from a peculiar frenzy. Why did he heed the words of a mere high school student and permit him to engage in such perilous endeavors, while he himself was unafraid of death? What would he say to Uncle Lin and Aunt Sure if something happened to Baiyao? Lu Yiqing felt a twinge of pity for Lin Baiyao. Yet his primary concern was not victory or defeat, but rather the operability of the rules at play. Mr. Jia, it seems I must impose upon you, he remarked. Lin Baiyao remained unfazed, sipping his tea and softly asserting, there's no rush. We shall score during injury time. Trust me. The god of wealth has always been on my side. Chu Gang looked up in astonishment, while Lu Yiqing's gaze remained fixed on Lin Baiyao's face. 92 minutes. The injury time had commenced. With the room echoing with thunderous cheers, France scored again. The final whistle blew. Brazil 0, France 3. Chapter 6. Legends of the Jianghu. As the match concluded, Chu Gang gazed at Lin Baiyao as if beholding a living deity. He was aware of Lin Baiyao's background, and thus the overwhelming impact of reality transcended his understanding, leaving him even more astounded. Lu Yiqing was somewhat less awestruck than Chu Gang. He did not believe in deities, only in the inevitability that lay behind chance. There was certainly something amiss. He immediately imagined a melodramatic narrative of a billionaire's heir embroiled in familial strife, fleeing to the streets, relying on insider information from a loyal family servant to earn pocket money in the underground betting scene. In a World Cup final, such a scoreline raised questions. Who would believe there was no foul play? Even a ghost would be amused. As a professional and a football enthusiast, Lu Yiqing felt a surge of indignation that overshadowed his professional decorum. However, after his moment of outrage, a realization struck him. The match fixing was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the caliber of the family that could acquire such detailed information about the game in advance. Mr. Jia was certainly not the ordinary second-generation rich kid he claimed to be. He was a genuine heavyweight. How discreet. Lu Yiqing's demeanor became markedly more respectful, his eyes betraying an indescribable mix of excitement and apprehension. He knew he must cater to this young master. There might be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Building upon his imaginative narrative, Lu Yiqing provided the most convenient support for the final reckoning. The betting lines set by Lin Baiyao, aside from a few missteps, were nearly all triumphant. With 800,000 in the pool, he pocketed 720,000. According to the rules, a standard 3% processing fee applied. Yes. It was quite exploitative, siphoning off the winnings through controlled odds and then extracting fees from the victors. Yet, it was safe, devoid of disputes, and free from the fear of repercussions. No winner would quibble over such a fee. Lin Baiyao had promised 5%, but Lu Yiqing only accepted 20,000, clearly intending to foster their friendship. With 700,000 in hand, combined with the original 40,000, Lin Baiyao now possessed 740,000. Instilling within him a newfound sense of confidence. Money, after all, is a man's superpower. With wealth comes courage and vigor, allowing one to attract the attention of many admirers. However, the basement did not resemble the somber scenarios that Lin Baiyao had envisioned. Although most individuals were quite disheartened and in low spirits, they maintained a semblance of rationality, unlike the humorous anecdotes suggesting a queue to the rooftop. Politely declining Lu Yiqing's insistence on treating him to dinner, Lin Baiyao conveyed that he had already shared nearly all he knew. The remaining aspects required Mr. Lu's gradual refinement and practical application. What works in Macau may not necessarily suit Dongjiang. Only solutions tailored to local conditions yield the greatest profits. This sentiment was later transcribed by a renowned calligrapher from Dongjiang, framed, and hung in the office for daily contemplation. Subsequently, through the word of mouth of fellow players, tales began to circulate in Dongjiang about the legendary gambler from Macau who had graced them with his presence, making a modest profit before gracefully withdrawing. Particularly, Mr. Wang, having lost money, held Mr. Jia in high regard, considering it a lifelong honor to have had the opportunity to wager against him. Mr. Jia, adorned with a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, was depicted standing in the interplay of light and shadow, inspiring some players to create a sculpture in his likeness, which they worshipped, hoping for good fortune in gambling. As the story evolved, it morphed into a myth about fertility. It was said that touching certain parts of the sculpture would lead to conception, and the rumor gained traction. The two departed the alley quietly and returned home. Lin Baiyao voiced his concerns, to which Chu Gang explained, "Those who frequently partake in such games have grown accustomed to the ebb and flow of wins and losses. A loss this time does not preclude a future victory. They are not so fragile. Moreover, a person without wealth losing tens of thousands is unlikely to face ruin, while one with resources losing hundreds of thousands is even less likely to find themselves in dire straits. Those who ultimately go bankrupt have often faced numerous losses before this one. Given that we have taken 70,000, could it cause you trouble? After all, it was you, Chu Gang, who stepped into the spotlight and solidified Jia Yuxuan's identity. You were also the one who discreetly brought in Boss Li from the #1 recreation hall. Lin Baiyao could easily hide away, but Chu Gang could not evade the consequences. This night, millions of funds were likely circulating throughout Dongjiang and its neighboring cities. And there would inevitably be individuals betting against France's prosperity. Our 70,000 may seem substantial, yet in the grand scheme, it is negligible. No one is overly concerned. Additionally, the unexpected outcome of the finals meant that the bookmakers ultimately reaped the benefits, far exceeding their initial expectations. In other words, all parties emerged victorious, except for the majority of players who were left feeling exploited. With the assurance of safety, Lin Baiyao placed 300,000 on the table, pushing it towards Chu Gang with a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Gang, may our collaboration be fruitful." Chu Gang gazed intently at the money, his expression somewhat contorted. After a moment, he resolutely pushed the money back, stating, "I contributed nothing tonight. I cannot accept this." He then patted Lin Baiyao on the shoulder and remarked, "Baiyao, my eyes are renowned for their discernment on the streets. I have never misjudged a person. You will undoubtedly achieve great things. However, do not engage in such matters again. Too much water may lead to wet shoes." Chu Gang, loyal and unready, proved to be a capable and trustworthy individual. Lin Baiyao's lips curled into a smile as he pushed the money forward once more, saying, "Not just for you, but for your brothers who are in desperate need of help. 200,000 for the surgery, 80,000 for the elderly's chemotherapy and medications, and the remaining 20,000 is for his sister's tuition for 4 years. Chu Gang's fingertips nearly pierced his palm. He was genuinely in dire need of funds for a life-saving cause and was not one to feign sentimentality. He lifted his head and solemnly replied, "All right, consider the money alone. I will certainly repay it in the future." Lin Baiyao chuckled, "Sure, let it be a loan. No need to rush with the repayment." This was meant to put Chu Gang at ease. He then retrieved an additional 60,000 from his bag and handed it over, saying, "Brother whose high-interest loan. Please find someone to facilitate this. I can only offer 30,000, and the other 30,000 should be used to seek a reliable person to speak on our behalf. Inform Brother who that he and Chun Hongbao set a trap, deceiving my father into signing an ambiguous contract. He cannot escape responsibility for that. However, since it is a matter of black and white and signatures have been affixed, I acknowledge it. But if he becomes too greedy, I would rather invest hundreds of thousands to take him down than fear the consequences." A fierce glint flashed in Chu Gang's eyes as he replied, "Rest assured, if he proves uncooperative, I will ensure that 60,000 will suffice to handle him." Lin Baiyao shook his head, saying, "Brother Gang, what did you just advise me? Avoid violence. Issues that can be resolved with money are not problems. When dealing with someone like Brother who clings like a stubborn plaster, there will be ample opportunities in the future." At this initial stage, Lin Baiyao preferred to settle matters amicably with money, knowing that he would eventually make Brother who pay back manifold. Understood. Chu Gang departed with the money, heading directly to the hospital to pay for his brother's medical expenses, and then began attending to the tasks Lin Baiyao had assigned. Lin Baiyao slept until afternoon and then visited Lin Jingdao at the detention center. According to regulations, individuals in Lin Jingdao's situation were allowed only one visitation, and family members were generally not permitted to see him. He swiftly approached the officer in charge, offering 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes, and successfully secured 10 minutes of visiting time. At this point, Lin Jingdao was already aware of the competition results, appearing utterly despondent. His gaze was vacant and lifeless as he stared blankly at Lin Baiyao, as if under a spell or devoid of vitality. "Dad, please don't blame me. I went to Chen's liquor store yesterday. Chen Hongbao has run away to escape his debts. I managed to retrieve your black bag." Indeed, Chen Hongbao had fled, burdened with debts, dragging Lin Baiyao into the mire in a desperate attempt to offset his obligations to brotherhood. If he hadn't escaped, he likely would have been consumed by other creditors. What did you say? Lin Baiyao, lost in thought, appeared as though he hadn't comprehended Lin Baiyao's words. I said I couldn't find Chunhongbao at the Lihao liquor store, but I brought the black bag back home, intact. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Baiyao dull eyes, vividly illustrating the transition from despair to rebirth. He seized Lin Baiyao's arm, exclaiming, "You brought back the bag? Is the money inside?" "Yes, indeed. I secretly opened it and counted. There are 40,000, not a penny less." "Ah ha 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 ha." Tears streamed down Lin Baiyao face as he covered it with his hands, choking back his emotions. "May Lord Guan bless me. I promise to live a good life from now on, never to gamble again, never to gamble again." This is precisely why Lin Baiyao was eager to meet Lin Baiyao. Even if it meant presenting a gift, any delay could diminish his spirit. After enduring a morning of torment and lessons, especially from his father, whose blood ties are undeniable, he felt it was imperative to act swiftly. The next day, Lin Baiyao concluded his detention and returned home, first using mugwort to dispel any ill fortune. He rushed to the bedroom to check his black leather bag, and indeed, there was a neatly arranged sum of 40,000. He couldn't help but smile foolishly for quite some time until Lin Baiyao, calling out that he was hungry, emerged from the bedroom, joyfully announcing, "Dad is going to showcase a culinary skill, stir-fried kidney, a great tonic." Lin Baiyao replied, "I'm still young. My kidneys are quite healthy. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Chapter 7. Walking the path of others. While Lin Baiyao busied himself in the kitchen, Lin Baiyao languished in the living room, bored and watching television. In those days, East River could only receive about 20 or 30 television channels, and to know when a particular program would air, one had to purchase a television guide in advance, which printed a complete schedule. Timing was crucial. If one missed a show, the next opportunity could be far off. This was a unique hallmark of the era. With the advent of the information age, the multitude of ways to obtain information paradoxically diminished the joy of anticipation and waiting. Lin Baiyao sat up, noticing a Mingchen television set tucked beneath the TV cabinet. This was produced by the East River Electronics Factory, which had once enjoyed a significant market share locally and in surrounding areas. However, in 1997, the fierce and brutal price war initiated by Edo and Shinka led to the closure of over 200 factories nationwide, including the East River Electronics Factory, which had to clear its stock at low prices and pivot by the end of 97. To be frank, the technological content of these products was not high. The core technology relied heavily on imports, and domestic manufacturers competed solely through marketing and distribution. Those who could boast would profit. Those who could control the channels would reap substantial rewards. Nonetheless, the market's supremacy was not misplaced. Only the most talented could survive the fierce competition. The Mingchen produced by East River Electronics was of reasonably good quality, yet being a regional brand, it was susceptible to collateral damage during market upheavals. When the market thrived, it could share in the spoils, but during tough times, it crumbled easily, its resilience nearly non-existent. In February of this year, Lin Baiyao had purchased one at the lowest price and simultaneously began amassing a collection of various film and television DVDs. Just 4 months later, there were already dozens of discs at home, all, without exception, pirated. Such was the reality in the 1990s. There was no other choice. Lin Baiyao squatted on the floor, opening a large red plastic box filled with discs, exclaiming, "Goodness!" The titles included Rich and Noble Troop, The Tiger is Out, Bloodshed in the Wind and Cloud, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, The One-Eyebrow Taoist, Happy Ghost, and many more, with the remainder predominantly from Master Lin's zombie series. This phenomenon was tied to the mysterious zombie events in Sichuan province in '95, which ignited an unprecedented level of fervent discussion among the populace. If it were to occur in modern times, it would undoubtedly dominate trending topics on various social media platforms. Moreover, this fervor was not a fleeting trend. It persisted into '98 and remained robust. The popularity of zombie-themed discs was thus entirely understandable. Besides the films, there were also numerous classic music albums in the household. Lin Baiyao expressed little interest in the quality of the visuals, noting that these films were merely classic oldies revered by later generations, lacking any allure. He preferred to listen to music instead. He casually retrieved a well-loved song and inserted it, the sound of the magnetic tape correcting itself filling the air, followed by the melody of Sister, You sit at the bow of the boat, while brother walks on the shore. This evoked memories of a bygone era, eliciting a knowing smile from him. A young lady clad in a revealing bikini gracefully strolled along the beach as the song and subtitles progressed. The camera began to zoom in on various parts of her figure, simultaneously indulging the ears and offering an appreciation for the art of the human form. He nearly forgot that the most popular music discs were filled with such attention-grabbing swimsuit models. However, he rated this particular young lady a mere 5 or 6 points. The entire production felt haphazard and straightforward, purely focused on allure without a hint of artistry or technique. As a seasoned connoisseur of the internet age, he found the quality of this imagery akin to a powerful king facing a stubborn bronze-level contender, failing to ignite any desire for battle. Suddenly, Lin Baiyao recalled the young lady from number 7 Guangxing Street, whose appearance, demeanor, figure, and professionalism utterly eclipsed that of the one on the screen. After all, Dongjiang has been renowned for its beautiful women since ancient times, famously proclaiming that within 10 paces, one is bound to find fragrant grass, a favored breeding ground for imperial concubine selections throughout history. He stroked his chin, a few thoughts flashing through his mind, and resolved to earn some quick money before the university semester commenced. With 740,000 in hand, he had lent Chu Gang 360,000, leaving him with 380,000. Although this seemed considerable, Lin Baiyao remembered a crucial juncture, one of the most significant opportunities since his rebirth, where he needed to amass sufficient funds before that point. The more, the better. After dining and exchanging pleasantries with Lin Jingdao, Lin Baiyao ventured out to find Chu Gang once more. They met again at the number 1 entertainment hall, where Chu Gang remarked, "I was just about to look for you. Brother who has finalized everything, we're even now. I've also retrieved the loan contract from Uncle Lin, 2 copies. The efficiency of this arrangement was impressive." Lin Baiyao took the contract, scrutinizing it carefully. Indeed, it bore Lin Jingdao's signature, though the content was riddled with traps designed to exploit the naivety of others. He lit a lighter, the flickering flame illuminating his handsome features, revealing a mysterious calmness and solemn authority. Chu Gang felt a tremor of unease. He could not fathom what Lin Baiyao had endured to become who he was now. Perhaps he had always been this way, only untested by adversity until now. Regardless, he could no longer regard Lin Baiyao merely as the neighbor's younger brother. He was now his benefactor. The flame extinguished, symbolizing the dissolution of calamities that had plagued the Lin family for years. This heralded a promising new beginning. Lin Baiyao suddenly inquired, "Do you have acquaintances at the Dongjiang Electronics Factory?" Without questioning his intentions, Chu Gang summoned a subordinate, saying, "Monkey, doesn't your cousin work at Dongjiang Electronics?" "Yes. That rundown factory on the brink of collapse, where they can't even pay salaries. My cousin is on the verge of starvation." Lin Baiyao interjected, "Which department?" "The sales department. No wonder he is starving." Since the Dongjiang Electronics Factory's gamble on Mingchun was eliminated from the market, its financial chain has completely collapsed, leaving unsold goods in its wake. Were it not for its state-owned identity and occasional financial lifelines from the city, it would have long since shuttered its doors. "Can we gather for dinner tonight to get acquainted? Brother Gang will join us. We have a small venture to discuss as partners." Chu Gang did not hesitate and replied, "Sure." They arranged to meet at a modest eatery near the electronics factory. The monkey's cousin, Chen Haoran, though not very tall, had an appealing appearance, exuding a friendly aura, especially with his intelligent gaze. Upon meeting, he courteously offered a cigarette. Chu Gang accepted, while Lin Baiyao politely declined, stating, "I don't smoke." Chen Haoran chuckled. "Neither do I. I just pretend." He casually pocketed the cigarette, attentively lighting one for Chu Gang while refraining from smoking himself. This small gesture endeared Lin Baiyao to him a bit more, prompting her to get straight to the point. "Are the machines at the factory still operational? I wish to produce a few master discs and then burn some CDs." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoran immediately grasped Lin Baiyao's intentions and said, "Since you are Brother Gang's friend, you are also my friend. We are all in this together. We can definitely make the master discs, and the burning is straightforward. The factory has a surplus of materials that we cannot process. I can facilitate this for you. We can agree on a price, and we can commence work tomorrow without any issues. However, my friend, dealing with colored discs carries substantial risks. Rest assured, I am only producing hit songs, nothing else." Lin Baiyao assured him. Chen Haoran paused, taken aback. He assumed that such an urgent request for factory collaboration must be backed by significant profits. In the CD industry, aside from dealing with risky content, what other lucrative opportunities exist? Currently, the market is flooded with small discs transported from the South, featuring various restricted visuals that sell out regardless of stock, albeit with considerable risk if the content lacks discretion. Yet, one must ponder, is there truly a risk-free industry that offers extraordinary profits accessible to the average person? My friend, I must advise you, the hit song genre has become quite saturated. The output is largely uniform, and the market is truly glutted. Investing your money now carries a significant risk of loss, and even if you do make a profit, it will be minimal. You might as well deposit it in a bank and earn interest. Lin Baiyao smiled and replied, I appreciate your concern, Brother Chun. However, my approach to hit songs differs from others. Consider it a playful venture. How much could I possibly lose? Oh, a wealthy individual. Chun Haoran seized the moment, realizing that he had made his point. If profits were gained, he would not be resented. If losses occurred, he would be remembered for his previous kindness. How much are you planning to invest? For now, 300,000, Lin Baiyao stated. Chun Haoran nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. 300,000? And that's just for now? What does 300,000 mean in 1998? In Dongjiang City, housing prices were still around 2 to 300 yuan per square meter, and properties in the Haidian district of the capital hovered around 2,000 yuan. With 300,000, Lin Baiyao could acquire over 1,000 square meters of prime real estate in Dongjiang City. Of course, over 1,000 square meters does not qualify one as a tycoon. But for the average individual, it represents an unattainable fortune. All right, it's your call. Chun Haoran ceased further discussion, promising to speak with the management first thing tomorrow. They are all acquaintances, and he does not engage in superficialities. He confided in Lin Baiyao, estimating that the negotiation would pose little difficulty. With a bit more persuasion, a friendly price could be achieved. The conversation then shifted from business matters to casual enjoyment, eating, drinking, and venting frustrations about leadership and infrastructure, while also indulging in gossip about local celebrities. This phenomenon reflects a broader societal norm among the populace, from the elderly at neighborhood entrances to the inebriated youth at night markets, and even to the uncles and aunts in the fields. There is always someone eager to discuss current affairs with great fervor. This could be viewed as a unique manifestation of distant concern for one's nation while remaining immersed in daily life. Lin Baiyao, however, held little interest in these topics, choosing instead to listen quietly, occasionally smiling, while primarily observing Chun Haoran, a man adept in social maneuvering, charmingly articulate, and skillful in his dealings. His humor was well-timed, fostering a lively atmosphere and swiftly bridging connections without overstepping boundaries, thereby avoiding discomfort or disdain. His subtle flattery seemed instinctive, always striking the right chord with others. Indeed, the sales department is a true crucible for talent. Chun Haoran resided in the family quarters of the electronics factory, not far from the gathering. After indulging in food and drink, he took his leave. Lin Baiyao inquired of Chu Gang's younger brother, Monkey, saying, Your cousin seems quite capable. Why does he remain at the electronics factory instead of seeking greater ventures? Oh, it's all because of my aunt, Monkey replied dismissively. She insists that the electronics factory is a stable job, that being a state employee carries prestige, making it easier to find a wife. Doesn't she realize what era we live in? Pathetic. In his view, the security of the electronics factory was long obsolete, especially compared to the freedom and respect he enjoyed while following Chu Gang in the world outside. But isn't it strange? He has been there for years and possesses talent. Why hasn't he secured a position of authority? Monkey reflected. If it were based on merit, he would have already been the sales department head, perhaps even the deputy factory manager. The unfortunate reality was that a few years ago, his cousin had been romantically involved with a beautiful newcomer to the factory, only to have her caught the eye of deputy factory manager Zheng, who had recently transferred in. Rumor had it that Zheng had taken advantage of her, leading to tensions that culminated in Monkey's cousin confronting Zheng and nearly facing legal repercussions. Had it not been for the factory manager's intervention, he would surely have lost his job. Monkey sighed deeply, feeling that his cousin's passionate outburst over a woman was not worth it. This was the first time Chu Gang had heard of this incident, and his expression darkened as he asked, what happened afterward? Afterward? Humph. That's why beautiful women are untrustworthy, cold and heartless. She initiated the breakup and vanished from the factory. Her whereabouts unknown. My cousin fell into a slump for quite some time, stifled under Zheng's pressure. These past few years have been nothing but a waiting game for the electronics factory to close down. Just so my aunt could have some closure before he sought another path. Lin Baiyao remained remarkably calm. Is this truly a matter of significance? It pales in comparison. Consider how, in a later era, certain leaders transformed their workplaces into harem-like environments. Human nature has always been thus. Otherwise, why would everyone aspire to lives of wealth and power? He cannot change human nature, but perhaps he can alter Chen Haoran's future. As they mounted Chu Gang's motorcycle, Monkey opted to return home on his own, and Lin Baiyao playfully remarked, "Brother Gang, how many women have you had on your back seat?" As Chu Gang revved the engine, he declared, "Those sitting in my back seat, you're the first." Lin Baiyao laughed heartily, replying, "Unfortunately, I'm not a woman." Amidst the roar of the motorcycle, Chu Gang's voice faded into the distant darkness. "Women are a hassle. Just look at Chen Haoran. And besides, I don't carry women on my bike. They would hinder my speed. That is something I cannot agree with. Without women, how can one race? Is it merely for self-entertainment, relying on imagination? I sense a hidden meaning in your words, Baiyao. You aren't truly suggesting racing, are you?" Upon reaching the Lin residence, Lin Baiyao leapt off the motorcycle, stating, "Gango, there's much I still need your assistance with regarding this venture. I'll cover the financial investment. When profits are made, we'll split it 70-30. Perched on the motorcycle, Chu Gang chuckled, "I'll partner with you. But I want to take a share of the profits. Consider it repayment for the 300,000 interest. However, Baiyao, do we truly need to invest 300,000? Isn't that a bit too risky?" Lin Baiyao shrugged, choosing not to discuss the division of profits further, confident that he would not neglect Chu Gang's contributions. There are risks, yes, but money that sits idle is worth less than refuse. It must be put to work to realize its true value. Indeed, I may not understand business, so I will defer to your judgment. Well then, tomorrow, once Chingu responds, accompany me to the electronics factory to sign a contract for processing. The factory leaders are known to be shrewd, and given my youth, they may present unexpected challenges. Chu Gang nodded in agreement, foregoing a return home and instead heading to the arcade. Since he would be assisting Lin Baiyao, it was essential to arrange for a reliable subordinate to maintain order, ensuring that the unscrupulous Lai Tu Lao Wu from the north suburb could not exploit any weaknesses. Unbeknownst to Lin Baiyao, there was indeed no Lai Tu Gu in the north suburb, but there was a somewhat notorious Lai Tu Lao Wu who was preparing to expand into the west city, posing a significant threat to Chu Gang. Regrettably, the unpredictable nature of life meant that a confrontation between Chu Gang and Lai Tu Lao Wu was not destined to occur. Brotherhood from the East City had already gathered intelligence, wielding a fresh 30,000 yuan, offering a high bounty of 10,000 to his subordinates. Preparing to engage in a formal conflict with Lai Tu Lao Wu, the humiliation of being caught with one's pants down could only be washed away by the obliteration of Lai Tu Lao Wu. However, such matters of the underworld were of no concern to Lin Baiyao. The following morning, shortly past 10, Chen Haoran notified them that arrangements had been finalized and invited Lin Baiyao and Chu Gang to the electronics factory. In the factory manager's office, they met manager Ma Mingji, who was nearing 60 and approaching retirement. His demeanor towards Chu Gang and Lin Baiyao was akin to an individual long deprived of company encountering a lively presence. He was exceedingly warm. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Although this business might not suffice to cover the workers' wages owed for several months, it would at least bring some income to the finances, allowing for the distribution of rice, flour, and oil as minor benefits. Above all, it was crucial to placate the workers. The factory must remain stable until a decision from the city was announced. From the creases of Ma Mingji's smile, Lin Baiyao discerned that the electronics factory was not faring well. Normally, a business of their scale would be managed by the deputy manager. The fact that Ma Mingji himself was involved indicated a desperate need for funds, even if it meant sacrificing dignity. The negotiations were led by Chu Gang, with Lin Baiyao playing the role of an attentive companion, listening more than speaking. As the conversation between the two parties reached a satisfactory point, the door swung open, and Chen Haoran's face instantly darkened. Ma Mingji greeted warmly, "Old Zheng, come, let me introduce you. This is Boss Chu, and this is Deputy Factory Director Zheng. Let us all get acquainted." Chapter 9. The female Zheng Kui. Chu Gang rose to shake hands, while a smile adorned Deputy Factory Director Zheng's face. However, His hands were clasped behind his back, and his gaze bore a condescending scrutiny, reminiscent of those who relished in deceiving state-owned enterprises with their sham businesses. "Where is Boss Chu making his fortune?" he inquired. Lin Baiyao, a perceptive individual, discerned from Chun Haoran's expression that this man was undoubtedly the deputy factory director Zheng, who had not only stolen his girlfriend, but also sought to suppress him. Chu Gang withdrew his hand, a dangerous glint appearing on his sharply defined face as he fixed his stare upon deputy factory director Zheng, remaining silent. In the underworld, it is customary to respect boundaries. Zheng's behavior was not merely an insult, but a provocation. Had it not been for the concern of causing trouble for Lin Baiyao, Chu Gang's fist would have already met Zheng's nose. Lin Baiyao sighed inwardly, recognizing that Chu Gang needed to cultivate a more nuanced approach. Business dealings often require a fade of cordiality, and overt bluntness could prove detrimental. He stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Our boss merely engages in minor transactions, nothing of significance, unlike Deputy Factory Director Zheng, who guards the electronic factory, a veritable golden goose. A mere trickle from his fingers could suffice for our sustenance for decades." While this statement appeared to be flattery, the underlying tone was far from complimentary. The East River Electronics could be likened to a fallen phoenix, hardly a source of golden eggs. Particularly, the phrase about a trickle leaking through his fingers seemed to mock Deputy Factory Director Zheng's potential corruption. Indeed, Deputy Factory Director Zheng's countenance darkened immediately, his voice icy. "Who do you think you are? I am conversing with your boss. What gives you the right to interject?" Lin Baiyao assessed him mentally, deeming him to possess a rather shallow cunning, akin to that of a Navi lamb. He replied with a grin, "Oh, but just moments ago, Director Ma was sharing jovial banter with me. How is it that Deputy Factory Director Zheng's authority surpasses that of Director Ma, who truly holds sway over the electronics factory?" Deputy Factory Director Zheng harbored a low opinion of Ma Mingji, with the factory's prospects dimming. Regardless of whether the city opted for bankruptcy or allowed it to become a zombie enterprise, Ma Mingji, having aged, faced a bleak future. In contrast, Zheng saw an opportunity for significant personal gain, hoping to maneuver his way into a leadership position within the Industrial Bureau. Ma Mingji, displeased, retorted, "Old Zheng, it is high time you temper your fiery temperament. In this market economy, anyone who can bring business to the factory should be considered a good friend. A little courtesy goes a long way. Old Ma, I'm merely wary of encountering fraudsters. Have you forgotten last year's incident?" "Enough." Ma Mingji slammed the table, irate. "Last year is last year. This year is this year. Do you think I am unaware of your petty squabbles with Chun Haoran? Your grievances are your own, and how you resolve them is of no concern to me. However, should anyone dare to sabotage this order today, I will ensure they are dismissed." Having partnered with Ma Mingji for nearly 4 years, Deputy Factory Director Zheng was taken aback by this public reprimand, his body trembling with rage. Yet he dared not completely sever ties. His aspirations for the Industrial Bureau hinged on the opinions of his direct superior, Ma Mingji. A few ill-chosen words during an organizational investigation could spell trouble for him. "Old Ma, it's all for work. Why get worked up? Well, I have a meeting in the city. You all can discuss it." "Oh, has he really softened? He has quite the character." Deputy Factory Director Zheng left in a dejected manner, and Ma Mingji felt he had neglected a client. So he proactively reduced the price by another dime based on Chun Haoran's initial offer, reaching a cooperative intention with a cost of 90 cents per disc. However, an unexpected incident occurred when it came time to sign the contract. No one knew how it happened, but not only was the previous contract template nowhere to be found, but the printer also seemed to be malfunctioning. "What are you all doing? Coming to work every day just to waste time? If this continues, we'll all be left to fend for ourselves." Ma Mingji exploded in anger, and the office director, sweating profusely, suddenly recalled the girl who had come to interview for 3 consecutive days. She had studied law at Dongjiang Financial College. Drafting a contract for outsourcing is hardly a misuse of talent, right? "Hey, someone, go fetch her back, quickly." His subordinate dashed out, and fortunately, the girl had not gone far. Hearing that there was work to be done, she joyfully returned. Lin Baiyao took a look and thought, "Good heavens. Her appearance resembles that of a female Zhong Kuei, and her skin is as dark as if it had been splashed with ink by a multitude of critics." However, one should not judge by appearances. Looks are bestowed by our parents, and the desire for beauty is an inherent trait of carbon-based life. One cannot deride another for their lack of conventional beauty. Setting aside first impressions, qualities such as talent, kindness, diligence, self-respect, and resilience will, in the long run, prove far more enduring than fleeting beauty. Can you draft an outsourcing contract? The office director inquired directly. I can, she replied. The director was overjoyed and quickly summarized the situation. The girl nodded and said, it's simple. She took up a pen and began to write the contract on a blank sheet of paper. Her elegant handwriting captivated the room, as if her strokes were cloud-like, ethereal, yet reminiscent of dragons and serpents in a competitive dance, with a strength capable of piercing iron. Then came an array of clauses that flowed seamlessly. With clear logic and appropriate detail, all pertinent issues were addressed, showcasing her expertise. Ma Mingji looked at the girl with curiosity and whispered, who is she? I don't think I've seen her before. The director hurriedly explained, she came to apply for the legal position, but you said our factory wasn't hiring. She found her way to the office herself, insisting on applying, claiming it was a childhood dream, an infatuation with electronics manufacturing. I turned her down several times. She's quite persistent, coming in daily, more enthusiastic than those who are actually employed. In the meantime, the girl completed the contract, and Lin Baiyao was very satisfied. The responsibilities and rights of both parties were balanced, rendering it fair and reasonable. Chu Gang signed first, followed by Ma Mingji, and both parties shook hands, officially reaching an agreement. They only awaited Chu Gang to deliver the video source, enabling the production of the master disc and subsequent mass duplication of CDs. Lin Baiyao proceeded with his duties, producing a deposit of 20,000 yuan, which he handed to the finance officer, whose eyes gleamed with excitement. After receiving the receipt, he bid farewell to Chu Gang and departed. Ma Mingji personally escorted him to the staircase. His stature alone commanded respect, and any further escort would be superfluous. However, he thoughtfully instructed Chun Haoran to see the esteemed guest to the factory gate. Brother Chun, shall we have a chat here? Lin Baiyao positioned himself at the left corner upon exiting, where the view was unobstructed, allowing anyone leaving the factory to be seen. Chun Haoran skillfully exhaled smoke, once again inquiring if Lin Baiyao wanted some. Upon seeing him wave his hand, he delightfully shared a cigarette with Chu Gang and took a refreshing drag. This was the art of persuasion. The first time he abstained, it endeared him to Lin Baiyao, and this time, his indulgence made him seem more approachable. Brother Chun, you mentioned that the factory previously undertook similar OEM orders. Were they legitimate? Indeed, they were legitimate. It was around 4 years ago when Youthful Era was promoting its market in Jiangnan province. Since factory director Ma was a close friend of the CEO of Youthful Era, after several rounds of bidding, Dongjiang Electronics secured the opportunity with the lowest quote, producing a total of 1 million legitimate discs. 4 years ago, that was 1994, the golden era of the domestic music market. Renowned artists and hit songs emerged frequently, with sales often reaching millions, creating the myth of the new generation of 94. Youthful Era? Lin Baiyao had not heard of this company. In his past life, he hardly paid attention to the legitimate music market. It wasn't until after 2010 that the domestic legitimate music market began to gradually normalize, yet the journey remained arduous. This meant there were still 12 years of chaos, during which many famous record companies collapsed, leaving countless dreams shattered on the eve of dawn. Youthful Era held the music licenses from renowned domestic record companies, and its CEO was a man with grand musical aspirations. He had once declared that if piracy was not curtailed, original music would perish, regardless of the lofty musical dreams. Lin Baiyao was solely interested in making quick money. Have you interacted with Youthful Era? I was among those who went to bid back then, and I primarily dealt with Youthful Era. Brother Chun, when do you plan to leave the electronics factory? Lin Baiyao exclaimed with joy, wrapping his arm around Chun Haoran's shoulder, as familiar as if he had encountered a wolf in distress. I haven't decided yet. Chun Haoran felt somewhat taken aback by Lin Baiyao's sudden enthusiasm. Preparation is key. One must think ahead. Chun Haoran scratched his head and said, actually, my childhood dream was to open a restaurant. Open a restaurant? Lin Baiyao questioned. How are your culinary skills? I can cook instant noodles, but I could attend New Oriental to learn. All right. Let us set that dream aside for now and discuss a dream that can be realized presently. Chun Haoran appeared somewhat bewildered. Like what? Like making money, lots of money. Who doesn't want to make money? I need to possess the ability to do so. Chapter 10. Young lady, times have changed. Brother Chun merely lacks opportunity. Chun Haoran chuckled bitterly. While that may be true, why would good opportunities come my way? It's better to be content. You're quite perceptive, Lin Baiyao smiled. The electronics factory seems on the brink of closure. Why not come work with me? I can't guarantee much, but at least the salary could be 3 to 5 times what you earn at the factory. Well, Lin Baiyao's wealth was well known to Chen Haoran, and he felt somewhat tempted, yet after much contemplation, he politely declined. I'm at the factory not just for myself, but for my mother. She hopes I maintain a stable job. If I were to resign, at her age, she might worry herself sick. Isn't that easy to resolve? You can quietly resign without informing your mother. With that group of gossips at the factory, the moment I submit my resignation letter, the news would reach my mother's ears before I even have a chance to use the restroom. There's no way around it. Even if one must leave, it is essential to wait until the factory truly shuts down. Chen Haoran, perceptive as ever, sensed the underlying meaning in Lin Baiyao's words and sincerely replied, I appreciate your kindness, my dear brother. Although I cannot resign just yet, I find myself idly passing time at the factory. Should you require any assistance, I am at your service and shall not falter. This was precisely the affirmation Lin Baiyao had been anticipating. He smiled and said, Excellent. I shall not be polite with you, Brother Chun. Let us discuss this further over lunch. For now, let us wait for others. Just then, he noticed the girl who was to draft the contract emerge with a despondent expression, clearly having faced disappointment in her job application. Lin Baiyao greeted her warmly. Hello, beautiful. Would you care to join us for lunch? The girl eyed Lin Baiyao warily, standing her ground as she replied, Firstly, I am not beautiful. Secondly, my mother advised against dining with overly handsome men. Lin Baiyao, having been somewhat influenced by the internet, found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard by the young girl's retort. He had committed the error of applying modern social tactics to 1998, leading to an awkward encounter where the logic of I am not beautiful, you are too handsome, hence we cannot dine together not only made sense, but also seemed to delight her. Chen Haoran quickly intervened, saying, Lin Zong means no harm. He merely wishes to express his gratitude through a meal. The astute Chen Haoran's presence was indeed invaluable. Lin Baiyao, appreciating Chen Haoran's support, felt even more determined to bring him on board. He remarked, Brother Chen is correct. This meal serves 2 purposes, to thank you for your assistance earlier and to request your help in drafting an employment contract. To Lin Baiyao's surprise, the girl smiled shyly at Chen Haoran and asked, Are you joining us for lunch, Brother Chen? Chen Haoran's heart raced at her smile. Yet his years in sales had honed his professional demeanor, compelling him to respond with a full smile. Of course, I shall join. Then I will go as well. She replied. Once again, they found themselves at the small restaurant not far from the electronics factory. The owner recognized Lin Baiyao as a returning patron and ushered them into a private room. As they perused the menu, Lin Baiyao, wishing to treat them generously, inquired, Do you serve chicken? The owner, familiar with Lin Baiyao, chuckled and asked, Are you referring to the one weighing 100 pounds or the 4 to 5 pound variety? Lin Baiyao felt a twinge of embarrassment for understanding the joke so quickly. Chen Haoran, not one to be outdone, chimed in, Enough nonsense. We are here to treat a friend. Quickly, bring us a large plate of chicken. If it doesn't capture the essence beloved by a fanny, we shall not be paying for this. Having known the owner for some time, their banter was common. The owner, unfazed, responded with a cheerful, All right, please wait a moment. As he closed the door with a grin, the girl blinked, seemingly puzzled, while the serious-faced Chu Gang sat upright, suggesting he was playing coy. Once the dishes arrived, the owner demonstrated excellent culinary skills with the chicken. As they ate and conversed, they learned that the girl's name was Luo Ku, hailing from a county beneath Dongjiang City, and she had just graduated from the Dongjiang Financial Vocational School this year. Despite her vocational background, Lin Baiyao was thoroughly impressed with her drafting of the contract and intended to ask her to prepare another employment agreement. The absence of a complex labor contract simply dictates that within the 2-month contract period, employees are prohibited from resigning, or else they face penalties. They must comply with the company's assigned tasks or incur fines. They are forbidden from divulging company secrets or suffer further penalties, among other stipulations. The underlying principle is clear. Disobedience leads to substantial financial repercussions, exceeding 20 times their salary. Luo Ku cast a disdainful glance at Lin Baiyao, reminiscent of the seething anger directed at capitalists by countless workers since the publication of Das Kapital over a century ago. Mr. Lin, contracts that absolve employers of their legal responsibilities, infringe upon workers' rights, and disregard the principle of mutual agreement are inherently invalid, she asserted. Lin Baiyao responded, The individuals I intend to hire are far from naive. they possess astute minds. A stringent contract is necessary to preclude unnecessary complications during their employment. I assure you, no one will suffer. After all, it is an unenforceable contract. Can I truly extort anyone through it? Having studied economic law and commercial law, Luo scoffed at the capitalist's assurances and resolutely declared, I refuse. Do you not trust me? Why speak the truth when a lie serves one's interests? This echoes a classic sentiment from the eminent philosopher Wittgenstein. The girl may not possess conventional beauty, yet her inner radiance shines through, particularly as she is well-read, making her susceptible to manipulation. Lin Baiyao persisted, employing gentle persuasion. There will be compensation, unlike Dongjiang Electronics, where you would be working for free. I do not require an additional 30 or 50 yuan. 500. Lin Baiyao exclaimed. Luo visibly swallowed hard. Her family was of modest means, and having yet to secure employment post-graduation, her funds barely covered next month's rent. 500 yuan could be a lifeline. I refuse, she declared, steadfast in her principles. Lin Baiyao chuckled. 1,000. I. Luo throat felt parched, her fingertips pressed firmly against her palm. After a struggle, she gritted her teeth and insisted, I refuse. Lin Baiyao recognized when to relent. Every individual embodies a blend of virtue and vice. It is unjust to measure others against standards that far exceed the average moral threshold. Perhaps, with an additional 500, a total of 1,500, Luo might relent, abandoning her previously held principles. But could one deem her morally deficient? Such trials are inherently unfair, given the varied starting points of each person. Lin Baiyao discreetly nudged Chun Haoran beneath the table. Luo's demeanor towards him was markedly different, making it more suitable for Chun Haoran to handle the ensuing conversation. Why are you so intent on joining the electronics factory? Chun Haoran adeptly seized the opportunity to steer the dialogue. Luo's eyes sparkled with longing as she replied. But it's Dongjiang Electronics. Throughout our childhood, we admired the girls who worked in the factory. In middle school, there was an older sister from our town who got a job there. Her mother walked with a bounce in her step. Girls like her had no reason to feel pride in their gait. Times have changed. Lin Baiyao interjected, setting the tone. Chun Haoran quickly followed up. Indeed, Mr. Lin is correct. That was in the past. The current state of electronics factories is dismal. I fear they may face closure this year. As a recent graduate with a good education, it would be a waste of your youth to settle for such a position. Chingu, you haven't left either, have you? Since you're here, I will come as well. Suddenly, Chu Gang, the steadfast man who only knows how to ride motorcycles, detected a peculiar air and scrutinized Chun Haoran and Luo with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Chun Haoran was utterly bewildered and cautiously inquired, do we know each other from before? No, we don't. Yet, the moment I met Chingu today, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, reminiscent of my childhood neighbor's older brother. And where is that neighbor's brother now? Luo covered her face and wept. 8 years ago, he drowned while swimming in the river. A chill ran down Chun Haoran's spine, leaving him at a loss for words. He subtly signaled to Lin Baiyao, implying that this girl might be a handful, beyond his capacity to manage. Lin Baiyao had no choice but to intervene again, stating, Luo, let me be frank with you. The purpose of establishing my company is primarily to rescue a group of unfortunate women. With eloquence, he described a cohort of admirable and lovable women who, out of necessity for survival, family, and children, reluctantly engaged in a profession that tormented both body and soul, enduring discrimination and disdain. Yet, they gazed toward heaven from their hellish existence, filled with love and hope for life. However, having lived in such an environment for years, their bodies and minds were shackled, their thoughts constrained, creating a habitual fear of making positive changes. The signing of such stringent contracts was intended to compel them to bravely fight for their destinies. This act was one of goodwill, a charitable endeavor, not an exploitation or shameless oppression by capitalists. How profoundly moving it was. To deceive a kind-hearted person, one must employ kindness. Finally swayed, Luo's eyes brimmed with tears as she took out paper and pen, yet hesitated while drafting the contract. With a sigh, she remarked, helping you draft this contract might very well be a foolish act on my part. Those who never commit foolish acts will never have any wise deeds to their name. Luo's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, do you also read Wittgenstein? How deep is your study? Lin Baiyao chuckled. Philosophy can be bewildering if one does not understand it, yet knowing too much can drive one to madness. Hence, I merely grasp it partially. Luo Ku appeared contemplative, stating, I believe those who admire Wittgenstein are not bad people. With swift strokes, she completed the draft. Upon reviewing it, Lin Baiyao was exceedingly pleased. The contract was so harsh it made him want to chastise the capitalists for their shamelessness. He immediately produced 1,000 yuan as compensation. However, Luo Ku declined and, after much persuasion, agreed to accept only 80. Lin Baiyao internally assessed her. Luo Ku was highly competent, stubborn, and seemingly lacking in emotional intelligence. With little understanding of social nuances, such a person would undoubtedly be the best candidate for the legal position in a company that currently lacked resources. Luo Ku. The electronics factory is no longer hiring new employees. If you don't have a suitable place, consider joining my company. We can negotiate the salary and benefits. Thank you. Lin Zong, but I still wish to enter the electronics factory. Gu, could you help me speak on my behalf? It turned out that her unique interest in Chun Haoran stemmed from a desire for his endorsement to enter the factory. This girl was not as fierce as she appeared. Chun Haoran sighed and said, I am also contemplating a career shift to work under General Lin. Trust my words, young lady. The electronics factory is not a place for you. Luo Ku remained silent. Rising to her feet, she bowed to Lin Baiyao and Chun Haoran, declaring, For my mother to continue dancing in the town, I must enter the electronics factory. Thank you both. As they watched Luo Ku leave the private room, Lin Baiyao stroked his chin and chuckled. How intriguing. Chun Haoran shook his head, responding, Not at all. The security of a stable job can be quite perilous. Those in the factory long to escape, yet they fear external competition. Those outside yearn to get in, but they are too naive. No, this girl is different. I sense her determination to enter the factory harbors other intentions. But let us not dwell on that. Brother Chun, if you have time, please accompany Brother Gang to the provincial capital tomorrow to help me secure commercial rights for these 30 songs. Lin Baiyao presented a list of 30 songs. And after reviewing it, Chun Haoran replied, No problem. Yuxing era should possess the copyrights. How long will it take? About 2 months, came the response. Chun Haoran admired. You certainly have a keen eye, little brother. Who even buys copyrights for discs these days? No one cares. The streets are flooded with pirated copies. And inspections yield no results. Why incur extra costs? The total for song licensing is minimal. Consider it a contribution to the legitimate music industry. It's tough for music companies and artists nowadays. That's settled. I'll take care of it. Lin Baiyao then inquired, Brother Chun, do you know any friends skilled in cinematography? Now that they had become familiar, Lin Baiyao felt unreserved, seeking to gain an advantage. As a business person, Chun Haoran had a wide network, and consulting him saved much trouble. Indeed, I know someone at the city television station who has operated equipment for many years. He's reputed to be a technical genius, but has a penchant for portrait photography. After being reported, he was dismissed from his position and has since opened a photography studio in Beijing. Are you acquainted with him? Not really. I've only heard people mention him in passing. Very well. Once Brother Gang returns home, we can prepare. Brother Chun, would you take me to the photography studio? Chapter 11. The Master of Photography Beijing. In recent years, Dongjiang has focused on developing Dongqing and Nanqing, channeling resources and investment heavily. In contrast, Beijing resembles a low-profile hero in a game, perpetually overlooked. Its desolation more pronounced than that of the soon-to-be popular Storm heroes. The place Chun Haoran mentioned is called Beauty Realized Photography Studio, easily located. The faade is modestly decorated. Yet the bold couplets posted are quite striking. Enter this door, and men may be likened to the dreamlike elbow. Through my skilled hands, women resemble the enchanting Diaochan. The horizontal inscription reads, Beauty Realized. Goodness! Lin Baiyao exclaimed, I cannot yet judge this person's skill, but certainly. They carry an air of bravado. Chun Haoran inquired, Shall we step inside? Lin Baiyao took the lead, asking, By the way, what is this person's name? I only know his surname is Chow, and he is nicknamed Master Chow. I truly do not know his given name. Master? Chun Haoran laughed. Indeed, a master who bears a camera. Hence the abbreviation. Oh, it seems not only fashion is cyclical, but so too are the titles we bestow upon photographers. As they lifted the curtain, they found the interior spacious and reasonably well arranged. On the front wall hangs a depiction of the Great Wall of China, while to the left, a coat rack displays an array of garments that exude a sense of nostalgia, sailor uniforms, military attire, and outfits from various ethnic minorities, reminiscent of a bygone era. To the right, a row of completed photographs showcases handsome men and beautiful women, families of all types, each picture remarkably well captured. Is Boss Chow here? Upon hearing the call, a figure emerged from the dimly lit back room. Contrary to expectations of a lecherous demeanor, he donned gold-rimmed glasses and stood at approximately 172 centimeters, not particularly tall, but possessing a refined appearance akin to that of a university professor. Are you two here for photography? Chun Haoran pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Lin Baiyao, who smiled and said, Boss Chow, we were referred by a friend and would like to invite you to help us record a few golden melodies. Upon realizing they were not there for photography, Boss Chow's expression soured with impatience. I have no time for that. If you're not here for a photo shoot, leave quickly. Don't waste my time. Boss Chow, we're offering good compensation for your help, Lin Baiyao urged. Get out. Boss Chow shoved Lin Baiyao and Chun Haoran towards the exit, cursing as he went. I make hundreds of dollars a minute. Do you think I would work with you? Is your name on the Forbes list? Though outwardly he resembled a mild-mannered academic, his words revealed the harshness of an old-school businessman. Leave at once. The two had no chance to persuade him, as they were unceremoniously pushed out, with Boss Chow disdainfully spitting on the ground and slamming the door of the photo studio shut. Having spent years in business, Chun Haoran had developed a thick skin and considerable patience, yet he could hardly contain his anger at Boss Chow's unreasonable behavior. What a pompous fool. Do you believe I won't have his shop shut down with a few words to my friends in the business sector? Lin Baiyao chuckled, patting Chun Haoran on the shoulder. Capable individuals often have their tempers. It's all right. Perhaps we were a bit abrupt today. Let us first inquire about his interests and hobbies, and return tomorrow for a proper visit. Today was evidently not Lin Baiyao's auspicious day. He had faced rejection from persuading Chun Haoran to change jobs, from inviting Luo Ku to join, and now from Boss Chow as well. As the saying goes, one cannot expect more than 3 opportunities in a day. It was challenging to recruit today. They would return home to regroup and strategize for another attempt tomorrow. Chun Haoran genuinely admired Lin Baiyao. Despite his youth, Lin possessed an unflappable demeanor that was rare to find. All right then, I'll make some inquiries. Just then, 4 furious men strode across the street, their anger palpable as they approached the entrance of the beautiful True photography studio. Without hesitation, they kicked open the door and stormed inside, the sounds of crashing items accompanied by their enraged shouts. That's the one. He has been fooling around with my wife and taking photos. Beat him to a pulp. Tear his pants off. Is this all he has got? How dare he call himself Chow the Great? Lin Baiyao and Chun Haoran exchanged glances, with Chun Haoran reveling in the chaos. He whispered, looks like he's made enemies again. Someone's come to settle the score. Without Chow Chow's fortune, he's inherited Chow Chow's troubles. Indeed, it seems he needs a lesson. Leaning against a telephone pole, they leisurely listened to the victim's outcry and Boss Chow's anguished screams. Lin Baiyao chuckled, that should suffice. Let us go in and mediate. Oh, but there are too many of them. Chun Haoran attempted to pull back, but found it futile. He stamped his foot in frustration and grabbed a broom from the entrance, charging in behind Lin Baiyao. As a young man from a prominent company, he was no stranger to brawls and thus felt no trepidation in such situations. He resolved to protect Lin Baiyao at all costs, ensuring no one was truly injured, lest he face Chugang's ire later. The scene inside the room was akin to what he had envisioned. Clothing racks strewn about, Boss Chow sprawled on the ground, cradling his head and shielding his groin, a posture so practiced it evoked sympathy. His gold-rimmed glasses lay broken, half hanging from his ear, blood trickling from his nose, while his eyes and cheeks bore ominous bruises. 4 men continued to rain blows upon one another, prompting Lin Baiyao to intervene, forcefully separating the 2 most aggressive fighters, declaring, "Police, cease this immediately." The mere mention of the police held substantial sway, compelling them to halt. Lin Baiyao, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Which unit are you from? Why are you fighting?" The 4 men exchanged tense glances, one finally mustering the courage to respond. He bullied my wife." "Oh, so you are the aggrieved party. Be strong, brother. Such is life." Lin Baiyao silently wished him well, maintaining his solemn expression. "However, that is a matter of personal conduct. You may file a civil lawsuit and divorce your wife, but to resort to violence is illegal. If it results in minor injuries and the other party sues, not only will you have to compensate, but you may also face imprisonment. Do you understand? What? Is there no justice left? He bullies my wife, and I am the one who ends up in jail?" The victim protested. "Indeed, does he not also bear responsibility?" Another chimed in. "Enough of this noise. Lin Baiyao thundered, momentarily silencing the chaos. He caught sight of Chun Haoran entering and realized that delays were unacceptable. Pointing at Boss Chow, he commanded, "Old Chun, apprehend the suspect." Chun Haoran, holding a broom, stood frozen in confusion. His bewilderment, however, sparked suspicion among the others, prompting one to inquire, "Comrade, which station are you from? Are you looking to spend a few days in custody?" Lin Baiyao's authoritative presence intensified, instilling fear. The man quickly waved his hands. No, then be silent." Lin Baiyao shouted at Chun Haoran, "Why are you dawdling? Our identities are compromised. We need not feign investigation any longer. First, detain Mr. Chow and take him back for processing." "Wait, are you pretending to be someone else? Is this the approach you take, brother?" Chun Haoran, feeling pressured, reluctantly complied with Lin Baiyao. He discarded the broken broom and approached the groaning Boss Chow on the floor, recalling the actions of police officers from Hong Kong films. Securing his hands behind his back and fastening them with a strip of cloth. This display exhilarated the victim, who asked, "Comrade, may I inquire what crime he has committed?" Though this was meant to be confidential, Lin Baiyao decided to share, acknowledging the shared male experience. "I understand your concern. He has been implicated in defrauding 8 women of substantial sums. Should the charges be confirmed, he may face several years in prison. Consider it a measure of justice for you." "Excellent. He should serve a lengthy sentence. Such societal scum deserve the firm hand of the people." Boss Chow hung his head, seemingly dazed from the beating, and offered no defense against Lin Baiyao's accusations. This simplified matters. "All right, you may leave now. We await personnel from the station to conclude this matter. Remember, regarding the altercation today, the department will not pursue it any further. In the future, should such a situation arise again, please refrain from acting so impulsively. Fighting does not resolve issues. Losing leads to hospitalization, while winning may result in incarceration. Truly a case of losing more than one gains." Yes, we heed your counsel. From now on, we shall only call the police and resolutely refrain from brawling. Officer, I implore you to harbor some goodwill for me. Such incidents must not recur." Lin Baiyao stifled a chuckle and remarked, "It was merely a slip of the tongue, my apologies. Let us depart swiftly." Once the green-headed alliance had exited, Lin Baiyao untied the cloth and assisted Boss Chow in settling into a chair, inquiring, "Are you injured? The situation was urgent. Please forgive me." Had they been in a rage, the consequences could have been dire. "I understand your intentions," Boss Chow coughed, expelling blood and phlegm, clearly having endured a harsh beating. Chun Haoran could not help but mock. What was the point? Over such a trivial matter, a mere moment of tremor, was it worth being beaten to such a degree? Lin Baiyao turned his gaze. "Old Chun, is your perception of time flawed? Are you physically capable or not? Could it be you have lowered the average standards of our nation?" "I have not." Boss Chow raised his head, his gaze resolute, stating, "I am merely an artist. I take photographs, yet I have never resorted to violence, nor do I indulge in the sordid imaginings you propose. The beauty of the human form arises from nature, transcending gender and societal norms. Those with twisted views can only perceive the dichotomy of male and female, oblivious to the grandeur of the golden ratio." Lin Baiyao inquired with curiosity, "You truly have not courted another man's wife?" "I swear absolutely not." Boss Chow appeared to radiate an aura of enlightenment, declaring, "The photographs I capture are neither for fame nor fortune, but solely in pursuit of beauty." Chun Haoran remained skeptical, retorting, "With such entanglements, can you truly focus solely on photography? Even the 7 fairies are bound, while Sun Wukong is only aware of stealing peaches." Boss Chow retorted, "What merit lies in women? Within the camera, there exist 3 realms, the cosmic, the macro, and the micro. The interplay of light and geometry and composition is an endless pursuit. How can women compare?" Chun Haoran found himself swayed, pondering the concept of the cosmic realm, of which he had never heard. Do humans not harbor reverence for the unknown? Could it be that Boss Chow is indeed an artist rather than merely afflicted with Chow Chow's malady? Yet, if that is the case, why did you not counter when you were struck? Lin Baiyao pointedly addressed the core of the matter. Chun Haoran echoed, "Indeed, you possess such rationale. Why did you not retaliate?" "It was futile." Boss Chow sighed like a sage who has seen through the nature of the world. "This is not the first occurrence. During previous assaults, I attempted to explain myself, only to receive harsher blows in return." Chun Haoran was perplexed, asking, "Why so?" "They accused me of having gained an advantage while playing the victim." Not only Chun Haoran, but even Lin Baiyao felt a pang of pity for Boss Chow. Later, it dawned upon me that art is inherently solitary. If one does not comprehend, they simply do not understand. Engaging in flirtation is not a crime. If the beating is mild, a good night's sleep will suffice. While a severe beating could lead to hospitalization and a potential financial gain from the medical bills, a scenario where one cannot truly lose. Such is the indomitable spirit of an artist. How admirable! Faced with such a peculiar situation, Lin Baiyao could only offer a suggestion, Boss Chow. Perhaps it would be wise to close the door and weather the storm for a while. I just mentioned that I would have you taken in for show, but it seems we may have to close for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, if the counterfeit matter is exposed, it would indeed be troublesome. Boss Chow turned around, surveying the chaos in the shop, and remarked, "It appears we have no choice. Rest assured, I am a man of principle. I will bear the burden myself and never implicate my friends." After this ordeal, Boss Chow truly regarded Lin Baiyao and his companion as friends, as they seemed to comprehend his artistic aspirations. "Dad, are you there? I'm out of money. Could you spare me some pocket change?" A familiar voice, reminiscent of an old 1982 bubble tone, echoed. A stout man burst through the door, startled by Boss Chow's appearance, and hurried over to grasp his arm, exclaiming, "Did you get beaten up again?" The word again made it evident that Boss Chow had not been truthful. He had certainly faced more than 1 or 2 beatings. "It's nothing serious. Thankfully, I have friends around, and I wasn't hurt much," Boss Chow replied. Only then did the stout man notice the presence of 2 others beside him. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Master, it's you." Lin Baiyao smiled and nodded, replying, "What a coincidence, Chow Mingda." Indeed, it was quite a coincidence. Boss Chow was actually the father of Chow Mingda, whose real name was Chow Bei. No wonder. He was a devoted fan of the 3 kingdoms, often associating himself with figures like El Bu or Jiao Chan, which had long been foreshadowed. "Do you know each other?" Boss Chow, "No." Chow Bei asked with curiosity. "We do know each other," Chow Mingda said excitedly, preparing to introduce Lin Baiyao as the street-fighting deity. However, Lin Baiyao decisively interrupted him, stating that he had come to discuss serious matters with Chow Bei and did not wish for unnecessary distractions. "That's merely trivial. Let us first find a clinic to tend to your father's injuries, and then we can have a meal together." Having received Lin Baiyao's goodwill and seeing that his beloved son was acquainted with him, Chow Bei could no longer maintain his initial pride. "The injuries can wait. I have experience, and they are merely superficial wounds that will heal in a few days. A meal is indeed in order. Come, it's on me." The food in North City was quite delightful despite the barren landscape, and after a modest meal and a few drinks, the atmosphere had warmed considerably. It was also at the dining table that they learned of Chow Bei's dismissal from the television station, which had led to considerable gossip. Unable to bear the burden of public scrutiny, his wife had divorced him, taking their second son, Chow Zhongmo, to the provincial capital. Now, Chow Bei and his son Chow Mingda relied on each other for companionship. Nevertheless, he was not lacking in funds and had no wife to keep him in check, allowing him the freedom to live as he pleased, save for the occasional beating, which made life rather comfortable. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Baiyao suggested enlisting Chow Bei's assistance, and Chow Mingda joined in the urging. With his business on hold, Chow Bei had no reason to refuse and happily nodded in agreement. Once Lin Baiyao shared his preliminary ideas, Chow Bei's interest was piqued, prompting him to ask the most crucial question. "You have the funds, I possess the equipment. But where shall we film?" Chapter 12. My royal garden while shooting a hit song is not as time-consuming, laborious, or costly as it may seem. It is imperative to have a safe and reliable filming environment, free from disturbances, to fully unleash one's creativity. We cannot possibly film in a bustling urban area, as we would likely be apprehended for disturbing the peace before finishing. Uncle Chow suggested, "What about the villa area in Shuming Mountain?" With the connection of Chow Mingda, Lin Baiyao took the opportunity to involve his uncle as well. "What?" Chow Bei was taken aback, not because he struggled with the term uncle, but rather due to the mention of Shuming Mountain. Xiaming Mountain, nestled 20 miles outside the western outskirts of Dongjiang City, boasts an enchanting landscape characterized by serene vistas and crystal-clear waters. Especially during the summer months, the towering ancient trees create a canopy that shields one from the sun, while an array of exotic flowers and rare plants bloom, making it an ideal retreat from the heat. Among its many features, the southern slope, which is inaccessible to the public, is home to expansive villa districts. Only the affluent can afford to purchase property there, for the average person. It is merely a distant dream, a luxury that may remain unattainable for generations. Thus, when Lin Baiyao mentioned the villa area of Ximing Mountain, Xiao Bei experienced a profound shift in his perception of this young man, recognizing the depth of his background. Excellent. Being able to go there is certainly a privilege. However, Xiao Shu, please prepare some clothing. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow, Lin Baiyao stated. All right, I suppose, Xiao Bei replied, feeling as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. After considerable effort, Lin Baiyao managed to persuade Xiao Bei, and after arranging to meet with Qiao Mengda on another occasion, he departed with Chun Haoran. On the way, Chun Haoran cautiously inquired, "Does President Lin have a villa in Ximing Mountain?" He was so intimidated that he even refrained from calling him brother. "Brother Chun, to be honest, while I have a modest amount of money, I am not in a position to purchase a villa in Ximing Mountain," Lin Baiyao confessed. Chun Haoran was taken aback once more. "What shall we do tomorrow? I do not possess one, but others do. We can simply borrow." Since meeting Lin Baiyao, Chun Haoran's worldview had been significantly challenged. This individual seemed able to speak effortlessly on any topic, with no obstacle appearing insurmountable. Borrow? Is it truly so easy to borrow a villa in Ximing Mountain? I doubt anyone would lend it to us. Brother Chun, one must remain optimistic. There are still many good people in the world. Lin Baiyao intended to cultivate Chun Haoran as a trusted ally. Thus, he did not conceal his plans from him and led him to the entertainment hall to meet Chu Gang. Upon their arrival, Chu Gang welcomed them into his office. Lin Baiyao inquired, "Brother Gang, does Boss Li have a villa in Ximing Mountain?" "Indeed, how did you know?" Chu Gang responded, visibly astonished. "That villa is registered under an unrelated name. I happened to overhear Boss Li mention it during a previous visit. How did I know? Let us not dwell on that. Can we borrow it for a few days?" Lin Baiyao pressed. "That might be somewhat challenging. The boss is currently out of Dongjiang, negotiating some business in the south, and he probably won't return for another 2 months, making him unreachable. Boss Li is not in Dongjiang." Lin Baiyao mused, stroking his chin. "Is his tiger head Benz available?" "Yes," Chu Gang replied. The tiger head Benz, a classic Mercedes 320, not the flagship model 600, costs just over $1 million and is not overly extravagant, but its license plate bearing the number 888 certainly attracts attention in Dongjiang. "Can you lend it to us?" Lin Baiyao asked. Chu Gang opened his drawer and waved the keys to the tiger head Benz. "Of course. The car is in the back garage, and the keys are with me." The boss does not place much value on these vehicles, often referring to them merely as transportation tools. He even lent them to employees for weddings. "The only issue is that I do not have a driver's South license and cannot drive." Lin Baiyao, despite being proficient in driving and particularly fond of highway travel, was also a mere 18-year-old without a license. Chun Haoran timidly raised his hand and said, I have a driver's license, but I have never driven a Mercedes-Benz." Lin Baiyao clapped his hands together, stifling a yawn, and chuckled, "It's simple. I will teach you." "What a splendid vehicle." Chun Haoran, drooling with excitement, tenderly caressed the imposing grille of the Mercedes-Benz. The last time he had touched anything so delicately was during his first love at the age of 16. Yet, the classic allure of the Mercedes-Benz, with its sharp yet dignified presence, has caused countless men to succumb to its charm, and even as time passes, its status remains unchallenged. Once inside the car, Lin Baiyao instructed Chun Haoran on its operation. He successfully started the engine, and as he accelerated, a powerful thrust coupled with the roaring sound surged forward. This classic Mercedes-Benz, equipped with a newly designed 120, 60-liter V12 engine, boasts a maximum torque of 580 Nm, making it one of the most formidable engines of its era. With this vehicle owned by Boss Li, entry into the Xioming Mountain Villa area should pose no problem. Such villas, seldom used more than once or twice a year, are maintained by property management personnel who ensure they are kept clean. Upon entering, they could retrieve a spare key from the property management. "Does Brother Gang know the property manager?" Lin Baiyao inquired. "Last time I went with the boss, manager and from the property came over to toast and exchanged pleasantries." Lin Baiyao smiled at Chun Haoran and remarked, "See, aren't there good people in this world?" Chun Haoran was taken aback. "Is this what you call borrowing?" He stammered. "Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate?" Lin Baiyao explained, "Of course it's not ideal. But in urgent situations, one must be pragmatic. Boss Li is unreachable at the moment. Once he returns, we shall apologize in person. A gentleman may be deceived by appearances, and if Boss Li can lend a Mercedes-Benz, he surely would not mind a few days' use of a villa. That said, upon Boss Li's return, Lin Baiyao also intended to pay him a visit to assist in resolving a minor issue, thus allowing Chu Gang to extricate himself from a predicament and potentially forge a friendship. Why not seize the opportunity? Chen Haoran turned to Chu Gang, who smiled and said, "You'll get used to it." Chen Haoran empathized with Chao Bei's feelings from earlier and replied, "All right, fine. Mr. Lin, where to next?" He decided to address Lin Baiyao more respectfully, dropping the casual brother title. Guangxing Street. What? Chen Haoran felt that the most frequently uttered phrase today was about indulging in merriment with a newly acquired luxury car. "Brother Chen, don't think so lowly," came the retort. Guangxing Street isn't solely about the ladies. Yet, Chen Haoran understood all too well that for the men of Dongjiang City, Guangxing Street was indeed synonymous with those very ladies. He dared not argue, however. As dusk approached, Guangxing Street was livelier than Lin Baiyao's previous visit, with pink lights casting a romantic glow and the streets lined with long-legged beauties, resembling scattered pear blossoms upon the ground. Lin Baiyao, concerned that the arrival of the Mercedes-Benz might incite chaos, instructed Chen Haoran to stop the car 2 alleys away. Chu Gang, possibly suffering from gynophobia, insisted on staying in the vehicle. Lin Baiyao resolved to find an opportunity to help him overcome his affliction and, accompanied by the obviously familiar Chen Haoran, headed towards Courtyard 19 to find Hongjie. At present, Hongjie can no longer compare her figure and appearance with the young ladies, as she primarily caters to familiar patrons and no longer frequents the outside world. Upon hearing a knock at the door, she opened it to find Lin Baiyao joyfully rushing towards her, exclaiming, "Brother, how considerate of you to visit me." She then noticed Chen Haoran behind him, who was smirking with amusement. "Well, if you're here, why bring gifts for me?" Chen Haoran, who works in business dealings, travels extensively, and engages in numerous social interactions. Although he is not particularly enamored with Hongjie's looks, he cannot disregard Lin Baiyao's sentiments and replied with a smile, "I am merely Lin's humble assistant. I am unworthy of presenting gifts to you. Ah, not only do you possess handsome features, but your words are quite sweet as well." Hongjie beamed, her eyes squinting with delight, as she linked arms with Lin Baiyao and led him inside, bustling about to prepare tea. "Please, Hongjie, there's no need for such formality. I have a favor to ask of you," Lin Baiyao said with a smile. Hearing that there was a request, Hongjie became eager, inquiring, "Wasn't I efficient in handling that matter last time?" "Indeed, you were exceedingly prompt," Lin Baiyao praised before getting straight to the point. "This time, I would like to request your assistance in finding 12 girls on Guangxing Street. My only requirement is that they must each possess distinct beauty, such as the aloof and elegant type, the cute and innocent type, the fresh neighborly type, the glamorous queen type, and the respectable housewife type. In this day and age, the categorization of beauties has not yet become overly nuanced." Hongjie, not to mention Chen Haoran, was unfamiliar with such classifications. Lin Baiyao elaborated on the scientific and practical aspects of these categories, as well as the key factors for classification. Chen Haoran listened intently, experiencing a profound epiphany that illuminated years of his previous ignorance. Hongjie, too, was captivated, envisioning how different her life might have been had she known this earlier. She wouldn't have had to endure the hardships of entertaining just 2 clients daily. 2. Goodness, I can't even fill the available spots in the courtyard restroom. However, the requirement is somewhat demanding. We need 12. Is it feasible? Hongjie chuckled, patting her ample figure. Did you underestimate Guangxing Street? There are at least 70 courtyards, with each courtyard housing a minimum of 2 or 3 individuals, and at most 7 or 8. There are at least 300 residents, not to mention temporary renters and those who come and go, easily exceeding 500. Among those I know well, there are over 100. Based on what you just said, I can already think of more than 20 exquisite beauties, each embodying various characteristics. All right. Lin Baiyao produced a sum of 1,500 yuan, stating, for 12 individuals to arrive tonight, regardless of the outcome. I will offer 100 yuan as a token of gratitude for each, with an additional 300 for you, Hongjie. Hongjie accepted only 1,200, leaving the remaining 300 on the table. Sister may be in need of money, but I am not greedy. Assisting you with this small matter is sufficient. Taking the extra money would be akin to slapping my own face. As for the others, I cannot make any guarantees. Payment must be made to them. But I assure you, this money will be well spent. Lin Baiyao graciously replied, Thank you, Hongjie. I shall wait for you in your courtyard. True to her efficient nature, Hongjie took just over an hour to present 12 young ladies before Lin Baiyao. The elegant type displayed a delicate oval face, long legs, and a slender waist, exuding an air of cool sophistication. The cute type, with a round face and short hair styled in a Japanese fashion, appeared endearingly adorable. Each has its own merits. Even if they slightly fall short of expectations, makeup and attire can compensate, rendering the overall difference negligible. Indeed, there is a folk rhyme sung in Dongjiang since ancient times. Dongjiang has produced beauties, all of whom reside on Guangxing Street. Truly, it does not deceive me. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had seen much of the world, he never anticipated that gathering the uniquely charming women described by Lin Baiyao would create such a striking visual impact. Layers, sophistication, and a sense of fulfillment. This hardly resembled Guangxing Street. It was undoubtedly my imperial garden. As for myself, I returned from Macau with the intention of establishing a multimedia company locally, having already discussed collaboration with Dongjiang Electronics to jointly release popular music CDs. This gentleman is Chun, the head of the sales department at Dongjiang Electronics, soon to be promoted to director, and he will be responsible for liaising with our company. Lin Baiyao exchanged glances, and with a cough, Chen Haoran reluctantly produced his blue-bordered State Enterprise Work ID from his pocket. He never dreamed he would one day openly display his work ID on Guangxing Street. Hong Jie took it, opened it, and showcased the official seal to the women, assuring them of its authenticity. As for Macau, you may not be familiar. There, one's background does not matter, only ability counts. If you are attractive, hardworking, and daring, you can earn a substantial income. Lin Baiyao slammed the employment contract drafted by Luo Ku on the table, stating, Hong Jie and I met by chance. She is kind-hearted and does not forget her sisters when she prospers, so I am offering you this opportunity. If you sign the contract, I guarantee you will earn over 10,000 yuan within 2 months, and perhaps even attain fame. Should you wish to continue in this profession after gaining renown, your value will undoubtedly rise. If you choose to leave, you can leverage your fame to find a handsome, wealthy husband. The lowly-type girl covered her mouth and exclaimed, wow, that's a lot of money. I'll sign. The mature woman shot her a glare, took the contract to review, her expression wavering as she remarked, 20 times compensation? Are you saying if we breach the contract, we owe you 200,000? Lin Baiyao chuckled. The contract merely serves as a binding agreement. As long as you adhere to its stipulations, there will be no need to compensate. Another woman, a married lady, interjected, but what if you make us do something unpleasant? What then? This woman exuded a unique charm, her attire a blend of intellect and sensuality, though her fluent, melodious Dongjiang dialect carried a crude undertone. Fortunately, the music CDs do not require models to recite lines. Otherwise, this lady would surely be eliminated. Please refer to the key points in the contract. All requirements within the scope of work must be adhered to. What tasks require unpleasantness? We are engaged in music and the arts, not animal husbandry. Laughter erupted among the women, with someone scoffing, who doesn't know that certain circles are even more chaotic than animal husbandry. If Chow Bei were to hear this, he would surely retort, I am involved in portrait art, not some bizarre antics. Thus, the topic veered off course, and regardless of whether the ladies possessed a driver's license, they drove not on highways, but directly onto maglev trains. Chen Haoran felt his face flush and his heart surge with excitement. Unable to suppress the urge to cross his legs in a relaxed manner. Lin Baiyao, on the other hand, found the atmosphere unbearable. He rapped the table sharply and exclaimed, Silence, silence. Yet, his call went unheeded as the lively chatter continued unabated. Managing 12 employees is certainly a challenge, but overseeing 12 female staff presents an even greater test. And the most formidable task of all is managing 12 young ladies. Enough. Must you incessantly chatter? Now, listen to President Lin. Anyone who dares to interrupt will incur a fine of 10 yuan. Hong Jie swiftly interjected, brandishing cash in her hand. She understood her sister's nature all too well. So she withheld the money, intending to distribute it only after the main business was concluded. To the residents of Guangxing Street, money serves as the ultimate tool for maintaining order. In these times, 10 yuan is not a trifling sum, and the young ladies complied, falling silent. One interruption costs 10 yuan, a steep price indeed. Chapter 13. A mob of individuals now. Let us return to the contract. Your work must be entirely legal, compliant with societal norms, and devoid of any misconduct. Lin Baiyao's tone grew serious. However, high salaries are not easily earned. This job demands your utmost commitment. During the contract period, all actions must adhere to instructions. Whatever tasks are assigned, you must execute with diligence. Any signs of laziness or deceit will lead to grave consequences. I shall say no more. If you comprehend, please sign. Use your real names. Do not employ any stage names like Xiao Hong, Xiao Chui, or Xiao Hua. Bring your identification tomorrow for verification. Those unwilling may take 100 yuan and leave now. Hongjia chuckled. What is there to hesitate about? How long must one toil day and night, wailing like a ghost, just to earn 10,000 yuan? I shall sign. With that, she swiftly picked up a pen and wrote her name, and I Hong. Lin Baiyao was taken aback. Thankfully, there were no grandiose embellishments, or else it would be difficult for the stoic and expressionless teacher and I to justify herself. The second signature, belonging to a strikingly elegant woman named Yi Shi, was impressively penned as well. With a leader setting the example, the sheep effect took hold. The others did not dally long and followed suit, signing one after another. After all, they had little to lose, aside from their bodies, which they seemed least concerned about. In a venture as lucrative and low-risk as this, refusing to sign would indeed be foolish. The petite girl named Li Yanqing, the neighborly type called Yang Yu, and the married woman named Guan Daodu all followed suit. Chen Haoran collected the 12 contracts, each accounted for. When it came to making money, no one wished to lag behind. If others were unafraid, why should you be? Are you so precious? Some among you may have families or boyfriends, but that is of no concern to me. You have tonight to settle those matters and ensure that the subsequent closed-door operations are undisturbed. Tomorrow, I shall send a car to pick you up. We will meet at the entrance of Guangxing Street, with Hongjia overseeing the arrangements. Lin Baiyao rose, extending his hand, from now until September, for nearly 2 months. Allow me to guide you toward wealth. The women paused momentarily, but Yishi was the first to react, placing her hand over Lin Baiyao's. Following her lead, Chen Haoran joined, and soon others mirrored the gesture. 15 hands intertwined, raised high, and then came crashing down together. Wealth, let us seek fortune. As they departed, Chen Haoran first drove the tiger head to the street corner, while Hongjia accompanied 12 young ladies to the roadside, watching as Lin Baiyao got into the car. This undoubtedly enhanced his awareness of his own social standing. Is this a Mercedes? Indeed, a trident, bold and robust, exuding an undeniable allure. Our tree branches in the courtyard are similar, yet they fail to evoke such comfort in you. Wow, what do you know? So vulgar. Why does it not seem quite as impressive as my family's old Wang's Mercedes? Your old Wang, huh? Who knows where he scavenged that shabby Mercedes 100? Or whether the photos are even real. This is a Mercedes, worth over $1 million. What? Over $1 million? Good heavens, how many years must I toil to afford one? Do not dwell on it. Even if we labor ourselves to death, from the egg follicle to becoming fossils, we will never earn enough to buy a car. Standing at the forefront, Yishi's gaze flickered, her thoughts an enigma. Hongjia, who was closest to her, gently advised, focus on your work and do not overthink. This is not something you can covet. Yishi replied in a hushed tone, Sister, I am self-aware. I do not covet individuals, but I do yearn for opportunities. Hongjia regarded her profile with a sigh. I understand. You are different from us. You have been educated, lofty in spirit. Had it not been for that incident, you would not have found yourself here on Guangxing Street making a living. If you could escape this predicament, I would be genuinely pleased for you. But you must not act recklessly. I have a rapport with General Lin. I cannot jeopardize his affairs. I will not, Yishi declared resolutely. I merely wish for someone to extend a hand when I am in dire straits. But to receive help, one must first become indispensable. The following morning, the arranged Iveco minibus arrived punctually to collect the ladies. Chen Haoran drove the tiger head to pick up Lin Baiyao, while Chu Gang and Chao Bei followed in another vehicle, both heading towards Xiaoming Mountain. The property management at Xiaoming Mountain recognized Boss Li's vehicle. The security guards saluted in unison, not bothering to inquire further, and directly opened the electric gate. Lowering the car window, Chu Gang leaned out and inquired, Is General unavailable? Yes. Please ask him to bring the spare keys to Building 17. Mr. Li's guest will be staying for a short while. Understood. Navigating the winding mountain roads, the surrounding scenery was delightful, akin to stepping into a painting. After a brief journey, they arrived at Villa 17, where General Lin awaited at the door with the keys, greeting Chu Gang with warmth. Good day, Mr. Chu. You remember me? Of course. Mr. Li made a special introduction last time. Following their pleasantries, General Lin unlocked the door, revealing a recently cleaned villa, fully equipped with water and electricity. Observing the parade of beautiful women disembarking from the minibus, he discreetly excused himself after a few minutes. This was a standalone villa area, with considerable distances between each building, nestled within lush forests, ensuring privacy. Wow, is this the legendary Xiaoming Mountain Villa? The innocent gaze of the lowly like Li Yanqing always carried an air of naivete that disarmed caution, although she was perhaps not as innocent or charming as she appeared. It is truly beautiful, astonishingly so. I can hardly believe that one day I would reside in the neighborhood of Xiaoming Mountain. Yang Yu's words brimmed with hope and delightful fantasies. Unlike the whimsical musings of a young girl, perhaps they were a genuine cry from her heart. Good heavens, the decor. The chandelier, the sofa, each piece gleamed like a golden nugget, truly valuable. Only the pragmatic Guando Do, a woman of maturity, remained grounded amidst the grandeur. While many young ladies were still basking in the euphoric novelty of their arrival, Yishi had quietly grasped the general layout of the villa. Approaching Lin Baiyao, she respectfully stated, "Mr. Lin, this place comprises 4 floors and a total of 8 rooms. I suggest we refrain from excessive use of them. We can accommodate 4 to 5 individuals in a single room to minimize waste. Additionally, there is a considerable collection of wine in the basement cellar. It would be prudent for you to clarify whether we may access it. If not, I shall communicate this to the others." She smiled, adding, "After all, including myself, there are a few connoisseurs among us." Lin Baiyao could easily discern Yishi's intentions, yet he admired her diligence and ambition. Much like in the workplace, where some individuals proactively align themselves with their superiors, it is crucial to note that mere flattery is insufficient. Over time, one must rely on their capabilities. The challenge lies in how to showcase one's abilities to stand out among colleagues, an art in itself. "Very well, from now on, you shall assist Hong Jie in managing the daily affairs of everyone," he declared. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will strive to excel in this role," Yishi replied. Her delight unmasked, for expressing gratitude for a promotion is an excellent way to foster closer relationships. "Please gather everyone in the reception room for a meeting." As all assembled around the large round table, Lin Baiyao surveyed them with a sense of reflection. This was the first team he had assembled since his rebirth, and its composition was indeed eclectic. A thug overseeing the venue, a salesperson on the verge of redundancy, an expelled individual with a passion for photography, and a group of ladies from Guangxing Street, whose futures seemed uncertain. It was undeniably a motley crew. Yet, as noted in the book The Crowd, where it is posited that the intelligence of individuals often diminishes within a group, the desire for acceptance often leads individuals to forsake their judgments in exchange for the comforting sense of belonging to a collective. Thus, at the nascent stage of a venture, the backgrounds and intelligence of the subordinates are of little consequence. What truly matters is their ability to set aside personal biases, follow the directives of their leader, and respond with enthusiasm. Chu Gang, the company's vice president, "When I am absent, his word shall carry my authority." Chao Bei, the artistic director, "While I and Chu Gang may occasionally disregard each other's opinions, we must heed Director Chao's arrangements." Chen Haoran, the liaison director at Dongjiang Electronics, concurrently handling the company's external affairs. Lin Baiyao casually assigned these roles, then pointed at Hong Jie and Yi Shi, stating, "Hong Jie shall serve as the manager of the artist department, overseeing the work schedules, logistical management, and evaluations for all of you. Yi Shi will function as the deputy manager, assisting Hong Jie in daily operations." Although Lin Baiyao intended to temporarily assemble a makeshift troupe, disbanding it upon making a profit, it was essential to maintain a facade of grandeur to instill confidence among the members. Hong Jie, an old acquaintance of Lin Baiyao, was the organizer. Given her age and lack of striking beauty, she was less likely to incite jealousy among the women. However, Yishi was different. All had joined merely the day before, and in terms of looks and physique, she was at least on par with the others. Why, then, had she suddenly been appointed as the deputy manager? The atmosphere among the women shifted, their expressions turning sour. One of them remarked sarcastically, "Oh, congratulations to Sister Yi on her promotion." Another chimed in, "Yes. Do take good care of us sisters from now on. Care. We would be grateful if you simply refrained from sabotaging us, Deputy Manager Yi. Wherever there are people, there exists a hierarchy. In a place dominated by women, Lin Baiyao was disinclined to meddle in their petty thoughts. Since she had chosen to step forward and showcase her abilities, she would have to prove herself capable. Yishi stood up gracefully, bowed to the women, and smiled. I am merely assisting Hongjia. I am but a humble servant for the sisters. Assign me any errands, big or small, and I assure you satisfaction. Her amiable demeanor left the others speechless, and a few rolled their eyes, allowing the matter to dissipate. Lin Baiyao, observing Yi Shi's adaptability, regarded her with newfound respect and decided to bolster her standing by inquiring, whose handwriting is commendable. I need someone to assist with meeting notes. After a brief silence, Yi Shi spoke up, General Lin, my handwriting is quite neat. I can take the notes. Excellent. You shall also serve as the recorder henceforth. The meeting stretched for 2 hours, not due to an abundance of topics, but rather the challenge of ensuring that the young ladies comprehended the discussions. The specifics of the work were likely clear to all, collaborating with director Chow to emphasize the theme of the shoot, which could be succinctly summarized in 4 words, pure yet alluring. Alluring here did not imply vulgarity or lewdness, but rather sought to evoke the deepest stirrings of desire through the interplay of light, scenery, and the human form, thus eliciting resonance. Guando Do, feeling overwhelmed, raised her hand and inquired, what is resonance? Resonance is when consumers willingly part with their money, Lin Baiyao explained. After pondering this, Guando Do concluded that the general indeed spoke with profound wisdom. This was art, unlike the poorly produced pop songs. And how could those flaunting themselves in bikinis and merely posing compare to them? If one could not compete, then they might as well willingly spend. After the shoot, interviews would be arranged with local television stations, and major newspapers would cover the event. I intend to make your names widely recognized in Dongjiang. Wow. Long live General Lin. I love you, General Lin. Ha, who do you think you are? General Lin, I have studied music for 10 years and am quite skilled. Allow me to play a tune for you tonight. You're not even in the same league. When it comes to music, I am the expert. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, the young ladies playfully teased one another, their excitement causing their palms to flush and their eyes and ears to redden. Regardless of other matters, at least through Lin Baiyao's persuasion, a sense of pride in their industry had begun to take root in their hearts. Perhaps those who have knelt in the abyss for an extended period harbor the hope of one day basking in the light. Now, let us lend an ear to Director Chow as he elucidates the art of filming, positioning, and movement, all of which require a deft touch. Mastering these techniques will undoubtedly yield more visually captivating results. Rest assured, there will be no romantic entanglements with the 12 young ladies. The relationship is purely one of employer and employee. Chapter 14. The masters of performance. Young women, in their quest for allure, seem willing to sacrifice everything, immersing themselves earnestly in their studies. Even the most fatigued among them, Guando Do, struggles to keep her eyelids open, gripping her legs tightly, her body stiff as she absorbs Director Chow's animated lessons on photography. Once Director Chow concludes his overview, over an hour has elapsed. Lin Baiyao selects the first song for filming from a list of 30, Sister Gio. Why this choice? The song poses minimal difficulty in filming, boasts widespread popularity, and aligns with mainstream tastes, particularly in a locale like Dongjiang. The primary audience for such golden tunes comprises ordinary middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, individuals with economic means and purchasing power. By igniting their desire to buy, a significant sales breakthrough can be achieved. The model for Sister Gio is clear-cut. The quintessential image of the girl next door focuses on 4 key attributes: fair complexion, gentle smile, refreshing attire, and an appearance that suggests purity. The term suggests purity is used deliberately, for true purity is a rarity. Lin Baiyao's expectations are modest. As long as she appears to embody these qualities, it suffices, as men are primarily visual creatures easily swayed by illusions. He designates Yang Yu to portray Sister Gio and swiftly undertakes her intensive training, instructing her on how to convey the essence of the girl next door through her gaze, gestures, and body language. Fortunately, the vibrant streets of Guangxing serve as a crucible for personal development, where the young ladies possess exceptional acting skills. Their talents may not stem from formal education, yet they are enhanced by life experiences, exhibiting a natural dynamism. In a different era, with the backing of a benefactor, becoming a star would be well within reach, even achieving top-tier status. Yang Yu, having absorbed Lin Baiyao's 4 key points, captures the quintessence of the girl next door within just over half an hour, her every expression and glance resonating with authenticity, prompting Director Chow to exclaim in delight. Following this, a brainstorming session ensues to discuss creative concepts for the shoot. A mere song's duration cannot accommodate a convoluted narrative. However, with thoughtful consideration, one can achieve a cinematic quality. The scene opens with a distant view of the setting sun atop a verdant mountain, gradually drawing closer as Yangyu emerges from the peach grove. She glances back, lifting her gaze to witness her lover's surprise and bashful smile, before running and twirling. Lin Baiyao may not fully grasp the nuances of photography, yet he understands how to captivate a man's attention. Yangyu's attire features a classic white t-shirt paired with ultra-short hot pants, embodying the missing lower garment trend. While the popularity of hot pants would not emerge until 2007, the style of missing lower garments would take even longer to gain traction. The essence of the girl next door necessitates minimal exposure of the chest and abdomen, favoring the display of hands and legs. With her hair pulled into a bun, thighs fair as porcelain, and hot pants cut to the hip, complemented by athletic shoes, she presents a flawless image. Of course, this is merely her entrance attire, designed to compel men to pause in their tracks and take notice. To elicit their willingness to part with their money, the emphasis lies on the contrast created before and after. As one runs, the shirt inadvertently lifts, revealing the edges of short shorts and the fair skin beneath, while from behind, the curves are subtly outlined, captured in close-up, an epitome of purity. Then, the essence of innocence is suddenly and resolutely laid bare for all to see. After much discussion, during which Chu briefly stepped out to fetch a meal, everyone dined while conversing. Lin Baiyao's insights, derived from the perspectives of seasoned connoisseurs from the future, provided Chao Bei with unprecedented inspiration. Coupled with the myriad suggestions from the young ladies, who had navigated the world of men with unparalleled acumen, Chao Bei's mind erupted with a plethora of creative ideas. His thoughts danced vigorously, reaching a peak of fervor, as he turned to Yi Shi and inquired, "Did you remember everything we discussed?" Although Yi Shi had not studied shorthand and recorded the notes somewhat slowly, her remarkable memory and summarization skills ensured she captured the main ideas quite comprehensively. Upon reviewing her notes, Chao Bei expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Very well. Your handwriting is excellent. The sentences flow smoothly, and the logic is clear, truly commendable." His praise elicited a few playful huffs of jealousy from the others. However, Chao Bei was not one to indulge in frivolity. Unlike the leisure-loving Song Huizong, who frequented brothels, he paid no heed to their banter and stated, "Lin, I have some ideas regarding the filming of Jume tonight. I require a quiet space to sketch out the storyboard and costume designs. You must also expedite your preparations." He continued, "You can return to your rooms to work. And Yang, you should immerse herself in her character. Hongjia, please compile everyone's clothing sizes. Yi Shi, Guando Do, and Li Yanqing, you three will accompany me to the mall for shopping." This decision stirred a hornet's nest. Why should those three get to accompany Lin? Others yearned to visit the mall as well. "Indeed, Lin, look at me. I am slender and leggy. Going out with you would undoubtedly bring prestige. Not only prestige, but also greater amusement. Lin, I don't believe I've yet visited the men's restroom at the mall. Enough with the nonsense. The restroom is filthy. What's so amusing about that? Because it's there that one experiences their first time. I don't believe it." As the women clamored, eager to swarm Lin Baiyao, Hong Jia placed her hands on her hips, eyes wide, and began playfully flicking their foreheads, asserting, "This is work, not a shopping spree. Anyone who dares to make a fuss will face a fine. Penalties." Lin Baiyao chuckled. "All right, I'll return with treats for you. Behave at home and review the song list. Consider which song suits you best, or if you have any good ideas, report back to me tonight. For every suggestion that I adopt, there will be a small reward of 100 yuan. Dismissed." When working with this group of women, clarity and decisiveness in directives are paramount. Otherwise, one might find themselves entangled in endless chatter. Hong Jie admonished, "Did you hear me? Report your clothing sizes immediately." The women took turns reporting their measurements. And Hong Jie added, "Once you've reported, hurry along. Sleep if you must, chat if you wish, and think if you can. Though I know you lot are unlikely to conjure anything of substance. Tonight, be sure to present a spirited report to Lin." This statement led to ambiguous interpretations, prompting a cascade of laughter from the young ladies. A voice exclaimed, "Oh dear, are the sisters all going out tonight? Is Lin's constitution up to the task? How can we know unless we try? I believe it will be fine. Yes, we shall say it will be fine, even if it isn't. It shall be regarded as such." Lin Baiyao, feeling somewhat exasperated, raised his hand in surrender and led the three ladies, including Yi, to retreat first. Chunhaoren was at the wheel, with Lin Baiyao in the passenger seat, and the ladies settled in the back, heading straight for the largest garment city in Dongjiang, and indeed all of Huaidong. This place was a nexus for various clothing factories along the southern coast, radiating to several surrounding urban clusters, offering an extensive array of items to cater to every desire. From suits, snug leather jackets, and delicate pleated skirts adorned with floral patterns, to pure black silk camisoles, white socks, fishnets, bodycon dresses, and denim, anything that could be purchased was available. Subsequently, Lin Baiyao sought out a tailor shop reputed for its exceptional craftsmanship. He presented the newly acquired women's denim shorts to the seasoned tailor, explaining how he wished to shorten them further. The old tailor, his glasses slipping down his nose, gazed with a mix of wisdom and world-weariness at Lin Baiyao and the three ladies behind him, chuckling, "Young man, you certainly know what you want." Clearing his throat, Lin Baiyao, unperturbed by the jest, saw that the old tailor was quite astute and proceeded to request custom designs for maid outfits, flight attendant uniforms, nurse attire, and various playful accessories like cat ears, choker collars, and bunny tails, asking, "Master, can you make these?" Clearly taken aback by Lin Baiyao's audacious and diverse knowledge, the old tailor examined the hastily drawn sketches Lin Baiyao presented, grinning and saying, "If I cannot create these garments in the clothing city, no one else can. Young man, do you desire high-end fabrics, meticulously handcrafted, luxurious yet understated, or merely something ordinary for a fleeting sensory thrill?" "Master, you two are quite perceptive," Lin Baiyao remarked. The two men, each possessing a keen understanding, communicated effortlessly. Ordinary fabric, machine-stitched, the quicker, the better. As long as the cut is right, there need be no other considerations. "I'm in a hurry, all right? Delivery in 3 days." "All right, name your price." The tailor replied, "Here's the deal. I shall charge you not a dime. Just produce several batches of these garments following the designs and sell them in my shop. As for the profits, we shall split them 70-30. Naturally, my costs are higher, so I take 70 and you take 30. How intriguing. Why not a 50-50 split or even 60-40, but rather 70-30? Lin Baiyao inquired. 70 for a reason. The tailor winked knowingly. Those who understand, understand. Master, you may be at a loss, as this has no copyright, even if you create it. I am powerless to stop you. However, sensing a connection, Lin Baiyao added, but I would like to offer you a little pocket money. Would you accept? Indeed. Not for the sake of money, but rather to forge a friendship with you. Chapter 15. Is this something you can witness without spending a dime? As they exited the garment city, twilight was fast approaching. Lin Baiyao remembered to bring back delicacies for the waiting ladies and sought out a restaurant known for its exquisite dishes in the city center. No sooner had they placed their order than a man in his 30s approached angrily, confronting Li Yanqing. "Did you not say your grandmother was ill and that you were returning home to care for her? Is dining with others what you call caring?" He glanced at Chunhaoren, then at Lin Baiyao, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Baiyao's face, his jealousy palpable and fierce. Indeed, amidst the throngs of people, true handsomeness is an undeniable presence, easily discerned by all. Li Yanqing glanced at the man and then at Lin Baiyao, her eyes filled with a pitiful expression, saying, "Mr. Lin, Lin Baiyao replied coolly, "First, handle your own matters." Li Yanqing hurriedly stood up, pulling the man towards the restaurant's exit, pouting, "Can we not shout here? Let us talk outside. I insist on speaking here." The man shrugged off Li Yanqing's hand, pointing angrily at Lin Baiyao. "Is it him? I've been trying to invite you out lately, but you've been making excuses every time. So, you're keeping a pretty boy? Does he have wealth comparable to mine? Would he ever spend on you like I do?" Li Yanqing's eyes shimmered with tears, her delicate demeanor making her look even more endearing, which was truly a dagger to the man's heart. "Mr. Hu, one must act with integrity. Have I ever asked you for money? Every time you bought something, I advised you against overspending and even returned money to you. Aside from what I should collect, I never asked for anything more. Please refrain from gossiping in front of my boss." Her charming expression, coupled with a tone that could melt hearts, paired with her cherubic round face that one might wish to pinch just to see if it would yield moisture, rendered the man speechless and unable to retaliate. Lin Baiyao understood that her display was not for Mr. Hu's benefit, but rather for her own. In the world of the ladies who linger in Guangxing Street, relying solely on youthful beauty and cute expressions to gauge their cunning would be a grave miscalculation. Mr. Hu, now boiling with rage, pulled out several crumpled bills and slammed them on the table, exclaiming, "Your boss? Has he grown up enough to claim that title? Here, stop the nonsense. This is your payment for today. Take it and come with me now." After saying this, he reached for Li Yanqing's hand again, but she, unable to resist, cast another pleading glance at Lin Baiyao. Yi Shiding stood up, coldly stating, "What are you doing? Let go, or we will call the police." Seeing that the surrounding diners were beginning to take notice of the commotion, Lin Baiyao wished to defuse the situation. She subtly signaled to Chen Haoran, "Hey, Mr. Hu, do you recognize this?" Chen Haoran pulled out the keys to a Heuterbin, casually holding a toothpick in his mouth, and waved them in front of Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu was taken aback. "That Heuterbin parked outside is yours?" He had noticed the vehicle when he entered with his friends, expressing envy and jealousy, never expecting to encounter its owner. "It's not ours. Could it possibly be yours?" Chen Haoran replied with a smirk. "All right. I see you're not one of those reckless youngsters. I'll give you a chance. Let today's incident slide. If you continue to provoke us and provoke Mr. Lin's wrath, no one will be able to save you." Though he had only known Lin Baiyao for a few days, Chen Haoran seemed to have an epiphany, speaking without pause, as if he were a seasoned storyteller. Yes, I was wrong. I apologize to you, Mr. Lin. Please, enjoy your meal." Mr. Hu, lacking any substantial background and engaging in small business ventures, had tasted the harshness of society and knew well that one should never provoke someone who could afford a Heuterbin. As he departed, he didn't dare take the bills from the table, returning to his own seat, drenched in cold sweat. His companions, noticing his unusual pallor, teased him. "What's wrong? It is not uncommon to greet a good acquaintance, but why did you flee like a child wetting his pants? Old Hu, your physique is not up to par. That was quite a hasty retreat." The crowd's playful banter fell on deaf ears as the man surnamed, who grew increasingly uneasy, prompting him to discreetly settle the bill for Lin Baiyao's table in advance. Lin Baiyao regarded this as a trivial incident, dismissing it without further thought. However, to the eyes of Yi Shi and her companions, his composed demeanor in the face of adversity and his nonchalant approach to problem-solving were nothing short of captivating. Little did they know, he was merely holding himself together like a scarecrow clad in a mink coat. After finishing their meal, they packed up and called the proprietor to settle the bill. The restaurant owner pointed to the distant table, stating that it had already been taken care of. Lin Baiyao turned to see the man surnamed Hu rising to his feet, grinning and bowing slightly. Lin Baiyao offered him a slight nod of gratitude, which instantly alleviated Hu's tension, allowing him to exhale in relief. It was a win-win situation. Lin Baiyao dined for free while also pocketing an extra 800, and Hu had spared himself from trouble, enabling him to enjoy his meal in peace. In this world, everyone's struggle is palpable. Once in the car, Lin Baiyao handed the extra 800 to Yi Shi, saying, "Your readiness to stand up for your sisters is commendable. This money is a reward for you." Li Yanqing chimed in, "Do you have any objections?" "None at all," Li Yanqing replied, clinging to Yi Shi's arm with a playful smile. "Thank you, Sister Yi." Yi Shi patted her head, pondering for a moment before accepting the money Lin Baiyao offered. Although she was in need, she hesitated to accept it. Yet she was even less inclined to refuse Lin Baiyao's directive. While declining might temporarily enhance her standing, nothing could foster a man's trust more than a woman who unconditionally obeys his every command. Such a level of rapport transcended the petty schemes of someone like Li Yanqing. Guando Do, enviously drooling, exclaimed, "If I had known it was this easy to earn money, I would have confronted that scoundrel myself. I could have guaranteed a lively exchange that would have entertained President Lin." Lin Baiyao found himself at a loss with this down-to-earth woman and chuckled. "Do strive harder next time." Guando Do nodded earnestly and asked Li Yanqing, "Sister, do you know any other wealthy fools like Boss Hu?" Chen Haoran laughed. "What? Are you planning to drag Li Yanqing into your schemes?" "Director Chen, how could you call it a scheme? I am merely helping Sister Li sever her romantic ties." Guando Do quipped, But haven't you ever been to school? You know what it means to sever romantic ties?" Guando Do rolled her eyes at him. "Haven't you seen Louis Koo in The Legend of the Condor Heroes? They all talk about severing romantic ties, yet it turns out even that bald old man, Nandi, had a penchant for women." Li Yanqing interjected, "Well, that would be ideal. If men ceased to like women, wouldn't we be out of a job?" Guando Do wrapped her arms around her waist, grinning, "Fear not. If there are no men, we can always cater to women." As the sheep were laid to rest, Lin Baiyao in the passenger seat automatically tuned out the sounds from the back, closing his eyes in slumber. Thankfully, He was a seasoned driver with a strong sense of propriety. Otherwise, if a novice had been at the wheel, they might have caused quite a stir. Upon returning to the villa, all the garments purchased were meticulously laid out on the living room floor. The gazes of the numerous young ladies shifted dramatically. Who had ever witnessed such avant-garde and provocative attire? It was time to showcase their skills, and the scene resembled a future influential gala. Some appeared bashful, their faces flushed crimson, while others cast flirtatious glances, their spirits swaying. A few feigned nonchalance, yet their anticipation was palpable. Each possessed their unique flair, leaving Chun Haoran feeling increasingly flustered, nearly embarrassing himself on the spot. Given the varied styles, Lin Baiyao distributed different outfits for them to change into. Once attired, they practiced walking like models, making rounds in the living room to gather opinions, and if any outfit seemed unsuitable, they would swap with others. In a team, there is always a period of acclimatization, akin to driving. Only through practice does one discern the appropriate posture for a quick drive to fetch takeout, versus a long journey that could last all night without fatigue. Chun Haoran initially wished to abstain from participating, but was chastised by Lin Baiyao into compliance. Tomorrow, he and Chu Gang were set to travel to the provincial capital for negotiations regarding licensing, and delaying their train tickets would be detrimental. This highlights the significance of having a vehicle. However, their current situation rendered the Tiger-Head sedan unsuitable for city travel, leaving them reliant on the train. As Chun Haoran and Chu Gang prepared to depart, Lin Baiyao pulled Chu Gang aside, instructing him to inform Lin Jingdao at home that he was at a classmate's house and would not be returning that evening. Such is the sorrow of high school graduates. Staying out late without parental notification is simply unacceptable. That evening, the young ladies continued to deliberate over clothing and coordination, while Lin Baiyao and Chao Bei persisted in discussing creative concepts for filming. By midnight, a plan had been largely solidified. Just as Lin Baiyao returned to his room to rest, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Li Yanqing standing at the threshold, adorned in a newly purchased lace-trimmed bubble dress, declaring, "President Lin, I have come to acknowledge my mistake. Please come in." Lin Baiyao did not shut the door nor invite Li Yanqing to sit, instead remaining standing in the room, asking, "What was your error?" "I failed to manage my personal affairs properly, causing President Lin embarrassment at the restaurant today. It was entirely my fault, and it shall not happen again," she replied earnestly. "Very well, recognizing your mistake is sufficient. Now, return to rest," he instructed. But I have something else to say. President Lin, you must believe me. I am not as he described. I have never accepted his gifts or money," Li Yanqing hurriedly explained. "He constantly claims he wants to divorce his wife to marry me. I am not a fool. His wife has been with him for over a decade, and they have 2 children together. Such a man is not worth pursuing." Lin Baiyao replied coolly, "Li Yanqing, I wish for you to remember that I am your employer, not your confidant. I have no interest in your personal matters or love life, nor do I need to ascertain their truth. I ask but one thing. Do not let personal affairs interfere with work. My assistance today stems from the desire to prevent disruptions to our work, not from a judgment of your personal issues. Do you understand?" Li Yanqing paused, her large, round eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lowering her head, she responded, "I understand." After bowing to Lin Baiyao, she covered her mouth and hurriedly fled. Lin Baiyao smiled softly, whether her understanding was genuine or feigned. At least she no longer dared to brandish her sword in front of Guangong. Impressive, indeed. Upon returning to her room, Li Yanqing kicked off her shoes and joyfully leaped onto the bed, clapping her hands like a child with a toy, entirely shedding the earlier air of vulnerability. She leaned closer to Yi Shi and whispered, "President Lin is no ordinary man. He is quite formidable, so you must exercise caution." Yi Shi, while organizing her clothes, chuckled. "What do I need to be cautious about? It is you who should be prudent. Do not provoke President Lin, or you might find your efforts in vain. I have learned my lesson. From tomorrow onward, I shall work diligently and avoid any trouble." The next day marked the commencement of the shooting. As Yang Yu donned her white-hot pants and emerged from the woods behind the villa, the golden, soft light seemed to shatter like diamonds upon her, revealing a beauty that was both ethereal and pure. The short pant legs accentuated her curves and delicacy, leaving everyone in awe. Little Sister Jiao, oh so beautiful. Little Sister Jiao, a blush like a flower bud. Little Sister Jiao, so endearing. In every man's heart, Little Sister Jiao should embody youth, passion, and untainted innocence. Longing is my expression for you. with rosy cheeks adorned by a gentle smile, lingering in dreams, the laughter in the mountains, the runs along the path. The joy under the setting sun. Then, as the camera pulls back, it cuts to the bedroom. Through the frosted glass, her silhouette is faintly discernible. The sound of running water from her shower evokes boundless imagination. Every man's dream of little sister Gio should be one of yearning, pursuit, and anticipation of exploration and entanglement. As the glass door slowly opens, she emerges, wrapped in a towel, her hair damp, her delicate feet gracefully pirouetting. Utterly pure, yet revealing her purity for you to behold. Is this what you can enjoy without spending a dime? Thus, it is inevitable that you must pay. Chapter 16. A friend to women. The filming of Little Sister Gio consumed an entire 3 days and nights. This, in fact, is considered slow. For Chow Bei is truly a master, with exceptional technical prowess. The composition and camera movement, to speak candidly, would be underappreciated if confined to merely studying the arcane art of female portraits in Dongjiang. Yang Yu, too, is remarkable, hailing from Guangxing Street, her superb acting skills. Even if they do not secure a Golden Rooster Award, could at least earn her a Silver Rooster Award for Best Actress. Most importantly, this type of filming is straightforward, emphasizing the interplay of light and shadow with the human form, triumphing through sentiment rather than narrative coherence. The shots need not be meticulously connected. Just 4 words, pure yet alluring. Chow Bei perfectly grasped the essence. However, due to the fledgling crew's awkward coordination, the filming process was fraught with challenges, extending over 3 days and nights to reach completion. It is rumored that after filming concluded, Yang Yu postponed visiting relatives for a month, nearly suspecting she was pregnant, which incited a frenzy for capturing wild men in the Villa district. The beginning is always the hardest. Once the rhythm was found, all difficulties were swiftly resolved. Following that, the shooting pace accelerated dramatically, completing 2 scenes over the 4th day and night, one set by the pool and the other in the backyard. To minimize complications, the cinematography avoided wide-angle shots, featuring only medium and close-up perspectives, thus making it challenging to discern the specific locations captured in the final film. Over the course of 5 days and nights, an unprecedented 3 songs were filmed. On the 6th, 7th, and 8th days, as Chow Bei's proficiency grew, the cooperation of the young ladies improved correspondingly. Beginning on the 6th day, Lin Baiyao no longer remained on set all day but made occasional appearances, attending to other matters. Chun Haoran and Chu Gang fulfilled their mission, returning from the provincial capital with the song licenses from Youthful era. 30 songs and a 2-month audiovisual usage fee were remarkably affordable, even considered a bargain. In this era, few were proactive in seeking copyrights from licensing companies, prompting Youthful era to offer a somewhat generous deal, expressing a desire for future comprehensive collaboration. However, this marked merely the first step in a long journey. Subsequently, a company possessing a license for audiovisual production was required. Fortunately, Lin Baiyao had learned through Chun Haoran that Dongjiang Electronics once had a subsidiary named Xinghe Imaging, which was responsible for the production, distribution, and sale of various legitimate discs produced by Dongjiang Electronics. As market dynamics shifted, the electronics factory faced collapse, leading to the divestment of non-performing assets, including the sale of Xinghe Imaging to private ownership. In reality, Xinghe Imaging was entirely inactive, yet it fortuitously retained a valid audiovisual production license. Lin Baiyao and Chu Gang sought another meeting with director Ma Mingji, who facilitated the acquisition of the company's ownership from the current proprietors of Xinghe Imaging. The cost was merely a meal. This was not due to director Ma's considerable influence. Rather, Xinghe Imaging was valued at the equivalent of that meal. Despite the grandiosity of its name, the company's registered capital amounted to a mere 20,000 yuan. Its office consisted of 2 abandoned small warehouses previously rented from Dongjiang Electronics, with a remaining lease of 3 years, and all fixed assets included merely 2 desks, 4 rickety stools, a doorless filing cabinet, and 2 rusted, creaking electric fans. Even a shell company would surpass this. The advantage lay in the absence of external debts, equating to a mere empty shell. After inspecting the office premises, they encountered Luo Ku at the entrance of the electronics factory. Luo Ku was crouched on the ground, crying, while an elderly security guard, who had worked at the factory for decades, attempted to console her, saying, "Young lady, don't come back. Haven't you been told? The factory is closing. You're still young, you can pursue other endeavors." Luo Ku cried, even louder. Lin Baiyao and Chun Haoran exchanged glances and gestured towards Luo Ku's back. Chun Haoran scratched his head, reluctant to get involved, stating, "This girl is too fierce. I can't handle it." Lin Baiyao pointed a finger at him, chiding, "Forever single." Chun Haoran was baffled by the remark, but was resolute in his decision not to approach her. With no other option, Lin Baiyao approached personally, crouching beside Luo Ku and smiling. "Why the tears?" Upon seeing Lin Baiyao, Luo Ku lifted her head, then turned to see Chun Haoran standing nearby. Chun Haoran awkwardly waved, and Luo Ku burst into even louder sobs. "What is going on? Stop crying." If one didn't know better, they might think Chun Haoran was publicly harassing a woman. Chun Haoran rolled his eyes. Even in his most desperate state, he would never stoop to teasing Luo Ku. With such beauty, one could adorn it above the bed to ward off evil, hang it at the door to avert disasters, or display it on a vehicle without hesitation, solely wishing to offer incense and prayers. How could he possibly entertain lascivious thoughts? Luo Ku chuckled softly, her laughter mingling with her tears and snot, creating an oddly captivating charm. How could Brother Chen be so? He is a good man. Alas, even Luo Ku bestowed a good person card upon Chun Haoran, sealing his fate as one destined for solitude. "Come on, let's dine together and discuss why you're in tears." "All right." They returned to their usual restaurant and ordered the large plate of chicken. The owner, accustomed to the routine, asked, "Shall I prepare 3 or 4 pounds? Or 100 pounds? Is this your only icebreaker? Get lost and hurry up." Chun Haoran kicked at him playfully, causing the owner to laugh and scurry away. During their meal, Luo Ku revealed that she had recently applied for jobs, but had been rejected multiple times. Now, she couldn't even enter through the front door. Having paid her rent, she had subsisted on nothing but steamed buns and pickled vegetables, now merely sipping on cold water. Seizing the moment, Lin Baiyao extended an invitation. And this time, Luo Ku accepted. In this vast world, what is more essential than a meal? Luo Ku's presence liberated Lin Baiyao from mundane matters, as she collaborated with Chun Haoran to leverage connections for expediting the necessary business registration changes. With the legal representative now being Chu Gang and Luo Ku taking on the role of finance officer, Lin Baiyao remained the mastermind behind the scenes. With these arrangements in place, everything was set, awaiting the favorable winds. Meanwhile, the filming at the villa approached its conclusion, with the final song featuring Yishi. In the conference room, she exuded an authoritative aura, impeccably dressed in a black suit and glasses, with a scene of her reclining at the desk, her legs crossed and stockings discarded, causing the seasoned Chow Bei to nearly lose his composure. "Lin, if this doesn't sell well, you might as well take my head and play soccer with it." "Oh, don't be ridiculous. What would I do with your head?" "A mere metaphor," Lin Baiyao chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Just focus on the photography and remember to embody both purity and desire, allowing the outside world to witness what constitutes a true golden record. As for sales, that's a marketing matter. You need not worry." "Indeed, purity and desire," Chow Bei exclaimed. "I pride myself on my understanding of women. Yet encountering you and hearing these 4 words, I have truly grasped what it means to be a woman's best friend." He regarded Lin Baiyao with deep admiration, wishing to bow and seek mentorship. "Lin, where do you usually learn about women? You must take me to witness this." Lin Baiyao laughed. "As a matter of fact, I've never even dated. All my knowledge about women comes from—" He gestured towards his head, "fantasies." Chow Bei, a true scholar with ample knowledge, marveled. "In Dream of the Red Chamber, it is said through the mouth of the fairy, though lust may be one principle, intention is distinct. Those who indulge in lust merely delight in beauty, revel in song and dance, and engage in frivolous banter, yearning to possess all of the world's beauties for fleeting pleasure. These are but foolish creatures of superficial desire. Yet, if one possesses genuine affection, we label it as fantasy." No wonder Lin is so astute in understanding women, grasping the profound essence of mere fantasy. Perfect score in reading comprehension. Lin Baiyao smiled silently, unable to express that his understanding of women was not profound. Rather, it was his acute comprehension of men that shaped his perspective, much like the romantic films from the island nation, which feature an array of vibrant female characters residing on hard drives. One must ponder, is this portrayal truly reflective of their authentic selves? No, it merely represents the fantasies conjured by men. A scholar of 300 Tang poems may not be a poet himself, yet he can still recite them with grace. Similarly, a frequent viewer of 300 art films can transform a reclusive man into a confidant of women. Xiao Bei immersed himself in his work for 3 consecutive days, ultimately achieving great success. Through the use of a compression card for digitalization, software format conversion, and a burning machine to create discs. He jubilantly clutched the discs and rushed to the Villa district, eager to share his creation with Lin Baiyao. However, upon arrival, he only encountered Chu Gang, Chen Haoran, and Luo Ku, who was mingling with several young ladies. Whereas President Lin, Chen Haoran, and Luo Ku, equally puzzled, turned to Chu Gang for answers. Clearing his throat, Chu Gang solemnly declared, President Lin has an important matter to attend to and cannot join us. Let us proceed without him. He may arrive later in the afternoon or evening. Xiao Bei, akin to an eager child seeking parental approval, felt a pang of disappointment as he queried, what could possibly be more important than watching the film? Chu Gang sighed internally, constrained by the truth he could not reveal. President Lin is engaged in business discussions with guests from Macau. Xiao Bei was taken aback. The mention of Macau sounded remarkably prestigious. He promptly replied, that indeed sounds significant. Chu, Chun, Luo, come, allow me to show you the final cut. The results are indisputable. Chapter 17. The immortal and the old demon Lin Baiyao, however, had matters of greater importance than watching films. Of course, it was not business dealings with fictitious guests from Macau, but rather a return to school. July 25th marked the day for pre-filling college applications. In 1998, in Suhui Province, the college entrance examination system still operated on an estimate your score then apply basis, followed by random admissions, akin to the modern-day lottery. Indeed, one's fate in this pivotal examination hinged upon approximating scores, filling out forms haphazardly, and gambling on fortune. The fortunate could secure a place in a prestigious institution despite low scores, while the less fortunate had to endure the bitter reality of their circumstances, carrying the weight of high scores into less desirable schools, embarking on a new chapter of misfortune. Alternatively, they could elegantly express their disdain for this absurd admissions model in beautiful Chinese and resolutely decide to repeat the year, only to discover the following year that their situation had worsened. Lin Baiyao, having been reborn, found himself at a juncture where the college entrance examination had already concluded, and score estimates had been submitted, little different from his previous life. Yet he held no grievances against this system, for he too had adeptly navigated its loopholes to his advantage. Suhui University of Finance, a member of the esteemed 211 project since 1996, ranked among the top 3 in Suhui Province, making admission fiercely competitive. Lin Baiyao's scores were initially inadequate. However, the admission threshold for Suhui University of Finance in 1997 had nearly surpassed that of Suhui University, inadvertently disadvantaging many applicants. Consequently, the number of applicants for 1998 saw a significant decline, which in turn lowered the admission scores. He successfully scraped through, riding the wave of fortunate serendipity to seize his opportunity. Without the prestigious emblem of Suhui University, securing a commendable job post-graduation would have been an arduous task, hindering the accumulation of valuable connections and experiences for future entrepreneurial endeavors. The admissions process for the college entrance examination seems dictated by circumstance, and it appears I have benefited from it. Thus, can one truly blame those with double standards? As I stepped through the gates of high school, my gaze swept across the office buildings, classrooms, playgrounds, and tree-lined paths, with statues dotting the landscape. A sense of both unfamiliarity and nostalgia washed over me. Just as I contemplated singing a nostalgic tune about the elusive nature of youth, a voice from behind jolted me. Old demon, have you risen from the dead? After half a month of exams, I couldn't find you. Were you secretly dating the great Kuei? I turned, struggling against the embrace, and was momentarily taken aback by the youthful exuberance radiating from the face before me, albeit marred by the trials of adolescence. What is the matter? Do you not recognize your brother's dashing visage? He teased, his small eyes brimming with curiosity. The comparison of acne to a rugged landscape was indeed apartment. How could I forget you, even if I were unfamiliar with the great Kuei? I retorted, finally recognizing him as Zhu Daguan. We had shared 3 years as classmates, desk mates, and dorm mates, our lives intertwined like brothers from different parents. We were known among our peers as the old demon duo, engaging in daily banter about girls. Though our discussions remained purely theoretical, lacking any real-life application. So, what did you do after the exams? You didn't come to hang out with your brother? Zhu Daguan asked, his smile mischievous. Did you come to play with me? I smell the ink on you growing stronger. Now that you're in university, are you not attracting all the pretty girls? I quipped, noticing his increasing dedication to his craft. Zhu Daguan's father taught at Dongjiang Vocational College, and his mother held a minor leadership role in the Cultural Bureau. He had been trained in calligraphy from a young age and was now returning to Dongjiang after attending a prestigious calligraphy class in the provincial capital. If only I possessed your handsome features, I wouldn't need to toil over the intricacies of calligraphy. While looks may not be paramount, possessing a unique skill is essential. Zhu Daguan's face was quite appealing, though the trials of adolescence had left their mark. He believed that one's calligraphy reflected their essence, and thus, he devoted himself to perfecting his craft. Eventually, upon attending university, he encountered an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who utilized unconventional methods to alleviate his acne, leading to a legendary transformation. As we engaged in our usual playful banter, Zhu Daguan's attention suddenly sharpened. He elbowed me, releasing his hold, and meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles of my shirt. At 6 o'clock, your dream girl, the great Kuei, has arrived. Following his gaze, I beheld Kuei Zhu, a name as ethereal as the person herself, embodying an otherworldly charm. Thus, Lin Baiyao and Zhu Daguan clandestinely dubbed her Master Wei. With her long hair cascading to her shoulders, she donned a delicate azure dress and ordinary white sneakers. The grace and elegance of youth radiated from her, and in the sunlight, she resembled an ethereal sprite emerging from a painting, effortlessly capturing the gaze of every young man around her. Lin Baiyao suddenly recalled the moment he first laid eyes on Wei Zhu. Prior to that encounter, he had always believed that the myriad adjectives learned from classical poetry were mere embellishments crafted by literati. However, during that autumn of his sophomore year, when Wei Zhu transferred to his class, she entered the room clad in simple athletic attire, her hair tied back in an uncomplicated ponytail, as a gentle breeze brushed past her shoulders. Yet, the only thought that lingered in his mind was, her beauty is simply beyond compare. It seemed as though her allure transcended that of her peers, embodying an unadorned naturalness akin to the resplendent moon suspended in a tranquil forest, dazzling and captivating. Even amidst the innocent and naive high school crowd, in the presence of Wei Zhu, there was an unspoken understanding. Some individuals are destined to soar far above, gracing the heavens and the clouds. She's coming, she's coming. Zhu Daguan nudged Lin Baiyao's side, his body tense with apprehension as he whispered, "Don't just stand there, greet her." Wei Zhu approached. At that moment, Lin Baiyao was no longer the shy high school boy who had harbored a secret admiration for her for 2 years, feeling perpetually inferior. He grasped Zhu Daguan's arm, stepping beneath the sycamore tree by the roadside. He said little, merely offered Wei Zhu a smile and a slight nod. His pearly white teeth, tall stature, and bright countenance exuded warmth and politeness, coupled with a unique poise that seemed beyond that of a typical high school student. Wei Zhu felt a flicker of curiosity. Her recollection of Lin Baiyao was that of an ordinary classmate, someone who rarely engaged socially, and she seldom witnessed such a calm and composed smile from him. However, her intrigue was fleeting. She responded with a polite nod and continued on her way. As for Lin Baiyao's feelings, she had somewhat heard whispers from her female classmates but had never taken them to heart. Since her first year of high school, her ambitions had been set with clarity. She would not entertain anything outside her studies during this pivotal time. "Oh dear, what a splendid opportunity missed," Zhu Daguan exclaimed, clapping his hands, though his tone lacked genuine regret. They had experienced countless such serendipitous encounters over the past 2 years, natural and orchestrated, in classrooms, by the cafeteria, and on the playground, but each time culminated in unfulfilled promise. The allure remained distant, while shyness prevailed in close proximity. Such is the essence of unrequited love. Lin Baiyao draped his arm around Zhu Daguan's shoulder, chuckling, "If we missed it, so be it. It's not a catastrophe. Just think of all the beautiful girls awaiting us in college. We mustn't forsake an entire forest for a single tree." "That's quite insightful. Yet you seem different from your usual self," Zhu Daguan remarked, his sixth sense as his closest friend alert to the subtle change. "What is different about you?" "Nothing specific. I suppose. I used to see you as my brother, and I as yours, merely peers in friendship. Now I find you somewhat reminiscent of my second uncle. Your status inexplicably elevated, which leaves me quite discontented. This is not the era of mutual paternalism. Merely being brothers seems rather fashionable." "Second uncle? You mean the professor from Suhua Normal University, the one who remains unmarried, dedicating his life to archaeology?" Spare me that. I still have to marry. Oh dear. What a predicament. It is not as if that day you drunkenly wept, lamenting the fickleness of all women, insisting on growing old together with me. The words of men are often deceptive. Dear brother, it is not love that motivates you, merely sweet talking. Chapter 18. Socrates. The classroom was already populated with a considerable number of students, familiar faces greeting Lin Baiyao. After 3 years of camaraderie, everyone had gotten along well. Even minor frictions between the young men and women were soon forgotten, with laughter and conversation restoring the atmosphere. After a brief period of lively chatter, the homeroom teacher entered, distributing the application forms and reiterating important instructions before discreetly exiting. After nearly 20 days of anticipation, 1/3 of the top students had set clear goals, while another third, diligent yet uncertain, made their final decisions. The remaining third, having squandered their time, merely flipped to the last few pages of the thick directory of ordinary higher education institutions, matching the names of schools and majors that seemed acceptable, and haphazardly filled in their choices. Lin Baiyao did not hesitate. His first choice among the prestigious universities was still the economics department of Tsinghua Financial University. Why not change it? Because of uncertainty. With his examination scores, this was the best university he could aim for. If he chose another institution, he couldn't recall the admission lines, and should any minor changes occur, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Those who seek to take advantage have no right to be choosy. Zhu Dagwan approached, surprised. Tsinghua Financial University? Old demon. Isn't that too risky? Let's take a chance. If it works, great. If not, I'll just hang out with you at Tsinghua Normal. Zhu Dagwan's scores were significantly lower than Lin Baiyao's, making admission to Tsinghua Financial University unlikely. However, thanks to his second uncle, he could still gain admission to Tsinghua Normal University, albeit not through scores, but rather through connections. Yet, regardless of the depth of those connections, do not doubt that the college entrance examination remains one of the most equitable pathways for social mobility in today's society. Alright, I just fear you won't enjoy the normal education path. Come on, write down your first choice as Tsinghua Normal, yes, with English as your major. Lin Baiyao attempted to steer Zhu Dagwan towards a more prosperous future, suggesting, what if we also consider the archaeology department? Zhu Dagwan's bewildered gaze made Lin Baiyao lower his head in shame, saying, I've inquired. And the quality of the girls in the English department at Tsinghua Normal is the highest. Are you out of your mind? Wanting to enter the archaeology department and lead a monk's life? Isn't my second uncle's tragic life heavy enough? Heavy indeed. Today, even if the King of Heaven were to come, we shall only consider the English department. The entire morning slipped away amidst the clamor of filling out college applications. Once the homeroom teacher collected everyone's forms and ascended the podium to deliver an impassioned speech of gratitude, the girls were moved to quiet sobs. And even the boys had reddened eyes. The companionship of 3 years together was palpable. And even those who were typically the most aloof could not conceal the sense of loss within. After the teacher departed, everyone embraced one another, exchanged gifts, and made naive yet heartfelt promises that they were uncertain they could fulfill. Youth, always believing that the path ahead is clear, unaware that it is the rugged and tumultuous journey, filled with struggles and endeavors, that will define the hues of one's future life. Old demon, although vast expanses of forest await us, today, having passed this village, there will truly be no such shop again. Will you not look back and be filled with irreparable regret? I believe it is still worth a try to confess. Rejection is merely rejection, and being turned down by Wei Xian is nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Baiyao lifted his gaze toward Wei Zhu, who sat in the third row by the window. The glaring sunlight stirred waves of heat, yet could not obscure the breathtaking beauty of the blooming crabapple outside. Wei Zhu's profile was even more exquisite than the crabapple blossoms. Having lived 2 lives, he felt no impulse or anxiety regarding unrequited love. Returning to school and seeing Wei Zhu, he was suddenly struck by a faint sadness belonging to adulthood, reminiscent of a past high school crush that had ended without resolution. There are many scenic routes to traverse in this lifetime. Compared to university, the experiences of high school are uniquely significant. Yet after high school, one may look back, but not with such longing. Nevertheless, as Zhu Dagwan remarked, he should indeed do something, not for his present self, but for the boy of 18 from a past life, who pined in vain for love. All right, I shall go. Zhu Dagwan was taken aback. He had expected Lin Baiyao to hesitate as before, but to his surprise, he had awakened. A true man. This year is the World Cup month. and the theme song Cup of Life has captivated the globe. To speak without adding a line feels almost out of sync with the rhythm of the times. Lin Baiyao stood and, with lively strides, approached Wei Zhu, as though stepping towards a captivating era of youth. Zhu Deguan leaped onto a stool, desperately gesturing for silence, and the other students, showing consideration, instantly quieted the classroom. Lin Baiyao's secret affection was not a secret at all. In fact, some of his close friends even bet on when he would confess. Naturally, no one wagered on the outcome of the confession, for everyone knew the eventual answer. It was not that Lin Baiyao was lacking, on the contrary. At 1.87 meters, with a handsome and youthful visage, there were indeed several girls in his class, and others who admired him. Yet, Wei Zhu was different. Many harbored secret affections for her in high school, but no one dared to confess openly. Thus, everyone looked to Lin Baiyao, not to mock him, but to witness him represent them all, bringing an end to this collective, frenzied, painful, and unresolved infatuation. Wei Zhu, you must think I am here to confess my feelings to you. Lin Baiyao stood before Wei Zhu, smiling as he said, the fact that I harbor a secret affection for you is likely known to the girls. There are always a few gossips ready to spill the beans. Wei Zhu appeared taken aback by Lin Baiyao's directness. Her clear, bright eyes glimmered with curiosity as she softly replied, yes, I know. However, I am not here today to confess my feelings. I have come to apologize. Oh, Wei Zhu's delicate brows, more exquisite than distant mountains, arched slightly in surprise. Apologize? Lin Baiyao chuckled lightly and affirmed yes. Before the gaze of everyone, he stepped onto the platform, seized a piece of chalk, and inscribed 2 bold characters on the blackboard. Secret love. Socrates once proclaimed that secret love is the most beautiful form of affection in the world. This statement moved many, yet, in truth, it is but a cup of toxic chicken soup. Those who drink deeply shall perish swiftly, often on the eve of attaining love. With both hands resting on the podium, Lin Baiyao's smile radiated more brilliantly than the sunlight outside. Let me elucidate what love truly is. Love is a war intertwined with life and death. To live is to inscribe your name in my household registry. To die is to have your ashes interred in my family grave, lying eternally beside me. A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, quickly followed by laughter. This, he declared, is the foremost element of love, courage. Wielding an eraser, he tapped the word secret love, stating, if one lacks the courage to approach her, to understand her, and to confess one's feelings, then our love is not only cheap, but also hypocritical. Gradually, the laughter subsided, leaving the crowd in contemplative silence. Secret love merely satisfies your yearning for romance within the confines of your own imagined world. You linger, gaze longingly, hesitate, and ultimately watch her retreating figure, shedding tears as you lament. My youth has come to an end. You are moved only by your own emotions, while you insult your youth. Many began to ponder, have I indeed insulted my youth? Damn it, in this light, I have indeed disrespected my own youth. Some, feeling aggrieved, began to jeer, calling out, old demon, your words sound better than your actions. Do you possess the courage to confess? I like you, Wei Zhu. Lin Baiyao cupped his hands around his mouth and shamelessly shouted this proclamation to Wei Zhu. He then spread his hands, declaring, see, it is that simple. One merely needs to possess a thick skin. But the true challenge lies in what to do next after uttering those words. He clasped his hands in front of Wei Zhu, begging, please, Wei Zhu, do not be too hasty in your rejection. This elicited another round of hearty laughter, even causing Wei Zhu to chuckle softly and nod obediently. I understand that I know nothing about you. All I am aware of is your beauty and excellence. But does mere beauty and excellence equate to love? No, that is merely the impulsive stirrings of attraction, the youthful infatuation. It does not embody love. For love possesses a second element, resonance. When I rush towards you, it must be met with your warmth in return. Secret love and unrequited love are but one-sided affections, likely to burden and trouble the other, even inflicting pain and torment. Thus, I must extend my sincerest apologies to Wei Zhu. Lin Baiyao bowed deeply and earnestly stated, due to my impulsiveness and immaturity, I have made my affection for you widely known, possibly causing a minor inconvenience in your high school life. Today, I solemnly extend my sincerest apologies to you. This is merely an act of self-indulgence. There are not merely 70 or 80 individuals in the high school department who harbor a secret affection for Wei Zhu, but rather a modest 17 or 18. She remains utterly indifferent, and Lin Baiyao lacks the stature to trouble her in any regard. However, therein lies the art of rhetoric, employing seemingly sincere and irresistible language to artificially bind the relationship between both parties. Thus, I find myself a step closer to you than others, do I not? Wei Zhu gazed at Lin Baiyao, who was bowing at the podium, and suddenly broke into a smile. Unlike her usual gentle demeanor, her lips curved upward with a delicate grace, her brows shaped like a crescent moon, and her exquisitely beautiful eyes, flawless yet imbued with an approachable warmth. In truth, I too owe an apology. Wei Zhu stood gracefully, her voice melodious as she spoke. I truly cherish the atmosphere in our class, whether it be the playful banter or the occasional disputes. Yet, I still lack the courage you mentioned, too immersed in my own world, attending classes, studying, solving problems, contemplating, without becoming closer friends with everyone. I am sorry. As she articulated, Wei Zhu indeed adored this class. However, she was always aware of her aspirations and future ambitions. Her diligence and the somewhat distant rapport with her classmates were all in pursuit of loftier goals. High school life is commendable, yet it is merely commendable. Aside from today, that boy standing at the podium has stirred a slight regret within her, a remorse for not having better acquainted herself with these delightful peers over the past 3 years. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. None could have anticipated that the resolution of this confession would be rewritten, birthing an unexpected third outcome beyond acceptance and rejection. Some admired Lin Baiyao, others envied him, and some felt gratitude towards him. Regardless, they all understood that while many faces from high school may fade from memory, they would never forget Lin Baiyao's words from today. As the gathering dispersed, farewells were exchanged, and youth finally concluded with a perfect punctuation. Lin Baiyao and Zhu Daguang departed side by side, and as they reached the school gate, they heard Wei Zhu's call from behind. She approached with confidence and inquired, "Lin Baiyao, which school are you applying to?" Lin Baiyao, of course, would not be so presumptuous as to believe that a few fabricated platitudes could win the affection of a beauty. He chuckled, "My grades are not on par with yours. I have no hopes for Qingbei or Suhua University. I am applying to Suhua University of Finance. Finance is quite good. Well then, farewell. Goodbye." Wei Zhu took a few steps forward but then stopped, turning back with earnestness. "I am not applying to Qingbei. I am applying to Suhua University. If we happen to meet again in Yuezhou, perhaps we could become friends." Suhua University is classified as a 211 institution and subsequently as a 985, and later recognized as a double first-class university. While it may not rival Qingbei, it stands as the finest university in Suhua and ranks among the top 10 nationwide. Zhu Daguang was evidently taken aback, wondering why Wei Zhu chose Suhua over Qingbei, as her academic prowess should have easily granted her admission there. Yet, he dared not inquire further. Lin Baiyao was aware of Wei Zhu's choice, although they had never met in Yuezhou in their previous lives and had no prior acquaintanceship. He chuckled, "All right, see you in Yuezhou." Chapter 19. The embrace the high school era had come to a complete end, and Lin Baiyao spent an afternoon mingling with Zhu Daguang. While earning money was indeed important, one must not forget old friends. By evening, he returned to Xiuming Mountain, bringing along delicacies such as the roasted chicken from Lao Liji, the 9-turn intestines from Fenghuaju, and the vegetable pancakes from Banyan Xiaozhao, among other renowned dishes from Dongjiang, along with the beloved Yipin Jingji, Chu Gang, Chao Bei, Chen Haoran, and the ladies gathered around excitedly, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. Only Luo Ku, drawn by the enticing aroma, accepted the food box from Lin Baiyao, slipping away from the crowd to savor a chicken leg in solitude. Chen Haoran exclaimed, "President Lin, this is absolutely perfect, so exquisite. I'll reserve 100 tickets for my friends." Guando Do, with her playful spirit, chimed in, "I will join Director Chun in reserving 100 tickets. Placing them in the yard for our guests to buy, there will surely be a scramble for them." Exactly. Guando Do's suggestion piqued the immense interest of the ladies, who clamored, "President Lin, as employees, could we possibly get a staff discount? Are you implying that President Lin is not deserving of your regard? He has promised us prosperity. How can we achieve that without a fair price? Oh dear, does that make you clever? With such a sharp tongue, how can Zheng Laosen still commend me more than you? Indeed, sister, you are different. You are the finest orator in Guangxing Street. Even Zheng Laosen acknowledges your prowess. How can the younger sister compare?" The greatest drawback of working with this group of ladies was that every serious discussion would veer off topic. Hong Jie swiftly delivered a light reprimand. Quiet. Are we listening to President Lin or to you all? At last, the ladies settled down, and Lin Baiyao took a seat. Observing the scene, which was indeed unexpectedly delightful, Xiao Bei's talent surpassed his reputation. If given the chance, he could undoubtedly become a prominent director. Anything was possible. After offering a few compliments, Xiao Bei was visibly pleased, and Lin Baiyao clapped his hands, declaring, "Tonight, I treat everyone to a feast. Enjoy yourselves." Turning his head, he noticed Luo Ku, with a chicken leg in each hand, delightfully indulging herself, her mouth smeared with grease. Upon noticing the collective gaze upon her, she awkwardly yet politely smiled and said, "Ahem, this roasted chicken is truly delicious." Lin Baiyao's voice boomed in the hall. "Luo Ku, save some roasted chicken for others. Cheers." Everyone sat on the floor, forming a circle to raise their glasses in joyous celebration, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Though merely a span of 10 days had passed, their united efforts towards a common goal had profoundly strengthened the team and fostered camaraderie. Once everyone had their fill, Lin Baiyao stated, "In a while, we shall depart from Xiuming Mountain. Let us first arrange tomorrow's tasks. Howren, head directly to the factory to press the master disc. Inform Factory Director Ma to make an initial run of 50,000 copies for testing. Oversee the entire process to ensure quality and efficiency. Brother Gang, please hire 4 vehicles with drivers to transport our team and the necessary equipment. Here is the list. Procure according to it. Luo Ku, you shall coordinate in the middle, and any financial shortages will be addressed through you. Chao Gu, tomorrow you shall accompany me on some errands." Once 4 individuals nodded in agreement, he turned to the ladies and said, "You have all worked hard these past days. Allow me to distribute 1,000 yuan each as a bonus. Tomorrow, take a day off to enjoy yourselves. We shall reconvene the day after tomorrow at number 19 Guangxing Street, in Hongjie's courtyard, to resume our work. Oh yeah, long live Lin Zong. Lin Zong, I adore you." As they rushed forward to offer kisses, Lin Baiyao playfully pushed Chun Haoren towards them, chuckling. "Don't profess your love for me. It leads nowhere." He then rose and strolled alone to the terrace outside the villa. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the distant twinkling lights, which sparkled like an ethereal dream. The cool breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, and footsteps approached from behind. Yishi came beside him, her head bowed and hands nervously intertwined. She whispered, "Lin Zong, I wish to accompany Director Chun to the electronics factory tomorrow to learn." Without turning around, Lin Baiyao replied, "If you wish to follow, do so. Director Chin possesses remarkable skills. Absorb as much knowledge as you can. After all, you never know what opportunities the future may hold." Gratitude and an inexplicable determination shone in Yishi's eyes as she said, "Yes, I will strive to do my best." She lingered quietly for a moment, and seeing Lin Baiyao had nothing more to say, she softly retreated back into the room. The following morning, Lin Baiyao met with Chao Bei, and together they ventured to the television station. The Dongjiang City TV station comprised 2 channels. The first, a news channel, was faring moderately well, while the second, focused on public livelihood, struggled to sustain itself, relying heavily on subsidies to survive. The survival of city and county-level television stations had always been a significant issue. Back in '98, conditions were somewhat tolerable due to a scarcity of entertainment programs, resulting in high viewership and subsequent advertising and pay-per-view revenues. However, in later years, the explosion of information and the emergence of new and self-media, coupled with cultural reforms, rendered city and county television stations devoid of prospects, leading to prolonged periods without salary disbursement becoming the norm. Chao Bei introduced Lin Baiyao to the director of the program department at the second channel, who bore the surname Huang and was quite rotund. Upon seeing Chao Bei, he greeted him warmly, but when he learned of their intentions, he feigned restraint, stating, "Well, my young friend, the station has regulations now. It's quite difficult to navigate." Chao Bei, displeased, retorted, "This is a trivial matter. What is so difficult about it? Brother Huang, I've boasted to my friends that there's nothing you can't accomplish at the station." In the past, he would have readily assisted a brother without hesitation. But now circumstances had changed. The bureau was undergoing restructuring, and personnel changes were imminent. "Brother Huang, I have secured sponsorship for the program. This esteemed Lin Zong is willing to contribute 3,000 yuan for a 20-minute interview segment on Dongjiang Night Talk during the 10 o'clock slot. The station only needs to air it 3 times. It's been nearly half a year since Dongjiang Night Talk aired. This 3,000 yuan could at least cover a month's wages for the program team. Brother, it's not merely about the money. The situation is quite intricate. Huang replied. Just as Qiao Bei was about to continue, Lin Baiyao interjected with a smile. If it's so complicated, then a few words won't suffice. Lunchtime approaches. No matter how busy Director Huang may be, he must eat. Let us share a humble meal together. The prevailing atmosphere of opportunism and exploitation was a reflection of the times. Director Huang is a civil servant. Even if the second channel's revenue is poor, his salary remains unaffected. Thus, it is certainly not a matter of money. As the 3,000 yuan allocated for the salaries of Dongjiang Night Talk has no bearing on him. He is not the director. Glancing at his watch and tapping his head, Director Huang exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's already 11 o'clock. It is indeed time for a meal. So let us allow General Manager Lin to treat us." Lin Baiyao chuckled. When befriending Director Huang, what does it matter about expenses? That would be too formal. As the meal progressed, Lin Baiyao and Director Huang engaged in delightful conversation. Afterwards, Lin discreetly slipped a red envelope containing 500 yuan into Huang's hand. Director Huang's tone shifted immediately as he sighed. It's not easy for the program team to produce a show. How many mouths need to be fed from top to bottom? However, the second channel is inherently disadvantaged, with low coverage and poor ratings. Take Dongjiang Night Talk, for instance. The interviews possess depth, warmth, and breadth, yet no one is willing to invest in advertisements. Fortunately, General Manager Lin possesses an eye for talent, proving to be a timely benefactor for our program team. Let us do this. I will take the lead, and instead of being stingy with multiple small amounts, how about 5,000 yuan for 8 broadcasts within a month? Director Huang agreed readily. All right, it's settled. Lin Baiyao raised his glass, with Qiao Bei accompanying them, and the three downed their drinks in unison. Brother Huang, I have another favor to ask. Do you know any familiar newspaper editors to recommend? The dining table is the perfect place to forge connections. After several rounds of drinks, Director Huang became Brother Huang, with beautiful women addressing him as brother in a flirtatious manner, while friends called him brother with a softer tone. Director Huang, thumping his chest, assured him, no problem. I know editors from the Daily, Evening News, TV Guide, and Youth Daily. Just tell me, which one do you want to support your brother? Initially, Lin Baiyao only intended to find a few small newspapers for some publicity. However, since he had established a connection with Director Huang, he decided to aim higher. Let us skip the Daily. The Evening News is more suitable, focusing on livelihood and entertainment. All right, I'll make a call and get someone over right away. This time, Lin Baiyao did not need to prompt. Qiao Bei called out, "Boss, let us add a few more dishes." The editor from the Evening News, surnamed Li, was straightforward in speech and action, exuding a shrewdness surpassing that of Director Huang. Upon hearing Lin Baiyao's intentions, he directly inquired, "Do you have any photos?" Qiao Bei produced previously taken solo and group photos, and Director Huang leaned in, drooling as he remarked, "General Manager Lin, no wonder you want to promote them. Just look at this face and figure." They began to discuss women without restraint, indicating that Director Huang had completely regarded everyone in the room as his own. Editor Li scrutinized the photos carefully, nodding as he asked, "Is this appearance worth General Manager Lin's investment in the group's name? What competitions have they participated in? What national or municipal awards have they won?" Lin Baiyao chuckled. "Brotherly, you truly understand the industry. The group is called the 12 Beauties, and national or municipal awards are rather insignificant. The 12 Beauties have won international modeling accolades, such as the bronze medal at the Milan International Supermodel Contest, the silver medal at the Paris Metropolis Modeling Finals, the championship at the Sevilla Global Awards, and first place in the elite modeling competition among China, Japan, and South Korea." Director Huang listened with his mouth agape, his heart stirred with excitement. It was akin to seeing a beautiful vase. One might initially find it visually pleasing, but upon learning it was crafted by a famous kiln from the Song dynasty, the desire to possess it would surge exponentially. Identity and status possess an allure that surpasses any worldly charm. Otherwise, why is it that among beautiful women, some captivate the hearts of men in uniforms? Editor Li calmly inquired, "Have the trophies and certificates for the international competitions been prepared?" Lin Baiyao replied with a smile, "If Brotherly gives the nod, they can be ready by tonight." In the exchange of skilled banter, every word struck deep. Huh. Director Huang finally grasped the situation, offering a wry smile. "Lin, Brotherly, you truly are something." Lin Baiyao, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, My only weakness is a fondness for beautiful women. They seek fame and have no choice. One must understand, youth is meant for romance. If I were 20 years younger, I would certainly indulge. After a moment of contemplation, Editor Lee stated, within my authority, I can arrange a layout for you the day after tomorrow, considering Brother Huang's reputation and my rapport with General Lin. It will be complimentary. Lin Baiyao's eyes narrowed with a smile. I must thank you, Brother Lee. No need for formality, but all subsequent interviews regarding the 12 beauties must be entrusted to me. Agreed. Lin Baiyao raised his glass and toasted with Director Huang and Editor Lee, exclaiming, cheers. Today, I have made 2 wonderful friends. After their meal, they arranged to meet the next morning to take the 12 beauties to Editor Lee for interviews, followed by an afternoon recording session for Dongjiang Night Talk. With spirits high, they parted ways. Where can we find a custom trophy maker? There's a gift factory in Dongjia Village, West City, that can create trophies and certificates. Let us catch a ride. Accustomed to the convenience of modern transportation, returning the borrowed vehicle proved cumbersome. Hailing a taxi took considerable time, and venturing to the outskirts felt like an unnecessary waste. Arriving at the Golden Glory gift factory around 2 o'clock, they explained their purpose to the owner, who responded, "That's quite simple. We have plenty ready. You just need to choose the style, and we will engrave it for you." The shapes of the trophies were fairly similar, and Lin Baiyao selected 4 distinct styles that exuded elegance and artistic appeal. He then requested the owner to bring paper and pen to inscribe the names of competitions such as Milan, the Metropolis, Sevilla, and the 3 Kingdoms, along with their respective rankings. The owner's eyes widened as he glanced at the trophies already prepared, inscribed with names like Lujiaten Primary School Sports Meet and Zhangjiazhen Agricultural Machinery Technology Competition, muttering, "Why does it feel like we've been overshadowed?" Lin Baiyao chuckled, replying, "How about renaming them to Lujiaten Primary School Super Sports Meet and Zhangjiazhen Agricultural Machinery Showdown? Would that sound better?" Indeed. The owner clapped his hands in admiration, saying, "A cultured person truly knows best. For trophies, right? I will give you a 50% discount. I want to take on any other orders and will expedite your request." Chapter 20. Establishing a persona. Returning to the city with the urgently crafted trophies, they entrusted them to Chao Bei for safekeeping at his home. Lin Baiyao found it awkward to explain that bringing the trophies home was inconvenient. The identity of a high school graduate felt overly awkward, and it was not the right time to reveal the truth. Home remained unchanged, with his mother caring for his grandfather, and she would likely not return until mid-August. Father has indeed turned over a new leaf, no longer watching sports, but rather dedicating himself to the restaurant business, toiling late into the night, only to collapse into bed upon returning home. Our encounters have become infrequent, and our conversations even rarer. Yet, in comparison to my past life, this situation is markedly improved. Lying in bed, Lin Baiyao contemplated his recent endeavors, eventually succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he beheld numerous faces, some beautiful, others terrifying, oscillating between realms akin to heaven and hell, bizarre yet enchanting. Nearby Dongjiang Evening News. A CAF featuring private rooms became the stage for an extraordinary spectacle as 12 stunning women entered, each embodying the essence of spring and autumn blooms, captivating all who beheld them from the moment they stepped inside. Their rigorous training had prepared them to seamlessly transition into character, flawlessly embodying their respective roles. As Lin Baiyao had advised them before the journey, "You are the elegant lady, embody her essence. You are the youthful maiden, represent her spirit. You are the 12 beauties of the Red Chamber, not mere girls from Guangxing Street. I do not wish for you to become these personas, but rather to immerse yourselves in the art of performance. Only by entering the scene can you invite others into it." Whereas these women once merely bore a resemblance to one another, they now possessed both form and spirit. True beauty emanates from within. That intrinsic allure, enhanced by their acting prowess, elevated their already stunning visages to new heights of magnetism. The male staff in the CAF were nearly dazzled, almost spilling coffee on Editor Lee in their distraction. As the door to the private room closed, the clamor and prying eyes from outside were shut out. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Baiyao inquired, "Shall we officially commence?" Editor Lee nodded, producing paper and pen, revealing a rough outline, demonstrating that he had indeed dedicated thought to Lin Baiyao's project last night. His keen gaze swept over the group of women, directly selecting Yi Shi from the crowd, asking, "May I inquire your name?" "Yi Shi," she replied. Editor Li shook his head, stating, "That will not do." Yishi looked bewildered, glancing at Lin Baiyao. "What is wrong with my name?" Lin Baiyao asked earnestly. "Why is it unacceptable?" With the enduring popularity of Dream of the Red Chamber, the 12 beauties of the Red Chamber have attained significant recognition among the populace. It would be a grave oversight not to capitalize on such valuable resources. Lin Baiyao remarked, "What does Brotherly suggest?" "Change the name," Editor Li asserted decisively. Yishi is far too commonplace. Upon hearing it, others might think of Yi Dong or Yi Bei, lacking in poetic flair and memorable distinction. Since this ensemble is named the 12 Beauties, we should align closer with the 12 Beauties of the Red Chamber. Indeed, specialization has its merits. And there is wisdom in this approach. Lin Baiyao then requested, "Might you bestow artistic names upon them?" He has always shown great patience towards professionals, recognizing that matters of expertise must be entrusted to those well-versed in the field. A novice meddling in intricate details is akin to misunderstanding and misrepresenting the grandeur of the craft. Editor Li habitually chewed on his pen, and after a moment of contemplation, he penned a name, Qin Suyan. A splendid name. It resonated with the essence of a protagonist from a Qiangyao novel. Lin Baiyao chuckled. "I anticipated a name reminiscent of the 12 Beauties, such as Dayu or Ingchan. However, such direct associations might provoke a counterproductive response from the audience, leading them to subconsciously draw comparisons to the 12 Beauties of the Red Chamber. How might one measure such comparisons? The 12 Beauties of Jinling have transcended their fictional origins, as individuals naturally associate them with the actors portraying them in film and television. Before this endeavor even commenced, we found ourselves at a disadvantage." Lin Baiyao, ever the voice of reason, suggested, "Yishi, from now on, you shall be known as Qin Suyan." Yishi nodded, acknowledging the name change. With that settled, Editor Li commenced the interview, posing the initial inquiry, "What is your family background, and how did you embark on the path of modeling?" Yishi hesitated, for her family history was a source of deep, unresolved pain. Apart from Hong Jie, no one was privy to it. Yet, she understood the necessity of disclosure. "My parents are farmers from a rural village, and I dropped out in my sophomore year." Editor Li interrupted once more, casting a frown toward Lin Baiyao. "Did you not provide her with any background information?" "Background information? What do you mean?" "The character profiles." Li elaborated with exasperation. "The 12 Beauties are mere fabrications. Since they are inventions, we must construct a complete narrative to lend authenticity. For instance, what background suits Yishi, or rather, Qin Suyan? Miss Qin Suyan's persona should emanate from a scholarly lineage, nurtured from an early age to be well-educated and cultured. She was later discovered by a talent scout and joined a modeling agency, where her remarkable talent shone through, propelling her to international fame as a supermodel within a mere 3 years. Guando Do entered, preoccupied with her coffee, having missed much of the preceding conversation. She turned to Yishi, her expression one of disbelief. "Is that true?" Li Yanqing leaned closer, whispering, "It's fabricated, a mere concoction." Guando Do's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Editor Li, could you create one for me too?" "Ah, well, you have a pleasing appearance. Let us call you Su Wanqing, a delicate beauty hailing from humble origins, rising through sheer determination from the bottom to eventually be selected as one of the 12 Beauties. Why is she from a scholarly background while I come from humble beginnings?" Guando Do expressed her dissatisfaction. Editor Li disregarded her complaint and turned to Li Yanqing, stating, "You shall be named Jian Kursen." Li Yanqing quite liked this name, adopting a somewhat playful tone. "Thank you, Editor Li. Since we are of the same household, may I call you brother?" "Absolutely not." Editor Li cut her off without a moment's hesitation. Within Lin Baiyao's gaze lay a subtle, almost imperceptible amusement. Although Li Yanqing appeared innocent and naive, she was, in fact, quite cunning. Perhaps her youthful beauty could enchant many easily swayed men, like Boss Hu, yet neither Lin Baiyao nor Editor Li found her alluring in the slightest. Nonetheless, this did not affect Lin Baiyao's professional demeanor towards Li Yanqing. What constitutes a mature worldview? Primarily, one must learn to accept the vastness of the world, populated by an array of distinct personalities. A little mischief, a touch of frivolity, and a hint of cunning are, in truth, inconsequential. There is no need to forge friendships or romantic ties. It is merely a straightforward employment relationship. She stands to earn her own income while providing opportunities for others. And that mutual benefit is sufficient. One should not harbor unrealistic expectations that subordinates are paragons of virtue. They rise earlier than roosters, toil later than dogs, labor more than the beasts of burden in a production team, and yet bear their burdens with unwavering diligence, asking neither for a raise nor overtime compensation. Even the most fervent fandoms would not dare to engage in such brainwashing. The fervor is not so easily ignited. Therefore, as an employer, one must not indulge in fantasies. As long as employees are competent, that is sufficient. The survival of the fittest prevails. Chapter 21. The minor rivalry of the television station cultural figures remained true to form. Within the span of 2 cups of coffee, editor Li crafted suitable names for everyone, fabricated illustrious backgrounds, and then commenced in-depth interviews with Yi Shi, Guando Do, Li Yanqing, Yang Yu, and 3 others. This is hardly surprising. Even in a genuine girl group, there will inevitably be those who fade into the background. Not everyone is destined for fame, especially not these inferior products born of sheer fabrication. Selecting the 5 best for promotion suffices to fulfill Lin Baiyao's ambitions. What is termed an interview is merely a guided conversation within the framework already delineated by editor Li, coaxing Yi Shi and the others to speak about their stories, the ambitions of girls from humble backgrounds, the dreams pursued by wealthy young women, the serendipitous talents of the girl next door. Whatever captivates readers and facilitates sensationalism will be expressed. Such editorial tasks could easily be conducted within the confines of the newspaper office. The purpose of this exercise is to hone the response capabilities of Yi Shi and her companions. Only by ingraining these patterns within them can one prevent them from revealing themselves when faced with similar inquiries. In a display of foresight and meticulous planning, editor Li demonstrates his astuteness. Lin Baiyao resolves to truly cultivate this friendship. Individuals like Director Huang can be dealt with through monetary means when necessary. But editor Li is distinctly different. As noon approached, the interview was finally concluded. Editor Li graciously declined the invitation to lunch, assuring that the exclusive interview would be published the following day, with further communication to follow. Lin Baiyao invited him to dine another day, and as he escorted the guests out, he was met with a chorus of cheers from the girls behind him. Once the outsiders departed, they immediately expressed their unrestrained excitement, incredulously asking one another, "Is it true? Are we going to be featured in the evening paper?" "Yes, indeed. The Dongjiang Evening News. I hear my father buys it every day." "Mine too. We have no paper at home. He wouldn't even use the evening paper for that purpose, preferring to use the Youth Daily instead." "What? The Youth Daily has poor printing quality, and the colors fade. Isn't that the truth? Every time, it leaves my behind looking like a panda, and I get a good scolding from my mother. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Be civil, sisters. Can we refrain from discussing such bathroom topics?" "A girl group? What exactly is a girl group?" "Nonsense. The Communist Youth League is an organization for advanced youth. Do you consider yourself an advanced youth? Then what do you think a girl group is? Didn't you watch last year's Spring Festival Gala? The 5 girls who sang Youth Bird. They are the girl group." However, she lacked confidence and timidly glanced at Lin Baiyao, asking, "Am I right, Mr. Lin?" Lin Baiyao, wishing to nurture their enthusiasm, replied with a smile, "Indeed." The atmosphere in the room suddenly soared to its peak, as Li Yanqing excitedly jumped in place and exclaimed, "The group that sang Happy Baby debuted in May 1998. As the first generation of girl groups in the domestic entertainment industry, the Youthful Beauties released their first Mandarin album, Happy Baby, and became the spokespersons for Beibeijia, rapidly gaining nationwide popularity. In terms of popularity, they could rival the combined fame of 101 Rocket Girls. Yes, that's them. Ah, does this mean we too might become big stars like them? All the young ladies gazed fervently at Lin Baiyao, eagerly anticipating to hear that affirmative word from him once more. Lin Baiyao responded calmly. Success relies on both support and fate. Let us first focus on the task at hand. Perhaps in the future, you may indeed have the opportunity to become big stars. The implication was clear. He was responsible for Dongjiang City, and whether they could transcend this circle depended solely on their own fortunes. Speaking of fortunes, could good fortune even allow one to thrive in Guangxing Street? The enthusiasm of the crowd was immediately tempered. However, those at the bottom of the social ladder are often the most pragmatic. If great fame was unattainable, then even modest recognition was preferable to serving unpleasant men in Guangxing Street. Thus, they gathered closely around Lin Baiyao, each of them behaving exceptionally well. Regardless of their understanding, they listened intently to his forthcoming instructions. At the Dongjiang television station, the recording studio had various specifications, and naturally, The Dongjiang Night Talk program was assigned the least favorable one. Nevertheless, the presence of 12 stunning beauties still caused a sensation akin to that of a bustling CF. While the television station was not lacking in beautiful women, even the finest delicacies can become tiresome, unlike the poised female anchors, the 12 young ladies. Each adorned in uniquely stylish attire, created a perfect fusion of charisma, not to mention their long, elegant legs, which resembled walking cheese sticks. Who could resist such a sight? Mr. Lin, this is producer Wang, introduced director Huang. Old Wang, this is Mr. Lin, a promising young talent. Be sure to treat him well. We wouldn't want to miss out on sponsorship opportunities in the future. Director Huang introduced the producer and director of the Dongjiang Night Talk program, named Hao. A balding middle-aged man whose squinting eyes made it impossible to discern whether they were open or closed. Lin Baiyao extended his hand with a smile. But producer Hao arrogantly nodded, refusing to shake hands, and instead complained to director Huang, 5,000 yuan. Airing 8 times within a month. This is hardly a reasonable price for cabbage, is it? Director Huang. We are at least aiming to compete with the top channel's Eastern Sun, which is one of the most pioneering talk shows in Dongjiang City and even in Suhuai Province. We have won numerous provincial and ministerial awards. Is it really necessary to stoop to such a demeaning level? This disdain reflected both a lack of respect for the 5,000 yuan and for Lin Baiyao as a sponsor. Despite the program being on the verge of financial ruin, it still exuded the typical superiority of the television industry. Upon noticing producer Hao's impudence, director Huang's expression darkened. Old Hao, didn't we discuss this last night? I inquired about the topic for this week's episode, and you said there was none. Out of goodwill, I pushed resources your way. Now that the guests have arrived, you're turning your back on me, aren't you? Producer Hao, backed by the formidable deputy director of Channel 2, showed little deference to director Huang. I was quite drunk last night and didn't fully grasp what you were saying, director Huang. It is indeed unfortunate that this morning, director Niu just greeted me, mentioning that he arranged for a successful entrepreneur from our city to be interviewed, who is expected to arrive shortly. Director Huang's tone turned cold, his eyes filled with malice. As he remarked, so, because Deputy Director Niu has provided you with a new topic, you feel compelled to undermine my authority? His support stemmed from the channel director of the second network, who typically held Deputy Director Niu in low regard, yet did not anticipate that producer Hao would dare to challenge him in such a manner. Producer Hao, displeased, retorted, how can this be considered undermining? Director Huang, East River Night Talk focuses on showcasing extraordinary individuals who have made significant contributions to the development of Dongjiang City, illuminating their struggles, insights, and the noble pursuits that define their character. It is certainly not a platform for just any trivial model. The women standing nearby felt a mixture of anxiety, embarrassment, and guilt, a truly painful experience. They were not particularly offended by being labeled as trivial. After all, they had endured far worse insults in their line of work. If they were to take offense at every slight, they would have long since ceased to be outraged. However, the average person's reverence for national institutions such as television stations instilled in them a sense of awe, and seeing their steadfast supporter Lin Baiyao being so openly belittled by producer Hao only intensified that reverence, leaving them too intimidated to express any anger. The deeply entrenched bureaucratic mentality has dominated this nation and its people for millennia, akin to the tightening headband on Sun Wukong, which, once affixed, cannot be removed. Take Chen Haoran, for instance. Despite his capabilities and talents, he languishes in a struggling electronics factory due to his mother's belief that individuals associated with the state deserve respect. In truth, as the turn of the century approached in 1998, an unprecedented era was on the horizon, with many seemingly glamorous individuals grappling for survival in dire circumstances. Just as the arrogant producer Hao, who boasted of his achievements, would soon find his own show, East River Night Talk, fading into obscurity within months. Just as the leading network's Eastern Sun faced its own struggles, Lin Baiyao remained unfazed by producer Hao's disdain. Like a grasshopper in autumn, his jubilance only rendered him more ludicrous. If he deemed himself unworthy, he could have easily declined director Huang's offer the previous night, instead of initially agreeing only to later retract his words. Director Huang, please don't take my words harshly. There are always those in our organization who flatter those above while oppressing those below, believing proximity to leadership grants them authority. This was Lin Baiyao intentionally stoking the flames, leaving director Huang incensed, practically ready to explode. as he pointed an accusatory finger at producer Hao, exclaiming, "Do you truly consider yourself the director? Let me make this clear. Regardless of who recommended you, I assure you that you will not pass the editorial committee's review this week." Producer Hao, refusing to back down, retorted angrily, "The second network is not solely dictated by you, Director Huang." At that moment, the door to the recording studio swung open, and Deputy Director Niu entered with a companion. Frowning as he questioned, "What is all this commotion? Are you all simply idle?" Chapter 22, A Friend in Death, A Path of Poverty. Upon seeing Deputy Director Niu, Producer Hao immediately regained his confidence. He disdainfully shot a cold smile at Director Huang before bowing and rushing over to Deputy Director Niu, forcefully introducing Huang as a connection while making disparaging remarks about the leadership, effectively tearing the facade apart. Director Huang's face turned a deep shade of anger. Deputy Director Niu's brow furrowed even deeper as he turned his serious gaze towards Director Huang, asking, "Is there any truth to this matter?" Upon the arrival of Director Huang, there was no fear on his part. Moreover, Lin Baiyao had indeed contributed a substantial sum of 5,000 yuan. In a sluggish market, securing such sponsorship is commendable, even if it escalates to the attention of the station's director. "Mr. Niu, reason must prevail in all matters. I had arranged with producer Hao to record an episode with the supermodel girl group from Mr. Lin's company today, yet unexpectedly, when they arrived, he stated that due to prior engagements, I was left in the lurch. Is this how matters should be handled? Should such news circulate? What would become of the television station's credibility?" Deputy Director Niu was genuinely unaware of producer Hao's involvement in this predicament and found himself momentarily speechless. Last night, he had attended a social gathering and met a Mr. Wang, a businessman of considerable means, introduced by a friend. Mr. Wang expressed his desire to promote himself and his enterprise, and as the station was in need of funds, through mutual acquaintances, they reached an agreement, with Deputy Director Niu willingly providing his contact information. Upon arriving at work today, he received a call from Mr. Wang, who was eager to invest 20,000 yuan for an appearance on a program. After some contemplation, Deputy Director Niu decided to keep the benefits within the station, thus informing producer Hao. Faced with the choice between Director Huang and his 5,000 yuan and Deputy Director Niu with his 20,000, the decision for producer Hao seemed rather straightforward. What value do promises hold? Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. This situation arose from producer Hao's inability to manage affairs properly. Though his intentions were for the sake of the program, Deputy Director Niu planned to utter a few diplomatic phrases to placate Director Huang, while the sponsorship he secured could be allocated to other programs. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Mr. Wang's eyes brightened with recognition as he stepped forward. Filled with excitement, addressing Lin Baiyao, "Are you Mr. Jia?" Lin Baiyao recognized him as the Mr. Wang who had placed a substantial bet on the night of the World Cup finals, surprised that he could identify him. Clearly, the fisherman's hat and sunglasses were insufficient disguises. "Mr. Wang, my surname is Lin. Did we not meet at Mr. Jia's gathering?" Mr. Wang, astute as he was, quickly understood that Jia Yuxuan preferred to remain anonymous. He had neither the audacity to expose him nor the inclination to do so, and he promptly nodded, expressing, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, it is truly a stroke of fortune to encounter you here." A regular in the underground betting scene, Mr. Wang was quite familiar with Lu Yiqing, and following the finals, he had discreetly inquired about Jia Yuxuan's identity. Lu, however, had been reticent, cryptically stating, "Incomprehensible, of significant stature." To earn Lu's admiration implied that this individual was not only wealthy, but also of high social standing. With utmost respect, Mr. Wang inquired, "Mr. Lin, may I ask what brings you here?" Lin Baiyao replied with a smile, "I have no particular desires. I simply relish this opportunity." He gestured towards the girls nearby, adding, "Purchasing bags, clothes, flowers, and jewelry feels rather pedestrian. I intend to elevate them to supermodel status." They were eager to come to the television station for a recording, only to be outmaneuvered by Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang trembled slightly and hastily clarified, "Mr. Lin, there has been a misunderstanding. Mr. Niu and I are merely here to observe. We have not yet determined which program to join. If Dongjiang Night Talk is of interest to you, how could I possibly encroach upon your preference? Do not feel constrained," he added. "Not at all." President Wang turned to Deputy Director Niu and said, "Deputy Director Niu, how much sponsorship is needed for Mr. Lin's appearance on Dongjiang Night Talk?" "I shall cover it." President Wang's obsequious demeanor not only left Director Huang and producer Hao utterly astonished, but also rendered Deputy Director Niu speechless. Last night at the banquet, even if President Wang was not the central figure, he certainly held a respectable position, at the very least. Deputy Director Niu would have had to stand and toast him. In this day and age, wealth commands respect. The title of Deputy Director of Municipal Second Channel might deceive the common folk, but it would hardly impress seasoned players in the business world. President Wang, may I ask who this gentleman is? Deputy Director Niu finally found an opportunity to engage in conversation, stepping closer and adopting a humble demeanor under President Wang's influence. Standing beside Lin Baiyao, President Wang's voice resonated with newfound confidence, as if introducing Lin Baiyao were a monumental honor. Mr. Lin is a young entrepreneur I hold in the highest regard, he declared. Deputy Director Niu, didn't you mention the station was in need of sponsorship? With Mr. Lin's support, not just the city station, but even the provincial station sponsorship could be secured. When one lifts another, it is imperative to elevate them to greater heights. The higher the elevation, the more significant the impact, showcasing the caliber of the bearer. Concerned that Deputy Director Niu might not grasp the gravity of his words, President Wang leaned in and whispered, Deputy Director Niu, I cannot disclose Mr. Lin's specific identity. However, you must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. The more earnest you are, the greater the benefits that will come your way. Deputy Director Niu was not part of the underground market circles, and thus President Wang naturally refrained from divulging too much, especially since Mr. Lin seemed intent on enjoying his low-profile visit. How could he dare disturb Mr. Lin's enjoyment? Recognizing President Wang's stature and the reverence he held for Mr. Lin, Deputy Director Niu, much like Lu Yiqing, found himself caught in a whirlwind of speculation. A significant benefit? That must pertain to advancements in my career. Observing Mr. Lin's youth, he pondered if he might be the son of some city leader. No, that couldn't be right. The benefits bestowed by the city, no matter how grand, were still limited. Could it be from the province? Ah, indeed, there seemed to be a Director Lin at the provincial level. Deputy Director Niu was taken aback by his own conjecture, his scalp tingling with realization. Looking again at Lin Baiyao's appearance, he noticed a striking resemblance to the Director Lin frequently seen on television. Goodness! With a potential reference point now in mind, he examined Lin Baiyao's demeanor, calm and poised, exuding wisdom and brilliance. Such composure could hardly be cultivated at the municipal level. It dawned on him. So it was Mr. Lin, my apologies for the oversight. Deputy Director Niu had risen from humble beginnings to his current position at the television station through relentless ambition. With immense prospects before him, he paid no heed to the watchful eyes of his subordinates, his enthusiastic demeanor eclipsing even the renowned service of the ladies from Guangxing Street. Extending both hands, bowing at a 30-degree angle, and beaming with a smile, he exclaimed, Mr. Lin, please do not misunderstand. President Wang is here solely to discuss potential collaboration with me and has not yet decided on a specific program. Some of the staff may be thoughtless, mistaking trivial matters for authority, and have unintentionally caused you amusement. Lin Baiyao's eyes sparkled as he shook hands with Deputy Director Niu, appearing quite accustomed to the flattery and respect of others. After 2 seconds, he gently released the grip and replied with a light chuckle, not at all. Director Niu is being overly generous. Producer Hao is both talented and principled, and I hold him in high regard. The handshake, lasting merely 3 seconds, conveyed a sense of unfamiliarity and respectful distance, coupled with the implications in his words. Deputy Director Niu made his choice without hesitation. A dead companion is preferable to a living one. Eliminate producer How to amuse Mr. Lin. Chapter 23. Celestial bodies from which light cannot escape thus. The new and old staff of the television station in the recording studio once again witnessed Deputy Director Niu's dramatic change of countenance. His gaze towards producer Hao, once a favored protege, was as frigid as the approach of winter. He spoke with stern authority. You are to be suspended immediately. Return home for self-reflection. And your salary for the past 6 months along with your year-end bonus will be forfeited. Furthermore, you are disqualified for any awards this year. Should your self-reflection prove insufficient and your understanding shallow, do not bother returning to work. Submit your resignation. At the television station, aside from formal employees, there were contract workers divided into various categories including branch hires, departmental hires, and program group hires. Producer Hao fell under the departmental category, affiliated with the second channel. Having previously offended Director Huang equated to crossing the second channel's director. now abandoned by Deputy Director Nyo with the current inefficacy of the second channel. Being suspended and sent home without pay felt akin to a death sentence, waiting for execution in the autumn. Should someone intervene, actual dismissal was not out of the question. Producer Hao was in a state of panic. How could he not be? With the title of program producer at the city television station, he could at least garner admiration from beautiful women and maintain a respectable standing among friends and relatives. However, if he were to be dismissed and sent home, the repercussions from his formidable wife would be the least of his concerns. Losing the status to flaunt and the opportunities to participate in various social gatherings could be a death knell for a middle-aged man. Director Nyo, I was in the wrong. I was blinded by my own folly and should not have offended your esteemed guest. Deputy Director Nyo, visibly irritated, retorted, Mr. Lin is not only my esteemed guest, but also a distinguished guest of the television station. Who supports our work? Who pays your salaries? Is it not these admirable entrepreneurs? One must always be grateful. Old Hao, this is not merely a personal grievance. The station has its own rules and regulations, and anyone who violates them must bear the corresponding consequences. Producer Hao was not a fool. He quickly grasped that Deputy Director Nyo's focus was on Lin Baiyao. He immediately turned to Lin Baiyao, pleading, Mr. Lin, I failed to recognize your worth and offended you. In the future, I will come to you to atone for my mistakes. You are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against someone of my lowly stature. Deputy Director Nyo discreetly observed Lin Baiyao's expression, noting that he maintained a gentle smile, yet remained silent, indicating that Producer Hao had gravely offended him, and reconciliation seemed unlikely. At that moment, Director Huang seized the opportunity to mock, Producer Hao, oh, not a producer anymore. Let me learn from Deputy Director Nyo and address you as Old Hao. Old Hao, after so many years as colleagues, even if one raises cats or dogs, there must be some bond. Go home and reflect well. We shall all intercede on your behalf with the director and deputy director. Rest assured, there will be no dismissal. At most, he may lose his position as producer, but he can still retain his job. This is truly a heart-wrenching situation. Producer Hao's face turned ashen, his body drenched in sweat, as his previous triumphs dissolved into the arduous reality of the present moment. Indeed, to revel in one's successes is merely the fanciful delusion of the naive. The more one basks in glory, the more cautious one must be, for when one falls, no one will extend a hand. Instead, they will seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, for Producer Hao, this was deserved. To everyone's astonishment, Producer Hao unexpectedly knelt down. The recording studio fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers were aghast, never anticipating such a scene. Producer Hao had truly cast aside all pretenses. Despite his usual sycophantic demeanor, he was still a producer of East River Night Talk, a figure of cultural respectability. Yet now, he had brutally torn apart that dignity, trampling it beneath his own feet. Indeed, there are times when integrity can save a nation, but more often than not, it is utterly worthless. For Producer Hao, if kneeling could salvage his crumbling existence, why not kneel? What are you doing? Deputy Director Nyo exclaimed, a mix of anger and disbelief flooding through him. No matter how shameless he was, there remained a line he would not cross. The television station was a state-run enterprise, not a capitalist exploitation factory. To be humiliated in such a public manner by a subordinate would be scandalous. Regardless of the context, it would become a weapon for rivals to wield against him. In that moment, he mentally sentenced Producer Hao to death. This was not how matters should be resolved. You could have approached me privately, knelt before me in secret, and I might have considered granting you a second chance. Mr. Lin would soon forget a minor character like you. At that point, we could find an opportunity to reinstate you. Wouldn't that be a win-win? But this kneeling, it's not just your reputation at stake, it's my own. Although his reputation within the station was already tarnished, he could not allow Hao to place such disgrace upon him. Previously, the stench was confined to the underlings, and he had been indifferent. This time, however, the foul scent threatened to reach the noses of the higher-ups. Who, after all, desires a subordinate that reeks of failure? What are you all standing there for? Deputy Director Nyo barked. Come here and remove Producer Hao. What is this farce? The staff members exchanged glances, hesitant yet unwilling to defy his command. Just as they were about to usher Producer Hao away, he resolutely clutched onto Deputy Director Nyo's leg, weeping, Deputy Director, please spare me this time. I cannot lose my job, as there are mouths at home waiting for food. From a distance, the women watching this turn of events felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. Guan Do's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Mr. Lin is truly remarkable. Mr. Lin, my superhero. This impertinent fellow needs to be taught a lesson. He struts about as if he were a phoenix while being nothing more than a chicken." Li Yanqing let out a few whimpers before lamenting. It's not easy for men striving outside. Even kneeling can appear pitiable. Yang Yu promptly seized her ear, teasingly scolding, "Which side are you on? Did he show you any pity just now? Sister, let go, it hurts. I merely mentioned it, yet I must admit it brought me a certain delight. Cease your exclamations. Isn't it a tad shameless? During my first encounter with a bicycle, I certainly did not scream as loudly." Li Yanqing, feeling bashful, covered her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh dear. How embarrassing. I was merely 16 at the time. Who could have anticipated that riding a bicycle would be so jarring?" Guan Do inquired curiously, "How did you know she had given you a bicycle?" "Because every time I encounter guests who are rather particular while out for leisure, I convey it to them in this manner," she replied. Guan Do chuckled and remarked, "The younger ones are still so naive. Recently, I met a rather dim-witted guest who was scouring Guangxing Street for a flower girl. Hongjia had no choice but to pass him on to me. I thought to add a touch of ceremony by dripping a few drops of red ink, but who would have guessed that after the deed? He incessantly questioned, 'Why is there so little blood?' I slapped him across the face, saying, 'If you lack education, keep your mouth shut. That amount resembles a mere monthly flow, not a significant hemorrhage. Moreover, do you possess the ability to pierce mercury with a toothpick?' Li Yanqing, perplexed, asked, 'Why mercury? Aren't we women made of water?' The young ladies habitually diverted the topic, erupting into laughter. Little did they know that Mercury, in fact, harbors no water. It is Europa, one of Jupiter's moons, that is abundant in water. The most cutting insult regarding a toothpick, however, is neither Mercury nor Europa, but rather the celestial body with a gravitational pull so immense that not even light can escape, the black hole." Yishi possessed a profound understanding of astronomy, a passion she cultivated during her university years, but she had lost interest in the banter among her sisters. Instead, she gazed intently at Lin Baiyao's silhouette. The deeper their acquaintance, the more she perceived the mystery and strength of this individual. No matter the trouble encountered, he appeared effortlessly capable of resolving it. The arrogant producer, Hao, now found himself on his knees, while the deputy director, Niu, wore a conciliatory smile. Yishi bit her lip, and in that moment, she seemed to glimpse the future. Chapter 24. One must not have a narrow perspective in the end. Producer Hao was persuaded to leave. It could hardly be called persuasion, as 4 staff members half carried, half dragged him away, leaving him almost reclining on the ground. What a sight! This was a true disgrace. Deputy Director Niu's face turned pale, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Baiyao's expression appeared to soften. Knowing that he had at least extricated himself from the situation with producer, Hao lightened his spirit, and he began to disregard any potential controversies that might arise within the station. Having Mr. Lin on their side, what was there to worry about? "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the inadequacies in our hiring and evaluation mechanisms for employees, which have led to this embarrassment," Deputy Director Niu confessed. President Wang also stepped in to smooth over the situation, stating, "Indeed, with so many people at the television station, it's inevitable that a few lack proper decorum. It's no easy task for Director Niu to lead." Deputy Director Niu sighed. Who can argue with that? Without rules, chaos ensues. Yet, adhering to rules often offends someone, while disregarding them disrespects the party and the people. It's a difficult challenge. The tone of this discourse was hardly fitting for a report, was it? Lin Baiyao smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, Director Niu. For those who dedicate themselves to meaningful work, the eyes of the public are keenly observant. The recognition of the masses is tantamount to the organization's acknowledgement. The higher-ups will not allow good officials to suffer unduly." Well said. Deputy Director Niu interpreted Lin Baiyao's words as a subtle hint, declaring, "With Mr. Lin's caliber, I dare say there are few in the entire Dongjiang city who can surpass you." President Wang vehemently disagreed, stating, "Director Niu, your perspective is rather narrow. Not to mention Dongjiang City, even in Suhuai Province, there are hardly any who can match him." Deputy Director Niu hesitated, pondering whether this perspective might indeed be too grand. However, as an adept in the art of flattery, he aimed high. After all, the chilly heights were not his concern. He quickly replied, Yes, my vision is limited. I shall punish myself with 3 cups tonight." Thus, he deftly arranged the evening's dinner gathering. A true master of the game. Meanwhile, Director Huang, who was listening in a daze, pondered the situation. Wasn't Lin Baiyao introduced by Qiao Bei? He should possess some wealth, yet he was not an extraordinarily affluent figure. How could it be that first President Wang, and then Deputy Director Niu, so readily bowed to him? Had the heroes of Liangshan ever shown such haste to pay homage to Song Jiang? Was it not your visions that were narrow, but rather mine that was limited? Director Huang contemplated deeply, questioning where he fell short. Perhaps it was this very shortcoming that defined my role as the head of the programming department, while Deputy Director Niu held the title of Deputy Director. Lost in this train of self-doubt, Director Huang found himself further diminished as Deputy Director Niu, using him as a mere tool, asserted Director Huang. You have also been somewhat remiss. Dongjiang Night Talk airs at 10 o'clock, a time slot with low ratings and limited audience reach. How could it possibly be worthy of Mr. Lin's International Supermodel Group? Here is a thought. If you trust me, I can arrange for it to be pushed to the prime 8:30 slot. What do you think? Director Huang was taken aback. The primetime program had been arranged beforehand. While it could be altered, the procedures involved and the connections that needed to be navigated were numerous. Deputy Director Niu was indeed going to great lengths to curry favor with Mr. Lin. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Baiyao declined the offer. Director Niu has misunderstood. It is not the 10 o'clock slot arranged by Director Huang that I desire, but rather Dongjiang Night Talk by name. The ultimate impact of the program cannot be solely assessed by the time slot's merit. It must also consider the degree of compatibility between us. In-depth interviews, Dongjiang Night Talk excels at delivering, making it the most suitable choice. This conveyed the message. If I wanted the prime slot, I need not approach you, Deputy Director Niu. I could secure it myself. The reason for selecting Dongjiang Night Talk was due to its format aligning perfectly with the essence of supermodels. This was, in essence, a display of subtle superiority. I could enter the prime slot, but I choose not to. It was merely a game. Deputy Director Niu, however, was quite taken by this approach. Indeed, given Mr. Lin's stature, gaining entry to the prime slot was hardly a concern for him. He eagerly nodded and smiled. Yes, I had no idea Mr. Lin was also well-versed in communication studies. We as professionals feel somewhat inadequate in comparison, since President Wang's unexpected appearance. Lin Baiyao had seen through the entire process of Deputy Director Niu's imaginative embellishments. At this juncture, it was not only unnecessary to humbly expose the truth, but imperative to stoke the flames further, reinforcing the constructs that Deputy Director Niu had fabricated, solidifying them with unyielding strength. In a previous life, one would often witness what appeared to be mere amateurs impersonating leaders of various ranks to swagger through provincial and municipal offices, seemingly a simple deception. Yet, many succeeded spectacularly. At the time, it seemed utterly incomprehensible. Today, by a twist of fate, I found myself inadvertently embroiled in such a scenario. Although it is deemed the simplest, akin to a kindergarten level, it pales in comparison to the hellish difficulty faced by amateurs. Yet, it does illustrate that, amidst various factors, there exists a tangible probability of success. After being subtly undermined, Director Huang opted for a proactive approach, stating, "But now that old Hao has departed, it seems the East River Night Talk cannot commence. Mr. Lin, would you consider a different time slot?" Just yesterday, he referred to Lin as young brother Lin. Yet now, with a borrowed ounce of courage, he hesitated to address him so boldly. No need. It shall remain East River Night Talk, under the stewardship of producer Hao. What? Director Huang was taken aback, as were Deputy General Manager Niu and General Manager Wang, with the surrounding women displaying equally astonished expressions. Lin Baiyao chuckled. Producer Hao has learned a valuable lesson from this experience. He should now understand the importance of propriety. One must not only consider the monk's face, but also the faces of Deputy General Manager Niu and Director Huang. Let him return. For the principle of punishing the past to heal the future is indeed a noble endeavor. The notion of punishing the past to heal the future, along with the imperative of healing and saving, stands as the two paramount tenets of the organization over the past 42 years. Such wisdom is hardly a reflection of familial upbringing, especially for someone of Lin Baiyao's youth. Deputy General Manager Niu found himself thoroughly captivated by the intricacies of the unfolding drama, genuinely impressed. What a brilliant strategy. First, they need the individual in every conceivable manner, only to call him back. One can only imagine how producer Hao would feel compelled to deliver an exceptional performance for this episode. With the results in place, How could those enchanting young women fail to be delighted? I told you, Mr. Lin would not trouble someone as insignificant as producer Hao. Every action he undertakes is directed towards the ultimate goal of pleasing the lovely ladies. One should relish their youth with elegance and charm. Very well, you. Go check if old Hao has left. If not, summon him here immediately, Deputy General Manager Niu instructed, gesturing to his staff member. Director Huang was equally impressed, for Mr. Lin's thoughts were exceedingly difficult to decipher. The last person he had encountered with such unpredictable emotions was the head of the network. As for General Manager Wang, he took a more straightforward approach, believing that whatever Mr. Lin decided was indeed correct. To overlook past grievances speaks volumes of one's grace, generosity, and capacity for tolerance. Producer Hao burst in, nearly tumbling over himself, as Deputy General Manager Niu maintained a stern demeanor, saying, Mr. Lin values your talent and has interceded on your behalf. Thus, you shall still oversee East River Night Talk. Work diligently and do not betray the trust placed in you by the station and Mr. Lin. With the tides turning, Producer Hao was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, nearly bowing in gratitude to Lin Baiyao. Noticing his dazed expression, Deputy General Manager Niu prompted, Aren't you going to thank Mr. Lin? As Producer Hao prepared to express his heartfelt gratitude, Lin Baiyao waved his hand, saying, Time has been squandered, Producer Hao. Please expedite your work. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately. Producer Hao transformed almost entirely, treating Lin Baiyao with the reverence one might afford to an ancestor, bustling around with renewed dedication. Nearby, Guan Daodu appeared perplexed and quietly inquired of Yishi, why did Mr. Lin spare him? Such a petty individual should be crushed without hesitation. Producer Hao may have erred, but he may go without a meal. However, the crew must eat. Mr. Lin may seem cold, but in reality, he possesses a warm heart. Producer Hao serves as both producer and director. His dismissal would undoubtedly impact the entire team, who rely on their wages. Without work, what would become of their families? Oh, I see, Guan Dodo pouted and remarked. Being a good person is exhausting. Yishi replied with a gentle smile. Dodo, when you find yourself in unfortunate circumstances, would you prefer to encounter a benevolent person like President Lin more often? Or someone like Vice President Niu, who is as stern as Producer Hao? Guan Dodo pondered for a moment, standing obediently in silence. The filming process proceeded smoothly. Not only did Producer Hao exert great effort, but the crew also worked tirelessly. They first distilled the interview outline, then rehearsed their lines with one another, ensuring that all departments coordinated seamlessly before commencing the recording. One by one, the women made their appearances, their beauty under the spotlight captivating the entire studio. To put it colloquially, their fashion sense transcended the era like a locomotive, and their impeccable makeup left no room for criticism. Who could resist such allure? Chapter 25. The modern master of hype, the Dongjiang Evening News enjoys a significant circulation in Dongjiang and the surrounding counties. Unlike the daily newspapers that distribute with a sense of obligation, the evening paper has a far broader and more genuine audience, deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. That day, the fourth page of the evening paper featured the headline Their Grace Illuminates the World, lavishly detailing the formation process of the 12 beauties, their accolades, and each individual's tale of perseverance. Editor Lee employed a delicate and profoundly humanistic approach, presenting readers with vibrant and dynamic character portrayals from an innovative perspective and with profound intent. Particularly, the highlighted women, including Yishi, were not only referred to by their Dongjiang hometowns to evoke resonance, but were also depicted in rich prose that conveyed a sense of stirring, legendary storytelling. The fragrance of ink wafted through the air, intoxicating readers as if they were indulging in fine wine. Not only humans, but even dogs would find themselves entranced by such words. Such is the enchantment of language. The evening paper's feature garnered an enthusiastic response, with the editorial office inundated with letters and numerous phone calls inquiring about it. Editor Lee was even besieged by colleagues seeking contact information for the 12 Beauties team. Naturally, Editor Lee declined. Upon learning of this, Lin Baiyao arranged a dinner with him. After sharing a few drinks, Lin Baiyao chuckled, Brotherly, how many lifestyle and entertainment news stories from the evening paper become hot topics each year? In a small place like Dongjiang, the lifestyle and entertainment sections have always lacked blockbuster content. Media professionals yearn for a major hit, but determining what will explode in popularity and to what extent relies not on one's own efforts, but on luck. Indeed, even in 1998, and even in the era of omniscient big data, the so-called blockbusters identified by intelligent algorithms often fizzle out faster than a fleeting storm. Conversely, many initially overlooked endeavors carve their own paths through adversity and rise to prominence. This is the essence of rising stars. Some flourish through support, while others thrive by sheer fate. Thus, when Dong Jiang experienced an unprecedented surge of public interest about to ferment, it was akin to Zhao Chan lurking in the bushes, encountering 800 Dianwei. Journalists and editors, drawn by the scent of opportunity, could hardly contain their desire to awaken the dormant beasts within themselves and seize their share of the spoils. As of this year, the only story that could be deemed a hot topic was the tragic love murder case in Anhua District, which claimed 4 lives, 2 men and 2 women, entangled in an exceedingly complex web of romantic disputes. Numerous media outlets have concentrated their efforts on extensive coverage, garnering significant public engagement. The topics of romantic homicides and scandalous affairs are among the most provocative and widely discussed issues of our time, catering to a collective curiosity born from resource scarcity and a long-standing cultural reticence surrounding such subjects. Lin Baiyao is aware of this case, yet his intentions lie elsewhere. He remarks, "Indeed, it has been evidenced that only with the involvement of various media can a spark ignite into a conflagration. Solely relying on the evening news, no matter how fervently they promote it, will yield only a fleeting interest. Given the momentum, why not involve other newspapers and magazines to enlarge the scope? A broader participation will facilitate a more extensive dissemination, ultimately creating a subcutaneous injection-like effect of communication." Editor Lee, a seasoned professional in the industry, is certainly cognizant of this fundamental theory of communication. However, having secured a competitive edge, he would be reluctant to relinquish his exclusive advantage. His position inherently dictates the limitations of his vision, independent of his intelligence. Lin Baiyao's intention to dine with him is precisely to mitigate this selfishness. Editor Lee asserts, "Mr. Lin, you promised me that all subsequent reports on the girl group would be managed by the evening news and myself. These 2 aspects are not mutually exclusive." Lin Baiyao responds with a smile, "The method of involving others can be flexible. We shall refrain from engaging with other reporters, and instead, you can discreetly share some exclusive insights with your well-connected journalist friends. Brotherly, as the cake expands, you will still be at the helm, and this will enhance your credentials, allowing you to continue sharing in the spoils, thereby forming your own circle and gaining a measure of influence within it. This is the true path to both fame and fortune." As a principal architect of the sensational 12 Beauties narrative, Editor Lee is acutely aware of the complexities involved. The content currently exposed relies heavily on his fabrications crafted during mundane moments, and he has nearly exhausted the necessary revelations. Yet, Lin Baiyao's suggestion to expand the narrative and share the benefits, while also cultivating a small circle, has piqued his interest. "What thoughts do you have, Mr. Lin?" Lin Baiyao chuckles, "I am not well versed in the media realm, but human nature is such that it revels in gossip and debate. Your article has established a favorable public persona, yet it lacks authenticity. Consider adding minor flaws to each character. For instance, a food lover who cannot resist sneaking out to the night market, perhaps encountering an admirer, or a forgetful individual who gets lost upon leaving home and has mistakenly wandered into someone else's room. Interesting, isn't it?" Suddenly, Editor Lee's interest is piqued, and he retrieves paper and pen from his bag, attentively focusing on Lin Baiyao, urging him to continue. The next step involves engaging in a spirited debate between the 2, where you assert one point while he counters with another, a straightforward exchange. However, orchestrating a debate among 20,000 individuals necessitates a strategic approach. How do we set the tempo? Lin Baiyao elucidates. This is where the benefit of involving others comes into play. The evening news can offer positive endorsements. They cannot afford to undermine their credibility by publishing contradictory articles. However, others do not share such reservations. For instance, one might approach the Youth Daily, publishing an article stating that although Qin Suyin hails from a scholarly family, she lacks the requisite talent and relies solely on familial connections to gain entry into a girl group. Similarly, one could question how Su Wanqing, from a humble background, could possibly rise to prominence without encountering a benefactor willing to invest significantly in her image. Wouldn't such assertions invite criticism? This brings us to a fundamental principle of sensationalism. Fear not the backlash, for even infamy can lead to fame. Once one achieves recognition, the tarnish can be cleansed. In the realm of publicity, the strategies of later generations have evolved remarkably, rendering the 1998 audience seemingly naive in comparison. Lin Baiyao provided a subtle hint, enlightening editor Li, who eagerly absorbed knowledge and insight from him, exhibiting an insatiable thirst akin to a seeker yearning for enlightenment. This conversation firmly established Lin Baiyao's status in editor Li's esteem, transitioning their relationship from mere transactional collaboration to a deeper, more profound connection. That afternoon, editor Li proactively reached out to editors from various newspapers and magazines, including the Youth Times, Wealth Report, Economic Daily, Urban Morning Post, Fashion Guide, and Television Report, all of which ranked in the top 10 for influence in Dongjiang. They convened in a CAF, engaging in vigorous discussions that culminated in an equitable distribution of interests. Reaching a consensus across the board, each outlet was tasked with covering different angles of the story, with editor Li ensuring the reliability of the sources to prevent any legal disputes arising from negative news. Thanks to Lin Baiyao's influence, the primary source issued a press release, followed by a surge of discussions, and subsequently, marketing accounts collectively engaged in a promotional strategy that predated the current trends by over a decade. Remarkably, in 1998, such tactics could be executed without the need to employ internet trolls. Nowadays, most publications feature a section for reader letters, eliminating the necessity for fabricated accounts, as the editorial team could craft content independently without fear of exposure by rival fans. Consequently, in the ensuing days, the entertainment section was inundated with extensive coverage of the girl group. Qin Suyin from a scholarly family. Do her relatives support her endeavors? How did Su Wanqing, from a modest background, navigate her psychological journey to success? Jian Kersen dropped out of school to support her critically ill father. What sacrifices did she make? In addition to heartfelt topics, there were also more superficial ones, such as the unveiling of Qin Suyin's criteria for romantic partners, Su Wanqing's height and weight secrets, and Jian Kersen's favorite sweets. This was followed by a flurry of sensational headlines. Shocking. Qin Suyin only wears skirts on stage. Find out why. Disgusting. Jian Kersen's adorable foodie persona is a facade. She induces vomiting after every meal to maintain her perfect figure. Exclusive revelations about the 12 beauties. How many men are truly backing Su Wanqing? Finally, the evening paper issued a statement refuting baseless speculations. Our publication firmly opposes unfounded conjectures and accusations directed at internationally renowned local women. They do not bow to fate. They courageously pursue their dreams, embodying the indomitable spirit of the Chinese people. Their journey represents the awakening and independence of contemporary women. Let us embrace kindness, seek empathy, and celebrate these women while cheering for our nation. As Friday arrived, the evening newspaper soared in sales, nearing its historical peak, while other publications also experienced explosive growth. The remarkable talents of numerous editors flourished, enhancing the personas of the 12 beauties from various angles, heightening public anticipation, and igniting fervent discussions on the streets. However, amidst all the topics, the most eagerly awaited was the appearance of the 12 beauties. Were they truly as beautiful as the text suggested? The evening paper published only a deliberately processed group photo, given the printing standards of this era, even if one were not to obscure the details. The facial features remained indistinct. Moreover, under editor Li's instructions, the group photo emphasized the women's curves while deliberately blurring their faces. The more mysterious it was, the more enchanting it became. After a week of public speculation, the truth was unveiled during the broadcast of Dongjiang Night Talk at 10 o'clock on Friday evening. Chapter 26. Seizing the moment for fame. Dad, you're home quite early today. Why are you still awake? Lin Baiyao asked as he returned from inspecting progress at the electronics factory, where the first batch of 50,000 discs would be ready by tomorrow. Upon entering the house at 9, he found his father, Lin Jingdao, lounging on the sofa watching television, a stark contrast to his usual routine of working until the early hours. In reality, the restaurant was not typically so busy. Normally, they would close around 9. Recently, however, the summer barbecue stall had extended their hours, often wrapping up around 2 or 3 in the morning. The labor was taxing. Yet the profits during this peak season were essential for the locals. They didn't fear hard work, only the lack of earnings. It's quiet today, closing early. Have you eaten? Lin Baiyao inquired. I haven't tea. I'll go make something, his father replied. I've already eaten, Lin Baiyao casually remarked, retreating to the bathroom for a shower. As he emerged, towel drying his hair. He heard the intelligent and rational voice of the beautiful host from Dongjang Night Talk resonating from the television. Good evening, dear viewers. Here, we witness the era through individuals and convey spirit through experiences. This is Dongjang Night Talk, and I am your host. Lin Jingdao shifted from a half-reclined position to sit upright, fully engrossed, his face radiating expectation and eagerness. Yet, in Lin Baiyao's memory, his father enjoyed music and movies but had never shown interest in interview-type programs like Dongjang Night Talk. Is there a celebrity tonight? Lin Baiyao teased knowingly. Tonight features an exclusive interview with the 12 beauties, Lin Jingdao replied, as Dongjang TV had already aired a preview the day before. It was evident that even Lin Jingdao had returned home early to catch the show, and the evening's ratings were bound to reach unprecedented heights. Cough. Lin Jingdao seemed to sense the slight absurdity in his enthusiasm for watching beautiful women and awkwardly remarked, I was just flipping channels and ended up here. Lin Baiyao chose to spare him further inquiries and settled beside him on the sofa, and together they watched the program in silence. As the host concluded her opening remarks, the intro featured clips from international supermodel competitions, the visuals swift and devoid of clear faces, supplemented by commentary and subtitles. This was a common media trick, creating a cognitive illusion for the audience, as if showcasing competitions the 12 beauties had participated in. Next comes the detailed introduction of the girl group members. The first to appear is Yi Shi, with a high-definition, aesthetically pleasing photo displayed on the left side of the television screen, accompanied by her name, weight, height, hobbies, and awards. As the camera shifts, Yi Shi emerges from the entrance of the recording studio, adorned in a white silk long-sleeve shirt, black high-waisted wide-leg trousers, and diamond-studded peep-toe sandals. Her softly curled long hair cascades to her shoulders, complementing her straight legs, creating a perfect blend of scholarly elegance and a commanding presence that instantly captivates everyone watching. Lin Jingdao murmurs, isn't this quite good? Who the hell spread rumors about her legs? His voice is low, and Lin Baiyao pretends not to hear. The interview segment is particularly riveting. The host seemingly presses for answers, posing numerous sensitive questions, yet Yi Shi handles them with grace and composure, delivering sharp retorts while occasionally revealing her cultural literacy. Not in a showy manner, but perfectly timed. Of course, all of this is scripted in advance. Do not be infatuated with the sister. She is merely a tool. Yi Shi's splendid appearance dispels various rumors from the outside world, setting a positive tone for the subsequent introductions of the other female members. Li Yanqing's quirky charm, Yang Yu's refreshing allure, and Guan Dou's elegant demeanor all emerge from the text of newspapers and magazines, as if fairies from the clouds in the sky, suddenly becoming tangible. That night, within just 30 minutes, the program successfully propelled the 12 beauties into the spotlight. As Lin Baiyao lay in bed, he contemplated that it was time to purchase a mobile phone. Otherwise, those wishing to share joyous news with him might struggle to find him. The first to knock on the door was Chu Gang, who had a mobile phone. Currently, Lin Baiyao's external communications rely entirely on this device. Since the program aired last night, Chu Gang's phone had been incessantly ringing, leaving him no moment of respite. Considering that Lin Baiyao was already resting, he refrained from disturbing him. However, as dawn broke and he could no longer hold back, he decided to inform Lin Baiyao that Editor Li, Director Huang, and Deputy General Manager Niu were all eager to see him. Naturally, Lin Baiyao would not meet with everyone. He first returned Editor Li's call, and they arranged to meet at a CAF. Upon their meeting, Editor Li remained composed, stating, the Dongjang Night Talk has added fuel to the fire. Today's evening paper sales will surely soar. If it weren't for your excellent opening, the conclusion of Dongjang Night Talk would not have been so splendid. Lin Baiyao chuckled, come. Let me toast to you, Brother Li. Not at all. I should be the one to thank General Lin. Editor Li lifted his coffee cup and gently clinked it with Lin Baiyao's, adding, the leadership is very satisfied with my performance this time. There have been personnel changes at the newspaper, and my competitiveness was initially in the middle, but I might seize this opportunity for a promotion. In life, one essentially writes their own story or observes others penning tales of promotion, salary increases, and marrying affluent beauties to reach the pinnacle. Editor Li is fortunate, as he has at least one foot already in the narrative. After meeting with Editor Li, Lin Baiyao skillfully navigated 2 meetings with Deputy General Manager Niu before finally agreeing to dine with him that evening, accompanied by Director Huang. The discussion about the bustling scene outside the television station today was filled with uncontainable joy. He remarked, last night's viewership shattered the records of Channel 2. This morning, over 100 spectators gathered outside the station, presenting flowers, letters, and gifts, clamoring to meet the 12 beauties. They even assumed Mr. Lin's girl group resided at the station. The deputy director Nyo also expressed his astonishment. Having worked at the municipal station for many years, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. Even the regular station was stirred, inquiring about the tremendous success of the Dongjiang Night Talk program and requesting a summary of experiences to share with other production teams. The regular station, being the head of the municipal television station, had never acknowledged Channel 2, but the emergence of a hit program had indeed brought pride to everyone involved. Lin Baiyao smiled silently. Deputy Director Nyo exchanged glances with Director Huang, who, maintaining a smile, addressed Lin, Mr. Lin. The station wishes to capitalize on this momentum and produce a few more programs featuring the 12 beauties. Both the format and content are negotiable, and the budget will certainly exceed the usual standards. Lin Baiyao pondered for a moment and replied, as you both know, my support for them is merely for amusement. I never intended to promote them for long. However, since you are all colleagues, I cannot refuse your request. Let us proceed with 2 more appearances on the station. Everyone can attend, or only a select few. You may draft a plan and present it to me. Certainly. I will have it arranged immediately and present it to you for review. Deputy Director Nyo beamed, his delight stemming not solely from the program and ratings, but from the opportunity to maintain a rapport with Lin Baiyao. It was far more advantageous to associate with influential individuals than to toil in obscurity. As the 3 clinked glasses and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Lin Baiyao inquired, Neo, do you happen to know anyone in charge at Century City? Century City is the largest wholesale market for audio and video electronics in Dongjiang City. Lin Baiyao had been laying the groundwork for some time, ultimately aiming to sell his discs, and the path to achieving that lay in Century City. How could I not know? The vice president of Century City and I are sworn brothers. Mr. Lin, if you have any requests, I can certainly convey them without fail. That would be most helpful. Neo, shall we invite him to join us? Absolutely. I will make the call right away. Chapter 27. Preparations for takeoff. The vice president of Century City, surnamed Yin, had been a middle school classmate of Deputy Director Nyo and was a longtime friend. Their relationship was exceptionally close. With Deputy Director Nyo's endorsement, Vice President Yin showed great respect towards Lin Baiyao. Lin Baiyao smiled and said, I have a friend in the disc business who wishes to rent a storefront in the prime location on the 1st floor of Century City. I would appreciate your assistance. Brother Yin, Century City essentially handles over 90% of the wholesale and retail market for audio and video products in Dongjiang City. The prime storefronts were exceedingly coveted, akin to the most sought-after dragon spots in the wilderness. Everyone yearned to claim them for themselves, yet without the requisite skills, they could only envy the successes of others. Vice President Yin agreed without hesitation. As for how to vacate the already occupied prime storefront, that was his concern. The more decisively he handled it, the more it showcased his capabilities. Capable individuals earn respect within the industry, a lesson Vice President Yin had grasped long ago. However, my friend only intends to rent for 2 months. As for the rent, Mr. Yin mentioned a figure. Vice President Yin explained that the storefronts in Century City require a minimum 1-year lease, and there is no refund upon termination. Short-term rentals for 2 months have never occurred. But Mr. Lin interjected, stating that it was not an issue and that he would handle it. Regarding the rent, within my authority, I can offer your friend a 30% discount based on market rates. The rent will be aligned with the market price. My friend is not in need of money, so Mr. Yin need not worry about saving him any. Mr. Lin raised his glass in a toast, prompting Vice President Yin to quickly lift his glass as well, lowering it during the clink and smiling. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lin. This demonstrates the art of conversation, assisting others while expressing gratitude for their understanding. Upon hearing this, even the most unyielding of hearts would recognize that Mr. Yin is indeed commendable. However, Vice President Yin underestimated Mr. Lin. The rent for 2 months in a prime location is not a trivial sum. He had no intention of actually offering it. His initial generosity was merely a strategic retreat, designed to stabilize the situation before setting a trap for Vice President Yin. Mr. Lin turned to Assistant Director Nyo and remarked, Mr. Yin is a straightforward person. I appreciate that. How about this? Hasn't the television station received numerous requests from viewers wanting to see the red-face 12 beauties reunite? Let us make a grand event of it, arranging their first outdoor public appearance at Century City. I will cover the rental cost, set up a stage, and host a grand showcase to give back to the fans. The term fans refers to supporters in various domains such as basketball, football, movies, and television, an endearing and easily pronounced term. Brotherhood, we aim to create a trend, which includes not only promoting individuals, but also establishing titles. While individuals may age, such titles will endure through time. Assistant Director Nyo's eyes sparkled as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent idea. We can have the television station broadcast the entire event live. What do you think?" Vice President Yin felt his head buzzing and asked, "Isn't that the recently popular girl group?" Director Huang finally interjected, "Mr. Yin may not be aware, but the red-faced 12 beauties are models under Mr. Lin's management, whom he has elevated to fame. No wonder. It is likely that only Mr. Lin possesses such influence. Whoever he promotes will surely rise to prominence." Vice President Yin, being an adept facilitator, stood up to express heartfelt gratitude with a toast, stating, "On behalf of all my colleagues at Century City, I thank Mr. Lin for his esteem. How about this? We will cover all the expenses for the event, and furthermore, we will waive your friend's 2-month rent. Since Mr. Lin has shown us favor, we cannot ignore it, correct? How could I accept such generosity?" Vice President Yin sincerely responded, "The inaugural appearance of the red-faced 12 beauties at Century City will earn us ample recognition, an effect unattainable through any advertising expenditure. Mr. Lin is indeed magnanimous, but we must also be afforded the opportunity to showcase ourselves, no?" Assistant Director Nyo added, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, if you regard us as outsiders, then the expenses are yours. However, if you consider us friends, then you shall pay nothing. If you do, it would be embarrassing for both Mr. Yin and myself to share a meal with you." What does it mean when one says, "The higher the road, the greater the magic"? Completing an endeavor without spending a dime, while leaving the other party feeling grateful. Very well, let us celebrate the joy of having made a friend like Mr. Yin today. Cheers. In a mere span of one day, Vice President Yin adeptly arranged matters concerning the storefront. In truth, Lin Baiyao had only leased the space for 2 months, which facilitated operations. He first identified a tenant with weak backing and an impending lease expiration, employing both coercion and persuasion to relocate them to the 5th floor. He promised that after 2 months, they could return and would be granted priority for a 1-year lease along with a month's rent waiver. The tenant, unable to resist such advantageous terms, consented to vacate cheerfully, recognizing the difficulties in securing a new lease without substantial negotiations. Yan's meticulous approach was evident with his methods. He could have forced the tenant out without incurring any costs. However, there lingered the possibility of the tenant retaliating once Lin Baiyao's associates moved in, causing disturbances. Although such disruptions could be easily resolved, they would tarnish Lin Baiyao's reputation. Thus, it was imperative to execute the plan flawlessly, leaving no room for repercussions. The owner of Century City had embarked on a new venture in the provincial capital, delegating nearly all responsibilities to Vice President Yin. He submitted a proposal for the 12 Beauties of Red event, which received the owner's enthusiastic approval and an allocation of 80,000 yuan for its execution. With a firm directive to create a grand spectacle, armed with the owner's endorsement, Yin wasted no time. Within a day and night, he cleared the space in front of Century City, erected a stage, and set up a truss, adorning it with large promotional banners. This vacant lot had originally been rented to small vendors who typically set up cloth stalls to sell their goods. Century City temporarily appropriated the area, displacing them to the sides and inciting considerable grumbling among the vendors. Yet, the small vendors had little recourse. Their protests fell on deaf ears. Simultaneously, collaborations with the evening newspaper and local television began, utilizing the slogans 12 Beauties of Red and Fragrance of Century City to generate buzz for the event. Discussions about the public debut of the 12 Beauties permeated the streets, with countless individuals eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the spectacle at World City. Even Lin Jingdao resolved to close his business on the day of the event, joining a group of neighbors and friends to partake in the festivities at Century City. In the office of Xinghe Imaging, Lin Baiyao convened a meeting with all personnel, stating, "The preliminary acts are complete. Now we must engage in earnest efforts to ensure the successful sale of our compilation album. The outcome of tomorrow's event will determine our success. Everyone must dedicate themselves fully and perform their respective duties diligently. Should anyone falter or slack off, I shall not be lenient." Chen Haoran, overseeing sales and particularly attuned to pricing, inquired, President Lin, are we truly set on a price of 8 yuan? Currently, the market price for pirated discs hovers around 4 to 6 yuan, with wholesale prices varying between 2 to 3.5 yuan. While Lin Baiyao's price of 8 yuan is competitive against the legitimate discs priced at 40 to 50 yuan, it offers little advantage over other pirated options. Consumers can be categorized into 3 segments. One segment is indifferent to price as long as the quality is superior. They would willingly purchase at 8 yuan or even 80. The second segment values both quality and cost-effectiveness, being amenable to purchasing as long as the price does not exceed 1/3 of the perceived value. The pricing of 8 yuan conveniently aligns with this critical threshold. Lin Bai remarked that the pricing of 8 yuan could effectively secure these 2 segments of consumers. As for the final group, who prioritize cost over quality, they need not be our immediate concern. We can attract them later through price reductions once the market reaches saturation, thereby extracting the remaining value. Chen Haoran expressed his agreement, and others shared no dissent. Everyone, please prepare. Hong Jia, a previous will come to pick you up tomorrow. Rest well and strive to present your finest selves to astonish the audience. The hands of all once again overlapped, and in unison, they shouted, prosperity. From that moment forth, the corporate culture under Lin Bai's leadership would eschew encouragements of perseverance in favor of exclamations of wealth. Chapter 28. Soaring into the skies. The previous a dominant force in the 1990s, presented itself as the equivalent of the Alfred in later years, a vehicle that unmistakably signaled opulence to onlookers. The rental cost for 3 previous as was substantial, yet their presence commanded attention. Upon arriving at Century Computer City, throngs of people had already gathered, and the local district police deployed significant resources to maintain order. Not even the most agile of eels could navigate through the dense crowd. Fortunately, Vice President Yin had made prior arrangements, guiding the convoy to circumvent the chaos and enter Century City through a side entrance. A designated area of several dozen square meters was cordoned off at the back of the stage, with a long passageway leading directly to the dressing rooms. The women inside donned their battle attire, and as the music swelled, the enchanting host of Dongjiang Night Talks gracefully took the stage, smiling as she announced, "The 12 beauties of Hongyan, fragrant in Century City. Welcome to the outdoor premiere of this internationally renowned supermodel group here in Dongjiang. Let me hear your enthusiasm." The audience erupted into a thunderous ovation, akin to the overwhelming resonance of Gao Jianli's melodies, surpassing even Angela's fervent waves of applause. The beautiful host was momentarily taken aback. Although she had hosted numerous events, none had matched the grandeur and fervor of this occasion. Even the outdoor performances of third-tier domestic stars paled in comparison. This phenomenon touches upon the realm of psychology. The 12 beauties of Hongyan could be regarded as celebrities nurtured by the citizens of Dongjiang. Much like raising a child, they evolved from obscurity to prominence, and the populace felt an intrinsic connection to their growth, fostering a strong protective instinct and a willingness to invest time and energy in their success. This unique sentiment is also the reason behind the emergence of mom fans and girlfriend fans within fandoms, as they do not merely idolize their stars but regard them as family. Thus, when conflicts arise, their cohesion and fighting spirit far exceed that of traditional celebrity fans. Indeed, when it comes to supporting their family, they willingly contribute funds, opting to indulge in instant noodles themselves rather than skimp on collective investments in advertising and gifts for their idols. Such devoted fans are truly admirable. After all, where one spends money is merely a matter of choice. Spending on parents is noble, as they selflessly nurture without expectation of return. Spending on oneself, however, often leads to indulgence and health concerns, while purchasing frivolities reflects vanity and a lack of frugality. Gifting flowers to idols signifies a mutual achievement. The idols progress through the data provided by their fans, who, in turn, also evolve alongside them. Can fans of lesser-known figures and top-tier stars be compared? Thus, fans and idols support one another, striving to become the best versions of themselves. How positively uplifting. Lin Baiyao craves this kind of positive energy, which is why, from the very first day of launching the 12 Beauties of Red, he has been intentionally or unintentionally replicating a similar strategy. Through extensive interaction with newspapers, magazines, and television programs, audiences have experienced the rise of the girl group firsthand and, under the guidance of many rhythm enthusiasts, have witnessed each member ascend from an unattainable height to stand before them. This is the bond created through media dissemination, topic generation, and emotional guidance, fostering a connection between the girls and their audience. The results? Today, Century City provided Lin Baiyao with a gratifying response. The first to grace the stage is our ethereal Lingbo fairy, Qin Suyen. In the waiting area, Yishi instinctively turned to search for Lin Baiyao, but found no trace of him. Yet, curiously, the mere thought of his smile imbued her with a sense of calm and composure. The tumultuous crowd outside no longer seemed like a perilous den of dragons and tigers, but rather a ladder constructed by Lin Baiyao for their ascent. Climbing this ladder, will they emerge from the depths of despair into the light, or will they falter and plunge back into the abyss? The choice lies entirely with them. Yishi took a deep breath, donned her black-framed glasses without lenses, and her form, enveloped in a fitted dress, perfectly exuded the aura of a cold, elegant queen. The delicate sound of her high heels echoed on the stage as she confidently and proudly stepped into the summer of Dongjiang, drawing the attention of all. Wow, it's Qin Suyen. She is even more beautiful than on television. Qin Suyen, I love you. Lin Jingdao was also amidst the crowd, surrounded by neighbors and friends. One neighbor exclaimed, "Old Lin, why does she look so enchanting in that outfit? It's utterly captivating. And the way she walks, what can I say? It's her grace, yes. Her grace. How can one forget it?" Lin Jingdao chuckled. "Minggu, do you dare to say such things in front of your wife? Hey, I'm not foolish. We admire beauties discreetly. No need to draw attention." Another neighbor playfully punched his shoulder, teasing, "Minggu, still hoping to chase after her? Perhaps in another life." "Not even then," Old Ming replied. "I know how quickly fame comes." "How do you know? Didn't Old Xia mention it?" Once, he and Old Ming went to Guanxing Street. And after everything, the girl didn't even take money, saying it was merely a matter of seconds, not worth it. Get lost. Old Ming's face turned red with indignation. "I swear, I can't even share a toilet with Old Xia. When have we ever gone to Guanxing Street together?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. This is the peculiar sorrow of middle-aged men, possessing intentions but lacking means at home, and wanting but unable to afford it outside. Ultimately, they merely indulge in fleeting visual pleasures, sharing fleeting words with their friends, yet when given the chance, they often lack the audacity to act. At that moment, Lin Jingdao suddenly interjected with a sound of surprise, interrupting their playful banter. "Look," he exclaimed, as the four towering screens on either side illuminated simultaneously, showcasing segments of golden hits filmed by Yishi. The same uniform adorned the characters, yet the settings transitioned to the internal offices and conference rooms of the company. It was akin to an immersive virtual reality experience. Rather than merely presenting the uniform, it invited one to envision a strikingly elegant woman in that attire, situated at an unspecified location within the company. Now, the visuals were laid bare. Want to see? Here it is, all for you. Observe how Qin Suyen walks through the office. Witness her seated at her desk, diligently working. What on earth is this? What's happening with the camera? Why is it zooming in? From front to back, from top to bottom. It meticulously revealed every detail. The glistening earlobes hidden beneath her silky hair, the alluring curves of her figure, and even the subtle wrinkles of her skirt formed by her movements. Every nuance was displayed with exquisite precision. How considerate. So deeply thoughtful. Was there any pretense here? It was as if everyone were family, with nothing left to conceal. Indeed, dear ones, what is there to hide? The audience sat in stunned silence, momentarily lost for words. Before erupting into thunderous cheers, countless admirers had perished, their hearts laid bare before the grand plaza of Century City. The fervent crowd leaned forward, eyes wide with anticipation. As they beheld Qin Suyen suddenly pivot to sit at a spacious desk, her long legs crossing in a tantalizing display, igniting a fervor that rivaled the summer heat. Then, just as the hem of her skirt lifted 2 inches and her black stockings slipped down a fraction, the scene abruptly shifted. The screen transitioned to another setting. As Yishi gracefully exited, while the beautiful host announced, "We extend our gratitude to Qin Suyen for her spectacular runway presentation." Coming up next is the tender and gentle Shen Ningzhu. Yang Yu, with a face reminiscent of a pure first love, took the stage, while the screen simultaneously played clips of her in Jiumei. Coincidentally, the visuals returned to the bathroom, obscured by frosted glass, only to halt once more at a tantalizing moment. The audience erupted in a cacophony of desperate howls and reluctant cries. Human psychology is indeed peculiar. For instance, an extraordinarily beautiful woman may command a price of 10 million, and many would feel no inclination towards her, recognizing the impossibility. However, should she only require a mere 100,000, they might rummage through their pockets, contemplating the possibility of success. The atmosphere was precisely that. Without the images on the screen, they were left to their own devices, much like old Ming, indulging in flights of fancy. Yet, when those imagined scenes materialized before their eyes, who could resist the urge to delve deeper into the unfolding narrative? What would it be like as the stockings slipped away? What would reveal itself as the bathroom door opened? That tantalizing anticipation was more excruciating than the dread of a zombie apocalypse in Resident Evil. Chapter 29. The Simplicity of a Man's Joy. By the time the 12 beauties had completed their performances, the audience's composure had utterly shattered. On one side, there is the exquisite art of portraiture displayed on the television screen, and on the other, the vivid reality of a live show unfolding on stage. One might endure the singular experience, yet the combination of the two creates a chemical reaction akin to a cesium block being tossed into water, erupting with explosive energy. It is not like the iron staff of the Monkey King. Who can withstand such oscillating torment? Moreover, the Monkey King's staff, when enlarged, could pierce the heavens. What utility do we derive from such a staff? As the audience's fervor seeks an outlet, the beautiful host invites Chun Haoran, the sales director of Xinghe Imaging, to address the crowd. Lin Baiyao has no intention of appearing. Chu Gang's eloquence is woefully lacking. Chao Bei's reputation is tarnished, and Luo Ku appears utterly unreliable. Thus, it falls upon the spirited Chun Haoran to take the stage, temporarily donning the title of sales director to promote the product. As anticipated, Xinghe Imaging, a top 10 audiovisual electronic company in the nation, has been fortunate to collaborate with the internationally renowned supermodel group, Hongyan Shire Chai. The company has invested a substantial amount, enlisting the finest filming team domestically and procuring the best props and costumes from Europe, America, and Japan. They have acquired the legitimate rights to 30 of the most iconic pop songs. Hundreds have toiled day and night for 6 months to finally unveil an exquisitely crafted collection of classic music CDs. Having mingled with Lin Baiyao for so long, Chun Haoran has become impervious to shame, effortlessly proclaiming, "What you just witnessed was merely a fraction of the content in the CDs. Even more spectacular performances lie ahead." As a token of gratitude for the enthusiasm of today's live audience, we have prepared a limited edition of 8,000 CDs, randomly accompanied by the autographs of the Hongyan Shire Chai, priced at only $8. We welcome everyone to seize the opportunity. The beautiful host takes the microphone, bidding farewell to Chun Haoran as he descends the stage, and remarks with a smile, "We appreciate Director Chen's generosity. Even I am tempted to purchase a few." She then adds, "I know you are all eager, so let us dispense with idle chatter. Please queue orderly and purchase with civility. Thank you." Dozens of staff members from Century City swiftly set up barriers and isolation lines to create 12 pathways, each staffed by 3 salespeople, hastily recruited by Chun Haoran. After a brief training period, they are prepared to handle the current scene. The crowd, a dark mass, surges forward like fish released from a dam, clamoring and rushing towards their promised joy. What constitutes joy? Beauties, beauties, beauties. The essence of male delight is ever so simple. Give me 3. Why do you need so many? Mind your own business. 1 in the CD player, 1 on the nightstand, and 1 to cuddle while I sleep. Is that any of your concern? Hey, how do you speak? I'll buy 150. What? I own an audiovisual store and have a premonition that this CD will sell like hotcakes. I'm stocking up to avoid running out in a few days. Such business acumen. No wonder you are prosperous. The beautiful host sighs to producer Hao, who is in charge of the live broadcast. The last time I witnessed such a fervent event was during the year-end sale at Wangfu Grand Mall, and this crowd is even larger. Director Hao chuckled heartily and remarked, "The effect of tonight's live broadcast was exceptional. President Niu mentioned that he would grant us an additional 2 months bonus. We are to submit Dongjiang Night Talk for the annual Outstanding Program Award at the station. If we win, it will be our breakthrough." The beautiful host, brimming with joy, leaned closer to Director Hao and playfully said, "Director, could you kindly introduce me to Mr. Lin? What's the harm in dining together? I want tea bite." However, Director Hao, haunted by past encounters with Lin Baiyao, dared not recklessly introduce anyone to him. Moreover, the other 12 beauties were equally captivating as the host. He admonished softly, "Do not harbor such thoughts. Mr. Lin is not someone we can provoke. Focus on your work, and the rewards will surely follow. If you entertain any other ideas and provoke Mr. Lin's ire, I will be the first to hold you accountable." The beautiful host pouted but chose not to argue further. Across the square, old Ming hesitated, caught in the flow of people. He rummaged through his pockets. Aware that he had recently indulged in a secret drink, and purchasing a disc would undoubtedly push him over budget for the month. Should we buy it? It's just 8 yuan, after all. Other discs are of such poor quality and still cost 5 or 6, someone chimed in. Indeed. A mere 2 or 3 yuan difference is inconsequential. Let us go ahead and buy it. Seeing the unanimous agreement, old Ming gritted his teeth and pulled Lin Zhengdao forward, saying, "Old Lin, if I return home and face the wrath of the tigress, you must lend me a hand. Of course, 10 or 20 yuan is nothing for my brother. I shall assist you. Enough chatter. Let us move quickly before they sell out." After a long wait in line, it was finally their turn. Old Ming hastily retrieved his money, and the salesgirl handed over the disc. He received it with glee, his trembling hands caressing the cover, feeling as if he had regained 20 years of youth in that moment. "Wait, why does this disc only feature Qin Suyin and not Su Wanjing?" A neighbor behind him inquired. The salesgirl, with a smile that conveyed innocence, explained, "Our company has produced a total of 30 songs. But each disc only has the capacity for 15. Therefore, we must make selections. If you wish, you can purchase another disc, which includes 2 songs by Miss Su Wanjing." How ruthless. The neighbor's expression mirrored that of Chun Haoren when Lin Baiyao first presented this idea to him. Lin Baiyao had advised Chun Haoren, "Do not place all your eggs in one basket." Thus, we produced 2 discs with 30 songs. This one features 3 songs by Qin Suyin and 2 by Shen Ningzhu, but notably lacks Su Wanjing. If you desire to see both Qin Suyin and Su Wanjing, you must purchase both. In the realm of sales, those who had already spent money were considered valuable customers, likely to spend again. It resembled the tactics of modern streaming platforms, enticing users to purchase memberships only to further coax them into spending for early access. Realizing the scheme, old Ming quickly scrutinized the track list on the disc cover, confirming that it indeed featured only Qin Suyin, with no sight of Su Wanjing. His eyes reddened as he pleaded, "Old Lin, it's time for you to come to my aid." In the end, old Ming successfully purchased 2 tickets, and most of the neighbors followed suit, as spending an extra 8 yuan was of little consequence. The joy of men must not be compromised. The sales exceeded expectations, with 8,000 tickets sold out within a mere 3 to 4 hours. The immense foot traffic also propelled a surge in business across the entire Century City, resulting in record-breaking daily sales since its opening a decade ago. A joyous atmosphere prevailed, with a win-win situation for all involved. As evening approached, some audience members who had not yet secured their tickets lingered, reluctant to leave. Chun Haoren had no choice but to take the stage and announce that more tickets would be available the following day at the first-floor store in Century City, inviting everyone to come and purchase. This announcement quelled their desire to wait any longer, and they departed with a sense of regret and an inability to sleep that night. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of Century City, Vice President Yin wore a somewhat anxious expression. He addressed Lin Baiyao with an apologetic tone, "Mr. Lin, the business at Century City is rather complicated. Originally, I took it upon myself out of respect for you, but now it has escalated. Is it because of Li Jingdong?" Lin Baiyao replied calmly from the sofa. Yin Vice President breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Mr. Lin is also aware of Li Jingdong, while others might be oblivious. I have certainly heard of the notorious Li the Overlord at Century City." Li Jingdong, a grassroots figure, rose to prominence through opportunistic maneuvers, becoming a somewhat notorious character in the underworld. He later set his sights on the disc business at Century City, employing various unscrupulous tactics to coerce merchants into joining his association, effectively monopolizing the channels transporting films and music discs from the south and provincial capitals to Dongjiang. All films and popular music discs for sale had to go through him, with merchants obliged to purchase their stock from him and pay a business tax afterward. Over the years, he amassed ill-gotten gains in excess of 10 million yuan through extortion. Those who dared to oppose him either could not compete financially and were expelled from the Dongjiang market, or they suffered physical harm and were forced to withdraw from the competition. Even the top executives of Century City were powerless against him, choosing to turn a blind eye while he continued to consolidate his power. After all, as the developer and management entity, Century City only collected rent and management fees, with no direct financial conflict with Li Jingdong. This time, Lin Baiyao leveraged the momentum created by the 12 Beauties of Red to promote the Star River Film Company, which was nominally associated with Chu Gang. Yin Vice President, not thinking much of it, had simply given Li Jingdong a heads up, mentioning it was a friend's short-term venture lasting only 2 months. Since it was legitimate, he estimated that not many discs would be sold and requested that Li Jingdong waive the handling fees. Li Jingdong, who monopolized the market for pirated discs, had little interest in legitimate sales, as their volume paled in comparison to that of the pirated versions. However, if legitimate products were sold in Century City, he would still impose a high handling fee, which is a significant reason why only a fraction of legitimate products survive in the market. Li Jingdong graciously agreed to waive the handling fees for Star River Film Company. But no one anticipated that the company would lower the price of legitimate discs to 8 yuan and sell 8,000 in just a few hours. Following Li Jingdong's logic, this meant he would lose over 20,000 yuan in handling fees, which he could not tolerate. Thus, when someone discreetly notified Vice President Yin that Mr. Li was furious and had dispatched individuals to wreak havoc, Vice President Yin hastily sought out Lin Baiyao to elucidate the situation's background and implications. He dared not offend Li Jingdong, nor could he afford to cross Lin Baiyao, and could only hope that Lin Baiyao would devise a solution, either by paying the fee to settle the matter peacefully or by mediating. Persuading Li Jingdong to refrain from causing a tumult, he fervently wished for the former. Lin Baiyao was not a man lacking in resources. Paying the fee would spare him the trouble. The latter option was also feasible, yet he feared that Lin Baiyao might leave after resolving the issue, leaving Li Jingdong feeling humiliated and subsequently seeking vengeance. However, he could never have anticipated that Lin Baiyao would opt for a third alternative. Mr. Chu, have your brothers arrived? Chu Gang, the nominal owner of Xinghe Imaging, removed his outer garment, revealing the muscular contours of his tank top. 24 of the most formidable brothers are waiting outside. Vice President Yin stood in stunned silence, hastily exclaiming, Mr. Lin, do not act impulsively. Violence will not resolve the issue. Lin Baiyao replied calmly, there is no need for concern, Brother Yin. We shall address the problem tomorrow. Tonight, we cannot allow Li Jingdong's men to vandalize Mr. Chu's establishment. Chapter 30. The strong dragon oppresses the local serpent. As Chu Gang and Lin Baiyao exited the penthouse office, Vice President Yin anxiously paced within the room. Suddenly, he remembered and quickly dialed Vice President Niu. Old Niu, we have a situation. Upon ending the call, the manager of the security department rushed in, stating, Vice President Yin, about 40 to 50 of Li's men have arrived. I hear they intend to vandalize the Xinghe Imaging store. What should we do? Should we intervene? Mind your own business. Vice President Yin, typically composed and gentle, cursed for the first time. He seized a pen holder and hurled it to the ground, exclaiming, Fool, do you have no family? Or is it I who has none? Can we afford to provoke Li Jingdong? He usually grants me a modicum of respect, but when enraged, he spares no one. Whoever crosses him is doomed. He was filled with agitation and regret. Had he not attended that dinner, he would not have met Lin Baiyao and would not find himself trapped in this predicament, caught between two formidable forces. The purpose of expanding one's network was to secure personal benefits, not to invite trouble. Enough. Vice President Yin despondently sank into a chair, lamenting. On one side is the strong dragon, and on the other, the local snake. Neither of us can intervene. We shall leave it to fate. The evening crowd at Century City was sparse. After the audience for the premiere of The 12 Beauties departed, the mall felt desolate. Many vendors had made the equivalent of half a month's sales and were joyfully preparing to close up and enjoy a meal. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from outside as over 40 individuals stormed in through the entrance. Leading the charge was a robustly built individual, albeit with a comical appearance. His head was diamond-shaped with a pointed chin, small mouth, and a flat nose, yet he possessed an exaggerated pair of large, expressive eyes, making him an odd sight. He was one of Li Jingdong's subordinates, known as Big-Eyed Brother, though not particularly competent. His presence indicated that Li Jingdong regarded Xinghe Imaging with disdain. The vandalism was merely a warning. If the other party understood the situation, they would dutifully pay the fee tomorrow, and all would be well. Should one remain ignorant and dare to procrastinate or refuse compliance, the arrival tomorrow will not merely be the imposing figure known as Big Eye, nor will it be as simple as a mere shop destruction. The group of women has already departed under the guidance of Chun Haoren, while Lin Baiyao stands amidst the onlooking crowd, casually enjoying sunflower seeds atop the glass counter. Listening to the merchant's gossip, isn't the newcomer said to hold considerable influence? I hear he is related to Vice President Yin. Related? That's impressive. He must be wealthy. Of course he's wealthy. Who else could afford to hire the 12 beauties for a hit song? Yet, I suspect he lacks true power. Why ask that? If he had power, would he allow Big Eye to come and wreck the shop? Shoo, don't speak recklessly. Are you seeking death? Indeed, yes. Big Eye is here to maintain order for us merchants. The merchants dare only to whisper quietly, none bold enough to intervene. Although the throng in the first-floor hall is considerable, it exudes an oddly tranquil atmosphere. One can infer from the subtle details the extent of Big Eye's intimidation. What sort of scene would unfold if Li Jingdong were to arrive? The lawlessness of the villain cannot be blamed on the cowardice and timidity of the good. The hallmark of modern society is not a contest of who is more formidable between the good and the wicked, but rather the assurance that the good need not suffer abuse, and that the wicked dare not bully others. That alone suffices. For one cannot alter the nature of the villain nor the virtuous. The only force capable of transforming it all is an unwavering rule of law. Chu Gang, accompanied by more than 20 subordinates, appeared at the entrance of the shop, obstructing Big Eye's path. Although their numbers had dwindled by half, the audacity of the young and fearless was ready to erupt, their faces filled with determination and defiance, exuding a greater aura of strength. Big Eye and his crew had enjoyed years of success, reveling in luxury, backed by the towering figure of Li Jingdong, and had not encountered any formidable adversaries. Typically, when gathering his brothers, everyone would yield and submit at the sight of them. However, tonight, confronted suddenly by the resolute Chu Gang, they were momentarily taken aback. What do you think you're doing? Dare to stand against me? Surely, you are not a band of blind men. Is this some kind of joke? Has the legendary Ling Hu Chong blinded you? Ha! Big Eye, are we going to fight? A subordinate nearby reminded him, jolting Big Eye from his stupor. His face flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, late-night reading had dulled his wits. He pointed accusingly at Chu Gang, cursing, "What kind of little cats and dogs dare to challenge me?" Chu Gang retorted with a cold laugh, "Challenge? You are unworthy." This incited Big Eye's fury. His right hand whipped out a butterfly knife, glinting ominously in the light, revealing a menacing visage that, due to its diamond shape, conveyed a bizarre charm instead. Care to repeat that? A subordinate standing behind Chu Gang attempted to shield him from the knife, but was brushed aside by Chu Gang, who fearlessly advanced towards Big Eye. His scornful gaze and calm demeanor enough to make even the Buddha want to leap into action. You are unworthy. Big Eye's anger surged from within, provoking him to seize Chu Gang by the collar with his left hand while thrusting his right toward his abdomen. Lin Baiyao's eyes narrowed suddenly. Although Chu Gang had assured him that in the event of a conflict they would not come to harm, that fighting is about courage and that no lives would be lost, the tension in the air was palpable. Unexpectedly, the audacity of Big Eye and his companions had persisted for far too long, and their aggression was met with a formidable weapon, a long-bladed knife. In a swift motion, Chu Gang sidestepped, his left knee soaring towards Big Eye's groin, while his right hand, like lightning, seized the knife-wielding wrist, forcefully twisting it back to effortlessly wrest the weapon away. In one fluid motion, he plunged the blade into Big Eye's abdomen, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Without a flicker of emotion, Chu Gang extracted the knife, the bloodied blade brushing against Big Eye's face before he delivered a sharp kick, sending him staggering back. Clutching his belly, Big Eye doubled over, drenched in sweat from the pain, as his subordinates hastily supported him, their hearts gripped by terror. Steadfast, precise, ruthless. With a thunderous display of power, Chu Gang commanded the scene, and the subordinate who had attempted to block the knife stepped forward, naturally taking possession of the butterfly knife. Meticulously wiping away Chu Gang's fingerprints before gripping it tightly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Big Eye and his cohorts. It seemed he was merely awaiting Chu Gang's command to charge forth fearlessly, ready to plunge the blade into their bellies one by one. Those unshod fear not the shoot. The reckless dread, not the death-defying. At the nadir of the food chain, they unexpectedly ascended to its pinnacle amidst the bloodshed. Return to inform Li Jingdong to first ascertain the identity of Mr. Lin before we discuss the service fees. If you wish to continue this ruthless game, we can arrange a demonstration in a couple of days. Should you choose to pursue a lawful path, that is entirely up to you. With an aura of authority, Chu Gang pointed at the subordinate wielding the knife and declared, "The one he stabbed shall be taken in. I have hundreds more like him, ready to face any peril for me. If you dare dispute, come forth. However, let me make it unequivocally clear, should one of my men be taken, Be prepared for 10 of yours to face the blade. As long as my people remain unscathed, you should be wary for your lives. Blood continued to seep from Big Eye's abdomen, yet Chu Gang exercised restraint, skillfully avoiding vital organs, though alarming in appearance. It was merely a superficial wound that would pose no serious threat once the bleeding was halted. Nonetheless, his cold demeanor while inflicting harm, the solidarity of his subordinates taking the blame, and the commanding ferocity with which he spoke left Big Eye and his cohorts utterly bewildered, silencing them into a hasty retreat. Cheers erupted from the merchants witnessing this spectacle, as this marked the first time in years that Li Jingdong's dominance over Century City had faltered. However, there were those among them who, fearing the consequences of this escalation, calculated the merits of temporarily closing their businesses, awaiting the resolution of this turmoil. Better to incur losses than to suffer the repercussions of a disaster. Upon receiving the report, Vice President Yin promptly descended from the top floor to the ground level. Observing the bloodstains on the floor with a heavy sigh, he instructed the cleaning staff to restore order, disregarding any conversation with Chu Gang, and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Baiyao amidst the crowd, the two of them retreating to the office. Mr. Lin, how shall we resolve this? Lin Baiyao was about to offer words of comfort when Deputy Director Niu hastily arrived, his face pale after hearing Yan's account of the events. Mr. Lin, he lamented, Li Jingdong is a mad dog that should not be provoked. If he demands money, it is best to appease him rather than allow it to escalate to this extent. You are a person of affluence, and it is unwise to place yourself beneath a precarious wall. There is no need to engage with someone like Li Jingdong. I have heard that Li Jingdong resorts to bullying and intimidation, that he is embroiled in violent acts, and that he carries a reputation tainted with bloodshed. His demeanor is audacious, and he revels in drawing attention to himself. Such a character is evidently not destined for longevity. Thus, you need not regard him with trepidation. Vice President Yin and Deputy Director Niu exchanged glances, both internally lamenting, you may not fear him, as you can simply walk away without a second thought. However, we are still entrenched in Dongjiang, with families and children to consider. We cannot afford to be reckless. Lin Baiyao smiled softly, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the curtains to gaze upon the illuminated cityscape. His handsome visage flickered between light and shadow as he spoke in a low voice. If you perceive Li Jingdong as a nuisance, then allow me to assure you that within 2 days, I shall render him utterly non-existent in Dongjiang. Chapter 31. The Prophets leap in the car, leaving Century City. Chu Gang did not conceal his anxiety, murmuring, you should not have compelled me to inquire about Mr. Lin. Li Jingdong is not an easy adversary. If you reveal your identity, it could pose a danger. Do not fret. Even a tiger has its vulnerabilities. Lin Baiyao patted Chu Gang's shoulder, gesturing for him to relax. The reason I had you utter that phrase was to disorient Li Jingdong, instilling doubt within him. At least for these next 2 days, until he uncovers my identity. He will refrain from acting rashly. Li Jingdong is not a fool. Recklessness does not lead one to this point. Even so, such a strategy can only delay for 2 days. I believe, for the sake of safety, it would be prudent for you to take Yishi and others away for a time. I shall remain here, standing firm with my comrades against him. Should the tide turn unfavorably, you must find a way to extricate yourself. My goal is simply to buy 2 days of time. After that, Li Jingdong shall cease to be our concern. What? At that moment, Chu Gang's feelings mirrored those of Niu and Yin. They all felt Lin Baiyao was speaking fantastically. Lin Baiyao smiled slightly, saying, have you forgotten? I have previously told you that the god of wealth is ever in my favor. With such divine protection, what is there to fear? If we were to fear Li Jingdong, we might as well squander our fortunes to avert disaster, rather than compelling you to confront him directly. It is merely an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself, ensuring that once I depart Dongjiang, no one dares to trouble you. Indeed, Chu Gang suddenly recalled that night during the World Cup, when, just as everyone believed the outcome was settled, the final goal validated Lin Baiyao's foresight. It was akin to a miracle. For reasons unknown, his heart calmed instantly. If Lin Baiyao asserted that Li Jingdong was not a threat, then he would certainly not become one. Lin Baiyao is not the ancient one from the Marvel Universe, capable of conjuring a portal to transport Li Jingdong to another realm. He is not a pontiff from another world, endowed with the power to make Li Jingdong vanish with a mere utterance. This is an utterly ordinary city, devoid of magic and divine abilities. Yet, he is the most extraordinary of all, having returned to 1998, unable to be a werewolf or a commoner, but capable of being a prophet. Why can Li Jingdong be resolved within 2 days? Because he has been rampant in Dongjiang for nearly a decade. And according to the cyclical nature of criminality, his time is nigh. Lin Baiyao could ascertain that during the early days of August, the provincial authorities had launched a coordinated operation that resulted in the apprehension of over 200 members of Li Jingdong's gang, including Li himself. 17 of the key figures were sentenced to death, while the majority of the others received prison terms exceeding 10 years. The downfall of Li Jingdong marked the definitive end of the tumultuous and brutal underworld drama that characterized the mid-1990s. At that time, it was a sensational event that reverberated throughout Dongjiang, sparking fervent discussions in the streets and alleys. The extensive media coverage and in-depth revelations that followed enabled Lin Baiyao to grasp many critical timelines and pivotal characters. Now, all he needed was to stoke the flames further. Lin Baiyao turned to the young man seated in the front passenger seat, who was substituting for Chu Gang, and inquired with a smile, "What is your name?" The young man replied respectfully, "Tang Xiaoqi," with Chu meaning strange. "Everyone calls me Stingy Ghost." "Oh?" Tang Xiaoqi revealed a hint of embarrassment, saying, "It's because I am rather frugal. If someone stabs me once, I will retaliate threefold before I relent." Lin Baiyao chuckled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and suddenly asked, "Why are you willing to take the blame for Gang Gu after he injured someone?" Tang Xiaoqi responded, "Last month, during a skirmish, Brother Zhanghai was stabbed multiple times and required 20,000 yuan for medical expenses. I do not know how our leader procured such a sum, but he not only covered Zhanghai's medical bills, but also provided relocation assistance for his mother and sister. I firmly believe that, regardless of the circumstances, our leader will never abandon us. Even if that big-eyed brother had suffered severe injuries, I would gladly trade my life for his." Zhanghai was the individual who had been injured while attempting to save Chu Gang. Had it not been for the urgent need for a substantial amount of money to save his life, Lin Baiyao would have found it exceedingly difficult to persuade Chu Gang to assist him in fabricating an identity and deceiving numerous individuals in the underground market. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Gang shot a glare at Tang Xiaoqi and explained to Lin Baiyao, "He is an orphan, having grown up on the kindness of strangers, and he does not even know where his hometown is. 5 years ago, he was brought to Dongjiang by traffickers, who planned to mutilate him and force him to beg on the streets. He was fortuitously rescued by Zhanghai, and with nowhere else to go, he began to associate with us. He is a good kid, but fate has dealt him a harsh hand." Lin Baiyao pondered for a moment before stating, "From now on, refrain from engaging in violence. This era is ever-changing, and other paths will only become narrower. Only by walking the righteous path can one proceed with conviction and longevity." Tang Xiaoqi remained silent, glancing at Chu Gang, who playfully slapped the back of his head and said, "What Lin Gu says is what I say, understood?" Tang Xiaoqi quickly nodded, "Understood, boss. Do not call me boss. From now on, refer to me as President Chu." Chu He, President Chu. Upon arriving at the apartment building where the 12 beauties resided, Tang Xiaoqi alighted from the vehicle. His task for the evening was to guard the entrance of the apartment as a precaution. Chu Gang summoned Chun Haoran to accompany Lin Baiyao in paying a visit to Director Ma Mingji of the Dongjiang Electronics Factory. Director Ma, though aged, remained resolute. Sipping on goji berry tea and still awake, he was thrilled to see the 3 individuals before him. "Congratulations, General Manager Chu. I watched the live broadcast. Today's event was a resounding success. No, it was exceptionally successful. The sales of the discs are bound to shatter records." Chu Gang, exchanging pleasantries, replied, "Director Ma, we actually came to acknowledge our mistakes." What happened?" Chun Haoran then elucidated the origins of Xinghe imaging to Ma Mingji, explaining that while Chu Gang appeared as the legal representative, the true owner and investor was Lin Baiyao, who had been masquerading as an assistant. Ma Mingji burst into laughter, unfazed by any feelings of deception. Individuals of his generation, having endured the era of hardship and oppression, often harbored a profound sense of patriotism. The youth are the future of a nation and a people. The more outstanding young individuals there are, the brighter and more splendid the future appears. This is indeed a positive development. My apologies. I did not realize that General Manager Lin was concealing himself so well. Even I, who pride myself on my perceptiveness, was deceived. The younger generation, raised with strict discipline, refrains from seeking the limelight. Thus they must push General Manager Chu to the forefront. Dare I ask, what is General Manager Lin's family background?" Director Ma, understanding the delicacy of the situation, acknowledged. At present, my father's situation is critical, and many matters are not convenient to divulge. I shall explain everything to you at a more opportune moment. In 1998, during the local governmental restructuring, Ma Mingji, led by Lin Baiyao's ambiguous rhetoric, was inclined to make connections in that direction, revealing a knowing smile. However, as he was on the verge of retirement, he had no need to ingratiate himself. It was merely that he found Lin Baiyao agreeable. The latter had skillfully built the momentum of the 12 beauties of the Red Chamber and cleverly leveraged it to ensure the smooth sale of discs, showcasing genuine talent rather than relying solely on familial privilege. My inquiries were inappropriate. General Manager Lin, please do not take offense. Ma Mingji, having spent half his life in a state-owned enterprise, was astute enough to sense that Lin Baiyao had come tonight with a purpose. He smiled and inquired, "What troubles have you encountered? While my reputation may still hold some weight, if it is not against regulations, I would be glad to assist." I knew Director Ma would not stand idly by as we faced adversity. Lin Baiyao recounted the conflict involving Century City and Li Jingdong. Ma Mingji's expression turned furious. "I know Li Jingdong. He is a mere punk who has enriched himself through pirated dealings at Century City. His nefarious actions are beyond count. I typically disregard him. But now that he has involved you, he cannot simply escape unscathed, especially as he is a partner of Dongjiang Electronics. Very well. I will visit Deputy Secretary Wang of the Political and Law Committee tomorrow and ensure that he addresses the security issues in Dongjiang." Wait, do not approach Deputy Secretary Wang. The reason Lin Baiyao had led Ma Mingji to mistakenly believe he was a scion of an influential family was to navigate this very predicament. Otherwise, why would anyone believe the insider information he had shared? I have heard from my family that Deputy Secretary Wang has a complicated relationship with Li Jingdong. Think about it. If there were no underlying issues, how could Li Jingdong exert his influence in Dongjiang for a decade and remain unscathed? This decade coincides with Deputy Secretary Wang's meteoric rise from District Bureau to City Bureau and then to the Political and Law Committee. Ma Mingji gradually regained his composure, recalling the rumors surrounding the two men. Yet, in the city, whispers abound, and the truth was elusive. What if it is indeed true? What then? Do you know Vice Mayor Qiao? The one who has just been transferred from the provincial capital, Xiaoyanian? Yes, that's him. He has only been here for 3 months and is certainly not connected with Li Jingdong. As the executive responsible for economic affairs, if you reach out to him, I believe he will at least not show favoritism. Ma Mingji hesitated and said, but he has just arrived and lacks a solid foundation. I wonder if he has the courage to address Li Jingdong. Xiaoyanian not only possesses the audacity, but also serves as the deputy leader of the investigation team. Li Jingdong's rampant misdeeds in Dongjiang have indeed attracted the attention of the provincial authorities, who secretly established an investigation team 3 months ago. Xiaoyanian was parachuted into Dongjiang primarily for the overarching goal of developing its economy. However, beyond that, he is also tasked with uprooting the malignant tumor that is Li Jingdong, which has entrenched itself in the flesh and blood of the Dongjiang populace. If Li Jingdong is not dealt with, others will follow suit, and without an improved business environment, economic development is impossible. Thus, this is a matter that affects the entire fabric of the situation. It is time to settle the accounts. The investigation team is led by someone from the province, with 5 deputy leaders. 4 of them are heads of relevant provincial departments, and the sole representative from Dongjiang serving as deputy leader is none other than Xiaoyanian. This means that, despite appearing to be 5th in rank among the deputy leaders, he is, in fact, the most trusted individual by the higher authorities in Dongjiang at present. Indeed, this is the case, for 3 months later, when the senior official retires to a secondary role and another is reassigned elsewhere. Xiaoyanian will be elected unanimously as his successor. What Lin Baiyao truly aims to achieve is to lay the groundwork for a relationship with Xiaoyanian through Ma Mingji's denunciation. This individual is destined for great success in the future. Lin Baiyao does not need to rely on him to amass wealth, yet to secure his own standing, he must possess sufficient protective talismans. For money, at times, is not omnipotent. Chapter 32. The Omnipotent Buddha in the Dead of Night. An unexpected visitor arrived at the Dongjiang Hotel, where Xiaoyanian was staying. Upon entering, without bothering to remove his shoes, Ma Mingji exclaimed, "Mayor Qiao, I simply wish to inquire whether you will take charge of the situation regarding Dongjiang Electronics?" Xiao Yannian assumed that Ma Mingji was still aggrieved about the bankruptcy restructuring of Dongjiang Electronics. He motioned for him to sit down and said with a smile, "Old Ma, have a seat. Do not be so agitated. If you have concerns, feel free to express them, but there is a principle. Do not resort to foul language." Ma Mingji, being a seasoned veteran and Dongjiang Electronics having once been a leading state-owned enterprise, had leaders who emerged from the factory now scattered across various key departments in the city and county. Hence, he typically remained calm. When angered, he would dare to scold even the secretary to his face, leaving others at a loss as to how to respond. Engaging in a contest of wills seems unnecessary. He is nearing retirement, possesses little power, and has even less conflict of interest. However, if he chooses to remain passive, the spittle from another's tirade may land upon him, which is hardly pleasant, compelling him to keep his distance and avoid confrontation. Nonetheless, while others could avoid him, Xiao Yannian could not. He is responsible for economic affairs, and the restructuring of Dongjiang Electronics is a matter of utmost importance to the city, necessitating Ma Mingji's active cooperation. Setting aside this factor, he actually holds a great admiration for Ma Mingji, who has worked diligently over the years without selfish motives and with admirable integrity. Though the electronics factory has fallen into such a plight, it is merely the inevitable result of market development and bears little relation to his character. Is it possible to refrain from using foul language? Those in leadership positions often become accustomed to sitting in their offices, attending meetings, and listening to reports, distanced from the realities of the populace. Is it not possible for you to personally engage with the community and hear the genuine voices of the people? How do they truly perceive your actions? Xiao Yannian sensed an unusual tension in the air, straightened his posture, and adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Ma," he stated, "I am not one to dismiss opinions. Since it is just the two of us tonight, let us speak candidly. Regardless of any dissatisfaction below, please feel free to share your thoughts. If there are issues, we shall rectify them. If not, we will strive for improvement. My sole purpose is to ensure the satisfaction of the citizens. Then I shall speak plainly. In Century City, there are thousands of merchants and tens of thousands of related workers, generating millions in monthly revenue. Yet, where does all that money go? The government collects a significant amount in taxes, merchants earn very little, and the common people benefit scarcely at all. It has all been plundered by that scoundrel Li Jingdong." "Very well," Xiao Yannian replied. "If he robs others, that is beyond my jurisdiction, but now he has targeted me." Upon hearing Li Jingdong's name, Xiao Yannian's heart skipped a beat, yet his exterior remained unchanged. "Mr. Ma, do not be hasty. I am well aware of Li Jingdong. No matter how audacious he may be, he would not dare to cause a ruckus at Dongjiang Electronics. I would lend him two of my own courage." Ma Mingji's eyes widened in anger, and he spat in disdain. "Yet he has bullied my clients. What is happening?" Xiao Yannian inquired, surprised. "Hasn't the factory been struggling without rice for some time? The workers are clamoring for food, seeking subsidies from the city, while you, Mayor Xiao, keep stalling and delaying." Xiao Yannian cleared his throat and replied, "Indeed, the city's finances are quite strained, Mr. Ma. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Which clients are you referring to?" "There is a young and promising entrepreneur by the name of Lin Baiyao. In this dismal market, he has invested 30,000 to have the electronics factory produce a series of gold record discs, securing the rights specifically from Youthful. Have you heard of the recently popular girl group, Hanyan 12 Beauties?" Xiao Yannian chuckled. "Such significant news is certainly within my knowledge. Just yesterday, I heard from colleagues in the publicity department that the sales of the evening paper have doubled this week, and viewership for the second channel has surged as well. By the way, is there a live broadcast happening at Century City tonight?" "Yes, the Hanyan 12 Beauties are the girl group under Mr. Lin's management, and they are the stars of the gold record discs. Their company has diligently produced content, engaged in promotional activities, and now that sales have finally commenced, is it not reasonable for them to thrive?" However, Li Jingdong is envious. Last night, he dispatched a group of henchmen, dozens of them, armed with knives and clubs, to Century City to vandalize their store. Xiao Yannian's expression turned grave. "Is such an incident true? Am I one to lie?" Ma Mingji raised his voice. Fortunately, Mr. Lin's employees displayed some bravery and managed to intervene, leading to a confrontation that frightened Li Jingdong's men away. However, what kind of person is Li Jingdong? How could he possibly accept defeat? I have heard he has already declared that starting tomorrow, all wholesalers and retailers of discs in Dongjiang City are prohibited from selling Mr. Lin's products. Xiao Yannian trusted that Ma Mingji would not fabricate such claims, as he could easily verify the matter with a few phone calls, and this behavior was indeed characteristic of Li Jingdong's typical modus operandi. Mayor Xiao, Lin just contacted me, and he expressed his deep frustrations regarding Dongjiang City, claiming that Li Jingdong has been exercising unrestrained control. He is determined to travel to Yuezhou tomorrow to lodge a complaint, vowing to pursue this matter relentlessly, even if it leads to mutual destruction. Is he from Yuezhou? Does he possess any connections? I am not privy to the specifics of his background, but in business, as long as the terms of the contract are adhered to and payments are processed, I find it inappropriate to inquire further. However, I suspect he does have some connections. At his age, it is improbable for an ordinary individual to casually invest hundreds of thousands in a business venture, and his demeanor suggests significant depth and influence. Xiao Yan, with a youthful demeanor, curled his index finger and tapped the table with his knuckles, a habitual gesture of contemplation. If he indeed has connections and stirs up trouble upon returning to Yuezhou, could it alert Li Jingdong and provoke his defenses? The investigation team has been discreetly gathering information for quite some time, and it appears they are on the verge of making significant progress. If word leaks and Li Jingdong becomes wary, it could complicate matters considerably. He is, after all, a cunning individual with ample cash and numerous avenues for escape, which would greatly hinder any potential capture. Noticing Xiao Yan's silence, Ma Mingji grew anxious and implored, Mayor Xiao, please give me a definitive answer. Will you intervene or not? If you choose not to, I will have to cancel Lin's order upon my return, as continuing this business is untenable. I cannot allow my partner to suffer losses due to the adverse conditions in Dongjiang. As for the factory workers, let them create a ruckus. I cannot suppress them. If wages are withheld for a year, how can we expect to secure contracts? It is unreasonable to demand that they remain compliant under such circumstances. Xiao Yan refilled Ma Mingji's teacup and said, Old Ma, do not act impulsively. I have not stated that I will not intervene. The restructuring plan for Dongjiang Electronics has already been discussed in the Municipal Assembly, and I anticipate its swift approval. Within 2 months, it will enter the formal implementation phase. You are the cornerstone of this restructuring. Without your guidance, we risk capsizing, leading to chaos that would be detrimental to both the city and the future of Dongjiang Electronics. Wouldn't you agree? Ma Mingji took a sip of tea, suppressing his agitation, and replied, Then what do you propose we do? The current situation affects not only Lin, but thousands of entrepreneurs wishing to invest in Dongjiang. Mayor Xiao, at my age, I implore you for the sake of the common people. If this continues, Dongjiang's development will languish at the bottom of Suhua province. Let this be the case. Grant me one day regarding Li Jingdong's matter. Ma Mingji's final words struck a resonant chord with Xiao Yan, solidifying his resolve. As for Mr. Lin, please persuade him to refrain from returning to Yuezhou for now and to avoid taking action against Li Jingdong. By tomorrow evening at the latest, clarity will emerge, and I assure you and Lin that I shall present a satisfactory resolution. As Ma Mingji exited the Dongjiang Hotel, he paused at the entrance and glanced back at the modest 2-story building, pondering. How peculiar. Lin's words indeed compelled Mayor Xiao to make a commitment. What will unfold tomorrow? Could it be possible that Li Jingdong might even be apprehended? He shook his head and chuckled, amused by his own naive thoughts. After all, Xiao Yan, despite being the executive deputy, lacks the authority to directly challenge Li Jingdong, and even if he did, such feats cannot be accomplished overnight. Well, at least I have not let General Lin down. Perhaps tomorrow someone will suppress Li Jingdong's arrogance, making him think twice before acting so brazenly. First and foremost, we must ensure the shipment of the initial batch of 50,000 discs to Ma Mingji. Xiao Yannian rose and approached the window. He was not fond of drawing the curtains apart, yet he relished observing the world outside through a small gap. Sometimes, viewing the grand from a diminutive perspective reveals a different scenery. For instance, he could now see Ma Mingji's silhouette in the darkness. Approaching 60, his frail figure had begun to stoop, and his steps had become unsteady. Yet this man, who had toiled all his life, continued to strive for the business environment of Dongjiang City, the restructuring of the Dongjiang Electronics factory, and the pursuit of small orders worth mere hundreds of thousands. In truth, if he chose to relinquish his responsibilities, given his experience, no one would dare to utter a word. He could easily indulge in the joys of grandchildren and enjoy his twilight years. But he persevered and had not given up. What was he striving for? He yearned for the prosperity of Dongjiang City and the betterment of the people's lives. This is the essence of a true communist. Xiao Yannian sensed a hint of despondency in Ma Mingji as he departed. This was understandable, if he were in Ma's position. He too would perceive tomorrow's resolution of the Li Jingdong issue as a mere deferral. Watching Ma Mingji's figure fade away, he returned to his desk and dialed the phone. Hello, team leader. I propose we advance the operation to apprehend Li Jingdong to tomorrow. I know the plan was initially set for 2 days later, but a new development has arisen, and I fear it might alert him. Yes, that is the situation. All teams have completed their evidence collection. Whether we act tomorrow or 2 days hence, the outcome will remain largely unchanged. Tomorrow, if the schedule remains unchanged. At 10 in the morning, Li Jingdong will attend the opening ceremony of his closest friend's hotel in the city center. The following morning, Lin Baiyao met with Chu Gang, Chen Haoran, and others. Chu Gang remarked, Li Jingdong made a statement last night, forbidding anyone from touching our goods. I fear something might go awry. Should we close the Century City store and withdraw our personnel? Absolutely not. We must not yield now. The store will remain open as usual. No one dares to touch the goods, so we should find a few proxies outside. Each should receive 20 yuan as a token of appreciation. Entering and exiting the store to create some foot traffic, Lin Baiyao asserted. Chen Haoran added, Lin, we are conducting legitimate business. We need not engage with local bullies. Once the higher-ups mediate, we can pay the fees and seek stability in our trade. Lin Baiyao chuckled. I do not contend with those who are desperate. Li Jingdong is hardly a concern. Allowing you to operate the store is merely for the observation of others. He did not elucidate the profundity of his statement. Who were they to impress? It was for Editor Li, Director Huang, Vice President Yin, Deputy Director Niu, Factory Director Ma, and even Xiao Yanting to witness. They believed Lin Baiyao had backing, had the audacity to challenge Li Jingdong, which necessitated maintaining a fade of strength. Submission would only arouse suspicion. Closing the store would imply a lack of confidence, leading to doubts. Once suspicion arose, given these individuals' influence in Dongjiang, no matter how deeply Lin Baiyao concealed himself, he would be exposed, leaving no trace behind. Chen Haoran held his head in despair, letting out a resigned sigh. Since last night, Lin Baiyao has been saying that Li Jingdong is doomed, yet apart from meeting Ma Mingji, there seems to be no other arrangements. Can mere incantations truly bring about Li Jingdong's demise? He feels that Lin Baiyao may be somewhat unreliable this time. Even if Ma Mingji communicates with Mayor Qiao and the latter agrees to mediate, it must be done in a way that allows Li Jingdong to save face. The current approach is blatantly confrontational, so what is the purpose of seeking help? This gambit risks ensnaring not only Li Jingdong, but also Ma Mingji and Xiao Yanting. Does he possess such audacity? One cannot blow bubbles as grand as this. Is there any way out? Driving a Toyota, the path ahead is utterly blocked. Lin Baiyao chuckled, offering no consolation to Chen Haoran. Only in moments of despair does the subsequent shock penetrate to the very marrow. Brother Gang, have you heard any news about Li Jingdong today? A close friend of his is opening a hotel at 10 o'clock. Invitations have been circulating throughout the city for the past fortnight, so Li Jingdong is certain to attend. Understood, Brother Gang. Haoran, you two go to Century City and keep an eye out. I'll find someone to share tea and alleviate my boredom. Lin Baiyao waved his hand and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chen Haoran stared blankly at him, then suddenly remarked, I truly admire President Lin, regardless of the outcome. His composure and tranquility are something I could never emulate. Chu Gang, however, offered a thought-provoking insight that lingered in Chen Haoran's mind. Have you considered that President Lin's calm demeanor may stem from his actual control over Li Jingdong's fate? At the tea house, Deputy Director Niu dragged the reluctant Deputy Director Yin through the door. Upon receiving Lin Baiyao's invitation, he had hesitated for a moment, but blind trust in Lin Baiyao's family background compelled him to attend. Not showing up would be a minor issue of wasted emotional investment, but offending him could lead to significant repercussions. Li Jingdong could afford to provoke, but he could not. Of course, he thought, one cannot disregard the well-being of a friend for the sake of self-preservation. Deputy Director Niu forcibly brought the unwilling Deputy Director Yin inside, wearing a forced smile. Mr. Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Our car broke down on the way. No worries, I just arrived as well. Here, please enjoy this freshly brewed bilyuakan. Deputy Director Niu seated himself at the left side, while Deputy Director Yin maintained a stoic expression. refusing to sit at the right and instead choosing a seat adjacent to Deputy Director Niu, leaving 2 seats between himself and the host, Lin Baiyao. This not only displayed a lack of decorum, but also directly placed Lin Baiyao in an uncomfortable position. Lin Baiyao remained unfazed, personally pouring tea for them, and smiling, said, "I invited you both to share in the delightful surprise that is soon to unfold. Is there good news for President Lin? Then I must extend my congratulations." Deputy Director Niu responded, eager to play along. Deputy Director Yin continued to remain silent. "It is not merely my good fortune, but a joyous occasion for the 3 of us. No, for all the people of Dongjiang. Let us drink tea. Surprises are most enjoyable when revealed at the end." The atmosphere in the tea room was more awkward than the most uncomfortable of situations. Despite Deputy Director Niu's efforts to enliven the mood, Deputy Director Yin harbored a growing wariness, his fear of Li Jingdong manifesting in his reluctance to cooperate with Lin Baiyao. After a brief interlude, Vice President Yin rose to take his leave. Director Niu attempted to persuade him to stay, but to no avail. Lin Baiyao glanced at his watch and noted it was already 10 o'clock. He chuckled. "Yin, do you have a mobile phone?" "I forgot mine today," Niu remarked. "Given my position, purchasing a phone would be rather ostentatious." "Indeed," Lin Baiyao laughed. "Then we shall not detain you, Yin. However, it would be prudent to inform your most well-informed friend at the tea house before you depart." Yin paused, nodded at Lin Baiyao, and decisively exited. Truth be told, he rather enjoyed the camaraderie with Lin Baiyao. Their interactions were comfortable and engaging. Were it not for the entanglement with Li Jingdong, there would be no need for such hostility. Once Yin left, Director Niu became restless, his mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. One voice urged, "Hurry and leave." If even astute Yin has withdrawn, it suggests Mr. Lin has stirred a hornet's nest. Anyone who remains may face dire consequences should Li Jingdong discover them. Another voice countered, "You have already committed. Whether you tremble or stand firm depends on your resolve now. If you can bridge the final gap between hearts, you shall find yourself aligned with Mr. Lin, enjoying the bounties that follow, a far more gratifying existence than clinging to a wealthy patron." Before either thought could prevail, the door burst open, and Yin rushed in, breathless, one shoe lost in his haste. Supporting himself against the door frame, he gazed at Lin Baiyao, as if beholding an omnipotent deity. "Li Jingdong has been arrested." With a crash, Director Niu's teacup shattered upon the floor, splintering into countless fragments. He leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Who arrested him? The city? No, the province took action. Not only Li Jingdong, but everyone associated with him has been apprehended. My friend informed me that this time, Li Jingdong is finished. He will not emerge again." Director Niu stood in utter disbelief, turning to Lin Baiyao, who remained composed. Raising his teacup for a delicate sip, and smiled, surprised. "I share in the joy with my 2 esteemed brothers." Chapter 33. Spring arrives without my utterance. Li Jingdong's downfall was akin to a colossal stone crashing upon a long frozen lake, unleashing the undercurrents of Dongjiang City into the open for all to witness. The city witnessed widespread ramifications, entangling numerous individuals across various systems and ranks. Some who had been present in meetings just yesterday suddenly vanished today, while others were taken directly from ongoing sessions. In an instant, the air grew heavy with uncertainty. The customary morning greeting of "Have you eaten?" morphed into "Did your unit win the lottery?" Rumors and anecdotes proliferated, and the populace eagerly engaged in discussions of the latest revelations, which would be relived by the gossipy elders for years to come. While some lamented, others reveled in the upheaval. Vacancies in positions naturally invited eager contenders to vie for their fill. Thus, those who believed themselves capable began to mobilize, creating a current beneath the surface, a blend of subtlety and overt activity. Dongjiang City now resembled a young lady freshly caught in the rain, even at rest. Droplets could fall at any moment. Nevertheless, these tumultuous events bore no relevance to Lin Baiyao. His focus remained steadfastly on his own endeavors. While youth was on his side, the pursuit of wealth was paramount. Vice President Yin nearly knelt down, sincerely remorseful, expressing his shame for his momentary retreat. Though slightly self-serving, it was preferable to the obstinacy of a stubborn mule. Lin Baiyao still saw potential for collaboration with him. After all, Century City possessed its advantages. Killing the familiar is preferable to slaying the unknown. This principle echoes in the realm of big data, which thrives on catering to loyal customers. As for Deputy Director Niu, The incident involving Li Jingdong had thoroughly bridged the final gap between him and Lin Baiyao, marking the day he became the most devoted fan, nay, the most ardent admirer. As of now, if Lin Baiyao's fan circle were ranked, Deputy Director Niu would have surpassed General Manager Wang and tied with Lu Yiqing for the top position. Upon returning to Century City, the expressions of the gathered crowd varied. Chu Gang said little. He fully complied with Lin Baiyao's wishes. You say it. I shall do it. Costs be damned. Reasons unasked. Chun Haoran, in a fit of excitement, danced around Lin Baiyao, hands raised with thumbs up, exclaiming, I am in awe. General Manager Lin, truly in awe. I will ask for a leave shortly, resign from the factory, and entrust my 130 pounds to you. Through wind and fire. I shall not furrow a brow. Lin Baiyao, feeling dizzy from Chen's spinning, laughed and said, Aren't you waiting for the factory to go under? Not at all. My mother can continue her fuss. I've come to realize that remaining at Dongjiang Electronics is merely a path to mediocrity. Forget about confronting someone like Li Jingdong. I don't even have the right to be bullied by him. What does it mean to truly live? These past 20 days with General Manager Lin have been more thrilling than the last 20 years of my life. Now this is living. Chun Haoran, rarely using profanity, voiced the frustrations and compromises he had endured over the years. After a night of torment, transitioning from anxiety to despair, then to a triumphant turnaround, he felt as if he had traversed a path not taken in over 2 decades, his mindset transformed. The heart reflects the countenance. With a content heart, even one's gaze can soar. Have you come to a decision? I have. Then go, resign, for from now on, we are on the same team. Lin Baiyao remarked, as the saying goes, let us join hands in prosperity and achieve common wealth. This was his promise to Chun Haoran. Chun Haoran chuckled. First, let General Manager Lin prosper, then lead us to wealth, and ultimately, we shall all achieve common prosperity. Lin Baiyao laughed heartily, teasing. The soon-to-be head of the sales department must embody this shameless spirit of flattery. If you cannot please the boss, how can you delight the clients? Maintain that spirit. Absolutely. Chu Gang chimed in, wrapping an arm around Chun Haoran and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. The force was a bit much, causing Chun to grimace and exclaim, Brother, that hurts. Yet his face radiated sheer joy. The joys of man are simple, and so too is the camaraderie among men. At that moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. Tang Xiaoqi rushed in, exclaiming, The merchants of Century City are setting off firecrackers to celebrate Li Jingdong's downfall. At just 16, he was still a child, and despite his usual mature demeanor, he could not suppress his excitement at the sight of the fireworks. Let us go out and join the festivities. The ground is adorned with vibrant crimson, resembling an ocean of firecrackers, as the exploded wrappers swirl in the encroaching smoke. Akin to soaring geese, the sharp, piercing flashes of fireworks ascend into the heavens, bursting forth in succession. Numerous banners hang from the rooftops, while jubilant crowds abound. Having endured the exploitation of Li Jingdong for several years, they have suffered indignities, yet now they rise to reclaim their agency, embodying an ineffable fervor. Some individuals took the initiative to organize hundreds of merchants, parading with drums and gongs to present a banner to the city, inscribed with words advocating justice and the eradication of harm, drawing the attention of the citizens. However, there were also those with astute minds who, having witnessed the altercation between Chu Gang and Brother Big Eyes the previous night, murmured, just as one Li Jingdong departs, another Chu Gang arrives. Consequently, a gathering of 20 to 30 merchants convened to adopt a contrary approach, crafting 18 extravagant opening flower baskets and delivering them to the Star River Imaging Store. The entrance could scarcely accommodate them, spilling into the passageway and extending into the public square. Boss Chu, we understand, they conveyed, were it not for your intervention. Li Jingdong would still reign over us with impunity. There is little else we can offer as gratitude. This modest token serves to celebrate your prosperous opening. Please accept it. Although presented as a customary gift accompanying the business opening, it subtly masked a form of transaction fee. Human nature often succumbs to such unspoken rules, with some individuals lacking the courage to challenge or oppose them, passively accepting the protection of those deemed powerful, even enduring exploitation in the hope of a stable existence. This is not their fault. Without needing Lin Baiyao's guidance, Chu Gang resolutely declined. Standing at the heart of the crowd, he regarded the cautiously smiling merchants and declared, We are all in commerce. Beyond adhering to our lease agreements and paying taxes, We owe no individual or social entity any so-called fees. What transpired here in the past is irrelevant to me. From now on, we shall each conduct our own business. Your profits are your merit, and your losses are your misfortune. No one shall bully the few by virtue of their numbers, nor shall wealth and power be wielded to intimidate the honest. Is that understood? The merchants initially stood in stunned silence before erupting into a thunderous chorus of agreement. Understood. Many clapped fervently, their hands reddening without regard for pain. Just as Lin Baiyao had anticipated, the previous night's resolute clash, coupled with Li Jingdong's downfall, solidified Chu Gang's leadership position in Century City. Lin Baiyao, observing from the corner, gently applauded before quietly turning to depart. Chu Gang's rapid development is commendable. With further experience, he should be capable of shouldering responsibilities independently. Once he leaves Dongjiang for university, family matters can be entrusted to him entirely. This is a positive outcome, extricating Chu Gang from the tragic narrative of his past life, assisting him in establishing a stable existence, and paving a righteous path for Tang Xiaoqi's loyal brothers. This endeavor, beyond mere profit, is one of the rare pursuits that imbues Lin Baiyao with a sense of significance. He is no saint. Presently, he lacks the inclination and capacity to assist many. Yet, for those truly close to him, helping them is a mutual benefit, a symbiotic enhancement. Can this be regarded as mutual enhancement? Chapter 34. The low-key conquest. Chun Haoran's resignation went unimpeded. Upon learning that he intended to follow Lin Baiyao, Ma Mingji felt a sense of relief. He remarked, "Haoran, you've endured much at the factory, but there's little to say now. The company is about to undergo restructuring, and most will likely be laid off. Aligning yourself with Manager Lin is a step upward. I won't stand in your way. Go and work diligently. And do not bring shame to our electronics factory." The factory manager had been quite considerate towards me, a fact I was well aware of. Otherwise, after my altercation with Deputy Factory Director Zhang, I would have surely been dismissed. Zhang had connections, and you didn't want me to suffer. Let bygones be bygones. He continued, "In the future, do not act impulsively. The ability to endure and adapt is the mark of a true man. Among the young people here, you are the one I have the most faith in. You are intelligent, meticulous, eager to learn, and resilient. Given the opportunity, you can achieve great things." As Chun Haoran exited the manager's office, he encountered Deputy Factory Director Zhang, whose slick-back hair gleamed. They were about to pass each other when Zhang halted, a smile spreading across his face. "Ah, little Chun, I heard you've resigned?" Chun Haoran replied coldly, "Yes, staying here with Deputy Director Zhang. The air is foul. I fear I won't last long." Zhang, unfazed, chuckled, his bloated face crinkling like a withered leaf. "Still angry? Is it worth it for a woman? She didn't tell you, did she? I merely promised to promote her to a publicity officer after 6 months, and she willingly complied. Oh, and she even underwent an abortion for me, but when I grew tired of her, I sent her back to you. She left quietly, unable to show her face. You can't blame me for that, can you?" Chun Haoran's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes shimmering with a blood-red hue, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Though his time with Lin Baiyao had been short, his growth was significant. The fury of impotence would only highlight one's own fragility. Endurance, which is the hardest, was precisely what he needed to practice at this moment. Leaning closer, lowering his voice to a calm and natural tone, he said, "Deputy Director Zhang, I see darkness clouding your brow. Misfortune may soon befall you. Remember this, when your bad luck strikes, others may merely tread upon you, but I will take your life." With that, he strode away. Zhang stood rooted, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. He sensed that Chun Haoran had changed, though he could not pinpoint how. He was not afraid of Haoran's wrath or the prospect of him lashing out. Such a reaction would provide a convenient excuse to deal with the departed employee, and Ma Mingji would have no reason to protect him further. However, Chun Haoran's sudden calm demeanor and chilling words instilled a sense of unease within Zhang. Upon entering the office, Ma Mingji was reviewing documents. Looking up with a smile, he said, "Old Zhang, good news. This is the city's new proposal for the restructuring of Dongjiang Electronics. You should take a look and offer your insights." Zhang, disinterested in the paperwork, refused to take it. "Old Ma, has Chun Haoran found a better opportunity?" Ma Mingji replied, puzzled, "Why do you care? You know his family situation. Why would he endure these 2 years in the factory if there were better prospects? It has come to my attention that you are preparing to seek employment in the south." Upon regaining his composure, Deputy Factory Director Zheng exclaimed, "Damn it. I was deceived by this little rascal." He continued, "I have no objections to the restructuring. Lao Ma, you may handle it as you see fit. I am here to inform you that in a few days, an inspection team will be visiting. In truth, it will merely be a formality. Lao Ma, please assist in compiling a list, as there will be individual discussions at that time. Better to obstruct the Yarlung Tsangpo River than to hinder someone's future." Ma Mingji remarked with a smile, "Congratulations. I hear you are heading to the Industrial Bureau? Old Zheng, once you become a bureau leader, do take good care of the electronics factory." Of course, of course." After exchanging pleasantries, Deputy Factory Director Zheng departed. Leaning back in his chair, Ma Mingji wore a knowing smile as he mused. One must pull out the radish to bring out the mud. It seems the inspection team may not arrive after all. Upon returning to the company, Chen Haoran received formal appointment as the sales department manager from Lin Baiyao. Following the downfall of Li Jingdong, the optical disc market regained its momentum, with sales surging to a record-breaking 15,000 units on the third day, following an initial 8,000 on the first day. Sales stabilized at 10,000 on the fourth day before dropping to 7,000 and then 5,000. In just 8 days, the first batch of 50,000 units was sold, far exceeding industry standards. Shortly thereafter, the electronics factory delivered a second batch of 100,000 units. But the wholesale market was nearing saturation. Consequently, Lin Baiyao set his sights on the 9 counties under the jurisdiction of Dongjiang City. The county market held significant potential. Given the widespread adoption of the 98 model in county towns, selling 20 to 30,000 units should be quite feasible. Following Lin Baiyao's directives, Chen Haoran divided the Red Lady 12 into 8 groups for training purposes. Among them, Yi Shi, Yang Yu, Li Yanqing, and Guan Dodo formed a separate group, while the remaining 2 were paired with 5 sales staff, each responsible for a county. Yi Shi took on additional responsibilities, overseeing 2 counties. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran ventured alone to Linhai City, adjacent to Dongjiang, to explore new markets. This marked his first official mission since joining the company. And Lin Baiyao leveraged his connections with Vice President Yin to provide Chen with a robust network of support. Should he fail to deliver remarkable results, it would be best for him to resign without further ado. In a mere 5 days, the 12 had captured the market in 9 counties, selling 33,000 gold disc albums. The strategies employed by the women were half derived from Chen Haoran's guidance and half from Lin Baiyao's insightful mentorship. Simple, yet highly effective. Yi Shi set up 2 large televisions in a bustling area of the county town, looping interviews copied from the Dongjiang Night Talk program, endorsed by a reputable television station to bolster her status as a supermodel. Additionally, she discovered a newly established chicken farm and personally negotiated a deal, allowing them to use her likeness for endorsements in exchange for sponsorship of 3,000 eggs. The concept of giving away eggs is a timeless marketing tactic. For every purchase of 2 discs, customers receive 2 eggs. For 5 or more, a signed autograph along with 5 eggs, with eggs costing less than 20 cents each. The allure of receiving eggs with a purchase proved irresistible. Consequently, the market in that county was effortlessly secured. In the second county, although Yi Shi could not locate a chicken farm, she found a photography studio and successfully negotiated a partnership, offering a discount on photography services for every optical disc purchased. She offers a handwritten signature for the purchase of 3 or more discs and a complimentary photo opportunity for those who buy 5 or more. Of course, complimentary means she does not charge for her signature or photo, but the cost of the photograph must be covered by the customer. Regardless of gender, many flock to have their pictures taken, as it is a rare occasion to meet a living celebrity from the county, allowing them to boast to relatives and friends back in the countryside. Moreover, Guan Daodu's strategy is even more straightforward. She invested 50 yuan in a large personal poster, which was affixed to the outer wall of the county's department store. Although it is merely 4 stories tall, it stands as a landmark within the county. The poster, crafted by Chao Bei, features her in a seductive and enchanting pose, with bold letters on the right side proclaiming, "Want to see me undress?" The DVD showcases me even more alluringly. Such directness and frankness show a fearless attitude towards potential accusations of harming public morals, undeterred by the possibility of fines or corrective actions. In 1998, Titanic was screened uncut across the nation, allowing various explicit films to be produced domestically. Contrary to the stereotype of conservatism, 1998 was indeed a time of openness. It is no surprise that the county under Guan Daoda's management experienced a sales explosion. Yangyu, embodying the image of the girl next door with her pure demeanor, did not align with Guan Daoda's approach. She leveraged her universally adored first love visage, promoting her cause under the guise of charity. For every DVD sold, she donated a penny to the impoverished regions of the Western Mountains. She firmly established her status as a supermodel and, using images collected from the media depicting the Western regions, she delivered heartfelt speeches that moved many. Consequently, her DVDs sold out rapidly. Later, Lin Baiyao learned of her efforts and indeed helped her fulfill her promise by doubling the donations of money and goods to the Western Mountains. Under the banner of charity, no heartless deeds shall be committed. When it comes to selling such lowbrow entertainment products, the county market often proves to be more lucrative than the higher-tier markets. Consumers, lacking exposure and demanding little, are easily swayed and influenced, leading to a herd mentality that results in either failure or overwhelming success. This explains why, in the era of information explosion, sellers of various substandard products gravitate towards county towns, ultimately striking it rich. Chapter 35. There will always be those left behind, unlike the reckless brawls of the young ladies. Chunhaoren's development in Linghai City is marked by cautious advancement. After several days of fermentation, news regarding the 12 beauties reached Linghai, undergoing an artistic reinterpretation in its dissemination, even linking it to Li Jingdong's downfall. Tales emerged of a formidable figure, General Chu, competing with Li Jingdong for the 12 beauties, with both sides rallying their subordinates. Engaging in numerous battles that left a trail of bloodshed, culminating in Li Jingdong's tragic defeat. Such narratives are thrilling and captivating, adding a touch of legendary flair to an otherwise innocent tale. Why did the duo Ding Li, Su Wenxiang, and Feng Chengxing from Shanghai become popular? Because stories like this resonate deeply with the public. With this newfound momentum, and through the connections of Deputy General Yan, Chunhaoren successfully placed the DVDs in Linghai City's largest audiovisual wholesale market, agreeing on an initial order of 20,000 discs at a price of 7 yuan each with the 5 largest wholesalers. In comparison to the selling price in Dongjiang City, it is a mere 1 yuan cheaper. After all, this is not the home ground, and one must allow sufficient profit margins for the distributors. Chunhaoren, of course, is not content with this accomplishment. Having established a presence in the wholesale market, what about the small wholesale markets? The street-side shops? The retailers? The roadside stalls? As the secondary market opens up, what are the various counties and townships beneath? Lin Baiyao once imparted a particularly significant lesson to him. The rural market has been entirely overlooked. The reason for this neglect lies in the gross underestimation of the purchasing power within these rural areas. Thus, accompanied by over 20 sales representatives, undeterred by the elements and the hardships, he embarked on a relentless campaign beyond the sales territories of the 5 major wholesalers, tirelessly canvassing the streets and venturing into villages. For those hesitant to make a purchase, he would first offer a few items on a trial basis, collecting payment only after a sale was made. This not only honed the team's skills, but also validated Lin Baiyao's theories. By mid-August, they had successfully sold over 13,000 units, while the initial batch of 20,000 had been completely sold out, prompting the distributors to replenish with another 20,000. In total, more than 53,000 units were sold in Linhai City. Although it paled in comparison to Dongjiang City, it was still an impressive achievement. Upon their triumphant return, Chunhaoren led the team to a celebratory banquet hosted by Lin Baiyao at a hotel. Gazing at Chunhaoren, now tanned from the sun, Lin Baiyao remarked, "You truly cannot find this level of dedication anywhere else." Chunhaoren smiled, revealing 2 gleaming white teeth, and replied, "The tan signifies health. I feel invigorated after these 2 weeks. When I was at the electronics factory, climbing 3 flights of stairs left me breathless. But now I can walk all day without fatigue." Lin Baiyao raised his glass with a smile, proclaiming, "Let us toast. Cheers." Throughout the meal, Lin Baiyao engaged in conversation with everyone, particularly focusing on the 2 individuals recommended by Chunhaoren, Li Wenhui and Pei Ziyang. According to him, these 2 possessed remarkable abilities, eloquence and quick wit, making them exceptional prospects for sales. Li Wenhui, in his mid-20s, had entered the workforce immediately after high school, having experienced a variety of jobs, each shaping him through the rigors of life. He was astute, observant, quick on his feet, and possessed a remarkable gift for gab, qualities essential for a career in sales. Pei Ziyang, younger at around 20, was a vocational school graduate, yet they were starkly different in character. Sporting black-framed glasses and a refined manner of speaking, he was thoughtful and creatively inclined. Graduates of vocational schools in the 1990s were the true intellectual elite. Only the astute could succeed academically. After being assigned to the County Supply Bureau post-graduation, he soon felt that such a role squandered his youth, leading him to take a leave of absence and venture out into the world. Both individuals excelled during their campaign in Linhai City, with Pei Ziyang often proposing strategies to break deadlocks and Li Wenhui executing them successfully, thus effectively penetrating the market. As the banquet concluded in high spirits, Lin Baiyao specifically retained Chen Haoran, Li Wenhui, and Pei Ziyang, stating, "In sales, the turnover is quite high. It is easy for someone to join today and leave tomorrow, making it difficult to establish a stable team. Haoran has spoken highly of both of you, and I am quite pleased. I wish to inquire about your interest in staying and working together." Li Wenhui immediately expressed his eagerness to join. Having spent time with Chen Haoran, he had learned much about Lin Baiyao and held him in great esteem. Having endured hardships, he recognized that such opportunities were rare and must be seized without hesitation. Pei Ziyang declined, expressing his desire to venture into the provincial capital. He found the skirmish alongside Chen Haoran in Linhai exhilarating. Yet it was not the lifestyle he aspired to. Lin Baiyao comprehended this sentiment well. After all, reality is not akin to a novel. Acquiring subordinates is not as facile as it seems. He advised Pei Ziyang that the world is vast, and while one is still young and has the opportunity to make mistakes, it is imperative to explore and broaden one's horizons, for it is a valuable asset in life. Their gathering concluded on a cheerful note. Li Wenhui was assigned to the apartment adjacent to where the 12 beauties resided. Upon encountering the ladies he had previously seen in videos, he was momentarily taken aback, yet he greeted them with an air of familiarity, maintaining a respectful demeanor without inappropriate glances, leaving a positive impression on the women. With Haoran's return, Wenhui officially joined the team. The following day, they were to convene at the company to summarize the sales across the 18 counties in 2 cities. Successful strategies would be distilled for future reference. For instance, Yishi and Guandodo had performed exceptionally well this time. However, it was imperative to diligently learn from shortcomings and develop corrective strategies to avoid repeating past mistakes. As Lin Baiyao spoke, he cast a glance at Li Yanqing, who sheepishly stuck out her tongue and lowered her head, refraining from uttering a word. Among the 9 counties in Dongjiang, the one under Li Yanqing's purview had the poorest sales figures. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that she had not devoted her attention to her work. During her 5-day stint, she had sneaked out twice at night to revel until dawn, returning in a lethargic state during the day, allowing the sales personnel to handle everything without her oversight. The root of the issue lay in a local businessman who had developed an infatuation with her, showering her with gifts during the book signing event, including 500 CDs for distribution, and even driving to the county to curry favor. Such advances left Li Yanqing, who frequented Guangxing Street, unable to resist. Once Lin Baiyao departed, Guandodo pulled Li Yanqing aside, saying, "President Lin is angry. You must reflect on your actions tomorrow, do you understand? My goodness, you are quite audacious. When will you tire of that little businessman? Why must you engage with him while selling in the county?" "I didn't intend to," Li Yanqing pouted, defending herself. "But he pursued me relentlessly, filling his trunk with jewelry, clothing, and cosmetics. If I don't give him some encouragement, where will I find such a generous patron in the future?" Guandodo furrowed her brow, saying, "You make a valid point, yet I still feel something is amiss." Suddenly, Yishi, who was folding clothes nearby, interjected, "Although President Lin hasn't explicitly stated it, I am aware that he wishes to pull us away from Guangxing Street. Yanqing, if you fear losing your clients, have you considered that if you were to leave this line of work, having a benefactor would be irrelevant?" Guandodo slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Exactly. I feel the same way. If we are working with President Lin, why would we return to Guangxing Street?" Li Yanqing chuckled softly, "Sister Yi, I haven't received much education and can barely read. How long can I sustain working with President Lin? I lack technical skills and certainly cannot engage in manual labor. Construction sites won't hire me. If I leave this profession, won't I starve? Besides, this line of work is lucrative with many patrons. I can earn in a month what other women might struggle to earn in a year. Am I foolish for not pursuing it?" Guangdodo, once again bewildered, spun her eyes in circles and tugged at her hair in distress, uttering, "This does make some sense. So, Should I work with President Lin or return to Guangxing Street? Yishi chuckled softly and replied, I misspoke, dear sister. Please do not take offense. Everyone has their own aspirations. Those who emerge from Guangxing Street possess a profound understanding of life. There is no need to impose one's views upon others. What you perceive as hell may very well be someone else's paradise. And the heaven you yearn for could potentially become your next hell. In this life, the paths we choose carry no right or wrong. Only the absence or presence of regret. For Yishi, she regretted her initial choice to enter Guangxing Street. Thus, she harbored no regrets in following Lin Baiyao, escaping the mire that almost consumed her. Chapter 36. The Sonata of Youth. The office environment of Xinghe Imaging had reached a point of dire necessity for improvement. Although the 2 rooms had been newly renovated, they were cramped, and there were not enough seats. As per the customary tradition, those who arrived first occupied the chairs while the later arrivals stood. The atmosphere was far from that of a formal company. It resembled a gossip hub at the village entrance, where everyone casually gathered to shell sunflower seeds and snack. Li Wenhui, attending his first meeting, felt somewhat disoriented. Had it not been for the presence of the 12 beauties of the Red Chamber and his collaboration with Chun Haoran in the gritty reality of Linhai City, he might have doubted whether he had entered a legitimate company. Chun Haoran remarked, the company is still in its infancy. A bit of hardship is acceptable since we don't come here often. Li Wenhui's eyelids twitched in disbelief at this sentiment. Chu Gang continued. President Lin has already instructed us that a new office location is being sought. In due time, it should no longer be so cramped. Guangdodo, with her nimble tongue, simultaneously cracked 2 sunflower seeds, revealing 4 shells in her palm, proudly displaying them to her nearby companions. Turning to them with a smile, she said, I believe it's better to be crowded. This way, we can chat freely and face-to-face, creating a warm atmosphere. Once we have a larger space, it might become more estranged. Unbeknownst to Guangdodo, she inadvertently articulated the inevitable journey every company undergoes from its inception to its flourishing. The women began to chatter excitedly, debating whether a larger space or a smaller one was preferable. Li Wenhui gaped in astonishment, while Chun Haoran sighed. You'll get used to it. Only President Lin can keep them in check. Speaking of Lin Baiyao, Yishi leaned over to Chu Gang and quietly inquired, why hasn't President Lin arrived yet? I hope nothing has happened. Lin Baiyao was usually punctual, arriving early for meetings as he valued the concept of time and seldom arrived late. Chu Gang frowned as well. He had come directly from Century City and was unaware of Lin Baiyao's whereabouts. He stood up to glance at the door, saying, indeed, it's already 9:30. He should have arrived by now. Lin Baiyao had indeed prepared to leave around 8 o'clock, but was unexpectedly intercepted at the door by Zhu Dagwan. What are you up to, my old demon? Zhu Dagwan exclaimed, his eyes filled with grievance. I've been to your house 4 times. Your uncle has seen me twice. And I've been bitten by the dogs in the alley 3 times, yet I still cannot find you. Do you have someone else on the outside? In a few years, it would no longer be about another romantic interest, but rather whether there were other dogs involved. Lin Baiyao chuckled. Do you know any verses from the Lamenting Wives poetry? Do not pretend to be cast into the cold palace. I am not swayed by such theatrics. Zhu Dagwan clasped his shoulder and proclaimed, hey, enough with the nonsense. There is a matter of importance. Old Ban called yesterday and mentioned that today you should go to the school to collect your admission notice. Since you do not have a landline at home, he sent me to fetch you. In early August, a phone call had already confirmed the examination scores. Lin Baiyao remained unperturbed, as expected, his results slightly surpassing his usual performance, yet neither teachers nor classmates were particularly astonished. After all, in the National College Entrance Examination, some candidates excel while others falter. However, when the provincial admission cutoff scores were announced, he narrowly secured a spot at Tsinghua University of Finance, which, upon spreading, elicited envy from many, though not to the extent of animosity, for Tsinghua University does not hold the prestige of Tsinghua or Beida. Yet, some mischievous soul, with a rather petty disposition, coined a new nickname for Lin Baiyao, Lin Baiqiao. Thus, the inferior coin triumphed over the superior. As the moniker Lin Baiqiao rapidly overshadowed Lin Laoyao among high school peers, gaining significant notoriety. I truly have matters to attend to. Let us meet in the afternoon. I will come down to find you, and we shall proceed to the school together. You, a mere high school graduate, can be rounded off to an unemployed vagabond. What pressing affairs could occupy your days? Old Ban awaited in the classroom. And this batch of admission notices involved 8 students who were all to collect them in the morning, no delays would be tolerated. Lin Baiyao, unable to resist Zhu Dagwan's insistence, relented. Very well, my ancestor, I shall heed your advice. Allow me to make a phone call first. Upon receiving the call, Chu Gang displayed an unusual expression, responding with a few affirmatives before ending the call with solemnity. Today, General Lin will be unable to meet as he has business discussions with clients from Amin. I will preside over the morning meeting. Everyone may commence discussions, and I shall report back to General Lin in the afternoon. The others, seasoned in such matters, were unfazed. The previous occurrence of missing a meeting was due to receiving Amin guests unexpectedly, which had precluded Lin Baiyao's attendance. Li Wenhui was taken aback, whispering to Chen Haoran, "Does our company still engage in business with Amin?" Chen Haoran replied with pride, "You will come to understand in due time. Following General Lin is our fortune." Li Wenhui felt invigorated as if he had been injected with a super soldier serum, brimming with energy and eager to work diligently, hoping to someday accompany General Lin to Amin and broaden his horizons. The school was bustling with activity, as students from various classes were gathering their admission notices. Upon entering the classroom, the homeroom teacher stood at the podium, conversing with Wei Zhu and two other girls. Upon noticing Lin Baiyao, her smile radiated warmth, her crow's feet wrinkling with joy. Baijiao o Baiyao. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. The teacher maintained her composure, as if the verbal slip had never occurred. You performed admirably this time. Gaining admission to a 211 university is commendable, but securing a spot at Tsuhuai University certainly brings honor to our class. Here is your admission notice. Wei Zhu also turned, holding the red and blue-covered admission notice from Tsuhuai University, standing gracefully beside him with enchanting eyes. All thanks to Old Ban's nurturing. Lin Baiyao chuckled as he accepted the notice, which was adorned with golden threads, signifying opulence, exuding the uniquely ostentatious aura of a financial institution. Zhu Dagwan exclaimed, "Old classmate. Come on, praise me a bit too." The homeroom teacher, with a beaming smile, handed Zhu Dagwan his acceptance letter from Tsuhuai University, saying, "Congratulations to Zhu Dagwan for single-handedly raising the enrollment rate this year. However, temper your pride and remain diligent. The journey of effort continues in university." "Thank you, old classmate." Zhu Dagwan, clutching the acceptance letter, planted a kiss on it, leaped into the air while embracing Lin Baiyao, proclaiming, "Old monster, our duo is set to dominate Yuezhou." Lin Baiyao, playfully tilting her head away, allowed his antics to unfold. Her gaze fortuitously met Wei Zhu's, and with a hint of resignation, she remarked, "The joys of a mentally challenged child abound. Please do not discriminate against him, Wei." Wei Zhu chuckled softly, like the moon emerging from behind the clouds, transforming the gentle breeze into something even more tender. Although initially discontent with being labeled as a mentally challenged child, Zhu Dagwan, upon seeing Wei Zhu's supportive smile, immediately complied by rolling his eyes and sticking out his tongue, retorting, "Who says I'm mentally challenged? I merely have a few thoughts muddled in my head." Bravo! Such an impressive performance. Now, even the homeroom teacher and the two other female classmates were laughing heartily. After exchanging a few more words, they bid farewell to the teacher and naturally departed together. On the way, a girl named Tao Jun remarked, "Lin Baiyao, you have truly excelled this time, managing to gain admission to Tsuhuai University. Unlike me, who must venture to the western region for university, far from home." Although she had been accepted into a second-tier university, which was quite respectable, the distance from home and the remoteness of the location unsettled her. Having grown up in the East, she harbored some trepidation about life in the West, as her impressions were filled with images of endless yellow sands, scarcity of water and electricity, and concerns about her adaptability. While the living conditions at universities there might be somewhat inferior, one must consider the future developmental trajectory of the nation. The large-scale development of the Western region is a foregone conclusion. Within 5 to 10 years, significant breakthroughs in infrastructure and ecological construction will be achieved. The development in key regions and industries will reach new heights, and essential public services such as education, healthcare, and medical care will see marked improvements. Attending university there aligns perfectly with this opportunity. Upon graduation, securing employment will not only be feasible, but also likely lead to notable achievements. Devoting one's youth and labor, one reaps the rewards of honor. Should you wish to return to your hometown bearing these accolades, you would indeed stand at a more advantageous starting point than many of your peers. This is a positive prospect that must be seized. Tao Jun expressed her astonishment. Lin Baiyao, how come I never noticed how knowledgeable you are? That's impressive. Wei Zhu also cast a curious glance at Lin Baiyao, but refrained from commenting, knowing that Lin Baiyao spoke the truth. Another female classmate laughed. I think Lin Baiyao is just boasting. How could you possibly know the future policies of the nation? This remark bore no malice. Yet Zhu Dagwan found it displeasing and retorted, in our family, we do not simply indulge in idle chatter. While Old Monster may love to joke, he never fabricates tales, especially concerning Tao Jun's life planning. How could he risk making false claims that might lead to negative consequences? Why don't you two focus on planning your own lives before advising others? He continued, Tao Jun, do not listen to Lin Baiyao and Zhu Dagwan. In my opinion, heading west is merely a temporary measure. In the future, you should prepare to return for graduate studies. The pursuit of graduate studies undoubtedly represents a commendable path. Yet Lin Baiyao's perspective holds merit as well. The strategy for the development of the western regions is likely to be implemented soon. And we can anticipate a substantial influx of remarkable youth venturing westward to contribute their efforts. Should one choose to remain, I believe that would also constitute a life of great significance. Tao Jun and her female classmates simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, Wei Zhu, we've been classmates for 2 years. Yet we rarely hear you share such elaborate thoughts with us. Wei Zhu responded with a smile. In the past, I was an academic achiever who became somewhat of a dullard. Moving forward, I aspire to emulate Lin Baiyao, striving to derive more joy for myself and my friends. Lin Baiyao rolled his eyes dramatically and quipped, I understand. This is Wei, the academic prodigy, mocking me, the carefree slacker, who merely revels in frivolity. Laughter erupted among the group, as Wei Zhu's beautiful cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. I did not, she retorted. Zhu Dagwan glanced around. His curiosity piqued. What could have transpired between these two individuals, who had previously shared no connection, to suddenly exhibit such camaraderie? Tao Jun, her long, glossy braid cascading down her back, sported a fair complexion and bright, expressive eyes. Her vivacious spirit radiated youthfulness and energy as she playfully draped her braid over Lin Baiyao's shoulder, squinting with a smile. Well then, since Wei Zhu also agrees, Lin Baiyao, it's settled. If I heed your advice, you must take responsibility for me. Lin Baiyao kicked Zhu Dagwan playfully, exclaiming, Tao's reputation has been tarnished by you. What do you mean by taking responsibility in the future? I'm still a child, being handled by you daily. Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Zhu Dagwan turned and fled, looking as aggrieved as a 200-month-old infant. If I touch you, haven't you touch me as well? Thus, the matter of responsibility was brushed aside. Chapter 37. Flowers will naturally continue to bloom upon reaching the school gate. The female classmate inquired of Tao Jun, you start school on September 3rd. How will you get there? Will your parents accompany you? Train tickets are pricey, Tao Jun replied. I reckon only my father will go. My mother often says that a poor family can afford a rich road. She is frugal with money and certainly want to go. After finishing her thought, she turned to Wei Zhu and asked, what about you? Wei Zhu smiled. My parents are busy with work. I will likely travel alone by train to Yuezhou. The female classmate responded, what do your parents do that keeps them so occupied? It's such a joyous occasion that their daughter has been accepted into Suhua University. Won't they come to see you off? They are ordinary workers, and when they are busy, they cannot take leave. It's unfortunate. However, it's not a problem for me. I often travel alone to explore. The journey to Yuezhou takes only 3 to 4 hours, so it's quite quick. Wei Zhu's attire was unremarkable, much like that of her peers. So her declaration of coming from a working-class family did not raise any suspicion from Tao Jun or her classmate. After all, they were still young. Lin Baiyao felt a pang of empathy. Could a family of ordinary workers truly afford to allow her to travel at such a tender age? Tao Jun's mother was correct. A poor family may have a rich road, but one must spend money to venture out. Do you boys require your parents to see you off? Tao Jun then asked Lin Baiyao. He shrugged and replied, my mother cares for patients and is likely unable to leave, and my father runs a small restaurant, working as the sole chef, so he too will probably remain. I surmise that in order to report to Yuezhou, I must hitch a ride with Zhu Leiguai. Zhu Dawan chuckled, why call it hitching? What is mine is yours, my parents are your parents, and my wife is your wife. A chorus of disdainful sounds escaped from Tao Jun and her female classmates, while Wei Zhu, evidently inexperienced in conversing with such unabashed individuals as Zhu Dagwan, wore an expression of surprise. Clearing his throat, Lin Baiyao felt an awkwardness that made him want to dig his toes into the villa's floor. He resolved that from this day forth, he would conduct special training for Zhu Daguan. He aimed to instill in him the understanding of what should be spoken privately among brothers and what should never be uttered in front of the ladies. As if memorizing the Yang Tower was essential. Do not misunderstand. Zhu Daguan's so-called wife was merely a term of endearment we boys used for female celebrities. Both he and I are admirers of a certain star, a phenomenon we call idol sharing, a pursuit of faith. The term fan has gained traction among the youth, particularly with the rise of the 12 beauties, thanks to deliberate media propagation. The youth, forever the first to embrace new ideas and willing to experiment, form the bedrock of innovation and vitality within a society and a nation. A female classmate scoffed, "How distasteful. Which female celebrity do you dare to call a wife? Tell me quickly. I shall never be her fan." Laughter erupted among the group, and when they reached the crossroads, they waved goodbye and dispersed in 4 different directions. The world is both small and vast. Perhaps this was the last encounter for everyone. Therefore, let us cherish the most beautiful moments of these 3 years of youth, remembering them occasionally with a smile, yet without excessive sorrow. Though we move forward, there is no need to linger to preserve flowers, for along the journey, they will continue to bloom, as Tagore once said. Lin Baiyao was forcibly dragged by Zhu Daguan to the #1 amusement hall. Just as he was about to find a seat, Chao Mengda approached, exclaiming joyfully, "Great deity, what a coincidence." Zhu Daguan asked curiously, "Who are you?" Lin Baiyao introduced them, saying, "This is Zhu Daguan. You can call him Leaguai, my best mate. And this is Chao Mengda, a friend I met through arcade games. His father helps out at Chu Gang's company." Understanding the connection between Chu Gang and Lin Baiyao, Zhu Daguan felt at ease and said, "Brother, your name is quite imposing. Shall we have a game?" "Sure. But since this is our first meeting, how can I let you treat me? I'll put in the coins." The two, both a bit cheeky, engaged in playful banter while gaming, as if they were old friends. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Baiyao quietly slipped away to the company. As everyone was preparing to disperse from the meeting, they noticed Lin Baiyao entering and returned to their respective places, awaiting his address. Lin Baiyao greeted Li Wenhui before taking the meeting notes from Yi Shi, diligently reviewing everyone's summary remarks. Overall, the feedback was positive, but it was evident that 4 or 5 individuals, including Li Yanqing, were not fully focused on their work. Now that they had gained some notoriety, they were approached by numerous admirers, facing temptations far greater than during their time on Guangxing Street. Of course, this was a good thing. Lin Baiyao did not intend to absorb all the 12 beauties into the new company, as he had always believed that human nature is complex. For short-term gains, both parties might collaborate harmoniously, yet in pursuit of greater interests, betrayal could ensue. Therefore, leading them away from Guangxing Street, fulfilling the promise of financial gain, and granting them another opportunity for choice can be considered a fair recompense. The work at Xinghe Imaging has reached a temporary conclusion. Shortly, once Luo Ku has completed the accounts, everyone's salaries will be dispersed in full, exceeding the initially promised sum of 10,000. Hooray! I adore you, General Lin. Oh, is it truly 10,000? It's only been a month. Wealth has arrived. While we are no longer in the era where 10,000 signifies prosperity, the joy of suddenly surpassing that threshold amidst an average monthly salary of mere hundreds is akin to winning a substantial lottery prize. President Chu is preparing to establish a new company named Ningen Real Estate, and Howren and the others will also transition there, focusing their future efforts in that direction. As old friends, anyone among you wishing to join Ningen Real Estate can speak directly with President Chu. There are internal positions available, eliminating the need for recruitment. Entry is guaranteed for veterans. Lin Baiyao jested, saying, however, future salaries are unlikely to exceed 10,000 monthly. They will only be slightly above the market rate of Dongjiang, though good performance may yield bonuses and commissions, albeit with increased toil. The women exchanged glances, recalling that their contracts indeed stipulated only 2 months. However, unexpectedly becoming supermodels and gaining significant fame had far exceeded their anticipations, thereby fostering unwarranted hopes. In private discussions, the sisters expressed their eagerness for Lin Baiyao to further cultivate them into genuine stars, to transcend Dongjiang and achieve renown in Suhui, securing fame nationwide. Singing, advertising, acting, becoming the radiant elite. This aspiration was fueled by Chao Bei's assertions that many female celebrities emerge from humble beginnings, and with the right patronage and financial backing, stardom is within reach. Lin Baiyao epitomized this narrative, affluent and influential. Yet they overlooked the question of why Lin Baiyao would elevate them to stardom. When the costs and benefits are disproportionately misaligned, few are foolish enough to invest without return, save for the occasional coal tycoon. President Lin, we are unfamiliar with real estate. Does that imply constructing buildings? One young lady playfully inquired. Let us continue working at Xinghe Imaging. Aren't the DVDs selling quite well? We could then film a movie. I could portray a femme fatale, and my acting would surely surpass Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu. Indeed, we could also release albums. I'm known as the Nightingale in my hometown. With a voice that captivates audiences, she continued, before being silenced by another young lady who remarked, President Lin, I believe it is too premature to sing or act. We can continue producing hit DVDs. There are countless popular songs to choose from. Selecting 30 more to film would surely yield significant profits, far easier than building houses. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I know a businessman who previously engaged in real estate. He drove a luxury car before switching to a bicycle. The city is littered with unfinished buildings. How could one possibly profit? Chu's expression darkened, and he was about to reprimand them when Lin Baiyao gently restrained him, smiling as he listened to their discourse. Does anyone else have objections? It's all right to voice them now. There will be no deductions. The room fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Baiyao turned to Yi Shi and inquired, Why were you silent just now? I'm following President Lin's lead and am quite pleased to join Ning in real estate, regardless of the role assigned to me. Yi Shi's determination is unwavering. Having chosen her path, she resolutely refuses to turn back. And what of you, Guandodo? Alas, I possess neither the talent for acting nor the gift of song. I simply yearn for a modest life, lacking the audacity, no, the grand vision, of Yi Shi. Like her, I shall heed President Lin's words. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply, for I trust you will not lead me astray, will you? This woman, seemingly simple, yet possessing a subtle wisdom, recognizes that following Lin Baiyao offers her a brighter future than remaining on Guangxing Street, and that suffices. Lin Baiyao nodded, smiling. I will grant you all an evening to ponder. Tomorrow, we will report to President Chu. Those who wish to join us are warmly welcomed. Those who choose to depart may do so after receiving their wages. He then instructed, All right, Chu Gang, Chen Haoran, Luo Ku, remain here. The rest may disperse. Once the women had left, Chu Gang coldly remarked, A pack of ingrates. Chen Haoran, incensed, declared, It is said that actors lack loyalty and courtesans lack affection. This has proven true. They flock here at the scent of profit, yet leave as soon as the allure fades. Such words are unkind, Lin Baiyao countered. Initially, they chose to work with us because I promised them prosperity. Their cooperation has been commendable, and that is sufficient. Now, as we transition to a new company and industry, openly stating that salaries are only slightly above market rates, it is natural for them to feel discontented, particularly in a sluggish real estate market where they believe earnings will not surpass those on Guangxing Street. It is only reasonable for them to seek other opportunities. A gentleman parts ways without malice, and our employment relationship allows for freedom of choice. Henceforth, refrain from making disparaging remarks about the integrity of actors or the affections of courtesans. There are heartless individuals in every profession, and it is unrelated to one's vocation. Chen Haoran, abashed, replied, Indeed, I shall take note. Luo Ku, have we collected all the payments? What is our total profit? Luo Ku adeptly produced the ledger and calculator, stating, As of now, in Dongjiang City and the 9 surrounding counties, we have sold a total of 92,000 sheets at an average price of 8 yuan, totaling 720,000. In Linhai City and its counties, we have sold 53,000 sheets at prices ranging from 7 to 9 yuan, totaling 390,000. In total, that amounts to 1,100,000, after deducting the 135,000 yuan owed to Dongjiang Electronics. Our surplus stands at 965,000 yuan. However, it is important to note that this surplus does not account for the upcoming salaries for President Chu, Director Chao, Manager Chun, and the 12 beauties. Having witnessed the flow of money in the underground market alongside Lin Baiyao, Chu Gang was not overly astonished. However, Chen Haoran was utterly taken aback. Initially, Lin Baiyao had mentioned an investment of 300,000 yuan, but due to favorable developments, with nearly zero advertising costs from television, newspapers, and magazines, the actual cost was less than 100,000. Within a month, the profits had multiplied ninefold. Is there a more remarkable return on investment than this? At that moment, the phone rang. After taking a couple of rings, Chu Gang handed it to Lin Baiyao, stating, Editor Li, President Lin, let's meet tonight at the usual place. I have a significant business opportunity to introduce to you. Chapter 38. A Small Circle. Great energy in a CAF. Editor Li introduced a man named Zhao, a prominent wholesaler of audio and video products in the provincial capital, Youthful. Upon seeing Lin Baiyao, Zhao was momentarily taken aback by his youth, but quickly masked his surprise, extending a warm handshake and saying, President Lin, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lin Baiyao's demeanor was perfectly balanced, neither overly humble nor excessively distant. With a smile, he remarked, Mr. Zhao, it must have been quite a journey for you. After Editor Li elucidated the circumstances, Lin Baiyao learned that a few days prior, the Suhua Evening News had reprinted a report from the Dongjiang Evening News titled Their Figures Illuminate the World, which featured the popular album starring the 12 Beauties. This report piqued Mr. Zhao's interest, leading him to inquire further and, upon viewing the impressive results presented by his subordinates, he promptly decided to pursue a collaboration. He first contacted the editor-in-chief of the Suhua Evening News, who then put him in touch with Editor Li from the Dongjiang Evening News, and subsequently, he drove to Dongjiang. Lin Baiyao could sense the sincerity in this gesture. He lacked both the energy and the means to expand into Youthful, thus Mr. Zhao's willingness to partner seemed like a perfect match. The two parties discussed terms, with Mr. Zhao seeking exclusive distribution rights across the entire Suhua province, excluding Dongjiang and Linhai. This meant that the market outside of these two cities would be solely managed by him and his chosen distributors, leaving Lin Baiyao unable to sell the albums himself. After some contemplation, Lin Baiyao tentatively agreed but insisted that Mr. Zhao place an initial order of 200,000 copies. While this quantity was not overly ambitious, it carried its own risks. The 12 Beauties were not universally recognized stars. The popularity in Dongjiang was a result of Lin Baiyao's vigorous promotion, which had only recently influenced the nearby Linhai city. Outside these two cities, awareness of the 12 Beauties was virtually non-existent within the province. This uncertainty posed a risk for Mr. Zhao. Fortunately, he possessed sales channels that were even more robust than Lin Baiyao's aggressive marketing. After a moment's reflection, he acquiesced. With the regions delineated and quantities agreed upon, the final pivotal matter was pricing. There was no protracted negotiation. Mr. Zhao proposed a figure, Lin Baiyao countered slightly, and ultimately, the purchase price was settled at 5 yuan 70 cents per copy. This was considerably lower than the average price of 8 yuan in Dongjiang and 7 yuan in Linhai. Lin Baiyao understood that once Mr. Zhao returned to Youthful, the selling price would inevitably exceed 10 yuan, resulting in a profit margin that could potentially surpass his own. However, envy was futile. Mr. Zhao had cultivated his channels over many years and possessed the requisite confidence. Lin Baiyao could have rejected the terms, but failure in negotiations would swiftly invite a flood of pirated copies of the 12 Beauties to seize market share. According to the market dynamics of audiovisual products, the rampant sales of these albums should have already attracted counterfeit versions. Yet, the downfall of Li Jingdong had elevated Xinghe imaging to a comparable standing, dissuading anyone from taking a risk. Thus, Lin Baiyao gained a month of grace to reap the rewards of legitimate sales. Had it been someone else, they would have been overwhelmed by low-quality pirated copies after selling only 50 to 60,000 units. This necessity to confront Li Jingdong head-on was precisely why Lin Baiyao had acted with such resolve. By making an example of him, he effortlessly established a fearsome reputation in Dongjiang. One must be adept in strategic planning and skillful in leveraging circumstances. When the momentum is in your favor, success follows effortlessly. Given Mr. Zhao's formidable influence in Youthful, he could easily bypass Lin Baiyao and direct his subordinates to amass a fortune through piracy. However, upon investigating further, he discovered that Lin Baiyao's background was rather complex. With a mindset of preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble while expanding his network, he personally visited Dongjiang to finalize the deal. There is an endless supply of money, and Mr. Zhao knew that a concession from him would prompt a reciprocal concession from Lin Baiyao. Thus, the price of 5 yuan and 70 cents per unit became an acceptable baseline for both parties. Nevertheless, Lin Baiyao insisted on upfront payment, to which Mr. Zhao readily agreed. Recognizing that at this price point, he could not allow the other party to withhold funds. With the deal sealed, Editor Li gracefully withdrew. being astute enough to know when to be present and when to fade into the background. Lin Baiyao summoned Luo Ku, who arrived with the prepared contract. After Mr. Zhao verified its accuracy, he signed and stamped it, promptly notifying the company's finance department to transfer the sum of 14 million yuan to Xinghe Imaging's account. In merely sipping 2 cups of coffee, the transaction amount eclipsed the total revenue that all employees of Xinghe Imaging would earn in a month through their diligent efforts. While making money is often a challenge, at times, it can be surprisingly effortless. This success is largely owed to editor Li, whose recommendations among familiar editors at Suhui Evening News facilitated a smooth reprint of their figures illuminate the world. Upon seeing this, Mr. Zhao reached out to editor Li again, who had praised Lin Baiyao and subtly hinted at his significant background, dissuading Mr. Zhao from any thoughts of duplicating pirated material. Therefore, in the initial stages of business, one must rely on their own discernment and decisiveness. In the developmental phase, the strength of one's connections becomes paramount. Once one evolves into a true industry titan, such concerns become trivial, allowing for a relentless onslaught into any sector they wish to penetrate. Lin Baiyao, having painstakingly established a small circle through cunning, began to see its intended effects. After Luo Ku departed, Mr. Zhao visibly relaxed. His entourage of secretaries and financial officers, all attractive and educated women, could not fathom Lin Baiyao's aesthetic and employment philosophy. However, this arrangement was fortuitous, sparing him from complications. Mr. Zhao, accustomed to celebrating business deals by unwinding together, found himself in a region renowned for its beauty. Since he was already there, not seeking enjoyment would be a missed opportunity. Yet, due to Luo Ku's presence, he refrained from broaching the topic of leisure, settling instead on the delivery schedule and method before hastily taking his leave. Observing Mr. Zhao's intentions, Lin Baiyao smiled as he watched the departing vehicle. Luo Ku had indeed struck gold. This endeavor was a protective talisman. The group reconvened at the company, and Shenhauren, upon learning of the deal exceeding 1 million, exuberantly slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "This money is easy to earn. Lin, why don't we brainstorm and carve out a new path? Ningen real estate is on the horizon, and we shouldn't relinquish our efforts here." However, it was clear that the optical disc business was overly saturated, with intense internal competition vying for a limited customer base, leading to diminishing individual returns. In simpler terms, the optical disc market resembles a bloody battleground, and their recent success was purely due to their unexpected strategies. However, consumers are both ruthless and forgetful. The fervor surrounding the 12 beauties of Jean Ling will swiftly dissipate. I can assure you that if they were to record hit songs again, sales would not exceed 20,000 copies, rendering the endeavor futile. This is precisely why Lin Baiyao intends to exploit Xinghe Imaging for a quick profit. The audiovisual industry is on the verge of decline, unless it transforms into an entertainment investment company. Otherwise, it faces an inevitable demise. But what prospects could an entertainment company nestled in a small town like Dongjiang possibly have? With no resources, no personnel, and no supportive policies, it becomes utterly meaningless. Lin Baiyao has no interest in pursuing futile endeavors. In stark contrast, Yong'an real estate presents a different narrative. Since the skyrocketing of housing prices in 1992 followed by a collapse, numerous real estate companies nationwide have succumbed to bankruptcy. It is said that in certain regions, due to excessive off-balance sheet assets and non-performing loans, there was a near crisis that threatened to cause the 4 major banks to experience their first ever run since their establishment. In other words, the current real estate market is neither a red ocean nor a blue ocean. It is a vast, desolate sea. The remains of once mighty tycoons lie buried beneath its depths. Yet, even withered branches may bloom anew, and an unaccomplished man may one day find success, provided he consumes the coveted blue pill that Li Zongxing yearns for. By next year, the real estate industry will finally receive its own little pill. As new housing policies are enacted and welfare housing allocations are terminated, suddenly, it can thrive once more. Lin Baiyao is determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Of course, he does not plan to remain in the game for long. Akin to Xinghe Imaging, he seeks to earn a quick profit. Why pursue quick profits? Because swift financial returns evoke a rare sense of exhilaration for a man, transforming quick into a term of endearment. Chapter 39. Scattered like fireflies across the sky, the real estate sector differs fundamentally from the audiovisual industry. It imposes certain entry barriers. Unlike wandering through Guanxing Street, where even those dressed modestly with merely 50 cents can find suitable companions for personalized relaxation. The real estate market is governed by regulations. Indeed, it is profoundly human-centric. Luo Ku, you were instructed to consult the Construction Bureau regarding policies a few days ago. What is the current situation? Luo Ku retrieved a photocopied document from the filing cabinet and replied, Mr. Lin, here is the number 28 order you requested. Humph. The Construction Bureau personnel even laughed at me. In 1993, the Ministry of Construction issued number 28 order, regulations on the qualification management of real estate development enterprises. Though it comprises only 27 rudimentary articles, it establishes certain barriers for companies aspiring to enter this market. However, these so-called barriers can be surmounted in a nation navigating the complexities of reform and market operations. Lin Baiyao perused the document and casually inquired, "Oh, what were they laughing about?" "They laughed at my apparent wealth," he mused. "In a city filled with abandoned buildings, I still dare to register as a real estate enterprise. Akin to a mouse sleeping with a cat, quite audacious." Chen Haoran defended Luo Ku, stating, "Do not stoop to their level. They are merely a stable unit, unconcerned about sustenance, and dare to mock their clients. In other places, they would relish having as many customers as possible." Luo Ku beamed sweetly at Chen Haoran and remarked, "I knew you were the best, brother Chen." Chen Haoran shivered slightly as he observed the girl's laughter. Generally, such mirth brings about a delightful psychological experience. However, when Luo Ku smiled, it felt like a burden too heavy for life to bear. The contents of the 27 items were succinct. Lin Baiyao swiftly perused them and handed the document to Chen Haoran, stating, "We can apply for a level 4 qualification, which requires 2 million in registered capital and 2 million in working capital. The funds in our account should suffice for now." Chen Haoran attentively reviewed the information, contemplated briefly, and remarked, "A level 4 qualification can undertake development projects under 100,000 square meters. For Dongjiang, this qualifies as a large-scale property, nearly fulfilling the current market demand." Luo Ku interjected, "However, it stipulates that the company must employ no fewer than 5 management personnel with professional titles in architecture, civil engineering, technical engineering, financial management, and economics, alongside qualified accountants and statisticians. Do you not possess a junior accountant certificate?" She continued, "That would only satisfy one requirement. What about the others? Recruitment might be challenging." Luo Ku surveyed the surroundings and chuckled. "Given our current circumstances, it seems unlikely we can find suitable candidates in the short term. This is manageable. Since 1995, numerous real estate companies have closed down throughout the city due to the industry's downturn, and many qualified professionals have transitioned to other occupations. Vice President Yin and Deputy Director Niu have extensive connections in the city. Brother Gang, you should reach out to them tomorrow and inquire if they can recommend any former industry colleagues, perhaps unearthing some reliable talent to bolster the new company." Such trivial matters could easily be resolved with a phone call by Lin Baiyao. The reason for assigning Chu Gang to make the contact was to foster deeper relationships with Vice President Yin, Deputy Director Niu, and others, establishing a close-knit network of connections. Once he departed, he could entrust the affairs of Dongjiang to Chu Gang with peace of mind. "Understood, I will contact them immediately. Also, we must finalize the new company's location within the next couple of days." Lin Baiyao acknowledged Luo Ku's reasoning, as it would be impractical to attract talent without providing them a suitable office space. Lin Baiyao instructed, "Brother Gang, please hand over the recent property information you have gathered to Haoran. Subsequently, let him venture out while you focus on engaging with Yin and Niu." Chen Haoran grimaced. "President Lin, my aesthetic sense is lacking. What does aesthetic appeal matter? We are not selecting a headquarters for a Fortune 500 company. Just seek out offices that are well-furnished, managed efficiently, fully equipped with utilities, and conveniently located. Ideally, those with inbuilt office facilities would be best. We are not particular, merely in need of a facade to facilitate our operations." Chen Haoran raked his fingers through his hair, exasperated. "I will do my utmost." Luo Ku kindly suggested, "Shall I accompany Brother Chen? 2 heads are better than 1. Just as Lin Baiyao was about to agree, Chen Haoran quickly waved his hand in refusal. "You focus on your tasks. I can manage alone. It's sweltering, and running around too much might lead to sunburn." Observing Luo Ku's already fair complexion, he amended, "I mean, don't get hurt by the sun." Luo Ku, touched, replied, "Brother Chen, you are truly kind to me." Such affection was enough to bewilder anyone. "Chen Haoran, unable to withstand the onslaught, excused himself under the pretense of needing the restroom. Luo Ku propped her chin on her hand, her eyes dreamy. Oh, even his retreating figure is so handsome. Lin Baiyao exchanged a knowing smile with Chu Gang. Watching Luo Ku tease Chun Haoran had become a cherished spectacle within the company, bringing joy to everyone involved. Brother Gang, you instructed Tang Xiaoqi to accompany Luo Ku to the bank to withdraw 300,000. I anticipate that a significant number of individuals may choose to leave tomorrow. Chu Gang has also come to a realization, stating, if it rains, it rains. If a daughter wishes to marry, let her go. Those unwilling to stay, let them depart. Keeping this group at the company might lead to chaos in the future. The next day, during the routine meeting, Lin Baiyao was taken aback when, after a night of deep contemplation, apart from Yi Shi, Guan Daodu, and including Yang Yu and Li Yanqing, 10 young ladies resolved to take their money and leave. Such a terrifying employee turnover rate would surely send any respectable employer into a state of panic. Lin Baiyao had high hopes for Yang Yu, believing she would remain. Furthermore, he expected 2 other young ladies, who had performed admirably in filming and marketing, to stay as well. However, to his astonishment, even the seemingly innocent Yang Yu chose to betray the cause, alongside the mischievous Li Yanqing. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. And the women of Guangxing Street are not merely deep waters, but the Mariana Trench. Li Yanqing, with an air of melancholy, expressed that her departure was not out of a lack of sincerity, but rather due to her perceived inadequacies, fearing she might hinder the new company. Rather than remain and cause trouble, she preferred to leave gracefully. In truth, she had captured the attention of a fervent admirer in the young boss and deemed the meager salary with Lin Baiyao unworthy of her talents. Yang Yu expressed her gratitude for Lin Baiyao's care over the past month, her demeanor sincere, as she appeared reluctant to part ways, harboring a sense of appreciation. The others, however, were in high spirits, eagerly discussing the forthcoming cash distribution, their eyes and expressions betraying an urgent excitement. Lin Baiyao instructed Luo Ku to place the 300,000 in cash on the table, forming a small mountain, a sight most striking to behold. He chuckled, saying, "It's all right. As I mentioned, you are free to come and go. Our relationship is one of employment, not bondage. We may not have succeeded in business, but we still share camaraderie, having fought in the same trench. As we part, there is no need for grand farewells. I wish for each of you to find a wealthy partner and never lack for funds in your lives. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will miss you. Mr. Lin, when you come to Guangxing Street, I shall offer you a discount. Look at you flourishing. Mr. Lin, contact me, and I shall provide my services free of charge. What an infuriating charm you possess." Lin Baiyao responded with a smile. "I am grateful to you all. Now, let us distribute the money. 20,000 each, no fighting. Everyone gets their share." The thick stacks of cash were received with unrestrained joy, a reward far more tangible than 1,000 words. The ladies were overjoyed. And had it not been for Hongjia's intervention, they might have rushed forward to embrace Lin Baiyao in a frenzy of gratitude. As they departed one by one, Yang Yu lingered, calling Lin Baiyao aside. Her hands nervously clasped together, she said, "Mr. Lin, it's not that I wish to disrespect you, but a few days ago, I encountered someone. He works in the southern city of Yancheng as a planner for a well-known entertainment company. Upon returning to Dongjiang for a family visit, he happened upon our hit music album and believed my image and qualities are commendable. He suggested I should try my luck in Yancheng, for I might become a true star. Have you given this careful consideration?" I accompanied him to meet his family and friends, and he indeed works for an entertainment company. Not a fraud. He assured me that he would fervently recommend me to the higher-ups at the company, and that I would surely make a name for myself. Being young, I yearn to explore the world outside. Well, as long as you have thought it through, then strive to pursue your dreams. Yang Yu, I eagerly anticipate the day you become a superstar. With a firm nod, Yang Yu bowed to Lin Baiyao and exited the courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dappled pattern upon the ground. Each person has their own aspirations and destinies. Yi Shi and Guan Dodo chose to stay, while Yang Yu opted for a distant journey. Li Yanqing sought to attract wealthy suitors, and some intended to leverage their fame to find suitable partners for marriage. A few planned to return home with 20,000 yuan to start small businesses. Of course, there were those who had grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. Returning to Guangxing Street, the teams of others resembled a blazing fire, united and formidable, yet dispersed like a sky full of stars, powerful and evocative. In stark contrast, Our own situation felt like the difference between a buyer's showcase and a seller's display, a disorganized crowd that scattered like a swarm of fireflies. Lin Baiyao shook his head, chuckling softly. Upon returning indoors, Hong Jia was carefully stuffing money into her bag, saying, "Sister is leaving. If you need anything in the future, just reach out to me. As I always say, if you ask, there's nothing Hong Jia wouldn't dare to do for you." Having lived 2 lives, Lin Baiyao viewed many things with detachment and refrained from interfering in others' choices. Thus he did not attempt to persuade Yang Yu or the others to stay. Yet, those final words reminded him of something he had heard from Hong Jia when they first met, a sudden stirring within him. This encounter, often described as serendipitous, may seem like a joke, yet upon reflection, it was indeed a rare fate. Ultimately, Lin Baiyao spoke up. "Hong Jia, perhaps you could reconsider?" With a smile, Hong Jia replied, "I know you mean well, but there's no way around it. The one at home had an accident, injuring his brain, and has been paralyzed for 6 years. He still needs medication daily. I have a son who is about to enter high school, excelling in his studies. He was admitted to the city's top high school this year. Impressive, isn't it? However, with monthly expenses for medication, tuition, and the cost of living, along with 2 elderly people to support, I lack the education and skills to find a better paying job. Surviving on a meager salary of 300 to 500 yuan for such a large family simply isn't feasible." Lin Baiyao fell silent, unable to articulate a response. Life is an invisible mountain. One can never know the burdens that a man passing by or a woman smiling faintly carries as they navigate the treacherous seas of hardship, walking their solitary paths. Don't pity me, it's just fate. If we encounter it, so be it. Life goes on, right? Once my son enters college and starts working, won't the hardships eventually yield to comfort? Hong Jia patted her bag, her laughter illuminating her features. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes seemed to reflect happiness. I earned 20,000 this time, enough for over a year's expenses. I can finally take a breather. Lin, you are a great benefactor. Had I not been getting older, I would have learned to repay your kindness in a dramatic fashion, perhaps offering myself in return. Suddenly, Lin Baiyao perceived a peculiar essence emanating from Hong Jia, not of brightness, nor of darkness. Rather, it is the tenacious vitality concealed within fragile beings. Indeed, some individuals, untroubled by illness or adversity, blessed with sustenance and attire, traverse life in a simplistic mode, yet squander their precious time, consumed by complaints and blame, ultimately leading lives that resemble those forsaken by society. Conversely, there are those who emerge from the depths of despair, yet they do not lament their fate. Instead, they transform thorns and tears into resilience and perseverance, able to emit hearty laughter in the face of destiny at any moment. How about this? Hong Jia, you shall assume the role of logistics manager, overseeing all operational aspects of the new company. This position does not demand extensive professional skills. It may be arduous and trifling, requiring daily concern. However, entrusting this to others would evoke my unease. The monthly salary can be set at 2,000 yuan. Do not hastily refuse, as this is the standard for all management in the new company, not solely for you. Given Hong Jia's appearance and age, her competitiveness on Guangxing Street is rather limited. At times, 2,000 yuan is sufficient for her to sustain herself for several months. This competitiveness will only diminish with the passage of time. In 3 years, when her son graduates high school, the costs of university will far exceed those of high school. What then shall she do? Lin Baiyao resolved to lend her a hand. He did not possess the grand ambition of saving the world, but even if it were solely for the smile of Hong Jia at this moment, he felt compelled to act. Though Lin Baiyao spoke lightly, Hong Jia understood deeply. It was not her entitlement to become the logistics manager, but rather, she had received a significant favor. A monthly salary of 2,000 yuan would place her at the pinnacle of the labor pyramid in Dongjiang. Any further refusal would be pretentious. Moreover, she found herself unable to decline. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she realized how many years had passed since she had last tasted the bitterness of sorrow. Turning away to wipe away the impending tears, she regained her cheerful smile and declared, "Then I shall learn to do this. Anything belonging to the company, not even a mouse could steal. I vow to uphold your honor." She stepped forward, grasping Hong Jia's hand gently, saying, "How wonderful. We sisters shall remain together." Guan Daoda joined in, wrapping her arms around Yi Shi and Hong Jia, giggling, "Hong Jia, Yi Jia, from now on, We three shall rely on one another. Let us take care of each other and not allow those foul men to bully us." Hong Jia playfully flicked her forehead and retorted, "With President Lin shielding us, who would dare to bully? I would take care of him." The men present all felt a chill, while Lin Baiyao chuckled, "As long as you do not bully others, that is sufficient." The following days unfolded smoothly. Chunhauren secured a suitable office location in a newly developed 12-story building in the South City. The number of companies residing there was modest, yet the overall environment was commendable, tranquil, and pleasant. 3 bus routes ran in front, connecting to the east and west cities, making it exceedingly convenient. As for the North City, it remained a forsaken corner, desolate, and excluded from public transport considerations. Several government offices, shopping malls, parks, and restaurants were in proximity. Lin Baiyao reviewed the materials and images presented by Chunhauren, finding them quite appealing, and promptly instructed him to lead the way. Accompanied by Luo Ku, Yi Shi, Guan Daodu, Hong Jia, and others to inspect the office building in person. The outcome was gratifying. The previous tenant, a tech company that had flourished, had relocated to the provincial capital in haste, leaving behind the complete set of office furniture without dismantling the interiors. There are 5 independent offices and a spacious conference room, with 40 cubicles providing ample space, making it an ideal choice for a laid-back boss like Lin Baiyao, who can effortlessly move in at any moment. Most importantly, the rent, inclusive of renovations and office facilities, remains quite reasonable. Lin Baiyao decisively approved, and a 1-year lease was signed by Luo Ku and the management. Meanwhile, Chu Gang, through the introductions of Yin and Niu, successfully acquired resumes from 8 candidates related to real estate, leaving the interviewing task to Lin Baiyao. However, before the interviews could commence, it was essential to establish a professional facade for the company. At the very least, a nameplate was necessary. Chapter 40. The Unnerving Recruitment Yong'an Real Estate Limited Liability Company. The name, elegantly embossed in gold script, is prominently displayed on a black metal plaque at the entrance of the 3rd floor, exuding a sense of sophistication and grandeur. Perhaps in a bid to save costs, Lin Baiyao opted against hiring a cleaning service, encouraging everyone to pitch in and tidy up the premises. He even indoctrinated them with the notion that the process of labor is a marvelous experience of creation, fostering a sense of participation and belonging among the founding members. Subsequently, he arranged for the postal service to install a telephone line, but when the staff recommended spending 5,000 yuan on a flashy number, Lin Baiyao politely declined. After all, why invest in a traditional landline, a relic soon to be rendered obsolete? If it were a mobile number with 6 8s, he might consider spending a little, not for ostentation, but for memorability. Next, Luo Ku compiled a detailed list, and along with Hongjia, Yi Shi, and others, they spent the better part of the day procuring various office supplies such as pens, paper, receipts, folders, storage boxes, and printers, as well as printing business cards and name tags, working diligently into the night. The following morning, Lin Baiyao took the lead in the interviews, with Chu Gang and Chunhauren assisting. The trio convened in the conference room to formally commence the interviews. The first candidate was a middle-aged man, technically proficient, with professional credentials resembling the middle-aged heartthrob Pu Zuanxin. With 2 decades of experience, he had managed numerous real estate projects in Dongjiang, boasting an acceptable sum. His sole drawback was that since 1994, he had witnessed the collapse of 5 companies. Although he understood that this was largely due to external circumstances, many employers might perceive it as bad luck. After the last company he worked for went under, he found it challenging to secure suitable work in Dongjiang. He had initially intended to seek opportunities in Yuezhou, but his wife disapproved, insisting he remain at home while she worked to support the family. Wary of the temptations that might lure him away, Lin Baiyao could empathize with the troubles brought about by striking attractiveness, regardless of age, and thus decided to hire him. Chu Gang quietly reminded him that there were still 7 candidates to consider, and the company was only hiring 4. Shouldn't they put this candidate on hold? Lin Baiyao shook his head, asserting that first impressions were paramount in recruitment. If he felt a connection with the candidate, there was no need for hesitation. With a smile, he extended his hand and welcomed Fang Gong to Yong'an Real Estate. The man's name, Fang Zhongxiu, symbolized a harmonious blend of roundness and angularity, embodying a Zen-like quality. He was astute enough not to inquire about the salary and accepted the handshake with enthusiasm. Having been confined at home for over a year, I have spent my days cooking, doing laundry, and cleaning, all while managing to submit assignments every other day. Although I am not unwell, I am on the verge of becoming so. Therefore, should Ning in real estate be willing to accept me, the salary is inconsequential. The second candidate is Xing Yanwei, an architectural engineer aged 30. Although his work experience does not match that of Uncle Fong, and his appearance pales in comparison, he is a diligent workaholic, adept at blending theory and practice, having spent many years leading construction teams on the front lines. While he speaks somewhat awkwardly, his sharp gaze reveals his astuteness. He embodies the type who excels in action rather than words. Welcome, Engineer Xing. Chu Gang was momentarily taken aback and turned to Chun Haoran in confusion. Is East River Electronics also conducting recruitment this way? Just taking anyone without scrutiny? Chun Haoran shrugged, indicating that following General Manager Lin's lead would surely be the right choice. The persistence of diehard fans. The third candidate is Jiang Xini, a young woman with a curvaceous figure and striking beauty. She possesses a solid understanding of budgeting, having graduated from a junior college and garnered 6 years of experience, after which she obtained a junior economic title. Her areas of expertise encompass tender control pricing, project procedures, construction materials, labor cost consulting, and site and settlement audits. Her demeanor is poised and graceful, captivating yet commanding respect. Previously employed at a subsidiary of a public institution, her original unit struggled with performance. Yet she held a stable position. This time, she resolutely resigned, relinquishing her security to pursue an opportunity at Ningen Real Estate, driven by compelling reasons. Engineer Jiang. Please call me by my name, Lin. I do not possess an engineering certificate, hence I cannot bear that title, she replied. How about this? Since you are older than I shall address you as Sister Jiang. Lin Baiyao inquired. Sister Jiang, have you made your decision? Although our salary here may surpass that of your previous unit, we are still in the nascent stages and benefits may be lacking. Moreover, societal recognition may differ. Have you discussed this with your partner? There is no need to consult him. I can make my own decisions. Jiang Xini's expression briefly flickered with a hint of sadness and anger when mentioning her partner, yet she skillfully masked it, stating, Mr. Lin, please do not harbor concerns. My intent in applying is to find a suitable job. Additionally, you may not be aware, but I have been a long-standing friend of Deputy Director Nyo's wife. When she referred me to you, she spoke highly of your stature. I am here not merely for Ningen Real Estate, which lacks even a proper registration, but for you as an individual. Oh, you are here for me? Lin Baiyao chuckled. Jiang Xini nodded earnestly, stating, I believe that as long as you are at the helm, Ningen's development will undoubtedly flourish, and both salary and benefits will far exceed those of my current unit. Lin Baiyao sensed that she bore deeper grievances but refrained from prying further, respecting her privacy as a woman. Very well, welcome, Sister Jiang. The third candidate was accepted. Chu Gang felt a pang of anxiety. The fourth candidate, Ding Yimin, a civil engineer skilled in drafting designs, was tall but overly glib. Chu Gang was not particularly fond of him, yet, predictably, Lin Baiyao accepted him as well. 4 candidates had been interviewed, and all 4 were accepted. What of the others? There were only these 4. The rest had vanished. Chu Gang found himself at a loss for words. The recruitment process was astonishingly more casual than his own methods of enlisting subordinates for less than savory tasks. Once the team was assembled, Lin Baiyao convened the inaugural meeting of Ningen Real Estate at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, initiating introductions among the members before announcing the personnel arrangements. Chu Gang was appointed as the general manager, Yi Shi as the director of the general office, Luo Ku as the finance department manager overseeing both the finance and construction management departments. Chen Haoran was designated as the sales department manager, with Guando Do as the deputy manager. From Xinghe Imaging, 20 elite salespersons were selected to join the sales department, and Ai Hong was appointed as the logistics department manager, while Fang Zhongqiu assumed the role of chief engineer, responsible for both the engineering and design departments. Xing Yanwei was named the engineering department manager, and Ding Yimin the design department manager. Jiang Xini was appointed as the construction management department manager, observing the spacious and well-lit conference room. And the cultured and credentialed new managers, Lin Baiyao felt a deep sense of relief. They were no longer the disorganized rabble of Xinghe Imaging, but rather a group that appeared somewhat formidable. Moreover, the average aesthetic appeal of the company, previously diminished by Luo Ku, was restored above the baseline with the addition of Fang Zhongqiu and Jiang Xini. Fortunately, Luo Ku remained unaware that attractiveness had become a covert standard for recruitment, or else he would undoubtedly have raised a questioning brow at Lin, asking whether such considerations were appropriate. With the foundational structure of the company established, it was time to formulate the company bylaws and delineate departmental responsibilities, a task entrusted to Fang Zhongxiu due to his prior experience in a real estate firm. Subsequently, the processes of business registration, capital verification, qualification declaration, tax registration, and account establishment would ensue, matters Lin Baiyao chose to leave to Chu Gang and Luo Ku, with the others providing support and seeking connections to resolve any challenges that arose. As Lin Baiyao gracefully exited the conference room, Fang Zhongxiu quietly inquired whether Lin would be absent from the company for the next few days. Chu Gang responded calmly, stating that Lin was engaged in business discussions with esteemed guests from Macau. The veterans, Luo Ku, Chen Haoran, Yi Shi, and others, had grown accustomed to Lin Baiyao's occasional disappearances, which invariably involved dealings with distinguished visitors from Macau. As for the specifics of those discussions, such matters were beyond the purview of their subordinate roles. However, the four newcomers, Fang Zhongxiu, Xing Yanwei, Ding Yimin, and Jiang Sini, held him in profound respect. To conduct business in Macau from Dongjiang was no small feat, indeed. Lin Baiyao was truly remarkable. Chapter 41. The journey home. The sudden appearance of individuals from Macau signified Lin Baiyao's return to his identity as a high school student, akin to Ultraman's emergence heralding the arrival of a new monster wreaking havoc. These two disparate identities occasionally ran parallel, at times intersecting in his life, evoking a bizarrely exhilarating sensation akin to a split personality. While Ultraman might revel in such duality, Lin Baiyao was no superhero. He had no choice in the matter. His mother, Shiyu, called to request that he accompany Lin Zhengdao to visit their grandfather the following day, also to connect with relatives. The reason? Lin Baiyao had received his admission notice from Suhuai Finance University, an unprecedented achievement among relatives on both sides of the family. How could he not showcase this milestone? Naturally, as a son, it was his duty to fulfill such obligations, diligently studying, working hard, and striving for success. After a decade or two of arduous effort, one does so not only for oneself, but also to bring solace to one's parents, to earn the admiration of relatives, and to benefit the family as a whole. It is time to embark on a journey, and perhaps pay a visit to grandfather. Last year, Lin Baiyao's grandfather suffered a stroke. After treatment, he showed signs of improvement. Although he struggles with mobility, he is at least capable of self-care. However, in May of this year, whether due to abrupt changes in weather or the stress induced by his idle uncle, he fell ill again, confined to bed. Lin Baiyao has two aunts. One is too occupied with household matters to leave, while the other lives too far away to return. Thus, only Shiryu can go back to the family home to provide care. The adage raising children for old age rings true. Sometimes sons are unreliable, and daughters must step in to share the burden. This is the rationale behind promoting multiple births. From a national perspective, it addresses the aging population, while for ordinary people, having more children ensures that at least one will be filial. The grandfather's home is in the county town, accessible by only 4 buses each day, at 6 in the morning, 10, 2 in the afternoon, and 5 in the evening. The buses are often crowded with people and belongings, and the road conditions are poor, leading to a bumpy 3-hour journey that leaves one feeling as though they have been subjected to a collective beating. To spare themselves from such discomfort, Lin Baiyao asked Chu Gang to borrow a modest Fukang vehicle. Initially, they needed to find a driver, but unexpectedly, Tang Xiaoqi possessed a driver's license. This individual abstains from alcohol, smoking, and seeking the company of women. Apart from practicing martial arts, he has no other hobbies, though he has a penchant for cars. Last year, due to his effective handling of tasks, he received a monetary reward, which, combined with his savings, allowed him to enroll in driving school. With his excellent coordination, he mastered driving skills so well that he was nearly offered a position as an instructor. Upon leaving the company, Lin Baiyao first visited a shopping mall to purchase gifts, chicken, fish, beverages, pastries, and some rather expensive supplements, before returning home laden with his acquisitions. When Lin Zhengdao returned from the restaurant in the early hours, he had barely settled onto the sofa when he suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to buy something. I need to catch the early bus tomorrow." Lin Baiyao emerged from the bedroom, pointing to a pile of gifts in the corner, saying, "Here, I've already taken care of that with my pocket money. Remember to reimburse me tomorrow." He was not the type to conceal his earnings from his parents, not to mention the effort it would take to convince them of the legitimacy of his income. Knowing Lin Zhengdao, If he were certain that his son had money, he might succumb to his gambling addiction again or engage in some other mischief. If he were to refuse, it would surely disrupt the peace at home. Thus, it seemed wiser to hold off on the revelation and find a more opportune moment later. After all, possessing a mere 2 million in one's pocket, while substantial, does not render one a millionaire. It barely suffices for the operations of Ning in real estate. The revolution has yet to succeed. It is not yet the time to spend freely. Hey, kid, you've saved quite a bit of money, even more than your old man. Teach me your ways sometime, Lin Jingdao remarked as he turned to head back to his room. Lin Baiyao called after him, Dad, don't change the subject. Remember the reimbursement tomorrow. Bang. The door closed, and Lin Jingdao feigned ignorance. Lin Baiyao chuckled to himself before returning to his room to sleep. The father-son relationship has recently shown signs of improvement. A stark contrast to their previous life. Truly a blessing from Amitabha, the Buddha. It was just past 7 in the morning when Lin Jingdao suddenly awoke. Glancing at the bedside clock, he noted that the alarm he had set for 5 had failed to ring, which was quite frustrating. In a flurry, he got out of bed and rushed outside to call Lin Baiyao, only to discover his son practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Without pausing to inquire when he had learned this art, he exclaimed in anger, Why didn't you wake me up? Now we've missed the time. We can only catch the 10 o'clock bus, and we won't reach your grandfather's house until the afternoon. What kind of situation is this? Lin Baiyao, executing a graceful move, responded with a smile, You looked exhausted, so I thought it best for you to rest a bit longer. Brother Chu has lent me a car, along with a driver, and we will definitely arrive by 10. A car? Has Gangzi bought one? Lin Jingdao inquired. It's just a small vehicle from his company, borrowed for the day. Lin Baiyao replied. That is absurd. Lin Jingdao exclaimed, his traditional masculinity surfacing. He believed that such significant matters should have been discussed with him. Moreover, he thought the small car too precious for an ordinary person to handle. What if it got scratched or damaged? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Baiyao had once owned a Hufei bin, frequently driving it in Dongjiang City. Otherwise, he might have seriously considered severing ties with Lin Baiyao over this issue. Where is Gangzi? I'll go find him and return the car immediately, Lin Jingdao declared, moving to cross the street to Chu Gang's house. Lin Baiyao stopped him, saying, Brother Gang isn't home, and searching for Uncle Chu would be futile. The car has already arrived, and if you insist on refusing to ride, it would embarrass Brother Gang. He is quite a prominent figure in West City. After all, you must understand that maintaining face is of utmost importance in our circles. Damaging that once could jeopardize the friendship that has flourished over the years. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingdao found his anger dissipating. Lin Baiyao made a valid point. Even though he had watched Gangzi grow up, he had now become a person of stature, and it would be inappropriate to offend him. Just as he was weighing his options, the sound of a car engine echoed outside, followed by the appearance of Tang Xiaoqi at the gate. Following Brother Chu's instructions, he knew not to address Lin Jingdao as President Lin and instead said, Brother Lin, I am Brother Gang's subordinate, Tang Xiaoqi. He sent me to pick you and Uncle Lin up. Lin Baiyao pretended not to recognize him and jokingly asked, How old are you to call me brother? I'm 17, Tang Xiaoqi replied. Lin Jingdao thought to himself, Goodness, he hardly looks 17. Life on the streets certainly ages one quickly. Technically, at 17, one should not be able to obtain a driver's license. But during the mid to late 1990s, the management of driving tests was notoriously lax, and acquiring a license for a fee was almost an open secret, often without the need to even appear in person. It wasn't until 2004 that reforms made the process more stringent. However, navigating through such situations is akin to childbirth. There are always growing pains, aren't there? Drive well. Let me see your skills, Lin Baiyao jested. Yet Lin Jingdao could not contain his disapproval and playfully slapped the back of his head, saying, How do you speak to others? Xiaoqi, you're one of Gangzi's people, so I won't be overly polite. Long journeys can be tiring, so I appreciate your efforts today. Tang Xiaoqi barely registered Lin Jingdao's words. The playful slap had frightened him to the point of nearly losing his composure. Who is Lin Baiyao? With a mere snap of his fingers, he crushed Li Jingdong beneath his feet. A single sneeze could send tremors along Dongjiang Road. Who would dare to strike the back of his head? Not even his father would dare. A true orphan, having never felt a father's love. Tang Xiaoqi glared fiercely at Lin Jingdao, his hand creeping towards his waist, waiting for Lin Baiyao's command to rush forward and teach him a lesson. Lin Baiyao, clutching the back of his head, approached Tang Xiaoqi and whispered, What did Brother Gang instruct you? Whatever you saw or heard today, forget it. I see you're not merely petty, but obstinately foolish. What? Do you still wish to confront my father? Now, start the car and let us leave. Tang Xiaoqi shook his head, awakening from his stupor, awkwardly retracting his hand. He hurried outside to open the car door, assisting with the luggage into the trunk, deftly shifting gears and accelerating, turning towards the outskirts of the city. Despite his obstinacy, his driving skills were commendable. He managed to navigate the old Fukang with a comfort akin to a luxury vehicle. Thus, what is most vital in the 21st century? It is talent. A myriad of talents. Chapter 42. The girl of Honghu water in the distance. Qinglong Mountain winds westward, while beneath, Baiyang River flows gently eastward. Upon entering the town, crossing the bridge, he caught sight of the familiar red brick wall of his grandfather's home peeking through the lush treetops, with scarce pedestrians and even fewer vehicles. As chickens and ducks scurried about joyfully, everything felt reassuringly familiar. As he neared his hometown, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. It felt as if he had traversed a lifetime, aged and weary, only to return to his roots. Lin Baiyao's memories momentarily blurred, but soon he recalled the 18-year-old apricot tree in his grandfather's yard, which his grandfather had planted the year he was born. His grandfather would often say that apricot trees could live for a century, embodying his fervent hope for Lin Baiyao to enjoy a long life. The elder's blessings were deeply grounded. Good food, decent clothing, academic success, and a good job were all fleeting concerns, but longevity was the ultimate triumph. Regrettably, during his university graduation year, the county expanded eastward, seizing his grandfather's land. Although they compensated with 2 houses and a substantial sum of money, the felled apricot tree could never be replaced. At the town street corner, beneath the grand banyan tree, sat several elderly men and women, alongside 2 local idlers and a few mothers snacking on sunflower seeds while watching their children play. As the Fukang came to a halt, Lin Jingdao leaned out of the window, smiling as he distributed cigarettes to the men, saying, "Taking a break in this dreadful weather? Just moving a bit makes one sweat profusely. It's nice to relax here, cool under the tree." When borrowing the car, he was initially reluctant. Yet driving to visit relatives filled him with a sense of pride. It's true, good people, like good trees, have their own charm. There is no shame in it. After all, as the saying goes, the Yellow River's waters are not clear. There are no saints in this world. 90% of people possess a petty mindset. Otherwise, why would there be ancient wisdom advising against returning to one's hometown in finery, like a rich man parading through the night? 2 idlers scampered over eagerly to receive the cigarettes, one craning his neck to peer inside, nearly drooling with envy, exclaiming, "Daoge, you bought a car?" The other chimed in, "Isn't this a Fukang? I heard it costs over 100,000. Indeed, it is that expensive. Greetings. I must say that the earliest among us to purchase a sedan was undoubtedly Daoge, a man of dubious character and a penchant for idle chatter. He often mocked Lin Jingdao for his culinary profession, deeming it a lowly trade, and suggested that anyone with even a shred of dignity would shun such a pursuit. This disdain eventually reached the ears of Shi Yu, who was infuriated yet powerless to retaliate. Confronting such a slothful individual was futile. He possessed the uncanny ability to irritate endlessly. Others might have dismissed it, but Lin Jingdao, despite his intention to maintain appearances, found himself glancing at his son and Tang Xiaoqi, feeling somewhat inadequate. With a forced chuckle, he remarked, "Where is it? This car belongs to me." Lin Jingdao's discernment had notably improved, recognizing the insincerity behind the lazy man's flattery, which was laced with skepticism. It was evident that he awaited Lin Jingdao's denial to launch a barrage of sarcastic jabs aimed at undermining his pride, such as insinuating that he was masquerading as a wealthy individual or a chef trying to play the big shot. Such sentiments, though prevalent among the common folk, were understandable yet intolerable. While my father could feign grandeur, such pretenses were unacceptable from others. Indeed, I acknowledge this double standard. Father, if you've bought it, then simply say so. What is there to hide? Lin Baiyao chimed in from the passenger seat, interrupting Lin Jingdao's intended explanation that the vehicle was borrowed. With a smile directed at the lazy man, he added, "You seem knowledgeable." Yes, it was a full payment of 142,000, every penny accounted for. Quite frugal, isn't it? The lazy man's expression froze. He could hardly believe that Lin Baiyao, a mere child, would concoct tales. Could it be that Lin Jingdao, a lowly chef, had indeed struck it rich? With Lin Baiyao having spoken first, Lin Jingdao seized the opportunity, glancing at Tang Xiaoqi, who had chosen to ignore the lazy man's provocations. Feeling reassured, he adopted a commanding stance and admonished, "You are quite the blabbermouth. What did I instruct you on our return? Mind your words. It's nothing serious. It's just that Shiyu's trip to her family isn't easy. A car merely serves the purpose of convenience." A crowd gathered, captivated by Lin Zhengdao's revelation of spending 140,000 on a car, nearly spiraling into chaos. People were touching the vehicle, leaning against the windows, and some, quite audaciously, were asking to borrow the car for a visit to relatives. The enthusiasm was palpable, unlike anything Lin Zhengdao had experienced in his 20 years as a son-in-law in this community. Despite the collective admiration directed at Lin Zhengdao, the lazy man remained unsatisfied. Glancing at Tang Xiaoqi, he inquired, "This brother here, I don't believe we've met. Who might you be?" Before Lin Zhengdao could formulate a response, Tang Xiaoqi turned with utmost respect and stated, "Mr. Lin, how do you find the comfort of the Fukong? I must apologize. You initially intended to purchase the 240,000 Passat, but unfortunately, there were none in stock, and the wait was too long. My boss regrets it, saying you missed out on a potential savings of 100,000. With Tang Xiaoqi's support, Lin Zhengdao felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied with a smile, "The car may not be top tier, but as a means of transportation, it suffices. When the Passat returns to your dealership, I shall consider purchasing another." How infuriating. He had been outmaneuvered. The lazy man was taken aback, astonished by the wealth displayed before him. His body involuntarily bent at a 90-degree angle, a broad smile adorning his face as he exclaimed, "Dao Gu, you've struck it rich in the city. If you have any connections, do include your brother. You enjoy the meat, and I'll settle for the broth." He then added, "Ah, it's nearly 11. I must take my leave. Shiyu is probably waiting anxiously at home." As the car drove away, those behind waved in farewell. Lin Zhengdao felt an unparalleled sense of ease, a sensation more exhilarating than mere financial gain. "Xiaoqi, I didn't realize you were quite the cheerleader," Lin Baiyao chuckled. "This is known as pointing gold in our circles. We've trained for it, using rhetoric to transform the non-existent into the existent, instilling fear." Tang Xiaoqi did not doubt Lin Zhengdao's boasts, given Lin Baiyao's capabilities. Acquiring a Fukong and a Passat would indeed be a trivial matter. Upon arriving at home, as the car came to a halt, Lin Zhengdao began to ponder how to retract the boastful claims he had made. At the very least, he needed to keep Lin Baiyao's grandparents and uncles in the dark for the time being, as well as Shiryu, intending to inform her only once they returned to the city. What would he do upon returning? If all else failed, he would have to shamelessly approach Chu Gang to borrow a vehicle again. What a predicament! Pushing open the door, Lin Baiyao entered with gifts in hand, calling out loudly, "Mom!" Shiryu rushed out from the kitchen on the east side of the yard, an apron tied around her waist, her hands covered in a dough-like mixture, indicating she had been kneading. With a gentle smile, she asked, "You're back. Were you tired on the road? Where's your father?" Unlike the domineering Lin Zhengdao, Shiryu was particularly attentive towards her son, never resorting to scolding or physical punishment. Even when he erred, she would patiently explain, setting an example, thereby raising Lin Baiyao to be a person of integrity, kindness, and diligence. "I'm not tired," Lin Baiyao exclaimed, running over to embrace Shiryu, his petite frame spinning in place twice as he declared, "Mom, I've missed you so much. How long has it been? Put me down." Shiryu playfully tapped Lin Baiyao's forehead with her finger, giving him a sideways glance as she replied, "You're being rather disrespectful. I believe you don't miss me so much as you miss home-cooked meals. You're probably starving. How long has it been?" It was not merely a month as he presumed, but rather akin to experiencing 2 lifetimes. Lin Baiyao rolled up his sleeve, showing Shiryu his arm, saying, "Indeed, look, I've lost weight." Lin Zhengdao's irritated voice echoed from behind, "Lost weight? How much pocket money did I give you this month during the break? You're out feasting every day and still dare to complain to your mother?" Lin Baiyao stuck out his tongue, saying, "What about Grandpa? I'll go see him. In the back room, go ahead. He knew you were coming and has been talking about it since last night." Grandpa's health had improved significantly since his illness. Now able to sit in a wheelchair and venture outdoors, feeding himself without any mess. However, his speech remained unclear. Seeing Lin Baiyao, he beamed like a child, mumbling a few words. Lin Baiyao was unable to comprehend, but his grandmother helped translate. "He praises you for your excellent exam results, getting into Suhua University of Finance, bringing honor to our family. Lin Baiyao was skeptical, as Grandpa had only uttered 6 or 7 syllables at most. Could Grandma really translate so much? Was she treating him as if he were a child in kindergarten? Lin Zhengdao entered, followed closely by Tang Xiaoqi. The two placed their gifts in the corner of the room, creating a bountiful display. Grandma lamented Lin Zhengdao's extravagant spending. Such is the nature of the elderly, who, while wishing the best for you, are more concerned about the excess of gifts than their scarcity. Lin Baiyao chuckled, Grandma, worry not about the money. I've been accepted into Su Finance, and my father is overjoyed, constantly praising my grandfather for the auspicious name he bestowed upon me, which aligns perfectly with this year's college entrance examination. This modest collection of gifts, he added, was hardly excessive. His grandfather, who learned traditional Chinese medicine from a neighbor as a child, aspired to open a clinic to heal and help others. However, he was coerced by Lin Baiyao's great-grandfather into working at the county machinery factory, where he eventually became an official. Yet, he never abandoned his childhood ambition, dedicating his spare time to the study of medicine and occasionally writing remedies for family and friends, which proved quite effective. Baiyao, a type of traditional Chinese herbal medicine, is commonly known as Chow Wu, renowned for dispelling wind and dampness and treating injuries, with Yunnan Baiyao being the most famous. During his school days, Lin Baiyao often faced teasing from classmates regarding his name. He sometimes pondered the plethora of elegantly named herbs, such as Songjia, Yuzhu, Shanglu, Lingxiao, Shixian, Sumu, Jiangli, and Jingtian, wondering why none of those delightful names could replace Baiyao. Yet, as his grandfather explained, Baiyao sounds like a bargain. Names like dog egg, dog sheng, and dog hair are easy to care for and unlikely to fall ill. This seemingly trivial reasoning instilled in Lin Baiyao a profound skepticism regarding his grandfather's medical expertise. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of gratitude. After all, it was surely better than being named Dog Egg or Dog Sheng. As they conversed, Uncle She returned from outside, bursting through the door. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I heard at the street corner that you bought a car. Is it that Fukan at the entrance? 142,000. Well, look at you, making big bucks without telling your little brother. How can you be so heartless? Lin Baiyao's uncle was not ill-natured, but he had a tendency to flit from job to job, never settling down, even after marriage and children. Half of his grandfather's ailments were attributed to the stress he caused. What car? Who bought a car? Upon hearing the commotion, you rushed in with a rolling pin from the kitchen. Lin Zhengdao felt the weight of several gazes upon him, sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to fabricate a plausible story. Father, this is a significant discrepancy, he muttered. The first principle of deception: one must first convince oneself. If you cannot deceive yourself, how can you deceive others? Seeing Lin Zhengdao's discomfort, Lin Baiyao decided to intervene, saying, Mom, please don't be upset. Last month was the World Cup final, and my father used our savings to bet on the match, winning 200,000. He bought a car for 140,000. Yes. Lin Zhengdao grasped onto this lifeline, eagerly adding, it was just good fortune, earning 200,000. She's eyes nearly popped out with envy as he exclaimed, Brother-in-law, when you were making money, you didn't call me. Don't blame me if I don't invite you to the next opportunity. Lin Zhengdao nearly kicked him out, retorting, who said anything about going together? Yu's expression darkened. Such a major event, and you didn't discuss it with me? Dear, don't listen to Shi. I certainly didn't plan anything with him. Are you not referring to the betting? Oh, the match? I refrained from informing you about Lin Zhengdao's recollections of the dark history from the finals, fearing it might anger you. Now that I disclose it, I hope it won't elicit any ire. After all, isn't this a profitable endeavor? Lin Zhengdao remains perplexed, as does Shi, who interjects, Sister, brother-in-law is making a significant sum. What is there to be upset about? Although our grandmother may be oblivious to the nature of the game, the sudden influx of wealth can hardly be deemed legitimate, and her expression shifts to one of discontent. However, she has always refrained from interfering in her daughter's household matters, gently advising, Zhengdao, running a restaurant is quite commendable. Our family does not aspire for extravagant wealth. Stability is sufficient. Grandfather lies in bed, anxiously muttering incoherent phrases. Nevertheless, this time, grandmother chooses not to translate. Lin Baiyao suspects that grandmother lacks the mood to concoct tales. Mother, I am aware. Do not worry. I assure you this will be the sole instance. I shall never engage in such activities again. Indeed, He would not dare to entertain the thought of repeating such an endeavor, fearing the consequences if he were to lose all his money. It would be unimaginable to endure life under such circumstances. Oh, come on. Brother-in-law, when's the next occasion? If you earn money and then cease, that would be quite disloyal. Silence. Sure you retorts, angered, as she strikes Sure she with a rolling pin, exclaiming, "You are so preoccupied with wealth that you neglect your work. Is the god of wealth in your family? Sister, if you strike me again, I truly will not take brother-in-law to the massage parlor." Lin Jingdao grits his teeth in irritation, saying, "Strike with purpose." The room is in disarray, a typical scene whenever Sure she is present. Yet there lingers an oddly warm ambience that Lin Baiyao has grown accustomed to. Only when that materialistic aunt returns from work does the household truly descend into chaos. Why did Lin Jingdao refrain from intervening earlier when he was feigning? Just moments ago, he provided Lin Jingdao with a plausible justification for his financial pursuits, all to unsettle that formidable aunt, allowing Shiryu to enjoy a more pleasant existence at her maternal home. Lin Baiyao, uninterested in the uncle's lamentations, steps outside, stretches, and inhales the fresh air of the county town. At that moment, a girl's silhouette emerges from the neighboring wall, effortlessly whistling the waters of Honghu. Oh, how they surge and swell. Chapter 43. The earliest and most beautiful encounter. Little Pitiful. Lin Baiyao calls out. Little Pitiful is certainly not the girl's name. Her name is Shirlingyu, the second victim bestowed with a name derived from herbal medicine by grandfather. Although she shares the surname Shur, there exists no familial connection to grandfather's clan. If one were to trace the lineage, it would likely extend back 8 generations. This neighborhood is predominantly inhabited by 2 surnames, Shur and Shur. For instance, the lazy man encountered at the street corner bears the surname Shur. Furthermore, there exists a remarkable bond between them. They share the same birth date. Even more astonishing, Shirlingyu was a premature infant, born 7 months early, weighing only 3 to 4 pounds. In the words of Lin Baiyao's grandmother, that little pitiful resembles a skinned squirrel. Thus, naturally, during the winter and summer vacations spent at grandfather's home, Shirlingyu becomes Lin Baiyao's primary companion. Little Pitiful and Little Squirrel become Lin Baiyao's affectionate epithets for Shirlingyu. Do not call me Little Pitiful. If you do, I shall retaliate. Shirlingyu waved her fist, her dancing eyes transforming into crescent moons. She epitomized the classic adage of a girl blossoming with age. The inconspicuous yellow-haired girl of her youth had blossomed into an increasingly captivating beauty. Unlike Wei Zhu's goddess-like demeanor, she was the kind of girl whose smile radiated warmth and brightness. Her fair complexion was perpetually adorned with a healthy flush, and her most striking feature was a pair of long, straight legs, standing at an impressive height of 173 meters, which not only surpassed her female peers, but, albeit ungraciously, outshone many of her male contemporaries. Come quickly, let us meet at the usual spot. I await your arrival. The place Shirlingyu referred to was the verdant Qingshan mountain behind them. At the foot of the mountain lay a jade-green pool, said to be fed by a subterranean river, maintaining its depth regardless of the droughts or torrential rains. Quite a marvel. Lin Baiyao and Shirlingyu had learned to swim in that very pool as children, their innocence allowing for candid exchanges. Though they had since donned swimsuits as they grew older, there remained a period of shared childhood that prompted Shirlingyu to firmly oppose any mention of their youthful swimming days, even if they could not recall a single moment. Ah, poor thing, Shirlingyu exclaimed as she sat upon a large bluestone by the water's edge, turning at the sound to reveal a radiant smile that seemed to transport her back to a springtime of blooming flowers. Lin Baiyao, it's been over a month of vacation. Where have you been? I thought you would have visited your grandfather by now. Shirlingyu spoke rapidly, her voice akin to a lark, bright and melodious. Oh, I have too many friends. There are daily gatherings, and the girls are constantly vying to take me to the movies. I simply cannot keep up. With the opposite sex, you seem to have lost your humanity. Shirlingyu harbored no doubts about Lin Baiyao's boasting, for her childhood companion was of amiable character, not unattractive, and of reasonable height. Moreover, having been mentored by Shirlingyu since childhood, it would be inconceivable for her not to attract the attention of any girl. Yet, that did not excuse Lin Baiyao's absence for a month. Do you know I have been waiting for you? Shirlingyu tightened her grip on the movie tickets nestled in her pocket, her brows furrowing in a manner reminiscent of a gallant youth as she inquired. What film did you watch? Was it good? The Titanic. It was rather lackluster, filled with the fantastical musings and dreams of a poor scholar encountering a wealthy young lady. Anyone with an IQ above 90 would find it unremarkable. Lin had purchased tickets to Titanic. Having hurried to the only cinema in the county upon hearing from Yu that Lin Baiyao would return, she smashed her beloved piggy bank, using her savings from years of pocket money to buy 2 expensive tickets. To her, the cost of those tickets represented the intertwining of youthful innocence and the unexpressed emotions of a girl of her age. It wasn't he good at all. However, one cannot completely disregard one's conscience. There are indeed captivating aspects, such as the scene where Jack demonstrates his exceptional painting skills and acting prowess. Lin had yet to watch the film and was unaware of the content Lin Baiyao was referring to. After a brief moment of hesitation, she stamped her feet heavily on the cobblestones, jumped up, and declared, "Forget it. I'll treat you to a movie. Let us watch this mindless Titanic. Let us be done with it. Are you going or not?" She pulled out 2 crumpled movie tickets from her pocket and handed them to Lin Baiyao. Lingyo's hands were delicate, slender, and elegant, with tightly clasped knuckles that revealed no gaps. Although her hands lacked the usual finesse from daily chores, they radiated a soft luster. "What time is it?" 1:30 in the afternoon. "Have you had lunch?" "Not yet." "All right, I'll treat you. Let us go have some braised pork and flaky pastries." Lingyu bit her lip, clasped her hands behind her back, and lowered her head in silence. "What's wrong? Do you still remember that my favorite is the braised pork from Yixingxuan? Hey, don't be so greedy. We can have braised pork, but we can just find any street vendor. We can't afford Yixingxuan. I was just teasing you. Look at you getting all worked up." Nevertheless, Lingyu still considered Lin Baiyao's feelings, saying, "Well, I'm actually not hungry. Let us skip the braised pork. There's a place selling rice noodles right next to the cinema, and the taste is absolutely top-notch, even better than braised pork." To emphasize her point, she stuttered on top-notch and dramatically spread her arms wide. Though adorably charming, she slipped, resembling an oversized plug forcefully inserted into Lin Baiyao's socket. Bang! The mismatch between the plug and socket led to Lin Baiyao losing his balance, and they both fell into the water. Since the time they learned to swim as children, Lingyu had refrained from swimming in front of Lin Baiyao for nearly a decade, and they had not shared a swim in the pond for almost 10 years. Lingyu remained calm, and at the depth of a few meters, she shook off Lin Baiyao's instinctive grip around her waist, moving her long legs effortlessly and floating to the surface like a fish. Puff! She exhaled, turned her head to look, but did not find Lin Baiyao. Giggling, she said, "Lin Baiyao, you've regressed. You used to swim faster than me." However, before she could finish her sentence, she sensed something was amiss. Even if he were slow, he should at least feel the water currents nearby. Yet, apart from herself, it seemed as though no one else was present. She inhaled sharply and dove back into the water. Indeed, Lin Baiyao was struggling, sinking towards the bottom. She swiftly swam over, disregarding everything else, and tightly embraced Lin Baiyao's waist, providing him with a leverage point. Then they both moved their arms in unison, breaking the surface of the water as if soaring together. Typically, rescuing a drowning stranger requires hooking their neck from behind to avoid entanglement and tragedy. However, Lingyu and Lin Baiyao were far too familiar with each other, fully aware of one another's swimming abilities, thus merely needing to provide a point of leverage to work together and escape the clutches of the water's grasp. Fortunately, the distance from the water's edge to the shore was not great. Lingyu ascended first, then pulled Lin Baiyao ashore. Without needing him to speak, she removed his drenched shoes, placing his feet against her chest and abdomen, exerting force to stretch him upwards. It is common knowledge that only an unexpected cramp could ensnare a seasoned swimmer like Lin Baiyao. In the face of danger, Lingyu displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness, acting swiftly and efficiently to rescue him, alleviating the pain of his cramp once they reached the shore, just as she had done in their childhood when she defended the smaller Lin Baiyao, delivering a thrashing to Lanhan's son, who had a penchant for bullying. Over the years, Lingyu had assumed the role of an elder sister, shielding Lin Baiyao from life's tempests. Yet, life's unpredictability took its toll. Due to the incident involving Lin Jingdao in their previous life, Lin Baiyao's university experience was consumed by the relentless pursuit of alleviating existential pressures, causing him to become indifferent to familial bonds and neglectful of friendships. Apart from Zhu Daguan, he had severed ties with nearly all his past companions, including Lingyu, his childhood friend born on the same day, who gradually faded from his life. Did you drink some water? Upon observing Lin Baiyao's legs slowly returning to normal, Shirling Yu felt a wave of relief and couldn't resist teasing him. I held my breath, didn't drink any water. But it seems I might have had a sip of wine. Wine? How foolish. Shirling Yu reached out to touch Lin Baiyao's forehead. He chuckled, poor thing. Although I would love to gaze a bit longer, I must inform you that your clothes are soaked. The thin white short-sleeved shirt, now drenched, could no longer conceal, prompting admiration for the creator's marvel. His trousers clung to his legs, and as Shirling Yu knelt, droplets of water began to fall gracefully from her waist. Pure water reveals the lotus, naturally unadorned. There was nothing more exquisite than this. Have you seen enough? Shirling Yu, cleverly not attempting to shield herself, instead covered Lin Baiyao's eyes, playfully threatening. If you look again, I shall pluck your eyeballs out. Even at that moment, were she to jest about such a thing, she would never truly mean to extract his eyes. A girl's tenderness does not manifest in her clenched fists or fierce words, but rather in those unguarded moments. Often unbeknownst to her, Lin Baiyao raised both hands in surrender, declaring, I confess, I will be lenient, just don't hit me. After a brief bout of laughter, Lin Baiyao turned away, sitting with his back to Shirling Yu. The midday sun was harsh, and the water on their skin would dry in a few minutes. I heard from Aunt Sure that you got into Tsuhuai University of Finance and Economics? Yes, and you? As for me, my grades have never matched yours. I ended up at Tsuhuai Railway Institute, but at least it's a second-tier school. Lin Baiyao was well aware that Shirling Yu had applied to Tsuhuai Railway Institute and smiled, saying, I heard that in the past 2 years, universities will undergo mergers and reforms. The Railway Institute is under the Ministry of Railways. It's likely to be renamed Tsuhuai University of Transportation and elevated to first-tier status. Choosing that school is indeed quite advantageous. Such prophetic words would materialize in 2001. Shirling Yu was fortunate to graduate just as the institution was elevated, and her diploma transformed from that of the Railway Institute to the University of Transportation. May your words bring good fortune. By the way, during this reunion, I feel you are acting strangely. Strangely? Is it because of my gaze from earlier? I curse you. As Shilingya prepared to deliver a series of swift kicks, Lin Baiyao suddenly turned, his smile radiating like sunlight upon his shoulders, brilliant and captivating. Shilingya, thank you for saving me, he exclaimed. Oh, he didn't call me little pitiful Shilingya. How melodious. No, it was his way of speaking that was delightful. Shilingya was momentarily taken aback, her crescent-shaped smile returning as she replied. Lin Baiyao, I arrived in this world 3 months in advance to ensure I would meet you on the earliest possible day, not to bid you farewell. Chapter 44. There are still those who gaze at the stars, oh dear, my clothes are nearly dry, they said as they prepared to head back. Suddenly, Shilingya recalled something and hurriedly pulled a movie ticket from her pocket. It was thoroughly soaked. While it wasn't completely destroyed, it was evident that passing through the cinema's ticket checkpoint would be impossible. Shilingya's face fell slightly. She truly had no funds to purchase 2 new tickets. In 1998, Titanic had been showing for over 4 months, and due to its overwhelming popularity, the number of copies was insufficient. Initially, showings were prioritized in first and second-tier cities, followed by third and fourth tier, and then the more remote towns and counties. Ticket prices in the major cities ranged from 80 to 120 yuan, often elusive to acquire. In some city districts and county towns, the prices varied from 30 to 50 yuan. It was rumored that in certain places, tickets could be found for under 20 yuan, but Lin Baiyao had never encountered such an offer. It was likely a rarity in particularly remote and economically disadvantaged areas. Given the income proportions and purchasing power, whether 120 yuan or 20 yuan, Titanic essentially represented the pinnacle of movie ticket prices. However, Shilingya was no ordinary individual. After a fleeting moment of disappointment, she quickly regained her vibrant spirit. While she might feel regret and frustration over unavoidable circumstances, she would never linger in sadness or complaint. Always optimistic, she looked forward, ready to devise solutions when faced with challenges. Lin Baiyao. Shilingya beamed at him, her tone exceptionally gentle as she playfully swayed her waist. Could you lend me 80 yuan, please? I've heard that universities offer work-study opportunities. Once September arrives, I will find a job, and within 2 months, I'll be able to repay you. This was a quintessential display of unconscious charm, a gesture reserved only for those she trusted most. Lin Baiyao would not say, you can borrow it, but there's no need to return it, nor would he offer reassurances such as, I'll treat you to today's movie, so don't feel pressured. He understood Shalingia too well. If she wished for him to treat her, she would say so directly. The fact that she was asking to borrow money indicated that she intended to treat him to the film. All right, I'll retrieve the money when we return, Shalingia said, standing at attention and bowing in a formal manner. Thank you for your generosity. Lin Baiyao casually replied. Generosity is the essence of friendship. Shalingia straightened, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. When did you start reading Wilde? Oscar Wilde, one of the greatest writers and artists of 19th century Ireland, was a representative figure of aestheticism. One of his notable works, the opera Salome, had stirred significant reactions when performed in China. At that time, domestic writers and critics took pride in discussing Wilde. For instance, the likes of Xiao, Yang Yuqian, Yu Dafu, Su Zhima, Tian Han, and Bai Wei were all influenced by Wilde in their respective works. Of course, as a victim of an era intolerant of binary oppositions, his most renowned tale remains that of his fall from the pinnacle of success to the depths of despair, precipitated by the betrayal of his male lover's father, leading to a tragic demise. Occasionally, I glance at you, and it doesn't seem to fit the peculiar, absurd, and morbid tones of aestheticism and decadence, which I doubt you would favor. Naturally, I do not appreciate it. The glorification of futility is a sign of a troubled mind. However, I am quite fond of Wilde's poetry and prose. My favorite among his words is the profoundly philosophical statement, "We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars." Do you know which of his quotes I cherish the most? Which one? In my youth, I believed that money was paramount, and as the years have advanced, I have indeed discovered it to be true. Ling, you scoffed and remarked, vulgar. Lin Baiyao chuckled and said, the same person speaks different words. You admire what you favor while despising what you do not. Do you know what this is called? What? This is subjective supremacy over the objective. No, Wilde was human, not a saint. His insights are sometimes right, sometimes wrong. One should embrace the good and amend the bad. How can that be deemed subjective supremacy over the objective? Moreover, subjectivity and objectivity are not immutable. Ling, you relished engaging in 3 activities with Lin Baiyao. Swimming, though she would not mention it, cleverly concealing her thoughts, playing, finding joy in any activity. Even something as simple as using a bamboo pole to catch cicadas, and debating, not the trivial squabbles of children, but a delightful exchange of ideas through limited experience and knowledge. Indeed, subjectivity and objectivity can transform into one another. Philosophically, this is referred to as the objectification of the subjective and the subjectification of the objective, which resonates with social psychology as the fundamental attribution error. When studying others, one perceives human faults, thus subjectifying. When examining oneself, one attributes mistakes to the environment, thus objectifying. Yet, what is the truth? Lin Baiyao laughed and said, the truth is, if you possess enough wealth, you have the capability to assist those in the gutter in gazing at the stars. So tell me, why is it noble to look at the stars while pursuing wealth is deemed vulgar? You are conflating concepts. Those in the gutter, who do not relinquish hope, exhibit a profound spirit. At no time can anyone deny this objective existence. The pursuit of wealth, to satisfy material needs and fill the chasms of desire, may not be wrong for the individual, but does having money guarantee assistance to those in the gutter? I think not. That depends on the moral standards of the wealthy. Revealing the subjective uncertainty. Philosophical questions yield no definitive answers. And the purpose of debate is not to persuade the other, but to engage in the delightful banter that has endured between 2 individuals. Stop. Today's debate concludes. You should return and change your clothes. Let us meet at the street corner shortly. Lin Baiyao, being a man, found the thin summer attire inconsequential. Even if certain areas were damp, a vigorous shake from the roots would suffice to fling off any excess water. This is a skill that every man possesses. Girls, however, are inherently disadvantaged and unable to master this skill. For reasons of hygiene and to avoid infection, it is necessary for her to return and change. Thus, he paused the debate, transforming from a confrontational opponent into a caring and sensitive older brother, exhibiting a depth not typical of an 18-year-old high school student. From the movement and focus of Lin Baiyao's gaze, Ling Yu sensed the unspoken implications of his words. Her ears flushed slightly with warmth as she fought the urge to unleash her frustration. She turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she remembered Lin Baiyao was behind her, his mischievous eyes likely growing bolder. Strangely, it wasn't just her ears that felt warm. It seemed her entire waist and hips were aflame. Hey, you go ahead. Lingyu halted, turned around, her hand on her hip and the other pointing forward, feigning a pout mixed with shyness and delight. The light behind her illuminated her hair, casting a gentle glow on her cheeks, which appeared as lovely as rosy clouds. Lin Baiyao, taken aback, wondered what had come over her. One moment she was smiling brightly, the next, she seemed furious. Was it that time of the month? He knew better than to confront the formidable creature that endured 7 days of blood loss each month, so he obediently walked ahead, his stance proud and valiant, as if he were a loyal dog escorting a princess. Meanwhile, Lingyu, trailing behind, found herself doing what she assumed Lin Baiyao would do, her gaze lingering on his physique. It had been a while since they last met. How had he changed? His shoulders were broad, waist slender, legs long, and his back curved naturally, embodying the vigor of youth rather than the forced muscularity of someone who had trained excessively. Oh dear, Lingyu, you're doomed. You're a girl. How can you start to care about appearance like those horrid boys? Yet another voice within her countered. Lin Baiyao was not just anyone. She had seen him in all his glory as a child. What harm was there in looking now? Caught in this internal struggle, they arrived at her doorstep. Lin Baiyao glanced back, noticing Lingyu staring intently at him, and curiously waved his hand, asking, "Little pitiful? I'm going to change clothes. See you in a bit." Lingyu, as if stung by a bee, defied gravity and leapt into her yard, slamming the iron gate behind her. Lin Baiyao, startled, exclaimed, "Whoa, don't call her Little Pitiful. Let's rename her Little Kangaroo Little Rocket instead." Upon returning to her grandfather's house, Lingyu found her aunt still at work. After inquiring, she learned her aunt had to work overtime and wouldn't be home until later. Perfect timing. Lin Baiyao greeted her family, mentioning he was going out with Lingyu, and the adults had no objections. Over the years, they had joked about arranging a betrothal for the two, but thankfully, it remained just a jest. Lin Baiyao waited a mere few minutes at the street corner before Lingyu approached from a distance. She had changed into a green plaid dress, paired with white socks and small black shoes. Her long hair flowed freely down her back, held in place only by a white hairpin, exuding an effortless grace. At this time of year, the meticulously dressed girls did not yet bear the marks of expensive cosmetics. Perhaps their skin was not entirely flawless. Yet the inherent purity and freshness they possessed could not be rivaled by any makeup. "Let us go eat rice noodles. It's your treat. I'll cover the bill." Ah, sweet words. The radiant smile of the sunflower is visible only to the sun, and my sweet tongue is known solely to you. Lin Baiyao, if you do not speak properly, we shall indulge in some braised pork. Indeed, rice is delectable, and Lin Baiyao privately believes it superior to braised pork. Yet he dares not express this in front of Lingyu. Upon arriving at the cinema, the tickets for the 1:30 show had been sold out yesterday, and even the 5 o'clock tickets had just been snatched up. One could either wait for the 9 o'clock evening show or purchase tickets for tomorrow. Lingyu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on?" Watching a movie is not a pilgrimage to the West, fraught with trials and tribulations. Lin Baiyao chuckled, "Master, do not lose heart. Wukong, I am not disheartened. I am contemplating solutions." After a brief moment, he inquired, "Have you thought of a solution?" At 1:15, the ticket check began. "Well, as the Buddha often says, when there are matters at hand, disciples must bear the burden. My solution is, Wukong, you must devise a plan." All right. Chapter 45. The Love of an Idiom Dictionary. As Lin Baiyao waited for the audience to settle in, he retrieved the 2 water-damaged movie tickets and presented them to the ticket collector, whispering, "We are not attempting to evade the fare. The tickets were ruined by water. We definitely have seats. Please show some leniency." The collector scoffed, "You think you can bring a girl in with 2 pieces of soggy paper? Young man, stop daydreaming. Please take a closer look," Lin Baiyao urged. The collector suddenly coughed twice, noticing the 10 yuan bill peeking out from the tattered tickets. Glancing around, he hesitated before accepting them, questioning, "Are there really seats? If there are no seats, you can hurry me out, and I will leave immediately. You need not rush me. It's assigned seating. If others occupy seats, they will be chased away, and you'll be fined for evading the fare." Lin Baiyao replied, "I lack the audacity. Look at Lingyu down there. I jest, spending money to please the girl. I do not wish to stir up trouble." "Very well. Since you seem to wish to avoid trouble, hurry inside. Find your seats quietly, as the show is about to begin." "Thank you." Lin Baiyao hurried down the steps, taking Lingyu by the hand, saying, "Master, let us be swift. If we delay, we shall miss the dazzling spectacle of the fairies in combat." What fairies in combat? It's not Journey to the West. Inside the cinema, the darkness enveloped them, and the undulating sea of heads nearly filled the entire space. The two bent down to locate their designated seats, flanked by two couples engaged in hushed discussions about the plot. "I heard it's quite moving," remarked a girl on the right. "I brought tissues. If I cry, there's always my clothes." The girl on the left poked her boyfriend, complaining, "Look how considerate she is. What about you?" "I brought tissues too, but I just had a stomach upset and used them in the restroom. Don't blame me. Or would you prefer to use my clothes?" "Get lost. The restroom stinks." Lin chuckled, drawing scornful glares from both couples. Lin Baiyao quickly apologized. Pardon us. Our sense of humor is rather juvenile." At that moment, the screen illuminated, and with enchanting music, the majestic and awe-inspiring Titanic appeared before the audience's eyes. On April 10th, 1912, hailed as a marvel in the annals of industrial history, the Titanic departed from Southampton, England, bound for New York City, with the wealthy young lady Rose boarding alongside her mother and fiancé, Carl. On the other side, the unruly young painter Jack won a ticket aboard a ship through a gamble at the dock. Rose had long perceived Carl as a consummate snob, harboring a profound reluctance to wed him, even contemplating a desperate plunge into the sea. At a crucial moment, Jack seized Rose in his arms, marking the inception of an acquaintance between two youths of vastly disparate social standings. Lin Baiyao, observing Lin's rapt attention, mischievously leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Thus, learning to swim is of utmost importance. Should you leap into the sea, you need not be rescued, for you can surely swim back to safety." Lin nearly burst into laughter, stifling her mirth to avoid disturbing others, and playfully pinched Lin Baiyao's waist. Whether an 18-year-old maiden or a 28-year-old matron, the ability to pinch one's waist appears to be an innate gift of femininity. Lin Baiyao maintained an impassive expression, allowing Lin to pinch her to her heart's content, and soon the scene shifted to Rose seeking Jack on the deck to express her gratitude. The two engaging in conversation while perusing an art album. In response to Rose's astonishment, Jack remarked, "One of the benefits of Paris is the abundance of girls willing to devote themselves to art." Thanks to the unedited version from '98. The beauties within the album were rendered in exquisite detail, lifelike, and vibrant. The cinema buzzed with a cacophony of sounds, men whistling, women gasping, and laughter that was clearly contrived. A girl on the left suddenly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "Foreigners truly have no shame." Her boyfriend, engrossed in the spectacle, concurred, "Indeed, foreigners are uncivilized. However, the artwork is quite impressive." "Humph. No, those were Rose's lines. Let us mourn for that fellow for 2 minutes. It is pitiful that in an era devoid of teachers offering free instruction, merely viewing an art album could incite such restlessness." Next unfolded the scene in the drawing room, where the real Rose appeared, inviting Jack to paint her. Following that, scenes of camaraderie in the carriage ensued. Lin Baiyao refrained from teasing Lin, recognizing that the girl's delicate skin would suffer greatly from another pinch, leaving her bruised and battered. The plot continued to develop. The impoverished youth's world ignited Rose's yearning for freedom. The two met under the cover of night, painting, running, ultimately pausing in a carriage steeped in classical elegance. One expressed a willingness to endure humiliation for a future recompense, while the other lamented the swift passage of time, yearning for tangible actions and seizing opportunities. Many inquire, what is love? In truth, the answer has long been inscribed within the lexicon of four-character idioms. The cinema fell silent, the overwhelming impact rendering the audience enraptured in the realm conjured by the actors' exquisite performances. So near, yet so real. Lin's posture grew increasingly rigid, and she discreetly glanced at Lin Baiyao, discovering her with her head tilted, soundly asleep. Fool, how could one possibly sleep through this? Yet, for reasons unknown, her tense body suddenly relaxed, a smile of indescribable quality gracing her lips. Lin Baiyao, of course, was not asleep. The strategy to spare the girl's embarrassment involved making her feel as though she were the sole occupant of this awkward scenario. After the carriage scene, the thrilling clash with the iceberg commenced, a panicked crowd ensued, and Jack, handcuffed, chose to forsake his escape for the sake of rescuing Rose, turning back towards his love. The surroundings began to resonate with faint sounds of sobbing. Chaos, competition, life and death, good and evil. As Rose relinquished yet another chance to escape and leapt back onto the ship to embrace Jack, the sobs crescendoed into a torrent. 3 hours swiftly culminated. In the final moments, Jack released his grip, allowing Rose to live on, and the cinema erupted in a chorus of tears. Perhaps shedding tears while watching a film may seem childish, yet in an age of innocence, to weep for love is indeed a form of fortune. As the crowd exited the cinema, Lin Baiyao and Lingyu walked side by side in comfortable silence, leaving the county town and arriving at the banks of the Baiyang River. What did you think of the movie? Lin Baiyao broke the silence by picking up a stone and tossing it, causing it to skip across the water's surface several times. If you wish to inquire about my feelings regarding the imagery and the carriage, I would assert that in the realm of art, there is no gender, only beauty. Of course, there is also the exquisite craftsmanship of the painting and the acting, Lingyu stated candidly, not forgetting to jest about Lin Baiyao. Such eloquence at their age truly impressed Lin Baiyao. If you were to ask me about my overall impression of the film, I would simply say it moved me, moved by love, by freedom, by rebellion and struggle, by surrender and perseverance. This is a remarkable film that will be etched in history. What left the deepest impression on you? Was it "you jump, I jump," or that line "trust me, I trust you"? Neither, she replied. It was Rose on the deck expressing her longing for freedom when she asked Jack, "Why can't I go wherever I wish, just like you?" Lin Baiyao chuckled, recalling Lord Acton's assertion that each era's freedom faces four major threats: the strong man's desire for centralized power, the poor man's resentment of wealth inequality, the ignorant man's yearning for utopia, and the faithless man's conflation of liberty with indulgence. Rose's yearning for freedom embodies threats 3 and 4. Her aspiration aligns with the utopia of the ignorant, blurring the distinction between freedom and hedonism. Would escaping the Titanic with Jack truly grant her freedom? The screenwriter understood the impossibility of that notion, hence, Jack's demise at the pinnacle of their love. Lingyu remained silent for a long moment before suddenly asking, "And you?" "I am the embodiment of threats 1 and 2. Lin Baiyao replied, explaining, "My desire for wealth is profound, as is my craving for power." Lingyu turned to gaze at Lin Baiyao's slightly raised profile, feeling a pang of empathy. Although she could not fathom the reasons for his intense yearning for wealth and power, she sensed the sincerity behind his words. Had he been provoked by experiences in the city, or perhaps bullied by the affluent and influential? "Very well, I shall assist you. You study economics, responsible for earning money, while I delve into technology to secure a position of authority. Together, we shall be a formidable force, wealthy and powerful, unstoppable, with the world at our command." "What on earth are you saying?" Lin Baiyao laughed in disbelief. Lingyu patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to follow suit. Spreading her arms wide and mimicking Jack's pose at the bow of the ship, dramatically proclaiming, "I am the king of the world." Lin Baiyao felt a sense of shame and hesitated to comply, but was pinched by Shilingya, prompting him to mimic, murmuring, "I am the king of the world. I am the king of the world." In the distance, the mountains echoed back, and the two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Chapter 46. Qin Shi Huang. Payout. The summer days stretched long, and even at 5:30 in the afternoon, the sun's power was palpable. The two wandered along the riverbank, taking a winding path through the woods to return home. As Lin Baiyao waved goodbye at the gate, he stepped into the courtyard and was met with the sharp, caustic voice of his aunt, Zheng Yanfang. "Sister, don't blame me for speaking harshly as your sister-in-law. When you have money, don't just think of yourself." "Yanfang, how could we only think of ourselves? Aren't we all here to support one another?" "Support? Such a pleasant term. Look at this courtyard. How long has it been in disrepair? 10 years ago, my parents mentioned a renovation, but she is useless. And my father's meager pension is barely enough for him and my mother's medication. Who can we rely on?" Zheng Yanfang slammed the door of the main room and stormed out, seeing Lin Zhengdao and she's sitting under the apricot tree, enjoying the shade and engaging in conversation. She kicked she's calf in anger, exclaiming, "You fool, lacking common sense. You usually act chummy with them, but now that there's a chance to make money, you keep your guard up? Have you no shame?" She, fearful of his wife, accepted the kick without retaliation, saying, "I was just chatting with my brother-in-law. There will be other opportunities." "Opportunities? Are we waiting for the World Cup in 4 years? Will it even guarantee profit then?" Lin Zhengdao, valuing familial ties, typically avoided confrontation with Zheng Yanfang. However, her behavior this time was excessive, and he remarked, "Yanfang, please refrain from veiled insults and speak candidly." You hurried over, grasping Zheng Yanfang's hand, gently urging. Zhengdao learned from others. He was just fortunate. If luck turns, the money could be lost. It's not a guaranteed path. Yanfeng, sensing the tension, retorted, our parents are still in the house. Let's speak quietly. We wouldn't want to upset the elders. Every time Zheng Yanfeng caused a scene at home, Shiyu, wishing to spare the elderly from distress, would compromise and attempt to soothe her. Yet, this only emboldened Zheng Yanfeng, who began to act with increasing impunity. Believing she was the queen of the Shi household. Did I marry into your family just to be at your mercy? I can't even speak freely? Zheng Yanfeng forcefully yanked her hand away from Shiyu, jabbing a finger at her nose in accusation. Bah, I see through your family's true colors. Let me tell you, don't look down on others. Who doesn't he have a way to make money? Before long, I'll buy a car to show you. Oh. Lin Baiyao approached with a smile. And, what opportunity do you speak of? Do share. I hope it's not a fabrication. With the mask of civility gone, Zheng Yanfeng unabashedly pointed at Shiyu. Lin Baiyao traditionally held respect for his elders, but when some failed to regard him as human, he could not abide. Fabrication? Zheng Yanfeng exclaimed animatedly. I am not afraid to tell you. A friend introduced by my father's old comrade is a big boss in trade down south. He has recently embarked on a significant project and intends to make my father wealthy alongside him. Her lack of subtlety revealed her arrogance and delight as she continued. Do you know why I didn't return home for lunch today? It wasn't due to overtime. My father summoned me to discuss this matter. Originally, I intended to keep this a secret from you all to avoid inciting jealousy, but I shall no longer conceal it. Shirshi, let us depart. We have an appointment with the esteemed boss this evening. Our family will invest a sum as well, and should we reap profits, we can afford not just a Fukan, but even a Santana or Passat. Shirshi stood up, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Is that true? It was introduced by my father's comrade. How could it be false? If they weren't temporarily constrained by over 8 million invested in international trade, they wouldn't be seeking partners. Then let us hurry. We cannot keep the esteemed boss waiting. Nearby, Lin Baiyao couldn't help but chuckle, finding the scheme reminiscent of the well-known tale of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's money. However, it is evident that such tactics, though seemingly foolish, prove to be remarkably effective. This is because con artists must employ straightforward methods that the gullible can comprehend, leading them to mistakenly believe they are knowledgeable and capable, thus falling prey to deception. If the con artist's scheme is overly convoluted, the naive may instinctively resist what they do not understand, either by seeking information or becoming suspicious. This explains why seemingly foolish tactics frequently succeed in swindling others. The esteemed boss that Zheng Yanfeng speaks of is likely a charlatan. Lin Baiyao understood that Zheng would not heed his warnings and chose not to waste his breath. Watching her and Shirshi depart, Shiri sighed, expressing her helplessness. What a situation this is. Lin Jingdao, with a stern expression, replied, Isn't it due to the indulgence of your parents and you? Where is the semblance of a proper wife in this? Marrying a wife should be akin to acquiring a treasure. One should marry wisely, not foolishly. Yet here we are with a calamity instead. Are you not a calamity yourself? You flaunt your earnings, purchasing such an expensive vehicle without consulting anyone, causing unrest in the household. Lin Jingdao's fault lay in the boastful nature of his claims about earning money to buy a car. His confidence was shaky, and he received an earful from Shiri, leaving him to stubbornly preserve his masculine dignity as he stepped out for a stroll, hands tucked behind his back. Mom, this is not Dad's fault. If outsiders cannot bear to see you thrive, and even relatives cannot tolerate your success, then those relatives are worse than strangers. You are still a child. What do you understand of familial matters? Are you hungry? Let us go eat. I'll call Dad. Do not. Let him take the car himself. Lin Baiyao shrugged. Father, this is the price of pretension. One must simply get used to it. During dinner, it was evident that his grandmother was in a sour mood. Lin Baiyao, wishing to lighten the atmosphere, entertained her with dog barks and silly faces, bringing forth her laughter. After the meal, his grandmother and Shiriwei retreated to the kitchen, where she whispered, Xiaoye, do not let Yanfeng provoke you. She is still young and hot-tempered, but her heart is not malicious. At least she has no ill intentions toward Shirshi and is genuinely striving for a good life. The fault lies with your father and me for not providing you with any inheritance. Mother, please do not speak or think that way. Rest assured, we are managing well. In a few days, when her temper cools, I will speak with her again. It will be fine. That is good to hear, Xiaoye. You have always been the most obedient and dutiful. In the room, Lin Baiyao sat by the bed, massaging his grandfather's calves, and said with a smile, Grandfather, I have a secret to share with you. Just as his grandfather began to mumble, Lin Baiyao interjected, no need to speak, simply listen. If I am correct, blink your eyes. If not, shake your head. Agreed? His grandfather blinked in response. You undoubtedly overheard their argument outside, and it must have troubled your heart. However, it is of little consequence, such as life, and disputes are inevitable. Lin Baiyao gently remarked, I merely wish to advise you to relax, take care of your health, and let your children and grandchildren find their own fortunes. I perceive that uncle possesses a fortunate demeanor. He is destined for prosperity. Grandfather shook his head, acknowledging the truth in Lin Baiyao's words. Indeed, Anne is rather capricious, yet that is of no matter. If life can be lived, then let it be lived. If it cannot, then part ways. Once uncle acquires wealth, surely he will find a virtuous wife. Grandfather's eyes widened in surprise. I understand. Divorce is undesirable. Yet enduring a life of mere coexistence is not necessarily favorable either. Ultimately, it depends on their mutual feelings. If uncle is content, then let them carry on. I am about to enter university. I shall soon be an adult. If no one can manage Aunt, then I shall take it upon myself. At this, grandfather's eyes crinkled into a smile, and he quickly blinked. Just then, Yu entered, noticing the two of them chuckling, and inquired, what are you two laughing about? Lin Baiyao chuckled and replied, I was telling grandfather a joke. Later that night, past 10 o'clock, Shi returned, reeking of alcohol. While Zheng Yanfang remained at her parental home, Lin Jingdao and Lin Baiyao assisted him into the house and seated him. Yu reproached, why did you drink so much? Shi responded gleefully, Sister, I am overjoyed. My brother is finally on the verge of striking it rich. Lin Jingdao remained preoccupied with Zheng Yanfang's mention of a lucrative opportunity. His own fortune was dubious, yet perhaps hers was genuine. He could envision Zheng Yanfang reveling in wealth while he remained in his impoverished state, and he asked, could you share with me, brother-in-law, what is this opportunity? Is it reliable? If it truly is, perhaps you should speak kindly to Zheng Yanfang and partake in a bit of the prosperity, even if it meant enduring some ridicule. After all, there is nothing unbearable in this world except for poverty. It is indeed reliable. Shi was not one to hoard information. On the contrary, he valued loyalty. Thus, he had previously felt particularly aggrieved when Lin Jingdao had excluded him. It is a grand project, immensely profitable, yielding returns of several multiples. An investment of 1,000 could garner 500,000, while 10,000 could yield 5 million. Lin Jingdao was nearly propelled into disbelief, exclaiming, 5 million? Yu, exasperated, remarked, have you lost your senses? I shall fetch you some warm water to wash your face and sober you up. As she turned to leave, she glanced back at Lin Baiyao, asking, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to bed? Lin Baiyao smiled. It is too warm. I cannot sleep. Tomorrow, I have no classes, so I can stay up a little later. Mother, you go ahead and heat the water. Do not mind me. After Yu departed, she sat on the sofa, grinning widely, saying, indeed, 5 million, brother-in-law. Tell me, how many lifetimes of labor could earn such a sum? Lin Jingdao urged, quickly, share the details. What is this opportunity? She glanced around, ensuring that only Lin Jingdao and Lin Baiyao were present, and lowered his voice. The southern region has been afflicted by calamity, you know? Indeed, it has been raining incessantly, leading to floods. Aren't they broadcasting live coverage of the flood relief efforts on television 24 hours a day? It is quite moving. Lin Baiyao rolled his eyes, thinking, Father, if you wish to inquire about business intelligence, may I suggest a more professional approach? Now is not the time for sentimentality. Yes, it is quite moving, but brother-in-law, what are you rambling on about? The calamity in the southern regions has reached a dire severity. The entire river line is on the verge of collapse. There is an urgent need for various flood relief supplies, shovels, rods, woven bags, water pumps, gloves, rain boots, umbrellas, nylon ropes, and the like. That wealthy businessman possesses the means to procure several hundred tons of these scarce materials from Japan, South Korea, Mongolia, and Russia. Once delivered to the south, the profit would flow in faster than the floodwaters themselves. No, this won't do. Lin Jingdao frowned and said, even in our poverty, we must not profit from national disasters. What kind of people would we become? Shi retorted, brother-in-law, that's quite unfair. You have wealth to spare, so it's easy for you to speak. Yet when it comes to my opportunity to gain, why is it suddenly deemed profiting from national misfortune? Lin Jingdao patiently explained. Xiaoxi, We common folk all desire wealth, but the disaster-stricken in the South are ordinary people too. Families torn apart, lives lost. Isn't it pitiable? I cannot concern myself with how others earn their money, but we must not partake in this. What do you think I am? Sure, she countered. Profiting from a national disaster is indeed unacceptable, yet that businessman claimed these supplies are being purchased at a premium by the government. If one possesses the capability to procure and deliver them, there's a clear price set. Whatever is due, is due. Do you understand? This is the state's flood relief strategy, enticing those with resources to assist the disaster-stricken areas through high-price purchases. We are not profiting from national calamity, but rather saving the nation and its people. We might earn money and perhaps even receive recognition in the future. Indeed, Lin Baiyao pondered, finding some merit in this reasoning. To attract resources, high-price purchases could indeed be a possibility, reminiscent of ancient methods employed during disasters. The essence of deception lies in this. It first appears reasonable, then employs various forms of brainwashing, instilling anxiety, and interrupting deeper contemplation. Consequently, one readily parts with their money, placing it into the pockets of the swindler. You seek their profit, while they only desire your principal. What is the name of this businessman? Is there any proof? I believe he is named Wakens. He has a newspaper interview feature in his possession that I have seen. The photo indeed resembles him. And the report details his journey to becoming a millionaire through domestic and foreign trade. It seems credible, particularly credible. Lin Baiyao found himself swayed. The public's trust in newspapers during this era was astonishing. Previously, the Red Chamber's 12 beauties had employed a similar approach, leveraging media authority to endorse their identity, resulting in greater success in their endeavors. Lin Baiyao couldn't help but commend Wakens. It was no wonder people fell for such schemes. This Wakens first utilized the newspaper to craft his identity, then adeptly aligned with current events to package his project, skillfully enticing others with promises of profit, and then boasting about connections to places like Japan, South Korea, Mongolia, and Russia, areas typically inaccessible to the average person. With such clever tactics, who could withstand the allure? In 1998, channels for acquiring information were exceedingly limited, and the public's awareness of fraud was woefully inadequate, yet everyone yearned for substantial wealth. Consequently, money vanished, the swindler escaped. And what was even more infuriating was that one could not even trace them. What amount does Yanfang's father intend to invest? Are you also planning to contribute? Of course. Such a splendid opportunity. Wouldn't it be foolish not to invest? My father-in-law has about 30,000 to his name, and he plans to borrow another 30,000 from his comrades, totaling 60,000. Boss who stated that with a capital of 60,000, one could earn at least 3 million. She's eyes gleamed with excitement as he remarked, over the years, Yanfang and I have not saved much. She mentioned that she could borrow 20,000 from someone, and I should find a way to gather another 20,000. Lin Baiyao, unable to contain himself, felt the weight of traditional masculinity pressing down upon him. Having just had an unpleasant altercation with Zheng Yanfang, he hesitated to suggest that his brother-in-law join in the investment. However, as he pondered, he realized that boasting without ownership would inevitably lead to exposure. It would be wiser to humble himself now rather than face humiliation later. Sure, your brother-in-law has treated you well, hasn't he? The matter of buying shares is, to put it bluntly, akin to gambling, and I cannot guarantee profits, which is why I did not involve you. Nevertheless, it is my brother-in-law's fault as well. So I shall apologize on his behalf and ask him to speak with Yanfang. But brother-in-law, didn't you earn 200,000? You spent 140,000 on the car, leaving you with 60,000. Lend me 30,000. And I will plead with boss who to allow you to invest 10,000. Lin Baiyao had no such 60,000. He had scraped together 40,000 for betting, returned 20,000 as a deposit, and incurred several hundred in handling fees. 5,000 had been repaid to a relative, and his 15,000 savings, including recent earnings from the restaurant, had all been reinvested in kitchen supplies and ingredients, leaving him with just over 10,000. Calculating how to fabricate a lie, he retorted, "Why am I only allowed to invest 10,000? Basu mentioned that he was not in need of money. Distributing 100,000 to us was already a favor based on friendship. He certainly would not part with more. My father-in-law occupies 60,000, while Yanfang and I hold 40,000. If I intercede, the most I can secure for you is a 10,000 stake, which is still a considerable amount." Lin Baiyao felt a deep frustration. If he truly had 60,000, he would lend it without hesitation. Alas, that was not the case. Should he merely watch a lucrative opportunity slip through his fingers? Having observed the situation, Lin Baiyao had a clear understanding of Lin Jingdao's mindset and Hu Weikang's schemes. Though he knew his words might be in vain, he still advised, "Uncle, I believe Hu Weikang is a fraud. You ought to refrain from investing your money." "What do you know?" Sure, she scoffed dismissively, pretending to kick. "Once Uncle strikes it rich, you can ask him for anything. By the way, since you're heading to university, I'll buy you a phone to impress your classmates." Lin Baiyao felt a flicker of emotion. Regardless of Zhang Yanfang's nature, his uncle had always treated him well. Out of respect for his uncle, he felt compelled to intervene. However, it was crucial to devise a strategy that would both impart a lesson and deter Zhang Yanfang from future tantrums. "Thank you, Uncle. Has Basu left? Is he returning to Dongjiang, or does he have another destination? Why does it matter?" Basu insisted that this business must be finalized within 2 days, or the opportunity will vanish. "He is staying at the Haitan Hotel in the county. I brought him back last night." "Which room?" "407. Why do you ask?" "Nothing. However, if you insist on following Basu to invest, you might need to borrow from someone else. My father's money is locked in a fixed deposit at the bank and cannot be withdrawn." Chapter 47. The suspected time traveler Lu Xiao. Shifting abruptly from the sofa, Shi Shiting, half awake, turned to Lin Jingdao with an expression of frustration and disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it true?" Caught in a predicament, Lin Jingdao stammered, Yes, the deadline is set, but I can still borrow 10,000 from a friend. Just trust me. Let us invest a little." "Brother-in-law, are you toying with me? I was hoping you could lend me some on the way back." "Never mind, I'll figure something out myself." With that, Shi, refusing to sleep, wandered out the door. Upon returning with freshly boiled water, Shi found Shi absent. Furious after hearing from Lin Baiyao that he had gone out to borrow money, she splashed the basin of water outside and stormed off, declaring, "I won't concern myself with this. Do as you please." Lin Jingdao glared at Lin Baiyao, rebuking, "It's all your fault for speaking out. Who said anything about a deadline?" "Father, consider this. If you had an opportunity to invest 10,000 to earn hundreds of thousands, would you share that with others? Would you selflessly invite strangers to profit? Opportunities like that don't just fall from the sky." After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jingdao added, "Family and friends could still be a possibility. Are Hu Weikang and they truly friends?" Lin Baiyao retorted, "Sure, she was introduced by his father-in-law's comrade. You see, the bonds among comrades can often surpass those of family and friends." With a chuckle, Lin Baiyao remarked, "Hu Weikang is a millionaire. If he truly needed funding, would he lack for friends? Why would he come to this impoverished corner of Dongjiang to seek investments from people he has never interacted with? Perhaps wealthy individuals are concerned about their image and do not wish for their friends to know they are in need," Lin Jingdao mused. Just recently, he had learned a harsh lesson from a betting mishap, yet the allure of substantial profit often clouds one's judgment, leading to forgetfulness of past mistakes. If he, merely an observer, could become so ensnared, one could only imagine how deeply sure she, Zhang Yanfang, and her father were being brainwashed by Hu Weikang. "Very well. Do as you see fit. We only have a little over 10,000 in savings. Just make sure to reserve my school fees. As for the rest, invest as you wish." Lin Baiyao, seated across from Lin Jingdao, bore an unusually sincere expression, his tone a blend of softness and firmness, appealing directly to the heart of a mature man. "However, father, heed my advice. Do not borrow money. We are a modest household, seeking not wealth but stability. Consider this. If you incur losses, mother will surely be devastated, and our home will become a constant source of turmoil. Money is important, but our family's happiness together is far more precious. I am about to enter university. I will take on the responsibility of earning in the future. I assure you, I will never allow you and mother to endure hardship." In the 1990s, the father-son relationship was often distant and restrained, with an aversion to expressing concern for one another. Daily conversations revolved around basic needs, rarely offering the opportunity to sit and discuss matters beyond the mundane. Lin Baiyao's sudden heartfelt plea deeply moved Lin Jingdao. Gazing at his son, who seemed to have matured overnight, he remained silent for a long while before finally revealing a look of relief, smiling, "One cannot resist aging. In the blink of an eye, my son has grown so much." Lin Baiyao sighed with relief, believing he had successfully persuaded Lin Jingdao. "All right, I will heed your advice and refrain from voting myself. I estimate that she will be unable to borrow 20,000 yuan, so I will lend him 10,000, allowing him to share half of the profits with us." Lin Baiyao stared at him, utterly bewildered by Lin Jingdao's audacious maneuver. After a considerable pause, he raised his thumb and remarked, "Ah, it seems my father possesses a grand vision. If we profit, it is ours, and if we incur losses, my uncle will repay. However, should there be a loss, it would not be fair for him to bear the entire burden. A loss of 5,000 would suffice. Essentially, I am providing the funds while he paves the way, and we shall invest together, splitting the returns 50-50. Lin Baiyao was completely devoid of any persuasive spirit. Fine. To resolve this matter, it would be best to follow his lead. Tang Xiaoqi, ever considerate, understood that Lin Baiyao's family reunion would be disrupted by the presence of outsiders. So after dinner, he retreated to a small room in the west to sleep. At this moment, Lin Baiyao summoned him, and he awoke invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. Listening to Lin Baiyao's instructions, he was to drive back to the city and have Ganggu immediately locate a locksmith who is agile, reliable, and capable. He must bring him over before dawn tomorrow. The term locksmith referred to a thief, and Tang Xiaoqi chuckled, saying, "President Lin, there's no need for trouble. I previously worked with Ganggu, who is the best locksmith in the Taiying Mountains. Just give me your orders." Lin Baiyao looked at Tang Xiaoqi, puzzled. Could it be that he is indeed a hidden gem? I had assumed he was merely a thug. A thug is an enforcer, while a locksmith belongs to a different trade. Tang Xiaoqi remarked, "So, President Lin, you are quite knowledgeable yourself. I have been mingling in the Taiying Mountains since childhood, learning the locksmith's craft from the master craftsman. Later, I ventured out, only to be ensnared by drug dealers, ending up in Dongjiang, where they intended to sever my hands and feet to turn me into a beggar." Lin Baiyao chuckled, "I merely possess a smattering of specialized jargon. You needn't articulate it so professionally. It has been too long since I discussed such matters. I couldn't help myself." Through Tang Xiaoqi's detailed explanation, Lin Baiyao learned that the Taiying Mountains were not truly the mountainous region, but rather a gateway to the northern 5 provinces, encompassing various connections both within and without, forming a loosely organized underground alliance. This alliance had no leader and lacked strict rules, only a few customary taboos. One could breach them, but the consequences would be borne by the transgressor. Members could exchange information, hire individuals for tasks, and procure items that were otherwise unattainable in the open market, among other things. As for the master craftsman, it referred to an exceptionally skilled thief, while drug dealers denoted human traffickers, and beggars referred to those who had lost their limbs. Lin Baiyao was enlightened, saying, "Very well, you shall accompany me tomorrow to attend to some matters. Professional tasks should be entrusted to professionals. This is the first principle of achieving success. Are we to break into a place?" Tang Xiaoqi inquired. Breaking in refers to a forced entry, President Lin. I am not prying. However, different jobs require different preparations. Are we to operate outside? Or is it a matter of breaking in? Should it be done quietly or with force? Breaking in. We will first scout the area before deciding whether to proceed forcefully. All right, then I shall step out for a stroll. Lin Baiyao abruptly grasped his arm, retrieving 300 yuan from his pocket and handing it over, instructing, "Purchase whatever you need, but do not act recklessly. Brother Gang disapproves of pursuing this profession, causing skills to wane. Yet, he still harbors the intention to venture out under the cover of darkness to practice. No need for that. Just minor tasks do not require excessive expertise." Lin Baiyao felt a deep sense of helplessness. Those around him seemed to possess rather peculiar thought processes. If he did not maintain his clarity amidst the human realm, he truly wondered how things might veer off course. This time, confronting a fraudster was a necessity, but he must adhere to Brother Gang's rules in the future, refraining from returning to his old ways. Understood, Tang Xiaoqi replied solemnly, filled with reverence for Lin Baiyao, which remained unshaken despite the recent encounter with Lin Baiyao's family. Seemingly unremarkable, he could command winds and rains in Dongjiang. Was this not more fearsome than a prestigious lineage? The following morning, sure she had not returned all night, leaving uncertainty about whether he had secured funds. According to their plan, Lin Jingdao and Lin Baiyao were also set to return to Dongjiang today, but neither mentioned it. Lin Baiyao made an excuse to go out for leisure, while Lin Jingdao claimed he was waiting for Shi to return to discuss the 50-50 investment matter, allowing them to pursue their own agendas. Lin Baiyao and Tang Xiaoqi drove to the Haitan Hotel in the county, where Tang Xiaoqi, carrying a black canvas bag, approached the front desk and inquired, "Is Boss Hu in room 407 available? I am his friend, Shi, who visited yesterday." He gambled on the front desk attendant not recalling She's appearance, believing that mentioning a name would lend credibility to his words. The receptionist, indeed, displayed no suspicion, responding, "Boss who seems to have gone out for breakfast. Would you like to wait in the lobby?" "No. We need to stay in the county for a day to handle some matters." "How about this? Is room 406 next to boss who available?" "It is vacant." "Very well. Please check me in." "Sir, I need your ID for registration." Tang Xiaoqi chuckled. "I'm here on business from the city, not traveling far." "Who brings their ID for that?" "I can provide you with a number instead." He conjured a random number, and the receptionist did not press further. In 1998, there were no stringent requirements for accommodation. Having secured room 406, Tang Xiaoqi, akin to a well-trained hunting dog, meticulously scoured the room, leaving no corner of the bathroom unchecked. "What is the purpose of this?" I inquired with the front desk about the room layouts of 406 and 407. The furnishings and arrangements are identical. This way, when we enter, we can avoid triggering any traps set by the other party. Lin Baiyao replied, "Hu Weikong may not be that formidable. Caution is never a mistake." On my first day learning from the master craftsman, he told me that he teaches not for you to conceal your skills, but to ensure that each time you act, you can exert your utmost effort. Only by doing so can you minimize the chances of failure. I must assume the opponent is skilled. If a stranger enters, they will notice immediately upon opening the door and will likely turn away, making it difficult to control them. Once again, professionalism. After Tang Xiaoqi finished his examination, he instructed Lin Baiyao to rest in the room while he ventured out. Merely 5 minutes passed when a series of knocks, 3 long and 2 short, echoed through the wall. Lin Baiyao recognized success and stepped out, observing the corridor to ensure no one was present before slipping into room 407. "Are there any traps?" A slip of paper was wedged in the door crack, while the floor held half a cup of water, a lighter, a cigarette case, and yesterday's Dongjiang Evening News. All meticulously arranged. Tang Xiaoqi pointed at the pile of items on the bed, which included a black leather handbag, 3 classified document folders, and an array of up to 7 identification cards. These constituted the entirety of valuable items that could be found in the room. "Mr. Lin, take a look. Is this what we are searching for? Can we touch these?" "It's fine. I've noted the positions of the black bag and document folders. I'll return them to their original places later, ensuring everything remains undisturbed." The identification cards had been concealed within a 3-inch gap created by dismantling the bed cover, then sewn back together, making them easily restorable. The term professional had become somewhat tiresome for Lin Baiyao, yet he still felt compelled to commend. Professional. Lin Baiyao first opened the black handbag, discovering 2,000 yuan in cash, indicating that this fraudster was living rather comfortably. Inside was another identification card bearing the name Hu Weikong, hailing from a small county in the southern region. The photograph depicted an ordinary-looking individual, lacking any remarkable presence. However, one must consider that identification card photos are often unflattering. Moreover, first-generation ID cards are produced using printing and photographic reimaging techniques, sealed with a polyester film. The quality of such images is not particularly appealing. One could argue that even a photograph of Wu Yanzu would not appear much more attractive than that of Song Xiaobao. Additionally, there were several business cards, signed either by general managers or chairpersons, with companies bearing names like Global or International, exuding a sense of grandeur. Beyond business owners, the cards also featured names of various bureau directors, committee heads, and secretaries of associations. If one were to merely glance at the social circle indicated by these business cards, who would dare to question Hu Weikong's identity? The document folders contained contracts with government entities and major global enterprises, encompassing industries such as metal mining, oceanic trade, and home appliance manufacturing, with amounts starting in the millions and potentially reaching astronomical figures. Lin Baiyao even came across a project related to cooperation with Laos for the development of the Mekong River, boasting an investment of up to 20 billion. This revelation startled him. While it was not surprising to engage in discussions about the development of the Mekong River, after all, attentive readers of political news would be aware that in 1995, ASEAN proposed the construction of 12 dams along the Mekong. What astonished him was the specificity of Hu Weikong's scam, which adeptly reflected current events. For instance, in this instance, he had crafted a scheme involving the flooding in the south to ensnare She's father-in-law. Thus, leveraging the Mekong River Treaty for dam development seemed entirely plausible. Lin Baiyao's astonishment stemmed from the fact that by 2019, Laos had indeed proceeded with the construction of the Sayaburi Dam in the Sayaburi province, investing 3.8 billion, equating to over 200 billion yuan. Could this Hu Weikong be a reincarnated figure? Rather than a mere money-grabbing tyrant akin to Qin Shi Huang, could he be a descendant of destiny, reminiscent of Lu Xiao, a suspected time traveler? Chapter 48, The Virgo Bodhisattva. However, Lin Baiyao soon dismissed this alarming notion. If Hu Weikong were truly a reincarnated counterpart in this era rife with opportunistic gold seekers, he certainly would not have fallen to the depths of relying on deception for survival. The most plausible explanation was that he had gleaned knowledge of the Mekong River Development Agreement through news or other channels, and subsequently fabricated the Sayaburi Dam project by randomly selecting a location on a world map. Certainly, this situation involves numerous facets and is unlikely to be the work of a solitary individual. The probability of a syndicate's involvement is considerably high. What remains are 7 identification cards, representing 7 distinct identities across 7 different provinces. Yet, they share a commonality. Their origins lie in obscure, remote counties, where information is scarce and transportation is cumbersome, places seldom heard of, and even less frequently visited. This effectively prevents encounters with so-called fellow townsfolk, thus avoiding any inadvertent slips regarding the local environment during conversation, and it mitigates the risk of prior investigations that could accompany fraudulent schemes. After all, in such small locales, one could easily lose their way. Indeed, Lin Baiyao holds a certain admiration for the con artist Hu Weikong. He is undoubtedly a perfectionist, a quintessential Virgo, epitomizing the adage of loving one's craft. From the information currently at hand, his expertise in identity fabrication, the art of creating projects from thin air, and his meticulous attention to detail are nothing short of flawless. Even in mundane activities like dining out, he does not neglect to leave behind traps, which explains how he managed to dupe Zheng Yanfang's father, rendering him gullible to the point of folly. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Rooms 407 and 406 are situated at the end of the corridor, with the preceding room 405 forming a right angle, beyond which lie rooms 408 to 412. Given the proximity of the sound, there is a 70% chance that Hu Weikong has returned. What should we do? Tang Xiaoqi inquired, his expression calm. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the more perilous the situation, the more his ferocity seemed to intensify. Lin Baiyao made a swift decision, whispering, "Can you maintain control?" "Quite simple," Tang Xiaoqi replied, revealing a dagger in his hand. "Do not harm him. Rest assured, I possess a measure of restraint." Tang Xiaoqi chuckled. "If it weren't for the time constraint, I would have concocted a drug. A mere application to his nose would ensure that even Tyson could not bite off my ear." This reference harkens back to the infamous incident in June 1997 during the championship match, when Tyson infamously bit Holyfield's ear, a topic of rampant discussion in every corner. Lin Baiyao smiled, taking cover beside the bedside, where the angle formed by the door creates a 90-degree turn. One must pass through the bathroom to catch a glimpse of anyone upon entering. Tang Xiaoqi adeptly concealed himself in the bathroom. Indeed, the footsteps halted at the door, lingering for 3 seconds, likely Hu Weikong checking to see if his traps had been disturbed. Tang Xiaoqi was not exaggerating. His stealth was more remarkable than any outlandish narrative spun by the Putian faction regarding their miraculous surgical techniques. Hu Weikong, detecting no anomalies, inserted the key and entered, humming a tune. Without hesitation, Tang Xiaoqi emerged ghost-like from the bathroom, one hand covering Hu Weikong's mouth while the other pressed the dagger against his throat, an alarming display of skill. "Silence. Make a sound, and I shall end you." Hu Weikong, a seasoned veteran of such dealings, recognized the danger in Tang Xiaoqi's voice, which carried a hint of sanguine menace. He steadied his grip on the knife, the icy blade pressing against his throat, an oppressive sensation that made it clear he was up against a formidable adversary. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender, signaling no intention of resistance. Tang Xiaoqi gently closed the door with his foot, maintaining his grip on Hu Weikong's mouth, and cautiously guided him to the center of the room. "Press against the wall, hands behind your back." Hu Weikong complied without hesitation. Lin Baiyao emerged and secured the door with a safety chain from the inside, rendering it impervious to any key. Tang Xiaoqi's backpack contained the gear he had procured the previous night. He retrieved a climbing rope made of jute, deftly tying a simple yet effective knot. The more one struggled, the tighter it became, rendering any hopes of escape futile. Once settled, he turned slowly and took a seat. Hu Weikong kept his head bowed, his gaze fixed firmly on the ground. This was a survival tactic, deliberately avoiding eye contact. He shielded himself from the scrutiny of his counterpart. If it were a matter of greed, perhaps relinquishing some money could afford him a chance at survival. Tang Xiaoqi remained ever vigilant. As Hu Weikong settled, he positioned himself behind him, the dagger still poised against his left shoulder. In this stance, a throat-cutting maneuver could be executed within a heartbeat, a potent deterrent to any adversary. One must understand that seasoned individuals like Hu Weikong possess a mental fortitude far superior to the average person. To confront them, mere words are insufficient. Only absolute violence can suffice. The specter of death must loom large, for they are likely to crumble under pressure more swiftly than an ordinary individual. Mr. Hu, you have overstepped your bounds, are you aware? Lin Baiyao took a seat beside the bed, addressing him directly. Hu Weikong felt a shiver run down his spine. But then he secretly exhaled in relief. He feared he had provoked a rogue bandit. Such cutthroats are merciless and unrestrained, and if treated as a mere target, his life could be in jeopardy. However, if he were indeed dealing with a local power, negotiations could be feasible. A bit of money and proper etiquette could suffice. Local strongmen typically have families and are unlikely to resort to murder on their own turf, thus ensuring a degree of safety. This esteemed elder of the sea. I have traversed the waters and lost my manners. I am willing to accept any penalties for my transgressions. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Hu Weikong, unfamiliar with the coded language, hesitated. Tang Xiaoqi interjected, you are in no position to question my identity. Speak plainly. The Taiying Mountains are high and treacherous. Which ridge did you traverse? Which door did you cross? Is it the moon, the willow, the swallow, or the wind? Hu Weikong trembled slightly and quickly replied, I am but a humble wanderer, having never paid homage to the Taiying Mountains. I have only heard tales of their heights and depths. This time, I inadvertently trespassed upon the domain of two lords of the Taiying. In the spirit of goodwill, I offer 2,000 for drinks and 3,000 for safe passage, vowing never to return to this place. Had he been dealing with a typical local strongman, Hu Weikong would have confidently asserted his innocence. Believing that a little financial concession would ensure his safety, he would never readily admit to being a fraudster. Yet, upon the mention of the Taiying Mountains, he felt a sense of trepidation, prompting him to consider retreat, even swearing an oath to leave at once, solely focused on expending money to avert disaster and then vanish. Alas, having finally hooked his quarry, Tang Xiaoqi sought to elucidate to Lin Baiyao. Mr. Hu, I perceive that your identification appears rather genuine, and the contracts in your bag seem legitimate, suggesting that there are unseen forces at play, not merely a solo venture. Since you are familiar with the name of the Taiying Mountains, I advise you to clarify your foundations. Do you think you can simply depart without settling your affairs? To move one's feet is to be solitary. To give birth to a bodhisattva is akin to engaging in deception. The phrase four seas unite as one conveys the sentiment that we are all companions in the same realm. Striking the thunder represents the most solemn oath among those of the underworld, while gathering brilliance reflects the astuteness and awareness of the matters at hand. Lin Baiyao chuckled lightly and said, Mr. Hu, the fact that we have located your temporary refuge today implies that we shall uncover your connections by tomorrow. It would be prudent to divulge the truth now, thus sparing us both from unnecessary complications. The term refuge denotes a temporary base of operations, while connections refer to one's affiliations and origins. Lin Baiyao had a faint understanding of the vernacular from his past life, albeit not extensive. Tang Xiaoqi pressed a dagger against the fabric of Hu Weikong's collar. The blade turned inward, inching ever closer to his throat. With a cold demeanor, he stated, I grant you one more opportunity. Should you continue to spew forth fabricated tales, there are plenty of deep pits in Baiyang River for burying the unwary. I would not hesitate to find a suitable resting place for you. Fabricated tales refers to nonsensical stories. No, I shall speak. Hu Weikong's legs trembled, causing him to slide from his chair to the floor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. I have journeyed from Zhongzhou province with two companions. One is highly educated, adept at researching, drafting contracts, and well-versed in legal matters, while the other possesses exceptional skills in crafting official seals and forging identification. Lin Baiyao exchanged a glance with Tang Xiaoqi. Tang Xiaoqi nodded, believing he was not lying this time. However, Lin Baiyao discerned that Hu Weikong was not as feeble and timid as he pretended. All his words and gestures were an act of disguise. When one is under duress, It is often best to masquerade as the weaker party to lower the vigilance of others, thus allowing for the opportunity to devise an escape. With a smile, Lin Baiyao inquired, Mr. Hu, what are your greatest strengths? I excel in dealing with people, adept at assuming various roles, be it a government official, a private entrepreneur, or any other profession. There is none I cannot embody. We could work together, with them operating from the shadows while I remain in the forefront. Splitting the proceeds 3 ways. Hu Weikong paused, forcing a smile, and replied, It is my steadfastness as a Virgo. Very well, put away the knife, Lin Baiyao said cheerfully. Mr. Hu, please take a seat. Hu Weikong wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously returned to his chair, finally daring to meet Lin Baiyao's gaze without a hint of surprise or disdain due to his youth. The youth can be more ruthless and cunning, impulsive in their actions, making them formidable adversaries. What is your plan to resolve today's affairs, Mr. Hu? The implication was clear. Do not attempt to placate us with the 2,000 in your bag or the 3,000 in your notes. Crossing the sea and entering a den of vice without incurring a cost is not feasible. With the immediate threat of death receded, Hu Weikong's thoughts became more agile. Gentlemen, I am but a wanderer in this realm, incapable of holding on to money. I spend as I earn, and I truly possess only this 5,000 in cash. After all, in this line of work, today may be the last, with no family to concern myself with. Why save money when I have no one to leave it to? However, as this situation reaches its conclusion, if you gentlemen do not mind, could you allow me to finalize the arrangement? I would be willing to share half of the profits with you afterwards. Oh, how much can we expect to earn from this operation? 100,000. Hu Weikong declared confidently. I am not greedy. I will keep the earnings within that limit. If the profits exceed expectations, I shall not demand a single penny more. A Virgo indeed, impressive. 100,000. Ha ha ha. Lin Baiyao chuckled. And though Tang Xiaoqi was unaware of Lin Baiyao's precise plans, he was adept at reading the room, immediately responding with a condescending smile. Mr. Hu, your approach to this endeavor is rather petty for someone of your stature. You peruse the contract within that file, believing you have orchestrated a scheme worth 200 billion. Your appetite should be grander. Yet here you are, exposing yourself in this small county for a mere 100,000. As a result, you have revealed your whereabouts. Much like seasoned partners who easily find their roles, Tang Xiaoqi accurately understood his position as the comic relief, stating, Indeed, 100,000 is hardly sufficient to cover our expenses for an evening of revelry, Mr. Hu. For such a trivial sum, consider yourself fortunate to have crossed paths with us. Had it been someone else, you might not have been able to preserve your life. How embarrassing. The injury may be minimal, but the insult is profound. After years of navigating this world, Hu Weikong felt a twinge of shame for the paltry sum involved in the scam. They were all players in the same game. Just look at the caliber of others. One cannot compare. It is simply not feasible. Chapter 49. The cutting edge of competition. While they jested, the dagger held to their throats was no laughing matter. Nor were the 2 individuals before him, especially Lin Baiyao, who appeared cultured and amiable. However, Hu Weikong was acutely aware that such characters never spared their victims. They would extract every ounce of flesh and savor the remains. 5,000 was beneath his notice, and 50,000 was equally unworthy. Such insatiable appetites left no room for negotiation. Instead, Hu Weikong felt compelled to adopt a more ruthless stance. He had no desire to provoke someone from Tying Mountain. Yet even a rabbit will bite when cornered. He was no rabbit. Moreover, such excessive greed could be managed. After the initial tremors of fear and confusion, noticing that his adversaries seemed more interested in wealth than in his demise, Hu Weikong regained his composure. In mere seconds, countless escape strategies raced through his mind. He feigned a flattering demeanor, saying, Gentlemen, please show me the way forward. Mr. Hu, the path you take must be forged by your own efforts. You should contemplate what you possess that could resolve this misunderstanding. After a moment of silence, Hu Weikong clenched his teeth and retrieved a contract from the file, presenting it to Lin Baiyao. This pertains to the 1,000,000 kilowatt wind power project in Guazhou City, Longyuan Province, with a total investment of 30 million RMB. It is projected to yield a return exceeding 5 times within 5 years, amounting to 150 million. Lin Baiyao accepted the contract and perused it briefly. It was impeccably crafted, far superior to Luo Ku's work. No, the 2 parties were clearly not on the same level. This contract, unlike the Laos Sayabuli Dam project, was not concocted in a foreign land where domestic knowledge was scant. This document demanded a blend of 9 parts truth and 1 part fiction, a seamless facade that concealed any trace of imperfection. Hu Weikong pointed at the contents, providing further clarification. Since 1986, the National Science and Technology Commission has personally overseen 3 wind power projects located on Pingtan Island in Fujian Province, Kangtong Island in Shandong Province, and Chen Island in Jiangsu Province. The third, the Chen Island Wind Power Cooperative Project, was completed in 1996. These are verifiable materials, with extensive reports from newspapers and news outlets over the years. With a little investment of time and effort, one can easily gather this information as the first incense to captivate the other party. Tang Xiaoqi listened intently and inquired, and then the Science and Technology Committee, through these 3 projects, has accumulated invaluable experience and aims to enhance the utilization and development of wind energy. Guizhou City in Lonyuan Province is anticipated to be the 4th project. Anticipated? Lin Baiyao asked with a hint of skepticism. Hu Weikong, smiling cautiously, replied, "This is to leave operational space for the setup. For instance, I have insider information regarding the amount the committee will invest and where the development will occur. If one invests early, substantial profits can be garnered, and so forth. But relying solely on this may not instill much trust, right? Thus, we must light the second incense." Hu Weikong turned to the 3rd page of the contract, stating, "Sir, regarding wind energy technology, our country does not possess it. What we currently utilize is sourced from Denmark, which places us at the mercy of others." He reiterated, "Indeed, it is imported from Denmark. Our nation's high-tech capabilities remain behind." He spoke with a face full of lament, prompting Lin Baiyao to nearly retort, "Are you a Virgo with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, believing that utilizing foreign technology for national projects is inappropriate? Or is it that I love deceiving my compatriots while simultaneously cherishing my country, displaying a split personality of minor grievances, yet great righteousness?" Thus, the committee is determined to strive for progress, aiming for a technological revolution in the Guizhou project, which will necessitate more funding than merely pursuing wind energy. Tang Xiaoqi grasped the implication and remarked, "So, is the committee lacking in funds?" "Indeed, it is certainly underfunded. Therefore, after thorough research, the committee has resolved to introduce private capital into the Guizhou project for the first time. With an anticipated return on investment of 5-fold as previously mentioned, the more invested, the greater the returns. The National Science and Technology Committee endorses this, with strong support from Lonyuan Province and Guizhou City, providing detailed data and an impeccable logical chain. After 2 incense sticks had burned down, he asked, "Are you still confused?" Lin Baiyao replied, "Is there a bite on the bait?" "Indeed." Hu Weikong retrieved a business card from his black leather bag and said, "This is the one, a private coal mine owner from a certain county in Xishan Province. In the late 1980s to early 1990s, he seized the opportunity provided by the national policy on accelerating the development of township coal mines and contracted 2 minefields, amassing considerable wealth. However, since 1995, the coal industry has faced a downturn, leaving him with no avenues for his funds. He is quite unsophisticated, lacking cultural knowledge and understanding of investment. I visited Xishan Province twice to discuss this wind power project with him, and he expressed great interest. Fishing requires precision." And Lin Baiyao observed that Hu Weikong was indeed a master angler. He had a characteristic of seeking out affluent but less urbanized individuals for his schemes. Why is that? Because most of these newly wealthy individuals have risen from humble beginnings, lacking background and education, relying solely on audacity and a willingness to try to achieve their fortunes. Consequently, they stubbornly believe that boldness leads to abundance while timidity results in hunger, making them unlikely to refuse greater risks. This falls within the realm of psychology. Hu Weikong is no ordinary man. Lin Baiyao, lost in thought, remarked, "Interest does not necessarily equate to a hook being set. My recent journey to Xishan was merely to accompany him on an inspection in Lonyuan. This marks the 3rd incense stick being burned, and it shall also be the last. Once the inspection concludes, securing the initial investment of 8 million from him should pose no significant challenge." Tang Xiaoqi, being from a different realm, expressed his confusion. "Are you truly taking people for an inspection? Won't that expose the ruse?" When Hu Weikong spoke of his profession, he exuded a confidence typical of men, radiating a powerful persuasiveness. He replied, "There will be no exposure. I will masquerade as a representative from the National Science and Technology Commission. I have previously visited Guazhou and interacted with local government officials, claiming that the commission is contemplating investment in a fourth wind power project, currently in the site selection phase, with Guazhou being one of the contenders. However, the feasibility will depend on the results of the inspection. The local government has shown considerable support, and I have established connections with several departmental leaders. Once I escort that coal mine owner and invite these leaders to dine with us, we need only share 2 meals and casually explore a site with sufficient wind before returning to Shishan. The 8 million will then be promptly deposited. Mr. Hu, I must commend you. You possess both audacity and strategy, articulate and meticulous in your selection, cautious in your endeavors, backed by technical support, and driven by action. The scheme you have devised seems to hold great promise. Even Lin Baiyao perceives a significant chance of success. With a beaming smile, Hu Weikong maintained a demeanor of respect and humility, stating, I am unworthy of such praise. Since we have met today, it is fate. I wonder if you gentlemen might be interested in joining forces? Of the 8 million, I will contribute 3 million, while the remaining 5 million will serve as an apology to resolve today's misunderstanding. Lin Baiyao's breathing quickened as he rose and began pacing the room, evidently tempted yet indecisive. Hu Weikong, head bowed, continued to appear respectful, though a subtle glint of determination flickered in his eyes. The ancients have long observed that dangers can be categorized, yet none are as lethal as the lure of wealth. If greed is at play, then let a trap be laid, ensnaring you with riches. Suddenly, Lin Baiyao halted, exclaiming, to orchestrate an 8 million scheme requires careful planning. Why waste time here on a trivial sum of 100,000? Anticipating this inquiry, Hu Weikong wore a pained expression and replied, there is no alternative. To execute this plan, a minimum investment of 3 million is required. The coal mine owner is no fool. He must see the fabricated account purportedly belonging to the commission, containing 3 million, before he will consider transferring the 8 million. Lin Baiyao nodded, acknowledging, this is indeed a prudent approach. Without bait, one cannot catch fish. Indicating that the mine owner is genuinely interested. Hu Weikong lamented, yet, as I previously mentioned, the truth is that in this line of work, money flows in like a flood and departs like an avalanche, leaving no savings in hand. As the fish nibble at the bait, I must hasten to procure funds. Noticing Lin Baiyao's silence and the subtle tightening of his fingers, Hu Weikong inwardly smirked and continued to entice. Currently, my 2 companions are scouring opportunities across Zhongzhou, Chu, and Tianfu provinces, but as you know, those provinces are impoverished and generating funds is painfully slow. Hence, I ventured alone to Suhui in search of fortune. All thanks to the blessings of Master Su Fu. Just a few days ago, as I passed through this county, I encountered a fellow named Yuer at a restaurant. I overheard him conversing, and it seemed he had a bit of wealth in his possession. I took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, and he took the bait. While I do not hail from the lofty Tying Mountains, and my path is not as expansive as yours, the sum of 100,000 may appear modest to you, yet it holds significant value for me. Besides, every little bit contributes to the whole. I shall eventually gather the 3 million required for my capital. Lin Baiyao once again settled beside the bed, his countenance fluctuating between light and shadow. By chance, I possess 2 million in cash. Collaborating with Mr. Who is not out of the question, yet I am currently engaged in a scheme in Dongjiang City, involving over 20 million in the spring water pool. I fear I cannot spare the time, nor do I have the financial flexibility. The spring water pool refers to the anticipated profits from this endeavor. Hu Weikong inquired in astonishment. Could it be that you are also a bodhisattva? Lin Baiyao shook his head, chuckling. I am not from your line of work. The Tying Mountains are high and layered. Do not inquire about my affiliation, for should you learn it, your life is forfeit. Hu Weikong promptly fell silent. For the scheme in Dongjiang City to succeed, I still require a skilled geomancer. I noticed your proficiency in the art of the 1,000 faces, and I intended to recruit you to assist me in deceiving a pivotal figure. Upon understanding this, Hu Weikong's mind steadied. With a request made of him, matters would become easier to navigate. He refrained from speaking, opting for a strategy of maintaining the status quo. Since the moment he entered, the initiative had returned to his control. Lin Baiyao appeared quite conflicted. After a brief moment, he resolved himself, stating, Mr. Hu, since we have engaged in conversation and found ourselves in a congenial rapport, it is indeed fate. You may continue your operation in the county with the 10,000. Once you succeed, Accompany me to Dongjiang. Assist me in solidifying my project there, and I shall then accompany you to Xishan. How does that sound? Standing behind Hu Weikong, Tang Xiaoqi casually wiped his dagger with the hem of his garment, its cold gleam sending a shiver down one's spine. Hu Weikong recognized this was not a request for his opinion, and hurriedly replied, I shall heed your command. Yet in his heart, he mused, perfect. Once you secure the profits from Dongjiang, bolstered by your 2 million, when we reach Xishan, my territory, I shall merely toss you into a forsaken well, ensuring your demise without a trace. Those who delight in strategizing often misinterpret it as opportunity, unaware that the most adept hunters frequently present themselves in the guise of prey. This contest is a brutal slaughter, with every move cutting deep. Chapter 50. A life defined by greed. Mr. Hu, since you have joined our ranks, we shall consider this a new venture. A new venture necessitates new rules. From this day forth, you are not to act independently. All communication devices must be surrendered, and you shall follow my directives. Hu Weikong, being knowledgeable in this field, willingly removed his device from his belt. Tang Xiaoqi took it, inquiring, what about your phone? It's too costly, Hu Weikong replied sheepishly. Tang Xiaoqi retorted, you're masquerading as a millionaire for this scheme, and you lack even a phone? That's quite unprofessional. Hu Weikong chuckled awkwardly. Minimal cost, maximum gain. There's no need for high professionalism when dealing with the unsophisticated in the county. Black 7. You shall remain and assist Mr. Hu in completing the county matters. Then, you will join me in Dongjiang. Lin Baiyao casually assigned a pseudonym to Tang Xiaoqi. The reason for allowing Hu Weikong to persist with the Southern Flood scheme was to thoroughly lull him into complacency. Relying solely on veiled threats and brute force is insufficient. One must possess a token of allegiance. Through this flood deception, Lin Baiyao and Tang Xiaoqi have effectively become accomplices of Hu Weikong. In the realm of con artists, absolute trust is a myth. The only relatively trustworthy individuals are fellow conspirators. However, unbeknownst to Hu Weikong, the fish caught in this flood ruse are all kin to Lin Baiyao. Thus, even in the direst of circumstances, should Hu Weikong abruptly decide to confess, Lin Baiyao's escape would remain assured. Officer, I approached the swindler to discern the truth. I have encountered those who deceive relatives. But have you ever seen one who deceives even their own father? The game of strategy is a protracted psychological duel, beginning with minor skirmishes to solidify the identities of the two as denizens of Tying Mountain, before orchestrating the grander scheme. As Lin Baiyao prepared to depart, Tang Xiaoqi inquired about how to observe Hu Weikong. Lin Baiyao imparted 4 words, never stray away. Tang Xiaoqi procured sunglasses and a hat, masquerading as Hu Weikong's bodyguard. He and Zheng Yanfang did not cross paths. By the time they returned home, he was already asleep in his small room. Nevertheless, it was prudent to maintain some semblance of disguise. At his grandfather's residence, Shi and Lin Baiyao entered in succession, greeted by Lin Zhengdao, who, without addressing Lin Baiyao, pulled Shi aside and queried, did you manage to borrow it? Damn it, all of them are ungrateful. I usually cover for them, entertain them. And never once have we discussed money. Yet now, when I ask for a mere few hundred, they act as though I am asking for their wives. Shi, having not slept a wink, bore bloodshot eyes yet retained an unwavering spirit, driven solely by the thirst for wealth. What should I do? Brother-in-law, you must help me. Yanfang has threatened that if I cannot borrow 20,000 this time, she will divorce me. Life will no longer be bearable. Lin Baiyao yearned to retort, let her leave. But he reconsidered for the sake of his grandparents, who would view a divorce as a disgrace. Thus, he swallowed his words. Shi, I must confess that I genuinely do not possess 20,000, but I do have a savings of 10,000. Brother-in-law, you are my savior. 10,000 is infinitely better than those wretched few hundred. Hold on. This money is not a loan. Consider it my investment. We shall split the profits from the 10,000 equally. How does that sound? I am not shortchanging you, am I? She pondered this and found it reasonable. Given the current situation, acquiring 20,000 today was utterly impossible. Rather than squander Hu's allocated funds and endure his wife's ire, he deemed it wiser to accept his brother-in-law's proposal. All right, but this matter must remain hidden from Yanfang. Once profits are made, I shall quietly share half with you. Agreed. And likewise, your sister must remain oblivious. The two exchanged glances, sharing a conspiratorial chuckle as they strolled to the bank to withdraw the money. Lin Baiyao spread his hands, his expression resembling a child filled with questions. Am I to be completely disregarded? Are you not concerned I might expose you? After withdrawing the funds and handing them to Shi, Lin Jingdao expressed a desire to meet the esteemed Mr. Hu, but was rebuffed by Shi. His reasoning was sound. Should Zheng Yanfang discover that Lin Jingdao's money was utilized, they would be fortunate to escape with their lives rather than face her wrath. Lin Jingdao was indeed intimidated by Zheng Yanfang's fierce demeanor and chose to retreat, returning with a sense of regret. At the entrance, he encountered Lin Baiyao. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. "Back to Dongjiang." "Huh." Lin Jingdao thought he had misheard and asked, "You're leaving without waiting for me? You gave the money to uncle without waiting to see the outcome?" Investing isn't like flipping a coin. Once the ingredients are in the pot, you can't just serve it up. Boss Hu mentioned that acquiring the supplies and transporting them south will take at least 10 days. Even so, you shouldn't leave now. Stay until evening and wait for Uncle's response. You ought to know whether the investment was made. Ah, true enough. Come inside. My mother seems to be looking for you. Realizing this, Lin Jingdao grasped Lin Baiyao's arm and said, "But why are you in such a rush to leave?" "Brother Gang needs the car, so I'm taking Tang Xiaoqi's vehicle back. You can catch a bus tomorrow morning." Dismissing Lin Jingdao, Lin Baiyao stepped outside to ensure no one was around, then took the driver's seat, smoothly shifting into gear and driving away. He could not explain why he was driving, so he intentionally left Lin Jingdao behind to avoid unnecessary conversation. By evening, he arrived in the city and first sought out Chu Gang, discussing the matter of Hu Weikong. Chu Gang, puzzled, remarked, "If you've discovered he is a fraud, why not just call the police? Why go through all this trouble?" The profession of a living bodhisattva appears calm, yet it is fraught with peril. Moreover, Hu Weikong is seasoned in his dealings. He clearly isn't a novice. Over the years, he has likely ruined countless lives, and I estimate he has at least $1 million in cash on hand. Lin Baiyao's expression was stern, devoid of the warmth he had displayed in conversation with Hu Weikong. Reporting to the police now would yield only minor consequences and wouldn't adequately address the issue. Transporting goods to the south at this crucial moment will certainly allow him to sell them at 2 or 3 times the price. If one were to question why he isn't offering the promised exorbitant profits, that falls within the realm of commerce. Prices and markets fluctuate daily. Who can predict with certainty? Furthermore, he hasn't signed a contract with Zheng Yanfang and can easily deny any wrongdoing. At most, one could use his forged identity and contracts to convict him, but such documents are widespread across provinces, and without a victim, proving authenticity is exceedingly difficult. How could one pass judgment? Moreover, he has left himself an escape route. He won't relinquish a single penny of the ill-gotten gains, and upon release from prison, he will still be in a position of influence. Chu Gang sensed the underlying tone of Lin Baiyao's words, an indication that he feared Hu Weikong was not thoroughly dealt with. He was astonished at Lin Baiyao's profound understanding of the living bodhisattva profession and perplexed as to why he sought to eliminate Hu Weikong entirely. From his observations of Lin Baiyao in recent times, it was clear he was not a person who held grudges. Otherwise, Director Hao from the Dongjiang Night Talks would not have resumed work. "Baiyao, do you have a personal vendetta against this Hu Weikong?" Lin Baiyao shook his head, stating, "We crossed paths by chance. Had he not deceived my relative, I wouldn't even be aware of his existence. Then, it is not for personal revenge, but rather a quest for justice." Justice? In the realm of living bodhisattvas, there are no moral boundaries. They commit heinous acts without remorse, targeting the vulnerable regardless of age or circumstance. Once they set their sights on someone, they employ every possible means to exploit them, stealing funds meant for medical treatment, tuition, and even the hard-earned wages of laborers. In their eyes, there exists no sense of propriety, no moral integrity, and no sense of shame. They disregard the law and the principles of decency, and even more egregiously, they deceive the men from remote mountain villages, luring them to the coal mines of Xishan province, where they meet their untimely demise, only to extort money from the mine owners. Hu Weikong has profound connections in Xishan province and is likely stained with numerous lives lost. Chu Gang inquired, "Is there any evidence?" After finishing his breakfast, Hu Weikong returned to his room, unaware that I and Tang Xiaoqi were present. At that moment, a sum of 100,000 yuan was about to fall into his hands, rendering him in a state of utmost relaxation and pride. Even the most self-disciplined individual would instinctively reveal their true nature in such a moment. What true nature? He hummed a tune from Yimen Mountain upon entering, which is unique to Xishan province, and he spoke in the most authentic dialect of that region. However, he usually communicated in pure Mandarin, devoid of any accent. Lin Baiyao remarked, yet, during his confession, he claimed to hail from Zhongzhou province. His words are not fully genuine, and deceit lurks in his heart. Thus, I deliberately pressured him to understand that it was impossible to dismiss us with a mere pittance, thereby inciting his ferocity. Were you waiting for him to retaliate? The retaliation came swiftly. Hu Weikong immediately revealed the wind power project in Guazhou, Longyuan province, claiming that this setup aimed to defraud the mine owner of Xishan province of 8 million. In truth, it is merely a scheme within a scheme. How so? He is not deceiving the mine owner of 8 million. Rather, he is ensnaring any fool who believes his words and follows him to Xishan. Under the delusion of striking it rich, Lin Baiyao scoffed. While you fixate on the 8 million, he is eyeing your wealth and your life. If not for his entrenched presence in Xishan province, where would he find the audacity to lead others there to dispose of them? Moreover, the fact that he orchestrated such a flawless plan in such a brief period indicates that this is not his first endeavor. The contract for the Guazhou wind power project has long existed, solely for the purpose of luring individuals to Xishan for financial gain and to commit heinous acts. Anger ignited in Chu Gang's eyes, and he began to grasp why Lin Baiyao was prepared to take drastic measures against Hu Weikong. He resolutely declared, "Should I find someone to take care of him? Brother Gang, you seem to have forgotten my words. Violence leads nowhere. To deal with Hu Weikong, we must employ a tit-for-tat strategy. He can set traps to plot against me, and I too can devise schemes to ensnare him. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, life or death, hinges on who harbors greater greed." Lin Baiyao smiled with calm assurance, stating, "I am confident that he will be the one to lose. For he survives through deceit, and orchestrating traps is the entirety of his existence. I, on the other hand, do not rely on trickery to amass wealth. Thus, he will undoubtedly exhibit greater avarice than I. Despite this, engaging in a battle of wits with such a person is akin to wrestling with a tiger." And Chu Gang could not suppress his anxiety. If Hu Weikong truly bears the weight of lives lost, will you be in danger in Dongjiang? Those who revel in manipulating others are often averse to unforeseen complications. Since Hu Weikong has initiated a scheme to lure me to Xishan province, he is most likely to strike there. Within the confines of Dongjiang, I am safe, especially with Tang Xiaoqi vigilantly monitoring him 24 hours a day, rendering me unafraid of any tricks he may conjure. Reflecting on all this, Chu Gang still deemed it too perilous, suggesting, "Baiyao, why not report to the authorities? You are destined for greatness and need not personally engage with such a desperate outlaw. Failing to strike the snake down will surely result in harm." It is precisely because Hu Weikong is a formidable adversary rather than an ordinary swindler that dealing with him requires severing his vital connections and meticulously stripping away his defenses. Should he regain his strength, not only I, but you as well, shall find ourselves in peril. Chapter 51. For the greater good, Lin Baiyao and Chu Gang meticulously outlined his strategy and borrowed a tiger headbands from Boss Li's garage. To prevent Hu Weikong from recognizing the license plate, they acquired a counterfeit registration. In this era of lax vehicle management by traffic authorities, without the interconnectedness of big data, it is nearly impossible to trace a fraudulent plate. However, Lin Baiyao's intent was not to evade the law, but rather to prepare for any eventuality. For details determine success or failure, one must never underestimate Hu Weikong. Subsequently, Lin Baiyao and Chu Gang proceeded to Ning'an Real Estate. The procedures for registration, capital verification, and qualification approval moved swiftly, and they would receive their business license in a matter of days. Although such speed is typically implausible, Jiang Sini appeared to have substantial connections within the industrial and commercial department, facilitating an uninterrupted process without the need for intermediary assistance. Tasks that usually require several working days for approval were expedited, demonstrating that some individuals possessed the ability to navigate bureaucratic challenges effectively. A meeting was convened, during which Fang Zhongxiu raised the question of the company's next objectives in its nascent stage. Should they actively acquire land for real estate development and subsequent sales and property management services, or should they first assemble a construction team to handle projects, design blueprints, and undertake renovations? Alternatively, could they collaborate with other developers for real estate brokerage, leasing, investment consultancy, and property advisory services? Lin Baiyao smiled and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Fang Zhongxiu turned to Xing Yanwei, indicating that they had privately discussed their opinions. Xing Yanwei succinctly stated, "Given the current market downturn, The risks associated with land acquisition are excessively high. It would be wiser to steadily focus on engineering projects. With the connections that General Manager Lin and General Manager Chu have in the city, securing bids for municipal facility renovation projects should be feasible. Once our team is well-trained and gains recognition, we can pursue land acquisition for development when the market improves, thus maximizing efficiency. Xing Yanwei's concise remarks were astute and prudent, targeting municipal facilities to mitigate risks while establishing a firm foothold for the company. Lin Baiyao then turned to Jiang Xini and Ding Yimin, asking, "And what about the two of you?" Jiang Xini replied, "I am not particularly attuned to market dynamics. I will follow whatever General Manager Lin decides." Ding Yimin, grinning at Jiang Xini, flatteringly added, "Sister Jiang's sentiments align with my own. The overarching direction of the company rests with General Manager Lin and General Manager Chu. We are but foot soldiers, ready to charge into battle." Jiang Xini, with her icy demeanor, chose not to acknowledge him. Chu Gang had always been somewhat displeased with Ding Yimin's oily flattery. Nevertheless, as he had been personally recruited by Lin Baiyao, it would be inappropriate to dismiss him too harshly. He remarked, "General Manager Lin has said that 3 heads are better than 1. If anyone has ideas, please share them openly. Commendable suggestions will be rewarded, and even less favorable ones are welcome for the sake of collective wisdom." Lin Baiyao nodded in agreement. Encouraged, Ding Yimin boldly ventured, "Then I shall take the liberty to express my thoughts. I believe, General Manager Lin, we should indeed pursue land acquisition." "Oh." Lin Baiyao expressed his interest and inquired about the rationale behind it. The renowned merchant ancestor of the Warring States period, Bai Gui, once stated, "What others abandon, I shall seize. What others seize, I shall abandon." Currently, there is a widespread reluctance to acquire land. Last month, a prime parcel of land in the city center was reportedly assessed at a historic low of 90 yuan per square meter, essentially a giveaway, yet no enterprise was willing to take the plunge. At this moment, I sensed a splendid opportunity to embrace what others have forsaken, even if the market does not rebound in the short term. Securing this land would undoubtedly lead to a future surge in value. Lin Baiyao regarded Ding Yimin with newfound respect. As a designer, his foresight during the widespread despair of the market in 1998 was truly remarkable. Hence, one must not judge others by appearances or words. A seemingly dull person may not be foolish, and a slick individual may not lack talent. Warren Buffett famously remarked during the economic crisis of 2008, "I am fearful when others are greedy, and I am greedy when others are fearful." This sentiment resonates with Bai Gui's adage, albeit Bai Gui articulated it 2 millennia earlier. Studying history fosters wisdom. When one learns to apply the wisdom of our ancestors, it transforms into personal insight. Ding Yimin exemplified this. Regarding the land price of 90 yuan per square meter, this is not a mere jest, but a veritable reality. An overview of the domestic land transfer system reveals 3 distinct phases. Initially, during the planned economy phase, land distribution was entirely monopolized by the central government, with little role for local authorities. Thus, land prices were inconsequential. Subsequently, with the advent of reform and opening up, land development and utilization were gradually enhanced. Yet without explicit legal stipulations, this was a trial-and-error phase marked by both accumulated experience and significant hardships. It was not until 1988 that the land management law mandated that most construction entities acquire land use rights through transfer, officially ushering in land transfer fees. However, the law did not specify the exact transfer methods. From 1990 to 2002, nearly all land transfers were conducted through private negotiations between local governments and enterprises, resulting in actual transaction prices significantly below market benchmarks. For instance, in 1998, the land transfer fees in the capital amounted to 4.3 billion yuan, accounting for less than 2% of the capital's total value that year. In Suhuai, the proportion was under 0.5%, and for Dongjiang, it was negligible. On one hand, this was due to the inability to sell land. On the other, the transfer fees were exceedingly low. The benchmark pricing for land transfer fees in Dongjiang hovered around 200 yuan, applicable in normal years. In abnormal years, such as 1993 and 1994 during the real estate boom, prices surged to 600 yuan. Presently, we find ourselves in another abnormal year, with the bursting of the bubble leading to plummeting property prices, and consequently, land transfer fees must align with market conditions. However, a drop to 90 yuan is indeed outrageous. Is that so? Do you possess specific data to support the notion of a surge? Lin Baiyao continued to probe. Ding Yimin maintained a playful demeanor, responding, "This is merely my personal speculation, although it is not entirely devoid of foundation." Wang Yuqing, a scholar of the Northern Song dynasty, eloquently expressed in Xiaoshu collection, within the confines of a grand city. Beneath the dual towers, every inch of land holds the same value as gold. This indicates that in a more developed society, land prices soar. In the flourishing era of the Northern Song, every fragment of land was indeed as precious as gold. Reflecting upon our current reality, where the economy is increasingly liberalized and population mobility intensifies, rural inhabitants gravitate toward cities and smaller towns aspire toward larger metropolises. Basic necessities of life such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation have been satisfactorily addressed. With the alleviation of hunger, Huwunti yearn for homeownership. This situation mirrors that of the Northern Song. However, the land suitable for habitation in urban areas remains limited. Scarcity elevates value, and thus, we are likely to witness a similar trend of soaring land prices in the future. Although this assertion lacks concrete data, it draws upon historical references and resonates with contemporary realities, rendering it quite persuasive. Chen Haoren remarked, "I am not well versed in real estate trends, but in terms of sales, if land, steel, and aggregates are inexpensive, it must be due to a lack of buyers. Without demand, the cost becomes irrelevant. I believe we ought to conduct market research to ascertain the purchasing intentions of the populace." Lin Baiyao turned to Hongjie and Yeshi, inquiring, "Are you inclined to purchase a home?" Hongjie responded, "Previously, I wished to buy but lacked the funds, as our family is cramped in 2 small rooms. Now, I still lack money, and my desire to buy has diminished. I've heard that housing prices will only continue to decline. 100 square meters costs over 30,000, which is exorbitant. Perhaps it's wiser to wait for prices to drop before making a purchase." She represents a segment of the population that currently resides in inadequate housing, aspiring for improvement, yet lacking substantial motivation, still clinging to the habitual mindset of speculating on price fluctuations. Yeshi pondered briefly before replying, "I have not considered buying a home either. On one hand, housing prices are unstable and may fall further. On the other, I remain uncertain about where I wish to settle, making it premature to purchase property in Dongjiang." She embodies the youthful workforce who, having recently entered the job market, has yet to identify a lifelong anchor, unlike future generations who perceive homes as investment commodities. Despite their differences, both share the belief that housing prices will continue to decline, especially given the persistent downturn since 1995, with no signs of recovery in sight. "I have noted everyone's opinions," Lin Baiyao stated, "but I firmly believe that housing prices will rebound sharply next year. Now is the optimal time to enter the market, as Manager Ding suggested." With profound conviction, Lin Baiyao continued, "We must not only acquire land and construct buildings, but also assist the city in resolving issues related to unfinished projects. Luo Ku, please distribute the materials you obtained from the Construction Bureau to everyone." Prepared, Luo Ku retrieved a thick stack of documents from the table and, with Yeshi's assistance, placed a copy before each individual. Fang Zhongxiu and his colleagues attentively perused the documents while listening to Lin Baiyao's discourse. Dongjiang City has 35 unfinished building projects, with a reported construction area exceeding 2 million square meters. The backlog of completed residences stands at over 300,000 square meters, while there are 13,000 acres of idle land. The non-performing loans held by the 4 major banks and various securities firms amount to hundreds of millions. General Chu has already conducted on-site inspections of these abandoned buildings. Most of the primary structures are largely complete, with only some requiring the installation of interior and exterior wall decorations, plastering, doors, windows, glass, and electrical systems. Our Ningen Real Estate is prepared to alleviate the government's concerns by identifying several of these unfinished projects and striving to revitalize them. Fang Zhongxiu, acutely aware of the complex entanglements surrounding these abandoned buildings, advised Director Lin, "It may be wise to reconsider. Acquiring land is feasible, land prices are currently low, and holding it could serve as a worthwhile investment. However, these unfinished buildings likely involve multiple stakeholders, resulting in ambiguous rights and responsibilities, leading to disputes and complications. We certainly will not engage directly with those unfortunate banks that have become the controlling parties of these real estate developers," Lin Baiyao asserted. "As I mentioned, this is to assist the government. Our liaison will be with the municipal government. Given our registered capital, we may struggle to take this on. This requires at least 200 million, Fang Zhongxiu replied. Unwanted unfinished buildings, if someone assumes responsibility, at least mitigates the losses. We cannot expect to calculate based on the original prices. Furthermore, we will only take on the backlog of 100,000 square meters of completed residences. Manager Jiang will approach Luo Ku. The two of you are tasked with estimating the investment range. I anticipate that around 10 million should suffice. Understood, Jiang Xini affirmed. She had previously only heard of Lin Baiyao's background, but now she admired his decisiveness. Chapter 52. The Scientific Approach to Feng Shui. Does anyone here know a seller of Feng Shui decorations? Lin Baiyao's sudden inquiry left everyone exchanging puzzled glances. Sister Hong raised her hand and replied, I know a place that sells all sorts of items. Gourds, plum blossom coins, shigandang stones, mountain sea town decorations, peachwood swords, dragon head turtles, and the 9-star Tai Sui charms. Anything you can think of, they have it. All right, Luo Ku, allocate 5,000 to Sister Hong. Guando, you will accompany her to select a few auspicious feng shui ornaments for wealth and prosperity. The specific functionalities are not critical, but they must appear high-end. It would be ideal if the owner could assist in arranging them properly. Can we finalize this today? Yes, it must be completed before tonight. Very well. I shall proceed at once. Using public funds to purchase items is a favored pastime among all workers, and with money in hand, Sister Hong joyfully departed with Guando. Lin Baiyao glanced at the clock and announced the meeting's conclusion. All right, work is done. Tomorrow is the weekend. Everyone has 2 days off. We will reconvene next Monday at 8 for our regular meeting. As he rose to leave, he seemed to recall something and casually instructed, Yi Shi, Hao Ran. You two will need to exert yourselves. I have a friend visiting tomorrow afternoon. Please assist with the reception at the office. Understood, Director Lin. Fang Zhongxiu, Jiang Xini. And the others departed first, while Yi Shi inquired, Director Lin, should we prepare anything? No need. This person has a complex background. Remember to address me as Mr. Jia in person, and let General Chu take the lead on matters regarding yeoman real estate. Do not inquire further or speak excessively. Yi Shi and Chun Haoran refrained from inquiring about the reasons, following Lin Baiyao, as they absorbed much knowledge. It is prudent not to ask what should remain unasked. Anything they ought to know, Lin Baiyao would naturally disclose. By the following noon, Tang Xiaoqi and Hu Weikong returned to the city, where Lin Baiyao arranged accommodations for them at a hotel in the city center. After a brief respite, they ventured to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Hu Weikong, caressing his black leather bag, wore a look of satisfaction as he unzipped it and proudly pushed it across the table, proclaiming, Sir, I have secured 90,000. Lin Baiyao chuckled. We are in a new era. Let us not adhere to the old feudal ways. My surname is Jia. My given name is Yuxuan. From now on, please refer to me as Mr. Jia. Yes, Mr. Jia, Hu Weikong responded, elated, recognizing that his willingness to share his name indicated a gradual easing of his wariness. Though it was likely a fictitious name, for the purposes of Dongjiang, Jia Yuxuan sufficed. Did you not mention 100,000? Why is there a shortfall of 10,000? I feared you might grow impatient, Mr. Jia, so I only allowed the fish a day's time. They managed to scrape together 90,000, but the remaining 10,000 proved impossible to gather. Such is the nature of the flathead fish, quick to take the bait, yet slow to yield their roe. The term flathead fish metaphorically referred to those victims lacking funds. Once ensnared, they would not only deplete their entire savings, but also borrow from friends and relatives, even resorting to mortgaging property and taking out high-interest loans. To speak frankly, in these times, being able to amass 90,000 within a mere day or two required some financial foundation, both personally and among acquaintances. Otherwise, from whom could they borrow? This bears resemblance to the oft-joked adage on forums that posits luxury cars do not prey upon the impoverished. In remote areas, having 90,000 is indeed commendable. How long did you grant them? 10 days. 10 days? Yes, the capital and profits will be returned after that period. Is that not rather hasty? Hu Weikong replied with a grin. Such rustic folk in the county may possess some funds, yet they have never engaged in significant investments. This time, they are betting their entire fortunes. If too much time elapses, they may either hesitate to take the bait or send someone to follow me, just in case. 10 days is a conclusion drawn from my extensive experience in orchestrating schemes. Within this time frame, the fish are most easily persuaded and can even convince themselves. Tang Xiaoqi suddenly interjected, I find it hard to believe that no one has ever followed you before. How did you manage to extricate yourself? Lin Baiyao knew the answer. Those who trailed him likely met a grim fate, yet his gaze remained fixed on Hu Weikong, curious about his explanation. Hu Weikong sighed, seventh brother. Not everyone can maintain such a close watch as you do. One can slip away in the restroom while sleeping, or at a crowded intersection or shopping mall. There are many opportunities for escape. Lin Baiyao smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. So, you have only 10 days to extricate yourself from Dongjiang. Indeed, the West Mountainside is also applying pressure. I cannot linger for too long. Mr. Jia, have the fish taken the bait? At that moment, the waiter brought the dishes, and the trio fell silent, waiting for the private room door to close once more. Lin Baiyao then stated, the scheme in Dongjiang is as follows. Upon hearing Lin Baiyao's explanation, Hu Weikong was left astounded, exclaiming, Mr. Jia, you truly are remarkable. This scheme is beyond my capabilities, far too intricate. You are too modest, Mr. Hu. Lin Baiyao replied, the key to this scheme lies with Master Jindian. The esteemed Mr. Chu harbors a profound belief in feng shui, resulting in an abundance of feng shui ornaments scattered throughout the company. Each day, he consults divination, striving to invite fortune and avert misfortune, meticulously considering auspicious directions even in matters as trivial as dressing, dining, or using the restroom. Mr. Hu, possessing a remarkable understanding of the myriad aspects of physiognomy, easily masquerades as a master of the Golden Hall. If I can deceive him into compliance, our scheme will surely succeed. The term Golden Hall Master derives from the Taiying Mountains, referring to those who discern the fortunes and misfortunes of life and death, popularly known as feng shui masters. Mr. Hu Weikong remarked, the intricacies of feng shui are profound. I have merely dabbled in its study and cannot claim mastery. I can easily deceive ordinary individuals. However, from what Mr. Jia has conveyed, it seems that Mr. Chu is well versed in the subject, possessing both wealth and influence, likely acquainted with many true masters. Should I reveal any slip, I risk not only my embarrassment, but also jeopardizing your plans. Therefore, I shall create an opportunity that will undoubtedly earn his trust. Lin Baiyao murmured a few words. Mr. Hu Weikong was momentarily astonished. Is this truly a feasible approach? My grasp of physics is tenuous. Is this scientific? After their meal, Hu Weikong changed into a refined black and gray silk tang suit, exuding an air of calm composure and graceful elegance, truly embodying the essence of a sage. Tang Xiaoqi transformed into Mr. Hu Weikong's assistant. Lin Baiyao led the two to Ning'an Real Estate. Upon arriving at the office building, Mr. Chu's vehicle, a Tiger head model, approached from a distance. The trio waited downstairs until Mr. Chu exited the rear seat. Lin Baiyao stepped forward, gesturing towards Hu Weikong, and introduced him, Brother Chu. This is the renowned master Hu Weikong I mentioned to you. He has long been sought after by wealthy merchants, celebrities, and dignitaries in Hong Kong and Macau for his divinatory prowess. It is quite a feat for me to have invited him this time. Should you face any dilemmas, Master Hu can certainly alleviate your concerns. Mr. Chu scrutinized Hu Weikong with a hint of skepticism, remarking, Master Hu, my company has recently partnered with Mr. Jia. We have only just opened and have already engaged other masters, expending several tens of thousands to enhance the layout. Please, assess if there are any shortcomings. Money is not an issue. The secret of the green bag, the covenant of heaven and earth, only the spirit can discern. May the path be prosperous, Hu Weikong replied, maintaining an air of humility. While money indeed is not a limitation, the ability to ascertain the configuration for Mr. Chu depends on the destiny that binds us. Energized by Hu's words, Mr. Chu's demeanor softened considerably. I sense a connection with you, Master. Let us ascend and enjoy a cup of tea while we converse further. As they took the elevator to the company, Yishi awaited them, respectfully addressing Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, the jadeite cabbage is placed on your desk, along with 2 glass vases. The master indicated that the vase openings should remain elevated, with the pure water flowing to the northwest, and this has just been arranged. Mr. Chu waved his hand dismissively, stating, Mr. Jia has recently engaged a master from the south. Let him take another look at these items without rearranging them. Understood. Yishi stepped back and, at that moment, turned to Lin Baiyao with unexpected courtesy. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Lin Baiyao smiled. Director Yi, you grow increasingly beautiful. Typically, he refrained from such jesting with Yishi, but now, with their roles reversed for the sake of performance, He inadvertently caused her cheeks to flush with a subtle hue as she bit her lip and gracefully retreated. Unbeknownst to her, her reaction was shrouded in ambiguity. Hu Weikong observed this keenly, further corroborating the words Lin Baiyao had shared with him. Yi Shi was a trusted aide of Chu Gang, entrusted with nearly all company affairs. In other words, if Yi Shi were indeed aligned with Lin Baiyao, it would be implausible for her to be reduced to such embarrassment by a mere jest. Given Yi Shi's beauty, any employer would find it hard to resist, likely having already taken her to bed. Master Hu, please take a look around, Chu Gang suggested, leading Hu Weikong through the various rooms of the company. Hu Weikong pointed out several shortcomings, though they appeared somewhat insubstantial and lacked compelling evidence. After inspecting the rooms, Chu Gang inquired, "Can the master read faces?" "To a certain extent," Hu Weikong replied. "And what of my facial features?" "With a broad forehead and prominent earlobes, a well-defined nose and ample chin, it signifies wealth and nobility." Hu Weikong paused before adding, However what? Mr. Chu, have you faced financial misfortunes these past 2 years? It seems every investment leads to losses." Chu Gang glanced at Lin Baiyao, remarking, "That is hardly a secret. Many are aware, including Mr. Jia." The implication being that Lin Baiyao would inform him, rendering the statement futile. Hu Weikong remained unperturbed, stating, "I need not inquire further. True wealth requires 6 aspects to be unblemished. You possess 4, yet your neck lacks vitality, and your back is as thin as paper. This implies you may enjoy prosperity for the first 20 years, yet calamity looms for the latter half. Your recent misfortunes stem from this." Chu Gang touched his neck and looked at his back, clearly startled, and urgently asked, "What can be done to remedy this?" "Simply find a person embodying the essence of Xuanwu, and you shall attract fortune and prosperity, alleviating any fears of financial loss henceforth." "Xuanwu? You mean to seek a turtle?" "Not a turtle, but a person naturally endowed with a turtle-like back." Chu Gang retorted angrily, "Are you jesting with me? There are hundreds of thousands in Dongjiang. Where am I to find such a person? This isn't a matter of mythical Dragon Balls." Hu Weikong, unfazed by the outburst, indicated Lin Baiyao, who sat silently. "Thus, I say, we must ascertain whether Mr. Chu possesses the fortune to meet such an individual. Behold, the moment has arrived." Chu Gang exclaimed, "Mr. Jia? Is he the one with the natural turtle back of Xuanwu?" "Indeed." Chu Gang's gaze shifted between Lin Baiyao and Hu Weikong, gradually turning cold and ruthless. "Mr. Jia, you are a distinguished guest from Macau, and Master Hu, a sage from Zhugang. Yet, I am no fool to be deceived by such tricks. You both underestimate me." Lin Baiyao quickly interjected, "Mr. Chu, you misunderstand. I have no connection with Master Hu." Hu Weikong raised a hand to silence Lin Baiyao, calmly remarking, "Your disbelief in me stems from my yet unproven ability, which is not your fault. Let us proceed. I shall cast a divination." He produced 3 coins, prepared by Lin Baiyao in advance, remnants purchased by Hong Jia from a feng shui shop the previous day. Tossing them casually, they landed to form a hexagram. Hu Weikong focused intently, calculating silently. The atmosphere within the room grew tense. Chu Gang, half convinced, dared not interrupt him. "Tomorrow evening, around 11 o'clock. The ancient locust tree in Shoshan district is destined to be struck by lightning." As Hu Weikong busily prepares cups, beads of sweat form on his brow. "Jia Yuxuan, you mentioned that the weather forecast predicts a thunderstorm for tomorrow night, and through the application of physics, one could deliberately direct lightning to the ancient tree. I have limited knowledge. Is this truly scientific?" Chapter 53. The blossoms are gradually bewildering to the eyes. Hu Weikong politely declined an invitation from Chu Gang for dinner. This advice came from Lin Baiyao, who suggested maintaining an air of mystery about the master and minimizing contact. On the way back to the hotel, Hu Weikong could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Jia, is it genuinely feasible to harness a physical device to attract lightning to the ancient locust tree?" Lin Baiyao chuckled, "Are you familiar with Franklin? It was taught in elementary school that flying a kite can attract lightning. In this age of advanced technology, I have already made the arrangements. You need not worry. Isn't elementary school knowledge often fanciful? Washington famously chopped down a cherry tree. Did he truly do that?" Hu Weikong felt his intellect was somewhat insufficient for this conversation. "Are you still doubting?" Lin Baiyao's expression darkened slightly as he responded, "Mr. Hu, do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to connect with Chu Gang for this endeavor?" Black 7, head to Century City. Fukong made a swift turn and headed directly to Century City. Upon receiving the call, Vice President Yin greeted them at the entrance. Lin Baiyao instructed Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi to stay hidden, avoiding direct contact with Vice President Yin. The rationale was that the more people who saw them, the more inquiries about feng shui would arise, increasing the likelihood of Hu Weikong's true identity being revealed. If word reached Chu Gang, all efforts would be in vain. Hu Weikong observed Vice President Yin's respectful demeanor and casually stopped a passing merchant, pointing at Yin and asking, "Who is that esteemed gentleman?" The merchant scrutinized him with a hint of disdain and replied, "You must be from out of town. You don't know Vice President Yin of Century City?" Hu Weikong smiled. "Indeed, I just arrived from afar. Is Vice President Yin quite renowned?" The merchant boasted with pride, as if Yin were a close friend. "Let me put it this way. In Dongjiang City, regardless of the shadows or light, who would dare disrespect Vice President Yin? When he stamps his foot, even the little Qinghe River would cease to flow." Though there was a significant amount of exaggeration, it was evident that Vice President Yin was indeed a prominent figure, unlike the minor players Hu Weikong encountered in the county. Furthermore, from their previous interaction, it was clear that Vice President Yin regarded Jia Yuxuan with both respect and familiarity. This was indeed formidable. Hu Weikong, often masquerading under various identities to deceive different individuals, found that ordinary people were the easiest to dupe. Their limited experience made them susceptible to temptation. A simple trap, a dream painted before them, and with a little sweetness, they would eagerly leap into the pit. Next came government officials, either desperate to attract investments or eager to ascend the ranks, often leading to substantial gains or disastrous missteps. Thus, by posing as a wealthy businessman of higher status, he could navigate their circles with ease. The hardest to deceive were individuals like Vice President Yin, who traversed both the legitimate and shadowy realms of society. They had endured life's trials, seen much, and were often arrogant and suspicious, making trust elusive. Yet, it must be acknowledged that while difficult, it was not entirely impossible to deceive them. The virtues of such individuals often double as their shortcomings. Their arrogance serves as a limitation. If one can meticulously strategize and establish a singular matter in which they possess unwavering conviction, subsequent developments will naturally unfold. Alas, achieving this is exceedingly challenging, with success being a rare occurrence even after 10 attempts. Hu Weikong harbored a certain admiration for Lin Baiyao. "Seventh brother, how long has Mr. Jia been in Dongjiang?" "Not long, perhaps 2 months." 2 months? How did Mr. Jia manage to win over Vice President Yin? "Ah, are you astonished? Vice President Yin is hardly a significant figure. There is no prominent person in Dongjiang that Mr. Jia does not know. You must understand that approaching General Manager Chu is no simple task, and persuading him to invest is even more formidable. Without endorsements from these influential figures, how could one expect General Manager Chu to willingly invest 20 million? Hu Weikong ceased further inquiries, recognizing that Tang Xiaoqi was quite reticent, and he could glean no useful information from him. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. After all, being in Jia Yuxuan's company, he would inevitably observe and comprehend the entire scheme. A cold smirk played upon his lips. "Enjoy your fleeting success for a few more days. The profits you accumulate in Dongjiang will soon find their way to Xishan, all of which shall belong to me." After more than an hour, Vice President Yin personally escorted Lin Baiyao to the door, parting with a smile. Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi maneuvered around them, and the trio proceeded to the most fashionable and expensive restaurant on Yinchi Road. Moments later, Deputy Director Niu, Director Wang, Editor Li, and Producer Hao arrived in succession, gathering at a table solely reserved for them. Tang Xiaoqi introduced Hu Weikong. "This is Deputy Director Niu from the city television station. This is Director Wang, whose fortune exceeds 10 million. And this is Director Li from the Evening News editorial office." If Vice President Yin represented the business sphere, then those gathered now embodied the media realm. Hu Weikong noticed that as Deputy Director Niu entered, several tables of diners greeted him, clearly recognizing him as a prominent figure in the city. At this moment, Hu Weikong felt not only admiration, but also a sense of profound astonishment. Within the private room, glasses clinked as the guests engaged in lively conversation. Deputy Director Niu cautiously raised a toast to Lin Baiyao, saying, "Mr. Lin, have you heard the rumors circulating in the city?" "Oh, what rumors?" "It is said that the Li Jingdong case involves the first and second leaders, and the provincial authorities are furious, preparing to take them all down." Director Wang chimed in. "Indeed, the gossip is rampant in the circles, but how much of it is true?" Editor Li, with connections to the provincial newspaper, commented, "I have inquired, and it appears there has been no movement from the province. I suspect it is merely a rumor." Deputy Director Nyo replied, "One can never be certain. I inquired about the first leader's itinerary, and the city station schedule is packed as usual. If there were any issues, they would likely be handled discreetly, beyond our knowledge." As all eyes turned expectantly to Lin Baiyao, he smiled and said, "As for this matter, I do possess some insider knowledge. However, the fates of those two leaders have little bearing on you. It's best not to speculate recklessly." Deputy Director Nyo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly rose to refill Lin Baiyao's glass, saying, "What you say is true. The circle is small yet elevated, and we cannot easily penetrate it. However, it is said that the director of the second channel has a close relationship with the second leader and has been working tirelessly from last year to this year to usurp the station chief's position. If the second leader truly encounters trouble, not only will he lose the station chief's role, but he may also find himself unable to retain his current position. At that time, Brother Hehe wished to seek assistance in removing the deputy title, seizing a rare opportunity. Otherwise, who knows how many years he would have to endure." Lin Baiyao raised his wine glass, taking a delicate sip, remaining silent. Deputy Director Nyo gazed eagerly, his face a blend of desire and trepidation, his hands clutching the glass, knuckles turning pale, unwittingly portraying the complexities of human nature. "Well, since we are all on the same side, I shall not withhold anything." Lin Baiyao finally finished the drink, aware that the art of timing was a delicate balance. Lingering too long would breed estrangement, while a hasty finish would imply entitlement. The optimal duration would highlight one's standing within the circle, while allowing friends to appreciate the nuance of difficulty and camaraderie intertwined within. According to my sources, it will not be long before the first and second leaders are reassigned. The first will retire to the Provincial People's Congress, while the second will assume the directorship of the newly established Provincial Animal Husbandry Bureau. Editor Li exclaimed in astonishment. "The first is of an age suitable for retirement. Moving to the People's Congress is quite reasonable, but the second is still in his prime. Should he err, he may be removed, and if he does not err, surely he should not be relegated to a peripheral position?" Director Wang, lacking understanding of the nuances, inquired, "Isn't going to the Provincial Bureau a good thing? At least the platform is larger." Deputy Director Nyo's excitement flushed his face as he responded, "It is not the same. To govern a region, becoming the parent official of 2 million citizens, that is true authority. The Animal Husbandry Bureau? What a farce. In Suhuai Province, you cannot find 2 million cattle and sheep. What can the Bureau accomplish?" Lin Baiyao chuckled. "Mistakes are indeed made. Yet have you not re-journeyed to the west? The demons without backing are vanquished, while those with support are saved. Similarly, the second has his protectors. By voluntarily stepping aside, the other side would not dare to eradicate him entirely. Transitioning to the Animal Husbandry Bureau, maintaining a low profile, observing the situation, who knows when the tides may turn, allowing for a resurgence." Deputy Director Nyo's heart sank as he pondered, "Will there truly be a resurgence? I fear that in a couple of years, the second will rise again, and the director of the second office might follow suit. I must carefully consider whether to take advantage of the current situation. Serving the people is challenging. Aspiring to serve them better is even more arduous. Those backbiting souls at the station often claim leadership is easy, asserting that even a pig can manage it, provided one learns 4 things: convening meetings without cause, seeking approval when needed, taking credit for successes, and shifting blame for failures. Yet they fail to comprehend that the burdens of leadership are beyond the grasp of common folk, who can only fantasize about what a ruler consumes. At his age, one must tread slowly. Those ahead will not wait, and the younger generation is ever more competitive. I fear there is little hope for a resurgence." Lin Baiyao, sensing Deputy Director Nyo's concerns, offered him reassurance. Indeed, after the second was assigned to the Provincial Animal Husbandry Bureau, within 2 years he was dismissed due to a major internal corruption scandal. Truly unfortunate for him. "That is reassuring. Now I, old Nyo, can feel more secure," he replied. Producer Hao, lacking insight into such matters, foolishly asked, "Mr. Lin, if both the first and second are gone, who will take over? Who else could there be?" The conversation was abruptly halted by Lin Baiyao, who interjected, "All right, let us cease this topic. We have discussed it sufficiently. Brother Nyo, if you are interested in the position of the deputy director, now is the time to make your move, while others remain indecisive. It would be wise for you to prepare in advance. The prospects appear promising. Yes, yes, I understand. Deputy Director Neo exclaimed with a hearty laugh, striking the table. Waiter, bring me the 20-year-old Maotai I have stored in the cabinet, and add a few more dishes. Tonight we shall not leave sober. Lin Baiyao chose not to indulge in excessive drinking, bidding farewell after 2 rounds, with the matter of settling the bill no longer a concern. Upon returning to the hotel, Hu Weikong sighed. Mr. Jia, your scheme in Dongjiang, enticing such a multitude, how could President Chu possibly resist the bait? If tomorrow's lightning strike plan succeeds, there is no doubt that this venture will yield substantial profits. He spoke of the lightning plan as if it were something scorching. Lin Baiyao rubbed his furrowed brow and replied, it is not as simple as it seems. Persuading Chu Gang to invest 20 million requires overcoming the final obstacle. What obstacle? The soon-to-be acting mayor, Xiao Yanian. Chapter 54. Even shallow grass can conceal hoofprints. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yanian, Hu Weikong appeared puzzled. Who is Xiao Yanian? He had told Lin Baiyao many fabrications, yet one truth remained. His passage through Dongjiang was purely incidental, a chance encounter with fish. And he possessed limited knowledge of the intricacies of Dongjiang City. Lin Baiyao turned on the television, where the local news was broadcasting, pointing to the man addressing the audience. That is Xiao Yanian. After silently absorbing the news report, Hu Weikong finally grasped Lin Baiyao's scheme, momentarily left in a daze. Somewhat shaken, Mr. Jia implied that this Vice Mayor Qiao was about to ascend to the position of acting mayor and, during the interim period of the secretary's vacancy, become the de facto ruler of Dongjiang. Then, you intend for him to endorse and entice President Chu to invest that 20 million? 20 million is no trifling sum. Lin Baiyao's gaze was resolute, his words heavy yet powerful, imparting to Hu Weikong a sense of unwavering determination. Chu Gang was known for his gambling tendencies. Yet recently his fortunes had waned, making him hesitant, wishing to take a risk, yet fearing total ruin. Your fortuitous insights bolster his confidence, but to instill courage, it is essential that a significant figure from the city speaks up. What is Mr. Jia's relationship with Xiao Yanian? Previously, he was merely a deputy mayor without much power. Having met him a few times, engaged in some discussions, and made a modest investment. Now, it appeared that the returns on that investment exceeded all expectations. How did Mr. Jia come to know that Xiao Yanian was on the brink of promotion? Naturally, he discreetly revealed it to me, Lin Baiyao stated with an air of calm. Tang Xiaoqi, filled with pride and admiration, viewed Lin Baiyao as a man of boundless capability, having toppled Li Jingdong, with Xiao Yanian as a key ally. Their relationship was undoubtedly profound. Hu Weikong could not decipher any clues from Lin Baiyao, yet he felt confident in his read of Tang Xiaoqi. The expressions, gestures, and demeanor of Tang Xiaoqi all attested to the fact that Lin Baiyao was not exaggerating. He genuinely had a connection with Xiao Yanian. Thus, it seemed that the time had come for the net to be drawn in Dongjiang's scheme. As long as tomorrow night's tree-cutting plan is not a mere farce. The intricate web of connections surrounding the target, coupled with the formidable tactics of the physicist and the assistance from the Dongjiang agent. Hu Weikong could not fathom how Chu Gang could possibly extricate himself from Lin Baiyao's grasp. He conceded that Lin Baiyao was exceptionally powerful and recognized his own lack of ability to orchestrate such grand schemes. Throughout his years in the field, he had managed to deceive others for no more than 370,000 at most, a feat that had marked the pinnacle of his career among his peers. Little did he expect that in Dongjiang, he would encounter a young man of profound mystery, whose affiliation was uncertain, accompanied by a ruthless figure from a notorious sect, orchestrating a grand scheme worth 20 million, inching ever closer to success. Yet, despite Lin Baiyao's performance exceeding all prior expectations, Hu Weikong was undeterred. On one hand, he was ignited by a competitive spirit, fueled by the ambition to best Lin Baiyao. Securing victory over him would ultimately reflect Hu Weikong's own achievements, especially given the staggering sum of 20 million, a figure beyond the wildest dreams of many in their lifetime. He would ascend to the status of a deity among his peers. On the other hand, through the vicissitudes of life, Hu Weikong had witnessed many formidable individuals falter unexpectedly. The universe operates on the principle of duality. What appears powerful often conceals profound weakness. Lin Baiyao, in his arrogance, believed he had complete control over Hu Weikong, dismissing him with contempt, pride, and hubris, each a pathway to his own demise. Once back in Xishan, Hu Weikong was confident in his strategy. Life, after all, revolves around the pursuit of fame and fortune. How could one possibly relinquish such ambitions? Leaving Tang Xiaoqi and Hu Weikong at the hotel, Lin Baiyao ventured alone to meet Ma Mingji, expressing his desire to meet Qiao Yannian to report on his work. Ma Mingji replied, "President Lin, I can inquire on your behalf, but you must understand that this opportunity is singular. If Mayor Qiao declines, it will be difficult to arrange another meeting. No worries. Mayor Qiao is busy. I can accept either outcome." Lin Baiyao responded as he handed over a document bag, saying, "If we cannot meet, inside is a plan for addressing the abandoned buildings in Dongjiang City. Please ensure Mayor Qiao reviews it." "All right." Ma Mingji contemplated for a moment before saying, "I'll take the liberty of making the trip." Lin Baiyao then presented a business card, stating, "This is the phone number for my hotel room. Should there be any updates, feel free to contact me directly." Expecting a response to take at least a day or two, he was surprised when, upon returning to the hotel after visiting Ma Mingji, the phone rang. Just then, Tang Xiaoqi and Hu Weikong approached from the adjacent room. Lin Baiyao gestured for them to remain silent as he answered. Ma Mingji's voice came through urgently. "President Lin, come to the Dongjiang Hotel immediately. Mayor Qiao wishes to see you." "I'll head over right away," Lin Baiyao replied. After hanging up, he smiled slightly at Hu Weikong, saying, "Qiao Yannian has asked me to meet him at the Dongjiang Hotel. Let's go. Heike will drive me, and Mr. Who can accompany us." 10 minutes later, Fukan parked by the roadside opposite the Dongjiang Hotel. Lin Baiyao alighted, crossed the street, and was about to enter when he was halted by the security guard, who rudely inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here at this hour?" The Dongjiang Hotel serves as the reception venue for the city government. Although it has transitioned into a corporate entity, many of its staff still hold official positions, exuding an air of authority and possessing discerning gazes. At a mere glance, they could tell that Lin Baiyao was neither a guest of the hotel nor a prominent leader in the city. His demeanor was unceremonious, akin to entering one's own restroom, and his words were naturally unrefined. Just as Lin Baiyao was about to clarify his presence, he noticed Secretary Yu of Qiao Yinyang hastily approaching along the shaded path, waving in greeting. "Secretary Yu, Director Ma sent me to report to Mayor Qiao," he said. As Secretary Yu drew near, he extended a warm hand, stating, "Mayor Qiao has asked me to fetch you. I happen to be caught up with a matter. Please excuse the delay." Only then did the security guard realize he had stirred a hornet's nest and quickly bowed in apology. Lin Baiyao, however, was not one to hold a grudge. He replied, "I was the one being abrupt. It is of no concern to you." After speaking, he walked alongside Secretary Yu towards the small building where Qiao Yinyang was situated. Hu Weikong, observing from his car, witnessed this exchange but was too distant to hear their conversation. Once Lin Baiyao's figure vanished, he abruptly opened the door and exited the vehicle. Tang Xiaoqi attempted to grab him but failed, swiftly following suit from the driver's seat, gripping the dagger concealed at his waist. Should Hu Weikong dare to act recklessly, he would retaliate without hesitation. As for the aftermath of such an action and whether it would cause trouble for Lin Baiyao, he had already devised a plan. If the police arrived, he would assert it was a personal vendetta, vowing never to implicate Lin Baiyao. Hu Weikong did not flee. Instead, he approached the security guard and offered a pack of the most expensive and popular Hongxi cigarettes from Suhuai, asking, "Brother, who was that person who just left the hotel? He resembled a child from my hometown." "That was Secretary Yu, Mayor Qiao's aide. Where are you from? Don't go claiming kinship indiscriminately," the guard warned. "That's a misunderstanding. My neighbor's child mentioned working as a server at the hotel," Hu Weikong replied. "Ah, causing trouble, are we?" Tang Xiaoqi caught up, realizing Hu Weikong was merely inquiring about Secretary Yu's identity, and discreetly tucked the dagger back into his waistband. The two returned to the vehicle, and Tang Xiaoqi scoffed. "What? Still doubtful about Mr. Jia's connections with Mayor Qiao? You know how suspicious a living Buddha can be, seventh brother. Nonetheless, it seems that tonight, Mr. Jia's connections indeed reached the heavens. I have one question that piques my curiosity. Mr. Jia swindled General Chu of 20 million. That's one thing. But involving a mayor complicates matters. How will this conclude?" Tang Xiaoqi derided. "Are you foolish or just dim-witted? If Qiao Yinyang falls into the trap, he will only swallow his losses quietly. He is a politician, fearful of any rumors affecting his career. So, once the money is secured, we shall vanish without a trace. Not only will Qiao Yinyang refrain from pursuing us, but he will also assist in suppressing General Chu. ensuring he cannot make a scene. Hu Weikong was not ignorant of these tactics. Rather, he sought to test Tang Xiaoqi. Seeing him articulate such insights, it was clear this was not their first collaboration with Jia Yuxuan. At that moment, Hu Weikong harbored no lingering doubts, and from this point onward, he was irrevocably ensnared in Lin Baiyao's scheme. Chapter 55. I have no daughters. Having introduced Lin Baiyao to Qiao Yinyang, Ma Mingji deemed his task complete and wisely excused himself. Secretary Yu poured water for the two and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. Lin Baiyao sat on the sofa, surveying the room, which was neither extravagant nor austere, but rather a reflection of the standard comforts one ought to expect. This ambience revealed the character of Qiao Yannian. His disdain for indulgence illustrated a pursuit of higher ideals, showcasing a steady demeanor and a profound depth. His lack of ostentatious displays of integrity indicated that he sought genuine governance results rather than mere theatrics. Mr. Lin, I have long admired your reputation, though I must admit, I did not expect you to be so young. Qiao Yannian did not intentionally leave Lin Baiyao aside. Given their respective statuses, there was no need for such petty maneuvers. As soon as the door closed, he took a seat on the adjacent sofa, cup in hand. Lin Baiyao chuckled. Being young can be a disadvantage. The inexperienced often face skepticism regarding their capabilities. Qiao Yannian laughed in response, saying, Youth brings scrutiny, but as long as one achieves results, all doubts will fade into mere shadows of applause. There is no need to take offense. His words seemed to both counsel Lin Baiyao and subtly express his own perspective. With humility, Lin Baiyao replied, I may not yet reach the level of Mayor Qiao, unable to entirely dismiss the clamor of dissent. I shall strive to learn more and work harder, aiming to achieve global acclaim without needing encouragement, and to remain undeterred by criticism, merely distinguishing between internal and external matters, and discerning the nature of honor and disgrace. Qiao Yannian seized the conversation, his gaze reflecting admiration. At your age, it is rare to find someone with an interest in Zhuangzi. Lin Baiyao displayed a hint of embarrassment, remarking, I am merely a novice. It is you, Mayor Qiao, who truly masters Zhuangzi's teachings. Qiao Yannian waved his hand dismissively. No flattery. Let us discuss matters of importance. Though feigning seriousness, the atmosphere between them was already quite harmonious. Engaging with others is an art. If one can transition from strangers to a comfortable rapport with individuals of varying identities, statuses, and ages, they have truly grasped the intricacies of worldly affairs. Lin Baiyao straightened his posture, his demeanor shifting from deference to earnestness. I have reviewed your plan. It is commendable and well conceived, integrating the experiences from Qiong province regarding unfinished buildings while aligning with the realities of Dongjiang, rendering it practical. Qiao Yannian initially highlighted the strengths before addressing the shortcomings. However, have you calculated the costs? If these residential buildings do not sell next year, the interest on bank loans could overwhelm you. He chuckled lightly, recognizing that his words might not be taken too harshly, given Lin Baiyao's substantial resources. Yet, the city faced significant financial pressure, with every penny meticulously accounted for. If the plan were to be financed by the city's budget, a fundamental rebound in the real estate market next year was a prerequisite. Otherwise, Dongjiang would be sinking deeper into a quagmire, while Lin Baiyao could walk away, leaving Qiao Yannian to face the public's ire. Qiao Yannian's concerns were not unfounded. The nation was enduring a prolonged period of real estate collapse, and no investors were willing to commit funds to the housing market. Not even land could be sold, let alone those unfinished buildings. Lin Baiyao needed to alleviate Qiao Yannian's apprehensions. Without his support, securing a bank loan would be exceedingly difficult. In contrast, acquiring unfinished buildings is significantly simpler. Both the city and the banks are eager to divest themselves of these problematic projects. If Lin Baiyao had sufficient funds at his disposal, he could easily bypass the procedural hurdles this evening and directly approach the municipal government and the banks to negotiate a purchase. Not only would he assume a position of dominance, but he could also await the lucrative returns anticipated next year, without the need to share the profits with others. The crux of the matter, however, lies in his lack of capital. The $2 million in his pocket, once invested in the real estate market, fails to make a significant impact. Thus, he finds himself ensnared in a vicious cycle. To extricate himself from this predicament, persuading Qiao Yannian is essential. Mayor Qiao, he began. My plan involves a collaborative effort among the municipal government, the finance bureau, the construction bureau, and the 4 major banks, along with Dongjiang Commercial Bank, to establish the Dongjiang Urban Construction Investment Company. This entity could initially focus on acquiring and managing the city's backlog of distressed real estate assets and later be entrusted with the financial restructuring of enterprises and state-owned enterprises. As the city and economy develop, it would primarily oversee the construction of urban infrastructure and public facilities, along with investment financing and related asset management. Lin Baiyao added, "The concept of urban construction investment is not my invention. 2 other cities have already established similar companies that have played a beneficial role in their development processes. This model requires visionary and audacious leadership and should be implemented in 3 phases. The current focus is merely on addressing the unfinished buildings. I estimate that a capital injection of 10 million from the city should suffice." 10 million, Xiao Yannian mused, disregarding the flattery Lin Baiyao had bestowed upon him as he pondered the advantages and disadvantages. "Yes, 10 million. With that amount, we can establish the framework for the Urban Construction Investment Company and commence the management of all unfinished building projects. My research indicates that these projects have undergone extensive negotiations over the past few years and have essentially been clarified in terms of ownership. Once funds are injected, they can be revitalized immediately." Suddenly, Xiao Yannian inquired, "How much can Ningen Real Estate invest?" 10 million. By coordinating with the Urban Construction Investment Company, we can package the unfinished projects and use them as collateral to secure an 8 million loan from the 4 major banks and Dongjiang Commercial Bank. I will contribute an additional 2 million in cash, resulting in a total investment of 10 million. In the future, Ningen Real Estate can repay the project balance to the Urban Construction Investment Company in installments, as agreed. Xiao Yannian chuckled, "Lin, that seems rather ungracious of you." This time, Lin Baiyao did not share in the laughter. He replied earnestly, "Mayor Xiao, if I may be so bold, in terms of public service, I may fall short of your standards, but when it comes to business acumen, you might find yourself lacking compared to me. The 10 million invested by the Urban Construction Investment Company is sourced from the public treasury. If it incurs losses, you would feel the sting. Yet those in the know would understand that your efforts are aimed at fostering the development of Dongjiang and enhancing the well-being of its citizens, merely a tuition fee for the lessons learned. Has the city's treasury not already paid its share of tuition over the years? Conversely, my 10 million investment includes 2 million of my personal funds, while the 8 million is a loan from the bank, which I must repay with interest, effectively making it my own obligation. Should there be losses, the repercussions I face would far exceed those borne by the municipal government. Thus, my commitment to this collaboration is not solely reflected in my personal 2 million or the 8 million borrowed from the bank. It embodies my unwavering resolve and courage to work under your leadership, Mayor Xiao, to decisively resolve the issue of unfinished buildings in Dongjiang. Indeed, Lin Baiyao's willingness to invest 2 million in the real estate market signifies his genuine intent for collaboration. As for the loan of 8 million, Xiao Yannian can certainly understand. It is rare for real estate developers to finance projects entirely from their own pockets, as such a practice contradicts commercial principles. No matter how affluent one may be, the cash demands of the real estate sector are insurmountable, necessitating bank loans for all. Lin, I retract my earlier statement. Xiao Yannian views Lin Baiyao as an equal, and he has never been one to engage in pretentious formalities with friends. He acknowledges Lin's sincerity, yet points out that the multitude of unfinished buildings in the city involves around 700 to 800 million in funding. A mere 10 million may prove insufficient to revitalize them. Lin Baiyao anticipated such concerns and swiftly proposed a second plan. The urban construction investment could leverage the debts associated with these unfinished buildings to acquire a 49% stake in Ningen Real Estate through a debt-to-equity swap, subsequently participating in profit distribution. This would effectively introduce 20 million in capital, utilizing leverage to gradually revitalize the assets, which would be entirely adequate. He was forthright, emphasizing that among these unfinished projects, 80% had been classified as non-performing assets and transferred from the 4 major banks and Dongjiang Bank to urban construction investment. The actual valuation is significantly lower than the previously estimated 700 to 800 million. Whether it can still command a value of 200 million depends on the willingness of potential buyers. Otherwise, it would be virtually worthless. Lin Baiyao's initial proposal aimed to use 10 million to engage with all the unfinished projects held by urban construction investment, which, if realized, could yield substantial profits. Even if by year-end only 10 million could be utilized to activate over 100,000 square meters of commercial properties. The anticipated surge in the real estate market the following year would allow for both capital recovery and continued revitalization, even if funding fell short. Transferring some projects to incoming investors could still generate multiple times the profit. However, Xiao Yannian was unlikely to agree to such an aggressive strategy. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would hesitate to endorse such a radical approach. Lin Baiyao's tactic was to retreat to advance, initially presenting an outlandish proposal, followed by a more pragmatic alternative, creating a stark contrast that would facilitate acceptance. In the mature real estate markets of the future, two primary methods for acquiring unfinished buildings are typically employed. The first involves asset acquisition, akin to Lin Baiyao's initial proposal, where the acquirer funds the purchase of all assets from the seller. The second method is equity transfer, wherein the acquirer purchases the seller's equity in the asset or the seller converts the asset's debts into equity, thus becoming a partner in development and sharing in the profits. Yet, in 1998, as unfinished buildings emerged as a novel phenomenon at the turn of the century, stakeholders, including the government, banks, and local entities, were still navigating potential solutions. Consequently, upon reviewing the proposal, Xiao Yannian promptly instructed Ma Mingji to arrange a meeting with Lin Baiyao, recognizing the practicality of the plan, which surpassed all prior considerations. After their discussion, Lin Baiyao's second proposal resonated more favorably with him. Mayor Qiao, he continued, the investment in urban construction also offers the advantage of allowing you to appoint financial and auditing personnel to Ning'an real estate, ensuring oversight of all fund allocations. What led to the emergence of unfinished buildings? A significant reason lies in the developers acquiring land from the city, subsequently utilizing this land to secure bank loans. They then allocate a portion of these loans to the financial sector, engaging in quick profit ventures such as lending and stock trading, while another portion is reinvested to acquire more land, thereby perpetuating a snowball effect that creates an illusion of economic prosperity. However, once fluctuations in the financial sector occur, resulting in uncollectible debts or a downturn in the real estate market where newly developed properties fail to sell, the funding chain collapses. Developers face bankruptcy, leaving unfinished buildings that burden the banks, tarnishing the government's reputation and disrupting the lives of ordinary citizens who hope to purchase homes. I implore you to supervise the finances alongside the urban construction investment, ensuring that my funds, the loaned amounts, and the investment capital are solely directed towards addressing the unfinished projects. Any diversion of even a single cent would cost you dearly. This situation parallels my investment in your well-being, where I proactively engage in ensuring your peace of mind by verifying the integrity of our endeavors. Could a biological father exhibit such care? Xiao Yinyang was profoundly taken aback, his eyes reflecting increasing admiration as he remarked, General Lin, I hold you in high esteem. Yet I cannot fathom the source of your confidence in the upcoming year's South real estate market. Lin Baiyao understood fully that Xiao Yinyang was not a businessman. He would not simply accompany one on a reckless venture due to claims of possessing a keen commercial instinct, economic data analysis models, or the courage to take a gamble with assured victory. He would weigh commercial factors, but these were not paramount. Only political influences would ultimately sway his decisions. Initially, this matter was not within my intention to broach, yet having found common ground with Mayor Qiao this evening, I shall speak further. Lin Baiyao quietly inquired, does Mayor Qiao have acquaintances within the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development who wield influence? If so, perhaps a call could be made to ascertain whether the ministry is currently deliberating on new policies aimed at deepening the reform of the urban housing system. What? Despite Xiao Yinyang's composed demeanor, he was momentarily stunned by Lin Baiyao's unexpected reference to the ministry. He recalled that night when Li Jingdong had offended Lin Baiyao, prompting Ma Mingji to rush to Dongjiang Hotel to report the incident, during which he hinted at the considerable background of the seemingly youthful General Lin. Caught in a web of skepticism, he summoned Secretary Yu to entertain the guest while he retreated to make 2 phone calls, reaching out to a contact within the relevant department. The theory of 6 degrees of separation posits that any individual on Earth can connect with another through 5 intermediaries. Regardless of the theory's accuracy, Xiao Yinyang needed no more than 2 calls to forge sufficient connections, enabling him to extract confidential internal information. Jiao Gu, your information network is indeed quite expansive. As we have just begun our research, it is evident that following 1997, The real estate market in Southeast Asia has also collapsed. Currently, there are approximately 49 million square meters of unsold residential properties in the country, a looming crisis that must be addressed promptly to avert disaster. Indeed, Zhao Ji's perspective as a regional leader is broader than ours in the ministries. There is a clear intention from higher authorities to position residential housing as a new growth point for the national economy. Should this initiative take off, the associated industrial chain would be extensive, covering construction materials, chemicals, and steel. One cannot overlook the necessity for renovations, furniture, and appliances after purchasing a home. These all contribute to the stimulation of the entire industrial chain. I have long heard General you speak highly of you, Zhao Go. We should gather when you return to Beijing. After hanging up, Zhao Yani gazed contemplatively at the door of the inner room, his eyes flickering. Lin Baiyao. What is his true background? His capability to discern ministry policies is indisputable, suggesting he possesses significant connections and, presumably, ample financial resources. Acquiring distressed assets in major cities like Yuezhou would surely yield returns far exceeding those in Dongjiang. Why remain tied to this small locality? Exhausting oneself for the sake of inflated political achievements? I am neither his father, nor do I have a beautiful daughter to offer as a potential father-in-law. What then does Lin Baiyao wish to obtain from me? Chapter 56. A New Persona. The white-gloved Zhao Yani did not linger in the inner room for long. He stepped out and signaled for Secretary Yu to leave. Once his footsteps faded away, he resumed his seat on the nearby sofa and suddenly inquired, I hear that President Lin is from Macau? I indeed have some acquaintances in Macau, which may have led to the misconception that I am from there. To amuse Mayor Jiao, I might add that if I were truly from Macau, why not engage in business in the mainland as a fellow Macau entrepreneur? I could enjoy greater policy benefits and tax incentives. Lin Baiyao, wishing to cultivate a relationship with Zhao Yani, must not deceive him as he did with Vice President Yin and Deputy Director Niu, allowing them to fabricate notions of grandeur regarding a supposed Macau connection and leveraging this false identity to assert authority. Desperation prompts transformation. Transformation leads to opportunity. One must adapt strategies according to different individuals. For instance, in a game with 6 damage dealers failing to conquer a target, why not switch to 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 2 damage dealers? There will be many opportunities to interact with Zhao Yani in the future. A deceptive Macau identity cannot withstand thorough scrutiny. It is only a matter of time before it is exposed. Awaiting revelation would place me in a passive position and risk losing Zhao Yani's friendship. A relationship founded on deceit cannot yield genuine responses. Thus, Lin Baiyao must proactively disclose his true identity, rebranding himself in a manner that appears distinct from a Macau native yet retains significant influence, making it challenging to unravel his persona. It seems I have erred in bureaucratic judgment, Zhao Yani remarked with a smile. Making hasty conclusions without investigation is unwise. This was a subtle inquiry into Lin Baiyao's origins. Lin Baiyao was prepared to address Zhao Yani's questions, having previously mentioned policies not yet announced by the Ministry of Construction. In truth, I am from Dongjiang, which clarifies Mayor Zhao's inquiry regarding my choice to acquire distressed properties in Dongjiang rather than Yuezhou. After all, who doesn't wish for their hometown to prosper? Zhao Yani nodded, remaining silent as he awaited further elaboration. Due to the most evident of truths, an ordinary family, even if they were to achieve remarkable commercial success and earn 2 million, would remain oblivious to the overarching national policies. A friend from the Regulatory Affairs Office remarked that the specific plans are still under study, with the implementation timeline uncertain and the feasibility of execution also in question. Were it not for Mr. Yu's considerable influence and Xiao Yinyang's extensive network, uncovering such information would be exceedingly challenging. I confess, it is rather curious. On a serendipitous occasion, I rescued an elderly gentleman from drowning, and we found ourselves quite compatible, forming a bond that transcends age. He perceives my potential and has imparted much wisdom upon me, and when necessary, he offers substantial assistance. Lin Baiyao, with a playful smile, jested, Mayor Xiao, I may boast that I am indeed a person of potential. Would that be considered excessive? In the prime of youth, with extraordinary eloquence and composed demeanor, particularly possessing unique insights into commerce, it would be remiss to deny the potential of such an individual. At your age, I was nowhere near your caliber. Not only are you a person of promise, but your future is also boundless. This was the heartfelt sentiment of Xiao Yinyang. Simultaneously, He grasped Lin Baiyao's true identity, the white glove. Since the onset of the 1990s, the rapid expansion of the market economy has unleashed tremendous wealth, profoundly disrupting the societal fabric. Akin to the awakening of primal desires in Navi youth, those capable yet unrestrained individuals frequently change partners, living lives envied by many. Conversely, another faction of competent yet cautious individuals, yearning for similar pleasures, resorted to hiring numerous eunuchs to procure beautiful companions for them. This group of eunuchs epitomizes the so-called white gloves. Of course, the new persona of the white glove was an illusion deliberately crafted by Lin Baiyao to mislead Xiao Yinyang. I am merely a businessman. Once I have earned enough, I intend to relish life without grand ambitions or boundless prospects. In contrast, Mayor Xiao, you are in your prime, presiding over a metropolis of millions. That is the true embodiment of limitless potential. Xiao Yinyang chuckled with a hint of modesty, raising an eyebrow and responding, "Oh, has the organization's appointment not yet been issued, yet Director Lin has already received the news? It is not solely I who has received this information. The rumors abound, and nearly everyone is aware of your impending appointment as acting mayor. However, what they do not realize is that your role as acting mayor is merely the beginning. I estimate that by the first half of next year at the latest, you will ascend further, becoming the youngest prefecture-level city mayor in Suhui province." Upon hearing Lin Baiyao's flattery, Xiao Yinyang displayed little joy. Instead, he sighed, stating, "The rank one holds is inconsequential, regardless of position. It is all in service of the people. Sometimes, advancing too swiftly may not be beneficial. However, to circumvent certain constraints and concentrate on economic development, I must resolutely forge ahead. Let us not dwell on this." The words he refrained from voicing were due to the fact that his relationship with Lin Baiyao had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Strictly speaking, the discussions had ventured into somewhat deeper territory than was prudent. Lin Baiyao, having finally steered the conversation to this point, was not inclined to abandon it midway, asking, "Are you concerned about the provincial situation, Mayor Xiao?" Xiao Yinyang jested, "Director Lin, are you perhaps a worm in my belly?" Lin Baiyao laughed heartily and said, "Oh, not at all. It is merely conjecture. You may choose to heed my words or not. The old secretary from the province is about to retire. Before his departure, he forcefully restructured the leadership in Dongjiang City through the Li Jingdong case, effectively placing you in a position of prominence. However, the old secretary will not have the time to escort you further. You are understandably concerned that once he steps back, his position will clearly be assumed by the second in command. Both you and the old secretary belong to the outsider faction, which stands in stark contrast to the local faction represented by the second in command. Should the latter take over and appoint someone new as the secretary of Dongjiang, your plans for economic development will face significant impediments." Xiao Yannian felt as if he were an onion being peeled, his thoughts laid bare before the air, revealing the myriad hues of red, purple, and white. Lin Baiyao had articulated his concerns, yet his expression remained composed, as he remarked, "Indeed, General Lin possesses remarkable insight. You flatter me, Mayor Xiao. In my leisure, I have heard that esteemed elders speak of you with admiration, claiming that among those born in the capital after the 60s, you are the most knowledgeable, capable, and audacious. Given the right opportunities, you could soar to great heights. Thus, my desire to collaborate with you is rooted in a wish to forge a friendship." Xiao Yannian pondered. "What does he seek from me?" Lin Baiyao replied, "I wish for your friendship, for your future is boundless. Collaborating on unfinished projects is tantamount to making a prudent investment in advance." Xiao Yannian countered, "If General Lin's conjectures about the provincial situation hold true, my position would be quite precarious. How could I possibly ascend to success?" Lin Baiyao smiled enigmatically and said, "I posed the same question to that esteemed elder. He assured me that in 2 months, when the first elder retires and the second is reassigned, a reformist will be parachuted in as the new secretary. With your capabilities, Mayor Xiao, as long as you remain devoted to the welfare of the people, you will no longer face any hindrances and can boldly execute your governance principles." In his previous life, after resigning to start his own business, Lin Baiyao had been involved in several significant projects related to Xiao Yinyan's jurisdiction. He had meticulously studied Xiao's career and collaborated with Xiao's nephew, gaining invaluable insider information. The year 1998 marked a pivotal turning point in Xiao Yinyan's life, as well as the launch of his political career. Fortune had smiled upon him, and with the power reshuffling in Suhui province. His governance philosophy received robust support from the newly appointed secretary, propelling him on a path toward remarkable success. The recent upheaval in Suhui province stemmed from the higher-ups recognizing that the infighting between the outsider and local factions impeded the province's development, prompting a comprehensive adjustment. This was a semi-public secret in later years, yet in this era, it served as Lin Baiyao's most potent weapon. Really? Xiao Yannian exclaimed, rising abruptly. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Baiyao. Is that true? Lin Baiyao's smile faded, his demeanor turning serious as he replied. How could I jest with Mayor Qiao about such matters? Moreover, the truth will become apparent within 2 months. I would be foolish to invest $1 million in Dongjiang while alienating its officials. Xiao Yannian recognized that Lin Baiyao was certainly not a fool, which indicated that this news was likely credible. He finally grasped that, no matter how absurd the tale of saving a drowning person might seem, there was indeed a powerful figure behind Lin Baiyao, a person he could not afford to offend. Most importantly, Lin Baiyao displayed ample goodwill, and there were no conflicts of interest between the parties. Thus, he had no need to create enemies. The more friends one has, the more avenues open up, especially when those friends are powerful allies. The more, the better. Xiao Yannian was cautious before making decisions, yet when the time came to act, he was decisive. He stated, General Manager Lin, we will convene on Monday. I will do my utmost to facilitate the establishment of the Dongjiang Urban Construction Investment Company. Please prepare for the necessary coordination on your end. We will proceed with Plan B, joining forces to address the issue of unfinished buildings and maintain social stability. As for other matters and friendships, sincerity is paramount. I only recognize you, General Manager Lin, and I am disinterested in anything else. Lin Baiyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Allowing Xiao Yannian to believe he was merely a figurehead was the first step. The second step was to ensure that Xiao Yannian would not act impulsively. One must remain vigilant, being aware of the impending housing reform policies. Xiao Yannian could easily bypass Lin Baiyao, utilizing his relatives and friends to reap exorbitant profits from the unfinished building projects. In the future, Lin Baiyao understood that Xiao Yannian was a principled individual, not one to burn bridges, nor engage in unscrupulous profiteering. However, one's fate should not be left to the integrity of others. Thus, it was essential to instill a necessary deterrent. Consequently, the business deal was concluded, and Xiao Yannian promised not to probe into his background, granting him hope. Everyone was content. Secretary Yu, upon hearing the door open, hurried out from the adjacent room. Observing the two figures retreating, he found himself momentarily bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiao Yannian had personally escorted Lin Baiyao downstairs, an unprecedented act since his arrival in Dongjiang. The establishment of the Urban Construction Investment Company posed no significant issues, aside from securing a financial allocation of 10 million. I would need to devise ways to gather funds. The treasury is akin to water in a sponge. With a little pressure, it can always be extracted. Unlike our private enterprises, which are like orphan children dependent on the banks for sustenance. Once the 2 million from Ningen arrives and the debt-to-equity conversion contract with the Urban Construction Investment Company is signed, I will invite the financial magnates from the major banks to meet. However, I may need to be away in September for specific business coordination. The Urban Construction Investment Company can liaise with Chu Gang from Ningen Real Estate, who can fully represent me. I cannot oversee every detail personally. Once we finalize our agreement, I will leave the remainder to my subordinates. As the two conversed, they strolled along the tree-lined path outside the small building until they reached the hotel entrance. Lin Baiyao remarked, Mayor Qiao, please, take care. It's late, and you should rest. No need to see me off. Travel safely. Secretary Yu regarded Lin Baiyao with newfound respect, acknowledging him as a distinguished guest of great importance to his employer. Recalling their earlier encounter, aside from a slight delay, there should have been no offense given. In future meetings, he resolved to be more respectful. Once in the car, Tang Xiaoqi expressed his admiration, saying, Mr. Jia, did Mayor Qiao personally see you out? Lin Baiyao chuckled, basic etiquette, nothing to fuss about. Tang Xiaoqi, not fully grasping the phrase, paid no mind and turned to Hu Weikong, saying, Old Hu, did you see that? Isn't Mr. Jia's approach remarkable? Hu Weikong promptly affirmed, indeed, after years in this business, I can say Mr. Jia's methods are unparalleled. He seemed to be provoked by Qiao Yinyang, shrinking even more in front of Lin Baiyao. displaying an increased sense of respect and humility. However, Lin Baiyao would not be deceived by outward appearances. The barking dog seldom bites. The more Hu Weikong feigned weakness, the more it indicated his inner scheming of how to engage in a treacherous game. In an era where a mere tens of thousands could purchase a life, the allure of 20 million was sufficient to transform a meek lamb into a ravenous wolf, particularly when Hu Weikong was already a wolf in sheep's clothing. Very well. Xiao Yinyang had agreed to support the disposal plan for the unfinished buildings of Ning'an real estate. Once the ancient locust tree was struck by lightning tomorrow night, we could ensnare our prey. Lin Baiyao shifted the conversation, speaking amiably. Mr. Hu, with the situation in Dongjiang concluded, let us not waste time and proceed directly by train to Xishan. Keeping the coal boss waiting would be impolite. Politeness? When we arrive in Xishan and you find yourself bound to a stone, submerged at the bottom of a well while being interrogated for the account password of 20 million, you shall truly understand the essence of politeness. Hu Weikong bent slightly, forcing a smile, and replied, I shall heed Mr. Jia's guidance. Chapter 57. A clear and cloudless day. The following day, the morning was uneventful. Lin Baiyao leisurely reclined in the hotel, watching television. He could not return home until Hu Weikong was dealt with. Despite Lin Baiyao's shrewd and daring nature, he was exceedingly cautious in his endeavors, attentive to detail. He would never take risks without at least a 70% assurance. Tang Xiaoqi sat in a chair near the window, deftly peeling an apple with a dagger, his fingers moving with a speed reminiscent of an urgent return. At times, he shaped the peel into a flower, at other times into a dog. His creations lively and versatile. However, during his peeling, he frequently cast glances at Hu Weikong's head. Hu Weikong felt a chill run down his spine. Shifting positions multiple times, but unable to escape Tang Xiaoqi's gaze. Finally, he settled beside Lin Baiyao on the bed and inquired, Mr. Jia, after the tree is struck by lightning tonight, how shall I converse with General Chu? The television was broadcasting a scene from the CCTV adaptation of Water Margin, where Sun Ernyang was running a black shop, throwing the bewitched constables, stripped of their clothing, into a wash basin, their pale flesh displayed. A testament to the inclusive spirit of the 1990s. Lin Baiyao vaguely recalled that this was not the peak. The climax was the water battle at Liangshan, with hundreds of extras clad in white trousers entering the lake, creating a spectacular display of accidental exposure, which aired without censorship. You are the master of the Golden Hall. How you articulate it is at your discretion. The core is singular. Make General Chu believe I am his Xuanwu, and that collaborating with me to establish a company will reverse his years of misfortune and yield substantial profits. That is manageable, Mr. Jia. May I inquire? If General Chu were to deposit 20 million into the company account, how would he withdraw it? Lin Baiyao chuckled, having bowed 99 times. Is there still a need for hesitation? There are indeed ways. Indeed, I have spoken out of turn, Hu Weikong replied, awkwardly rubbing his hands. Just as he was about to turn away, Lin Baiyao called him back. Mr. Hu, we are all on the same side here. There is nothing that cannot be shared with you. The confidant of Chu Gang, who oversees the company's finances, has, in fact, long been in my employ. Hu Weikong, a seasoned master of betrayal, chuckled wryly, stating, when I set my traps, my greatest fear was always the betrayal of such loyal women. They are either steadfast to the point of being unyielding or they demand exorbitant prices, lacking the fortitude to endure the aftermath, which is endlessly vexing. Indeed, it is no small feat. I promised her 3 million. 3 million? Hu Weikong's voice rose several decibels. Astonishment etched across his face. That is quite excessive. Isn't it? She has been with Chu Gang since she was 16. There is a debt of gratitude owed. Had it not been for Chu Gang's promise of marriage, which he has consistently deferred, and her recent discovery of him with another woman, I reckon even 3 million would be insufficient to sway her. Hu Weikong still felt a pang of loss, for he had already envisioned this 20 million as his own. Lin Baiyao was being indiscriminately generous, and the loss would ultimately be his. Why not wait until she departs Dongjiang with the money? And then we follow her to eliminate her? In the underworld slang, eliminate implies murder. Tang Xiaoqi paused momentarily while peeling an apple, then resumed nonchalantly. Damn it. This old fellow Hu Weikong is indeed entangled with human lives. Eliminate? In this sweltering heat, disposing of a body is problematic. Simple. Just sever the head, skin the body, and dispose of them in an uninhabited area in the mountains. Within days, it will become fodder for wild beasts, and no one will discover a thing. The act of severing the head is referred to as picking the melon, and skinning the body is termed scraping the skin. Hu Weikong whispered. The beauty of it all is that the people in Dongjiang will believe she absconded with the funds. No one will care about her fate. Lin Baiyao's gaze remained tranquil as he listened to Hu Weikong, whose voice was laden with a mix of excitement and gravity. As he dictated the life and death of an individual, his indifference and cruelty stemmed not from the act of killing itself, but from the chilling mindset of apathy and sense of entitlement, which sent shivers down one's spine. Mr. Hu, perhaps this is where we differ the most. I am ruthless towards my enemies, yet I never betray my allies. Since she has agreed to join us, she is now a partner in the Dongjiang operation. The 3 million shall be given, as it would not be worth her life. Such thoughts should not cross your mind while working with me. Hu Weikong dared not speak further, secretly mocking the mercy of a woman. Just then, the phone rang. Lin Baiyao gestured for Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi to remain silent. Picking up the receiver with a smile. President Chu, did you receive a call from the municipal government? Mayor Qiao himself reached out to you? Excellent, I understand. I mentioned earlier that your investment of 20 million in the development project would warrant the city's support. You need not be so polite. I have not exerted much effort. President Chu's capabilities speak for themselves. Regarding the investment, I had someone handle it a couple of days ago. The Dongshang system is rather sluggish, but it should be credited today. You might ask Director Yi to check. Hu Weikong glanced at Tang Xiaoqi, who, with a dagger in hand, mimed a throat-cutting gesture, signaling, "What do you want from me? Fool of a man." Hu Weikong muttered under his breath, turning away. After hanging up, Lin Baiyao addressed Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi. The day before yesterday, I had 2 million transferred into the public account of Ning'an Real Estate. You and Mr. Hu should make a trip to Dongshang Bank and wait for Yi Shi to see if the funds have arrived. Me too, Hu Weikong said, incredulous. Mr. Hu, you are one of us. I have stated before, I am open and forthright with my own. Hu Weikong's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he choked out his gratitude. Thank you. I have hosted numerous gatherings, yet I have never encountered someone as loyal as Mr. Jia. His acting is truly remarkable, far surpassing those celebrities who rely on eye drops to feign tears. Lin Baiyao appeared to relish the moment. Only by effectively responding to his opponent's performance could he truly excel in this bizarre and convoluted film of deception. At the entrance of the Dongshang Bank, they awaited Yi Shi, who, adorned with sunglasses and a gray suit, projected an air of cool detachment and haughty elegance. She barely acknowledged Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi, her silver stiletto heels clicking sharply against the smooth concrete floor as she gracefully entered the bank. Come on, Director Yi has her ways. Let us stay close and keep an eye on the balance. We wouldn't want the funds to arrive and President Chu to deny them, Hu Weikong remarked. How quaint. It is not the 1980s anymore, relying solely on that piece of paper in the bank to maintain depositor data. Bank transfers are recorded and traceable, you know? Yi Shi stated, as she inserted her bank card and entered her password at the counter. I would like to check my account balance. There is a remittance I am uncertain has arrived. Upon hearing the enchanting announcement of a 2 million balance from the staff inside, several individuals at nearby windows were left utterly astounded, turning to gaze at Yi Shi with expressions of awe and curiosity. To her left, a rather disreputable man leaned in, perhaps intending to flirt or to witness the authenticity of the 2 million firsthand. However, he retreated in fear under the menacing glare of Tang Xiaoqi. Hu Weikong stood obliviously, entirely focused on the counter, as if he could pierce through the thick glass and grasp the immense wealth represented by the cascading zeros. His inner greed and desire surged, his hands instinctively tightening into fists. Seeing is believing. He had often heard Lin Baiyao speak of deals worth 20 million. Yet nothing could compare to the shock of witnessing 2 million firsthand. The arrival of this sum in Ning'an Real Estate's account confirmed that Chu Gang's 20 million was about to become a reality. Yet, this woman before him was merely putting on a fade, having sold out her benefactor for a mere 300,000. Such is the nature of the world. Men perish for wealth, and birds for sustenance. He was determined to seize that 20 million. Little did Hu Weikong know. Lin Baiyao had brought him to the bank precisely to prepare a trap, leveraging the impact of 2 million to dig a pit that he would be unable to escape. The allure of wealth clouded his judgment. Upon seeing 2 million and fantasizing about 20 million, his mind could accommodate nothing else. Upon returning to the hotel and reporting to Lin Baiyao, the latter chuckled. Chu Gang is always anxious. Now that Mayor Qiao has endorsed us and I have taken the initiative to deposit 2 million, the stage is set for him to take the bait. Tang Xiaoqi chimed in playfully. We only await the ancient locust tree tonight. Hu Weikong felt a pang of unease. The notion of invoking thunder upon the ancient tree was far beyond his comprehension. The ancestral tricks of the Bodhisattva did not encompass such knowledge of physics. Tentatively, he remarked, but the weather today does not seem conducive to thunderstorms. Old Hu, you lack a meteorological satellite on your forehead. Can you not see the absurdity in your worry? Tang Xiaoqi, filled with disdain, turned on the television, which fortuitously broadcasted the midday weather report, predicting clear skies over Dongjiang City, advising citizens to take precautions against the heat. Tang Xiaoqi was momentarily stunned. Hu Weikong stared at his toes. A sudden silence enveloped the room, and an awkward atmosphere began to spread. Hastily, Tang Xiaoqi switched channels, muttering angrily, what a useless satellite. It never gets it right. Last month, it forecasted heavy rain, and I nearly roasted under the sun while carrying an umbrella. No rush. It's only noon. June's weather is as fickle as a child's temper. Just wait and see. Lin Baiyao remained as expressionless as a stoic, yet internally he lamented. Oh heavens, if you have brought me back, please do not toy with me. My little wings cannot stir up a tempest. I should not have the power to alter the course of nature. Rain should fall as it must. Thunder should rumble as it should. As a top-tier corporate drone, tirelessly engaged in countless charitable projects every day, even the thought of a break is a luxury I cannot afford. Chapter 58. Suddenly, a deluge dusk arrived. The sultry weather felt akin to a steamer cooking Tang Sung's flesh, while the cicadas of Dongjiang City sang, for the first time in years, louder than the diligent ladies of Guangxing Street. It wasn't that the cicadas had grown stronger, rather, even the most dedicated ladies had lost their motivation to work in the heat. Rain seemed imminent. Hu Weikong gazed into the distance, observing dark clouds gathering. The sky was enveloped in a heavy shroud. Experience gleaned from the struggles of the common folk often surpassed that of weather forecasts. By 7 or 8 o'clock, the city meteorological station issued an emergency warning for severe convective thunderstorms, advising outdoor workers and pedestrians to return home or seek shelter. Lin Baiyao chuckled. I told you so? One must trust the central weather station. The local forecasts have never been reliable. Just a few days ago, the central station predicted thunderstorms today, while Dongjiang's station insisted on clear skies. Let us wait and see. We have all our personnel arranged, just waiting for the most intense moments of lightning to activate the equipment. It will be a success. Unexpectedly, Hu Weikong, a staunch environmentalist, lamented. What a pity for the ancient locust tree. It is said to be the only one of its kind in all of Dongjiang. Just as Tang Xiaoqi was about to retort, he continued, but the tree is dead. Even if it lived for another 1,000 years, it wouldn't earn us a single penny. Let it be struck. Tang Xiaoqi, infuriated, gritted his teeth and instinctively touched the dagger tucked at his waist, but ultimately restrained himself. The hour hand pointed to 10 o'clock. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and a tempest unleashed its fury. The entire city descended into an apocalyptic scene as trees, thick as a bowl's rim, were uprooted, branches and leaves swirling with plastic bags, scraps of paper, and small stones, battering building glass, billboards, and bus stop canopies with a cacophony of noise. Thunder rumbled, and amidst the din, colossal bolts of lightning pierced the somber sky with unyielding ferocity. Strike. Yes, hit the old locust tree. Strike it down. Hu Weikong's heart raced, his body pressed against the window pane. Peering toward the direction of the ancient tree in Xiushan district, his lips fervently urging the heavens to unleash their might. Unbeknownst to him, under the brainwashing and inducement of Lin Baiyao, he had unwittingly completed an immersive experience that made the Dongjiang Bureau feel less like Lin Baiyao's and more like a child that Hu Weikong had painstakingly nurtured. The pinnacle of competition lies in the realm of psychology. It is not merely about seizing your possessions through sheer strength, but rather about making you believe that what is rightfully mine has become yours. Lin Baiyao, noticing his tension, smiled and posed a question akin to a primary school language examination. How would you describe heavy rain? Tang Xiaoqi replied, Mr. Jia, though I have never attended school, I have read under my master's guidance and can recognize characters. You could certainly pose a question suitable for middle school. Lin Baiyao responded, somewhat exasperated. Let us start with a primary school question. Tang Xiaoqi pondered for a considerable time before declaring, the rain is truly, damn, heavy. Hu Weikong's body trembled slightly. uncertain whether it was the thunder that startled him or Tang Xiaoqi's unexpected remark that left him flabbergasted. Forgetting his role as a cheerleader for the heavens, he turned to Seven Brother and said, "Your level cannot compare to that of an elementary school student, can it?" Tang Xiaoqi, brimming with pride, retorted, "I said for Mr. Jia to pose a middle school question." Hu Weikong, begrudgingly applauding, did not believe Lin Baiyao was merely idling by with such elementary inquiries. Surely, there was deeper meaning behind them. "Mr. Jia, how do you think one should describe it? I thought it merely amounts to terms like torrential, deluge, or downpour." Lin Baiyao, initially sensing the room's oppressive atmosphere, recalled a famous phrase from the future urging them to cease their actions. However, Tang Xiaoqi's interruption dissipated his playful spirit, and he chuckled. "This question is beyond my grasp. I shall leave it for Mr. Hu to ponder." Instantly, Hu Weikong felt a heaviness in his heart, his mind racing with countless thoughts, trying to decipher Lin Baiyao's true intentions, yet he remained perplexed. Is the phrase, "the rain is heavy," perhaps a coded language from the Taiying Mountains? Does uttering this imply murder, robbery, or fleeing? Lin Baiyao settled into a chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely crossing his legs as he admired the night rain scenery. Hu Weikong's forlorn gaze fixated on Lin Baiyao's silhouette, leading Tang Xiaoqi to misinterpret it, as he made a slicing gesture across his throat with his fingers. Around 11 o'clock, a series of explosions resonated throughout the city, and the landline in the room emitted a series of beeping sounds. Both Hu Weikong and Tang Xiaoqi turned their attention to Lin Baiyao, who stood gracefully, walked to the bedside, and picked up the phone. Moments later, he set down the receiver, a faint smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Tomorrow's newspaper headline is set. The ancient locust tree in Shoshan district, struck by lightning, is ablaze and facing the peril of withering. It's done." Tang Xiaoqi leaped into the air, exhilarated, performing a backflip. Hu Weikong also discreetly made a fist gesture, simultaneously resolving to seek opportunities to learn physics in the future, for knowledge is indeed wealth. He could hardly contain his eagerness for the morrow to arrive, envisioning how Chu Gang would prostrate himself and how he would kneel before Master Hu, a soul-stirring thrill and elation that no amount of women or riches could ever replace. The allure of the living bodhisattva lies in this very essence. Through various deceptive means, an intricate web of illusion is woven, in which the obstinate shall ultimately surrender. The noble shall inevitably become humble, the arrogant shall eventually repent, and the greedy shall ultimately lose. Just as a mortal body conjures the methods of a bodhisattva, it manipulates and toys with the prey ensnared within, subjecting them to a tumult of joy, anger, and sorrow, before returning them to silence, ensnared in the depths of suffering. Sleep now, for tomorrow you shall meet Chu Gang. Lin Baiyao issued an eviction order, and Tang Xiaoqi and Hu Weikong retreated to the adjacent room for slumber. Yet, sleep eluded them. Hu Weikong lay seemingly motionless upon the bed, appearing deeply asleep, but in reality, he pondered the arrangements following the conclusion of the Dongjiang Bureau. Currently under the constant watch of Tang Xiaoqi, this boorish man was utterly inflexible, leaving him unable to establish contact with the outside world. The silver lining, however, was that through days of collaboration, Hu Weikong had exhibited remarkable submissiveness, refraining from any attempts to escape or make contact with the outside, thereby earning a modicum of trust from Lin Baiyao. Upon their arrival in Xishan province, Lin Baiyao and Tang Xiaoqi would be unfamiliar with their surroundings and inevitably would need to rely on him for guidance and social navigation. Had they been dealing with another, he might have seized the opportunity to connect with his allies. Yet, faced with Lin Baiyao, he could not afford to take risks. Meticulous preparation was essential to avoid revealing any hints that might scare away this prized catch. Fortunately, the so-called mine owner was his partner in Xishan and his greatest trump card. While the man appeared to be a mindless nouveau riche, he actually commanded a dozen reckless individuals, as long as he could bring them to him and reveal the wind power contract. The mine owner would recognize the new prey in the game. Their tacit understanding would allow them to apprehend Lin Baiyao and Tang Xiaoqi without prior consultation, swiftly and decisively. Once they had captured them, their fates would be firmly in his grasp, with a myriad of torturous methods at the ready. There was no locked door the world could not pry open. With account passwords in hand, they would withdraw funds in batches, discarding the victims into an abandoned mine. A case so perplexing that even the likes of Sherlock Holmes, D. Rengia, and Conan would struggle to unravel it. "Mr. Jia, you have captured me. Yet I harbor no resentment. If blame must be assigned, let it be to your excessive wealth. Chapter 59. The Art of Capture and Release. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the three descended to partake in breakfast. Tang Xiaoqi ventured out to procure a newspaper, and as Lin Baiyao had anticipated, the entire city was engrossed in detailed coverage of the ancient locust trees felling, with precision down to the minute and second, discussing the causes, consequences, and potential remedies. The patrons dining nearby were also engaged in conversation about this matter. The extensive reporting and public discourse had rendered it one of the few significant news stories of 1998 in Dongjiang, which Lin Baiyao recalled with remarkable clarity. After finishing their meal, they drove towards Ning'an real estate. Chu Gang had arrived earlier than they, and upon meeting, he grasped Hu Weikong's hand, a blend of admiration, reverence, and excitement etched upon his face, showcasing an emotional depth honed from mingling with the ladies of Guangxing Street for so long, becoming quite the thespian in the process. Hu Weikong maintained an air of composure, exuding an ethereal presence, unperturbed by fortune or misfortune, embodying the essence of a sage. Were it not for the knowledge of his true background among those present, one might have been easily deceived. Master, you truly are a living deity. I have traversed numerous places and encountered many esteemed masters, yet none possess the extraordinary abilities you exhibit. Truly remarkable. Hu Weikong chuckled and remarked, the world is filled with ignorance. They fail to recognize the true sage upon first meeting. Were it not for my fortunate connection with General Chu, I would not easily reveal my powers. Indeed, esteemed master, please, do enter. Upon entering the conference room, Chu Gang invited Hu Weikong to take the seat of honor and inquired, Master, Mr. Jia has advised me to invest 20 million into the real estate market, claiming his research team has developed a statistical model that predicts a significant surge in property values next year. However, the market is currently languishing, and I find myself unable to comprehend their model or foresee any potential for profit. Master, I beseech you to illuminate my path. Hu Weikong replied calmly, I am not versed in your business, yet as I stated 2 days prior, Mr. Jia serves as your Xuanwu support. Observing your spiritual presence, I perceive a mingling of clarity and murkiness, teetering on the precipice of life and death. In your aura, 5 malevolent spirits are entwined, indicating a decade of decline. And in your bones, there lies a rarity of 9 precious bones, yet you are conspicuously devoid of the solar and lunar aspects. The trifecta of spirit, aura, and bone is lacking. Only by encountering the Xuanwu can you nurture your spirit, invigorate your aura, and fortify your bones, thereby reversing your fate in ways beyond description. Chu Gang rose and paced the conference room, his expression shifting, clearly engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle. However, reaching this juncture, Hu Weikong understood that Chu Gang would not withstand the resistance for long, as he himself would likely succumb under similar circumstances. Very well, I shall heed Master Hu's counsel. I will invest 20 million. Hu Weikong suppressed his overwhelming joy with all his might, twisting his suddenly rigid neck to glance at Lin Baiyao. 20 million, so tantalizingly close, within reach. Yet, the impact of such a figure brought an unavoidable sense of dizziness and euphoria, leaving him to ponder how he would feel once the funds were securely in hand. Lin Baiyao extended his hand with a smile, saying, General Chu, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chu Gang strode over with confidence, pressing his hands against the edge of the conference table, his gaze imposing as he declared, Mr. Jia, I have one more condition. Please, do share. 2 million is insufficient, since you are so certain of a real estate boom next year. I propose an additional investment of 3 million into the company, totaling 5 million. Chu Gang's words were resolute and non-negotiable. Once the funds are transferred, I will immediately deposit 20 million into the company's account. With 25 million as a foundation, coupled with government support and my connections at the bank, I could secure at least 50 million in loans. At that time, Ning'an Real Estate could revitalize all the unfinished buildings in Dongjiang City, with profits split 30-70 between us. What do you say? Hu Weikong's heart sank as he clearly noted the slight contraction at the corner of Lin Baiyao's eye, his pupils dilating slightly, and his usual composure fading. He was evidently unprepared for Chu Gang's demand. What to do? Having progressed this far, retreat would mean disaster. Yet it was crucial to remember that Lin Baiyao's persona was that of a wealthy second generation from Macau. He could not possibly refuse Chu Gang over 3 million, could he? Yet, 3 million, just the thought of it caused Hu Weikong distress. What Chu Gang considered a trivial sum was, to the vast majority, an insurmountable chasm that one could never hope to bridge in a lifetime. After several days of close interaction, Lin Baiyao did not conceal the truth from him. The total capital amounted to merely 2 million, which served as bait, sufficient for an ordinary situation. However, the pressing issue at hand was that this was a 20 million deal, potentially a groundbreaking venture in the realm of Shangpusa, unprecedented and unmatched. 2 million indeed appeared rather paltry in comparison. Mr. Chu, if you persist in your lack of confidence, even if I invest an additional 10 million, you will remain indecisive. Lin Baiyao said slowly, rising to meet Chu Gang's gaze with a smile. Why not reconsider? I am not insistent on collaborating with you. With the support of the municipal government and Mayor Chao's endorsement, I could easily seek out others who might provide the 2 million investment. Hu Weikong inwardly praised the strategy, a retreat to advance, a defense to launch an offense. He was keen to see how Chu Gang would respond. Chu Gang furrowed his brow, replying, Mr. Jia, I do not wish to boast, but in Dongjiang City, there are no more than 5 individuals capable of presenting 2 million in cash. Among those 5, only I possess the audacity to wager such a sum on a single venture. Lin Baiyao remained silent. Hu Weikong instantly comprehended the truth in Chu Gang's words. It was evident that Lin Baiyao had meticulously curated this opportunity, selecting the most promising candidate for the trap. While Chu Gang might not be the sole option, he was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. This amount should not be excessive for Mr. Jia. It is not that I lack such funds. Rather, I hope Mr. Jia can grant me a bit more confidence. Additionally, with your 5 million investment, you could secure a larger share of the profits. This is my goodwill towards you. Hu Weikong could scarcely bear to witness Lin Baiyao's expression. With Chu Gang's words reaching this point, refusal was no longer an option. To decline further might completely alienate the already hesitant Chu Gang, transforming what could be a legendary venture into a complete farce. Very well, Mr. Chu. I shall not be overly petty. Lin Baiyao laughed heartily. 3 million is but a trifling sum. After all, I am your Xuanwu. He instructed for the funds to be transferred within days. Chu Gang embraced Lin Baiyao, giving him a hearty pat on the back, exclaiming, United as brothers, we shall reap a tremendous profit. Indeed, a tremendous profit awaited them. Once leaving the company and settling into the Fukan vehicle, Lin Baiyao's expression darkened ominously. Tang Xiaoqi, driving, dared not utter a word. The atmosphere grew so oppressive that even breathing felt laborious. Unable to contain himself, Hu Weikong, who was even more anxious than Lin Baiyao and Tang Xiaoqi, inquired, Mr. Jia, is there sufficient funding? We shall address that upon our return. Lin Baiyao's tone was as frigid as the external heat was intense. Hu Weikong refrained from further comment, leaning back in his seat, lost in complex and hesitant thoughts. Upon entering the hotel room, Lin Baiyao proceeded directly to the bedside, picked up the phone, and dialed the number. He then covered the receiver, turning to instruct. You may leave for now. Hu Weikong wished to speak further, but Tang Xiaoqi pulled him outside and shut the door, the two standing on opposite sides. Hu Weikong asked, Seventh brother, what troubles Mr. Jia? He might be seeking funds. That is not our concern. We simply need to follow Mr. Jia's directives, came the reply. Fool. Simple-minded. A buffoon incapable of achieving great things. Hu Weikong, with a hint of disdain, maintained a respectful demeanor and said, Seventh brother, I am not prying. I am merely concerned. Can Mr. Jia still gather more funds? Mr. Jia, possessing remarkable abilities, can accomplish anything. You need not worry. That may not necessarily be the case. Even the most valiant can be thwarted by a mere penny. If 3 million were indeed available, Lin Baiyao would not have risked a hasty dissolution in an attempt to compel Chu Gang to reconsider. They waited for a full hour. You may enter, Hu Weikong exclaimed. Abruptly pushing the door open, Tang Xiaoqi, with wide eyes, remarked, Hey, the old fellow is quicker than I am, though it seems unseemly to claim I am faster. Mr. Jia, what news? Hu Weikong, disregarding Tang Xiaoqi, anxiously gazed at Lin Baiyao, his heart racing as if he were a 10-year-old boy, apprehensive on the day of his first scheme with his master. I have exhausted all my connections and can only gather just over 110,000. We are still far from 3 million. Then perhaps I should go and persuade President Chu, telling him that Xuanwu cannot invest excessively. Lin Baiyao remained silent. Hu Weikong, unable to continue, awkwardly stated, All right, that might not work. It could reveal our intentions and raise suspicions with President Chu. leading to utter failure. After a lengthy pause, Lin Baiyao suddenly slammed his fist onto the bed, declaring, "One cannot capture the wolf without sacrificing the child." He stood up and addressed Hu Weikong. "Mr. Hu, we have come to know each other through our encounters, yet you have seen the flaws in the Dongjiang scheme. I cannot abandon it, for that would be unacceptable. I must seek out Chu Gang tomorrow and request a month's time to devise another plan to raise funds. However, your situation in the county only allows for 10 days to extricate yourself. You cannot linger in Dongjiang for too long, as any extended presence could lead to the authorities being alerted, which would endanger you and implicate me as well." Hu Weikong expressed his surprise. "Mr. Jia, what do you mean? My intention is to set you free." Hu Weikong exclaimed in shock. "You wish to let me go?" "Indeed. You have performed admirably in the task assigned by Master Jin. Our accounts are settled. As for the 8 million from Xishan province, consider it a matter of misfortune. Still yours." Lin Baiyao chuckled. "One mustn't be overly greedy. With 20 million, I can flee abroad to evade scrutiny. Even if I do nothing, I could live comfortably for the remainder of my days." Hu Weikong was left dumbfounded. "What? The 8 million from Xishan province is fictitious? Am I to subsist on the wind of the northwest? What I desire is the 20 million from Dongjiang." "Mr. Jia, he stammered. But the thought was too delicate to voice, and he could not articulate it. "Heike, go purchase a train ticket for Mr. Hu." Lin Baiyao's deep-set eyes flashed with a cold glint. "However, Mr. Hu, I hope you board the train without looking back. I will not tolerate any disruption to the Dongjiang scheme." I understand. Hu Weikong, bewildered, could not fathom how to respond. His mind blank until Tang Xiaoqi returned from the train station, presenting him with a ticket to Xishan province. Only then did he realize this was no dream. Lin Baiyao was not toying with him. He genuinely intended to set him free. To leave? Chapter 60. The confession scheme is a deadly trap. To depart means to extricate oneself, with an additional 90,000 in revenue. The journey to Dongjiang has reached a fulfilling conclusion. By refraining from departing, I have aided in the completion of the Dongjiang mission and lured Lin Baiyao towards Xishan. The reward at hand will amount to a staggering 20 million. Hu Weikong numbly accepted the train ticket. Black 7. Escort Mr. Hu to the train station, he instructed. Lin Baiyao opened his arms and embraced Hu Weikong gently. An unusual display of mutual admiration evident in his sincerity. "Mr. Hu is a person of great capability. I hope that in the future, we may have the opportunity to collaborate once more. It would undoubtedly be a monumental endeavor that would reverberate through the Taiyang Mountains." In that moment of sentiment, Hu Weikong nearly resolved to abandon his intent to eliminate Lin Baiyao and seize the 20 million for himself. However, in this line of work, one must adhere to the principle of acting with the mind rather than the heart. Complete the task and depart, never lingering for any reason, be it compassion or sentiment. In comparison to 20 million, familial ties and friendships could be forsaken, let alone someone like Lin Baiyao, who, in a certain sense, could be considered an adversary. Could this be a test? Hu Weikong's suspicions once again dominated his thoughts. He obediently took the train ticket, slung the bag containing 90,000 over his shoulder, secured his identity card and dossier, bowed in gratitude to Lin Baiyao, and then exited with the accompaniment of Tang Xiaoqi, safely leaving the room. Wait a moment. Descending the elevator, he exited the hotel and scathed. Was he truly being allowed to leave? "Old Hu, get in the car," Tang Xiaoqi called, opening the driver's door with a smile. "You've been here every day, and it's been quite bothersome, but now that you're leaving, I must admit, I'll miss you." Hu Weikong disregarded Tang Xiaoqi's teasing and did not enter the passenger seat. Instead, he stood still, suddenly turning back. From his vantage point, he could see the window of the room where he had been staying for the past few days. Behind the thick curtains, he wondered what Lin Baiyao was doing at that moment. Suspecting he no longer held Hu Weikong in mind, but was preoccupied with devising a plan to recover the remaining funds owed to him. Simultaneously, Lin Baiyao stood behind the curtain, peering through a narrow gap at Hu Weikong below. A sinister voice echoed in his mind. Let him go? Releasing a tiger back to the mountain will make it nearly impossible to catch again. Would he not regret this decision? Lin Baiyao shook his head, resolutely dispelling that voice in his thoughts. Hu Weikong would never leave. Greed is humanity's greatest original sin. No one can resist temptation. If one could, it would only be because the allure was not sufficiently compelling. Then, he observed Hu Weikong turn, lift his gaze, and a smile graced his lips. The bait had been taken. Choices can be arduous at times, yet in this moment, they became remarkably straightforward. Hu Weikong resolutely shifted his gaze back and declared, "Seventh brother, I will not leave." Tang Xiaoqi exclaimed in astonishment, "Not leaving? Indeed, I will not depart." He turned and re-entered the hotel, prompting Tang Xiaoqi to call after him, "Hey, what has gotten into you?" He hurried after him. Ascending to the 5th floor, he pushed open the door to find Lin Baiyao on the phone inside. His tone fierce as he commanded, "I do not care how many difficulties you face. Within 10 days, find me a suitable target. If you cannot manage a Navi, wealthy individual with no substantial background, then get lost. I do not accommodate the inept here. Do you understand?" He abruptly hung up the phone, seemingly sensing movement behind him. He turned sharply to find Hu Weikong, and the expression on his face was nothing short of captivating. "Mr. Hu, what brings you here? Have you forgotten something?" "Mr. Jia, I have decided to stay and lend you a helping hand." Lin Baiyao did not display any signs of joy. Instead, he scrutinized Hu Weikong with a gaze full of suspicion. "You wish to assist me? With what means?" "Money." Hu Weikong wholeheartedly agreed with Lin Baiyao's earlier remark. One must risk losing children to catch a wolf. In pursuit of 20 million, Lin Baiyao was willing to invest 5 million as a foundation. To seize an opportunity from the jaws of danger, one must not be stingy. "Money?" Lin Baiyao replied with displeasure. "Mr. Hu, are you not aware of your own situation? That mere 90,000 in your pocket is hardly sufficient. You should hasten back to Xishan, for the situation there awaits your attention. Prolonging this matter could lead to grave complications. To be candid, Mr. Jia, I established a scheme in Zhongzhou province last year and made a fortune, around 2 million. After expenditures of several hundred thousand, I still have over 170,000 left. And with the 90,000 I possess, I can gather enough to reach 180,000. With his mind made up, Hu Weikong acted decisively, no longer hesitating. He laid his cards on the table, stating, "You can procure over 110,000 from elsewhere, and with some additional funds, we will have enough to total 3 million. Naturally, upon success, I shall take a 20% share of the profits." Lin Baiyao coldly replied, "20% amounts to 4 million. Mr. Hu, I have invested considerable effort into this scheme. You wish to contribute a little over 100 million and expect to reap 3 times the profit? Such lucrative deals do not exist in this world. You need not concern yourself. I can secure the funds. Black 7. Escort Mr. Hu to the train station and ensure he boards without any further complications." Tang Xiaoqi responded affirmatively, drawing out a dagger from behind his waist, grinning menacingly. "Old Hu, let us not make this difficult. We have shared a connection." Hu Weikong showed no signs of fear this time and replied with a smile, "Brother 7, please remain calm. Mr. Jia, I am not being greedy. According to the rules of Taiying Mountain, a 20% profit share is what I am entitled to as an investor. Besides, for the 8 million scheme in Xishan, I also require your assistance, and a 50-50 split would mean 4 million for both of us. Ultimately, neither of us is at a disadvantage. Through our collaboration, we stand to gain a total of 28 million. His eyes glowed with fervor, and with hands outstretched like a dreamer, he proclaimed, "Mr. Jia, 28 million. In these times, how many struggle to earn a few thousand to build a home or marry? We could effortlessly acquire a lifetime of wealth beyond expenditure." Lin Baiyao hesitated momentarily, but was ultimately swayed by Hu Weikong's vision. He rose and sat back down several times, caught in contemplation. Then, amidst Hu Weikong's hopeful gaze, he decisively declared, "Very well, Mr. Hu, your intentions are commendable, and I cannot be ungrateful. It is agreed then, for the Dongjiang scheme, you shall receive a 20% profit share, and for the Xishan scheme, we shall split it 50-50. Is that settled?" Hu Weikong's anxious heart settled, and with his left hand clenched into a fist, he positioned it at the navel, while his right hand formed a gesture of 3 fingers upright and 2 curled, positioned between his mouth and nose, stating, "It is settled." This vow, known as the 3-finger oath in the path of the Bodhisattva, has historically been regarded as one of the most potent vows within the industry. Lin Baiyao's demeanor shifted from that of a captor to an equal partner. "Mr. Hu, please. The hotel is not safe. Accompany me to a more secure location." Once aboard the Fukan vehicle, Hu Weikong was blindfolded with black cloth. After what felt like over half an hour, they arrived at a warehouse on the outskirts of Beijing. Upon opening the warehouse door and removing the blindfold, Hu Weikong adjusted to the light, revealing a sparse arrangement. 2 tables, 5 boxes, 8 sets of uniforms from various law enforcement agencies, a dozen counterfeit IDs, pharmaceuticals, sleeping bags, purified water, and ready-to-eat meals. This is my stash in Dongjiang. It serves as both a hideout and an escape route. Lin Baiyao retrieved 2 chairs from the corner, inviting Hu Weikong to sit before taking his own seat opposite him. According to the rules of Tying Mountain, to join, one must first provide a token of loyalty. In this modern era, I do not require you to commit murder for such a token, yet I must know 2 past transgressions that could warrant a death sentence. Mr. Hu, let us speak plainly. Black 7 has blood on his hands, as you are undoubtedly aware. He murdered the Liu family in Huaiyang County, Beihai Province, and that case remains unsolved. You too have blood on your hands, as I can discern. Chapter 61. The net is cast. Hu Weikong did not ponder long. After all, the token of loyalty was a rule of Tying Mountain, serving to maintain effective control over the group and to guard against potential betrayals that could lead to police involvement. With each holding the other's secrets, even if exposed and captured, they could ensure mutual destruction, forming an effective deterrent. Previously, he had been coerced into joining without needing to provide a token. Now, as he actively participated and sought a share, Lin Baiyao's cautious demand for a token was understandable. In 1986, I set up a scheme in Fangping County, Zhongzhou Province. A fish turned back at the last moment, and during a rainy night, I pursued him for money, leading to an accidental death at my hands and those of my accomplices, staged as a drowning. His family did not report it. That was my first kill. Hu Weikong recounted 3 incidents, directly or indirectly resulting in fatalities, primarily occurring in economically underdeveloped regions of the central and western provinces. To placate Lin Baiyao, he intentionally omitted references to Xishan Province, with amounts involved ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Human life can sometimes hold great value, yet at other times, it may be deemed inexpensive. A few thousand yuan might merely constitute a meal for some, but it could also represent everything for an individual or a family. Thus, Hu Weikong was deserving of his fate. However, the techniques employed by the Bodhisattva were masterful. Once the matter concluded, he would depart without leaving a trace. Most cases either remained unreported or the pursuit across provinces proved exceedingly difficult, leading to hasty closures or unresolved mysteries. In the 1990s, when law enforcement lacked an intranet, this was the norm, explaining Lin Baiyao's meticulous planning and psychological gamesmanship aimed at coaxing Hu Weikong into voluntarily disclosing information. Mr. Hu, having known each other for so long, we have finally forged a true bond today, Lin Baiyao remarked, patting Hu Weikong's shoulder. He then turned and signaled to Tang Xiaoqi. Tang Xiaoqi raised his left hand in an unusual gesture, his expression solemn, proclaiming, "From henceforth, 7 incense sticks shall be placed atop the mountain. Heaven shall not forsake those who show kindness, and 3 shall be buried within the earth, for the earth shall not betray those who are righteous." In the intricate dance of life and death, one must discern truth from falsehood. Hu Weikong, invigorated in spirit, gestured with his right hand, establishing a connection that, while distinct from Tang Xiaoqi's, bore an undeniable subtlety. He spoke, "From this moment forth, we shall navigate the seas together, with our left foot treading on the waves, unwavering in the face of adversity, and our right foot steadying the waters, resolute against the winds. Let us pledge our loyalty and eradicate treachery. This is the ancient custom of the Tying Mountains. One must sing the mountain and sea oath upon joining. The mountain sets the rules, the sea upholds the principles." Akin to the familiar phrases spoken by the common folk, such as "though not born on the same day, let us die on the same day." However, to Lin Baiyao, this seemed merely a formality. Times have progressed, and it has been years since the old customs were held in high regard. Few today would reflect on the traditions passed down from the Tying Mountains. Besides, considering the juvenile nature of this oath, it hardly ignited enthusiasm, let alone impose any constraints. Hu Weikong swiftly concluded the oath, giving a thumbs up, and remarked, "Mr. Jia values principles. In this age, where self-interest reigns supreme, few would bother with the conventions of the mountain and sea oath, which, I dare say, not many would even recall. With rules, great achievements can be realized." Lin Baiyao responded with a smile. The transition from Mr. Hu to brother Hu might appear trivial, yet Hu Weikong felt as though he had traversed a lifetime, overwhelmed with emotion. Gaining Lin Baiyao's trust was no small feat. Yet, upon achieving his aim, the exhilarating sense of accomplishment, the heart racing with tension and thrill, the tiny goosebumps cascading over his skin, affirmed that a life lived on the edge of danger was his truest delight. When will the funds be available? In 3 days. Hu Weikong explained. My money is divided into two parts. One portion is cash, hidden in a secret location, which needs to be retrieved by someone and then transported by train. The other part, though it could be transferred via bank. I prefer to keep my accounts separate from the company's, so I'll withdraw cash from the bank and hand it over to Mr. Jia. It is prudent to be cautious. The account I use to invest in Ning real estate is opened under someone else's ID. Very well. Contact your companions and have He Chi accompany you to the bank in the coming days. Understood. In the following 2 days, a city meeting took place where Qiao Yanian aggressively advanced the establishment of the Dongjiang Urban Construction Investment Company, facing no opposition. As the old guard prepared to depart, in this critical juncture of transition, no one dared to be the first to step forth. Thus, the proposal passed unanimously, leading to the swift mobilization of elite personnel from various government departments, enterprises, and major banks. Within just 2 days, a preliminary registration was completed, and a final assessment of the city's abandoned buildings began. Meanwhile, under the command of Chu Gang and the guidance of Fang Zhongqiu, Ning Real Estate developed a more detailed and executable plan for addressing the abandoned buildings, based on the proposals submitted by Lin Baiyao to Qiao Yanian. Preparing for an opportune moment to liaise with the urban construction investment, Lin Baiyao did not involve himself in these matters. Instead, he remained at the hotel, supervising Hu Weikong's every move. Accompanied by Tang Xiaoqi, Hu Weikong traversed the city over the past 2 days, withdrawing 1 million from 15 accounts across 3 banks. Such is the wisdom of having multiple avenues for escape. On the 3rd day, Hu Weikong's companion, whom he claimed to be an adept at crafting official seals, forging steel stamps, and counterfeiting identification cards, arrived in Dongjiang with the remaining 800,000. A diminutive figure, standing less than 1.60 meters, in his 20s, lean and weathered, he stood out in Suhui province, where the average height far exceeds the national average, reminiscent of the renowned blacksmith Tobian from the Tale of the Watch. His name was Qi Ming, and due to his stutter, he was often ridiculed and seldom spoke. Come, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jia, Hu Weikong said. Qi Ming timidly stood behind Hu Weikong, clutching the hem of his shirt, his face displaying a hint of awkwardness as he greeted. Mr. Jia, hello. Lin Baiyao chuckled. No need for formality. We are all comrades here. It has been a while since you last met Brother Hu. Why not converse in the next room? It will soon be noon, and we shall find a place to dine and welcome you. Once the two departed, Tang Xiaoqi remarked with a smile. I thought Brother Hu had some capable individuals under him. Turns out he can hardly articulate. Lin Baiyao suddenly adopted a stern demeanor and rebuked, do not judge by appearances. If he were not a formidable character, would he dare to transport 800,000 alone, traveling in a crowded green train from Zhongzhou province to Suhui province? How many dangers, how many risks, how many adversaries has he faced along the way? His ability to arrive unscathed is not to be underestimated. Tang Xiaoqi listened, drenched in sweat, standing obediently to receive the reprimand. He was an ardent admirer of Lin Baiyao, and the truth of his words resonated deeply. It was indeed a lapse in his judgment. You hail from the Taiyang Mountains. Although you no longer engage in your former trade, do not let arrogance or complacency cloud your judgment, for underestimating your enemies is a path to ruin. Do you understand? Lin Baiyao softened his tone upon seeing Tang Xiaoqi's earnest attitude. Yes, I understand. Such a mistake will not occur again. Stay by the door and guard. I need to make a call. It is time to reel in our net. Tang Xiaoqi gently opened the door, first moving to the adjacent room, listening intently before returning to his position, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Director Yang, this is Lin Baiyao. Yes, last time. Secretary, you provided me with your number and suggested I contact you if necessary. Has he mentioned it to you? Good. The situation is as follows. We are dealing with a significant case, likely involving several lives lost and a fraud amounting to several million. We have already recovered nearly 2 million in cash. I kindly request you to lead a team personally, preferably in plain clothes, to conduct a covert operation without attracting undue attention. A few days prior, when Hu Weikong decided to stay and proposed using the money to assist Lin Baiyao in completing the Dongjiang Bureau's tasks, Lin Baiyao had reached out to Secretary Yu. The esteemed secretary to Qiao Yani held Lin Baiyao in high regard and, upon hearing his request, promptly recommended a suitable candidate, Deputy Director Yang from the Qinghe District Bureau. Lin Baiyao, discerning the camaraderie between Deputy Director Yang and Secretary Yu, deemed it wiser to leverage their relationship rather than allow another to gain merit. Meanwhile, In the adjacent room, Hu Weikong recounted the background of the situation, while Qi Ming remained the same timid figure, though the words he uttered, if overheard by Tang Xiaoqi, would likely deepen his admiration for Lin Baiyao's foresight as he murmured, Shall we clarify? My medicine. Who could have imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous, slender figure is the true embodiment of a cold-blooded killer? No rush. Hu Weikong lowered his voice and said, I have dangled 8 million from Xishan to pique his interest. Once the matters in Dongjiang are resolved, we shall take action in Xishan. A sudden spark of bloodthirsty excitement flickered in Qi Ming's dull, ashen eyes as he eagerly nodded. Xishan is convenient. After a while, Tang Xiaoqi arrived to summon them. The four made their way to a private room in a nearby restaurant to dine. And during the wait for their dishes, Lin Baiyao remarked, Let us deposit the money in the bank and then transfer it. It will likely take another 2 or 3 days, too cumbersome. It would be simpler to take the cash directly to Chu Gang and have him deposited into the company account. Hu Weikong had no objections. He too wished to resolve the matter swiftly, and saving 2 days was indeed beneficial. He said, Let us heed Mr. Jia's advice. Tonight, I will contact Xishan to arrange a time with the coal mine owner. Shall we take the train or drive? Let us take the train. Tomorrow, we'll dispose of that Fakong vehicle. Selling it for 70 to 80,000 should be quite manageable. Too many people have seen the Fakong. It cannot remain. At that moment, someone pushed open the door, smiling. Is Mr. Jia here? Lin Baiyao replied, It is I. Come in. Before Hu Weikong could react, the individual lunged at him, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Following closely, 7 or 8 plainclothes officers burst in, 4 of whom charged at Qi Ming like ravenous wolves. Qi Ming's reflexes were far superior to Hu Weikong's, and in stark contrast to his previous day's demeanor, he lifted his leg and overturned the table, a dagger suddenly appearing in his hand as he lunged toward Lin Baiyao. He believed that controlling Lin Baiyao as a hostage might offer a sliver of hope for survival. However, to Hu Weikong, this scene felt like a bucket of acid splashed upon him, and he hoarsely shouted, Don't. He was confident that he held no incriminating evidence in Lin Baiyao's hands. Of the 3 murders he had confessed to, 2 were fabrications, and there was currently no evidence to convict him of the 3rd. Even if captured, he could simply deny all accusations and counter-accuse Lin Baiyao of slander. He could even claim that the 90,000 he had swindled from the county was intended for business, and at worst, he would refund the victims. He might endure a short detention, but had a strong chance of escape. Yet now, the situation had escalated. Qi Ming wielding a knife with the intent to harm Lin Baiyao was an undeniable spectacle. If this was seized upon, it would lead to a charge of attempted murder against Qi Ming, and the blame for the masterminding would be placed squarely on his shoulders. He understood the dark dealings within the government, but was acutely aware that Lin Baiyao was capable of such unscrupulous framing. But it was too late for regrets. Tang Xiaoqi, who had been prepared, stepped in front of Lin Baiyao, meeting blade with blade. Clang! He parried the strike, and with a swift motion, his left hand struck Qi Ming's throat like lightning. In pain, Qi Ming dropped his weapon, clutching his throat and retreating, only to be seized by the plainclothes officers who grabbed his shoulders and waist, forcing him to the ground, face first, where gleaming handcuffs were applied. Hu Weikong was engulfed in despair, disregarding the excruciating pain from the handcuffs that bound his wrists. He struggled to raise his head and demanded, Who the hell are you? Lin Baiyao stood up, approached Hu Weikong, and replied with a smile, Mr. Hu, in truth, I am a good person. Chapter 62. Long live understanding. Hu Weikong and Qi Ming were escorted to a police fin designated for covert operations, where 6 officers remained to guard them. Deputy Director Yang accompanied Lin Baiyao to a hotel room. Tang Xiaoqi requested the front desk for a television, connecting it to the display as Lin Baiyao retrieved a disc from the wardrobe and inserted it. Had Hu Weikong been present, he would have been astonished to see that the footage displayed was precisely that of the events which transpired in the warehouse that day. However, Lin Baiyao, who had previously sat beside him, was conspicuously absent, leaving him alone, as if undergoing an interview or offering a solitary confession. The lighting illuminated his face, revealing Hu Weikong's eyes, the subtle lift of his lips, the tremor of his cheeks, and the glint of cruelty and coldness that accompanied his recounting of the heinous acts of fraud and murder. You possess a clever stratagem, and I have my means of circumventing obstacles. Hu Weikong believed that by offering a false allegiance, he could easily deceive those around him without leaving any incriminating evidence. Little did he know, The warehouse was one of the secret locations where Chow Bei had previously taken illicit photographs of respectable women. Upon entering the warehouse, cameras were discreetly set up in the darkened compartments, silently recording these incriminating moments in their entirety. In this instance, Lin Baiyao had the upper hand. Deputy Director Yang was ignited with fury, striking his thigh with considerable force. As a seasoned officer, he could discern Hu Weikong's demeanor as that of a habitual offender. He understood that the cases he was involved in were far more numerous than those depicted in the footage, likely concealing even more sinister realities. Director Yang, look here. Lin Baiyao lifted the covers on the bed, revealing over 1,800,000 in cash, meticulously arranged, towering like a mountain. This constitutes a portion of the proceeds from Hu Weikong's fraudulent activities. I present this to you, hoping it aids in identifying the victims and facilitating the restitution of their losses. Deputy Director Yang was utterly astonished. Though he held the position of deputy in a district office, receiving a salary supplemented by some gray income, his lifestyle was hardly affluent. The sight of such a vast sum of money was unprecedented in his career. Witnessing nearly 2 million in cash firsthand induced a visceral thrill that was beyond imagination for those who had not experienced it. In an instant, he caught the intoxicating scent of opportunity for promotion. The implications were clear. 3 murders could be attributed to this self-disclosure, alongside a staggering sum of over 180,000 in ill-gotten gains. This meant that delving deeper could pave the way for his ascent, shedding the title of deputy and rising to prominence. In the realm of profession, deterring crime and maintaining public order are inherent duties. Building upon this foundation to achieve professional advancement and garner the accolades one deserves is truly a dual victory. This mindset is entirely comprehensible. One cannot expect to occupy a position without providing the necessary resources to thrive. Lin, leave it to me. With this plethora of evidence, if I cannot secure a conviction against these 2 fraudsters, I might as well resign and return home to open a restaurant. Deputy Director Yang exuded confidence. Yet Lin Baiyao was not entirely reassured. He felt compelled to reiterate his cautions, stating, the 3 cases mentioned by Hu Weikong may contain truths or falsehoods, or they could all be fabrications. While Director Yang can certainly use them as a starting point for investigation, it is unwise to place all hope upon these cases alone. Deputy Director Yang assured him with a firm pat on his chest, rest assured, Lin. With the current evidence at hand, we can detain him for an extended period, after which we can enlist the assistance of our colleagues from Zhongzhou province for further investigation. As long as he has committed a crime, there will be a record of it. By cross-referencing, we need not fear a lack of leads. Lin Baiyao's strategy to ensnare Hu Weikong into a confession, recorded for evidence, was not born out of naivety regarding Hu's potential honesty. Rather, it was predicated on the notion that, regardless of whether Hu spoke the truth or spun a web of lies, the law enforcement agencies could consider his statements as one form of incriminating evidence, warranting thorough investigation. How long would this investigation take? That would depend on how swiftly they could eliminate his criminal suspicions. This was both a conspiracy and a calculated strategy. From the moment Hu Weikong chose to remain, he had fallen into Lin Baiyao's meticulously laid trap, from which escape was impossible. Seeing that Deputy Director Yang was astute and competent, unlike those who merely occupied their positions without merit, Lin Baiyao continued, Hu Weikong is an old hand, and breaking through his defenses will not be easy. The young man named Qi Ming, however, is rather impulsive and somewhat unstable. Employing conventional methods should yield favorable results. Yang nodded in agreement, gesturing towards the screen displaying images, and remarked with a smile, I plan to fabricate a confession video attributed to Hu Weikong to entice Qi Ming, thereby breaching his psychological barriers. This is a straightforward prisoner-esque dilemma game, one of the most frequently employed tactics during interrogations. Indeed, Director Yang is a seasoned expert. I shall refrain from excessive commentary, Lin Baiyao replied. Additionally, we could solicit the cooperation of the police from Xishan province. I once overheard Hu Weikong humming a folk tune from the Iman Mountain area, a dialect unique to Xishan. His origins may not lie in Zhongzhou province, but rather in the Iman Mountain region of Xishan province. Lin Baiyao further informed Deputy Director Yang about the wind power project in Guazhou, Lonyuan province, suggesting that the coal mine owner, who had claimed to be deceived, was likely Hu Weikong's accomplice. Director Yang, if we engage the police from Xishan province, it would be prudent to request personnel from the provincial or municipal level to avoid alerting the local authorities in that county. Deputy Director Yang understood the implications. If the mine owner was indeed complicit, his brazen actions at home suggested a protective umbrella shielding him. I have a classmate who serves as a section chief in the provincial department of Xishan. I can reach out to him to gauge the situation, he said. Our immediate priority is a dual approach. One team must head to Zhongzhou province to investigate the 3 cases mentioned by Hu Weikong, while another focuses on securing Qi Ming's confession. If we can solidify even one of these leads, we can report to the municipal bureau, coordinate with Xishan province, apprehend that mine owner, and thereby establish a chain of evidence to compel Hu Weikong into confession. Having concluded this pressing matter, Lin Baiyao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, accompanied by a sense of fatigue. The mental exertion required to counter Hu Weikong had kept his mind in a state of heightened alertness, and he recognized the necessity of rest. Homeward bound, Tang Xiaoqi escorted him to the mouth of the alley, where Lin Baiyao handed him 500 yuan, saying, "No need to drive in. It's too conspicuous. You've worked hard these past few days without proper rest. Go unwind, take a bath, and get a massage. Return to fetch me tomorrow." Understood. Tang Xiaoqi departed with a cheerful smile, driving away. Following someone like Lin Baiyao, the endeavors were both thrilling and invigorating. And once the tasks were accomplished, the excitement lingered. Life, at this juncture, what more could one desire? Upon entering the courtyard, the cacophony of voices from the living room reached his ears from a distance. Lin Baiyao lifted the curtain and discovered that family and relatives had all gathered. Lin Jingdao, Shi Yu, Shi Shi, Zheng Yanfang, and Zheng Yanfang's father, Zheng Shiji, were present. "Where have you been these past few days? You've been absent every day, causing me great anxiety," Shi Yu exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, rushing over to grasp Lin Baiyao's hand, a mix of anger and concern evident in her demeanor. "I told my father I went to play with Zhu Dogwang Mom. When did you return from Grandma's? We just came back today. Have you eaten?" "I've already had my meal." Lin Baiyao turned his head, greeting others with a smile. "Uncle, Aunt, it's good to see you." As for Zheng Shiji, having met him only twice, once at his uncle's wedding and once for his uncle's son's full moon celebration, he was unsure how to address this uncle-in-law. The intricate titles among relatives had always posed a challenge for the younger generation. Regardless, the Zheng family held a certain disdain for the Shi family, and the connection felt tenuous, resulting in merely a nod of acknowledgement. Zheng Shiji lounged on the sofa, utterly disinterested. Were it not for the purpose of borrowing a car, he wouldn't even regard Lin Jingdao and Shi Yu, let alone the younger members of the Lin family. Shi grinned and said, "Hey kid, you might be able to conceal things from your mother, but not from your uncle. Come clean. Have you started dating? Out with a female classmate, perhaps?" Before Lin Baiyao could respond, Zheng Yanfang interjected impatiently. "Why do you care? Are we going to discuss serious matters or not? What are we going to do? We still can't reach that boss who. I can't eat or sleep." Calculating the days, it had been 8 days since they were swindled. They had agreed to amass wealth within 10 days. Logically speaking, there should be no cause for alarm yet. Perhaps some link had faltered, alerting them to the impending danger. Shi, disregarding the jesting, remarked, "In my opinion, we should wait a couple more days. Didn't boss who promised 10 days? Perhaps he's just delayed." Such occurrences are commonplace in business. Zheng Yanfang suddenly erupted, seizing a cup from the coffee table and hurling it to the ground. "Are you out of your mind? My father's comrade has already called, saying boss who is unreliable. If we've invested money, we need to promptly retrieve it. Clearly, something is amiss. Do you wish to wait until the Grim Reaper comes knocking?" Shi, cowed by her outburst, refrained from retorting, awkwardly responding, "I was merely trying to comfort you. The fixed phone number boss who left us is also unreachable." Sitting here in anxious anticipation, won't resolve anything. Shi chimed in with encouragement, "Yin Fang, don't get too worked up. There will surely be a solution. Sister, don't just stand there and preach. We've invested 90,000 yuan, which is my father's lifetime savings, not to mention the money borrowed from Shi and others. If we truly lose it, I assure you, you'll be waiting to collect my remains." As she spoke, her voice grew sharp, resonating with an unsettling intensity. Shi, pale with fear, hurriedly sat beside Zheng Yanfang, cautiously saying, "It won't happen, Yanfang. Even if boss who is unreliable, if we find someone, we can retrieve the money. Please, do not entertain other thoughts." Each time Lin Baiyao witnessed Zheng Yanfang throwing a tantrum, he felt a sense of distaste. Yet, she managed to wield this talent to keep her grandfather, grandmother, mother, and uncle firmly under her thumb. It is often said that villains must be dealt with by villains. He did not mind assuming this role. And money can always be earned again, but if a person is lost, are you not concerned about my uncle remarrying? In my opinion, it is better to live well than to seek death. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? I will tear your mouth apart. Zheng Yanfang lunged at Lin Baiyao in a frenzy, only to be firmly restrained by Shi Yu and Shi Shi. Lin Zhengdao frowned and remarked, "How can you speak to your elders like that? Elders must also carry themselves with dignity. If one does not respect oneself, how can one expect respect from others? I have yet to encounter an elder who storms into someone else's home, shattering cups and threatening suicide. Have you, Director Zheng?" Zheng Shiji, who had previously served as deputy director, was dismissed due to bribery and had since ventured into business and contracting. Although his business acumen was not particularly impressive, he consistently set aside his official airs and superiority. Zheng Yanfang's bad habits, cultivated by him, were evident after her recent outburst. Zheng Shiji did not utter a word of reprimand, revealing the similarity in their dispositions, which made Lin Baiyao less inclined to hold his tongue. "Enough, Yanfang." Zheng Shiji disregarded Lin Baiyao's comments, feeling superior in his status, and turned to Lin Zhengdao, saying, "Zhengdao, will you need to borrow that Fukong for a few more days? If not, let us retrieve it first. We can drive south to locate the company boss who mentioned. It would be better to meet him in person. And if he is absent, we can at least converse with the staff to gather information and ease our minds. Don't you think?" On his way home, Lin Baiyao had taken the Fukong halfway, and now he had no idea where the car was, making it impossible to reclaim it for Zheng Shiji. He regretted his impulsiveness. Feeling restless, had he known that inflating his ego would lead to this predicament, he would have refrained. "Dad, I ran into Brother Chu Gang when I returned. Didn't he borrow the Fukong? He asked me to tell you that he has business in Yuezhou today and will likely return in 4 to 5 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengdao settled back in his seat. Indeed, father and son made a formidable team, and Lin Baiyao had provided the perfect opportunity. Off to Yuezhou? Is it? What unfortunate timing. Zheng Shiji could not conceal his disappointment. In that case, we must take the train. It's just too inconvenient and delays our plans. Lin Zhengdao was also anxious. He had lent 10,000 yuan to Shi Shi, a sum known only to him, but it was hard cash, and he encouraged. No matter how inconvenient, it is better than sitting idly at home. I was just about to suggest that we take the train directly. Once we locate the company, the monk may run,